Chapter 844, Control. Chapter 844, Control. The information sent back by Lan Jue confirmed all of Lan Qing's suspicions. The alien homeworlds were nearing the end of their evolution process. Destroying Europa would not only prevent their evolution, but may also fatally wound or even destroy them. Before the battle, Lan Chang ordered everyone off the bastion, leaving only a skeleton crew. Most of the soldiers abandoned the bastion aboard its drones. Those who could pilot mechas were already out among the fleet. Normal mecha pilots weren't very effective against the aliens, but in a battle like this even the smallest advantage could earn the humans victory. The Violet Prince's face was a scowling mask as he watched Tyrannosaurus attack and Middle Heaven heading his way. It wasn't that he didn't want to avoid them, he couldn't. He and the other elite aliens were able to intercept human messages through psionic waves. Through the consumption of human genetic material he could understand their language, even how they thought. In the process of commanding the humans, their Admiral Lan Qing had used the most direct methods of communication with his subordinate, Kan Wei. The alien leader was able to uncover their plans without much effort at all, even the condition of Middle Heaven and its Molinite core. Then Lan Qing ordered his troops off the bastion. The Violet Prince knew only a few souls were left, the bare minimum needed to pilot the war machine. It was open tactics, equivalent to Lan Qing looking them in the eye and saying, "This is my plan, what do you plan to do about it?" The Violet Prince couldn't afford any risks, for he knew the power contained in Middle Heaven. If it were allowed to approach Europa, the damage to the homeworlds would be horrific. He couldn't be sure it would destroy his masters outright, but at the very least it would ruin their plans for evolution. The aliens had prepared this moment for hundreds of years. Centuries of planning and gathering resources. At last final victory was within their grasp. If their evolution failed it would be nothing short of a disaster. Who knew how long it would take for them to acquire the resources necessary to try again, or whether the homeworlds could continue to hide away from the cruel lash of universal protogenia. Humans were not the only ones fighting for survival. For the aliens, this moment would also define the future of their species. The prince realized that dodging Tyrannosaurus blast left the way open for Middle Heaven. He had no choice, he had to face the enemy head-on. The beast upon which the prince rode belched a roar that shook the pillars of heaven. Yes. Its hideous, 30,000-meter-long body lurched forward while the prince, princess, and 3 infinite-level homeworld avatars were surrounded by an aura of purple. 5 shimmering orbs of light fused into one, forming an enormous void of black that blocked the bastion's path forward. The beast that had conveyed the Violet Prince was ripped into countless chunks of bloody meat, which subsequently became orbs of crackling dark energy. They coalesced into a single orb which was then fired at Middle Heaven. The war was underway. The alien leadership feared no sacrifice. The prince readily forfeit a near-infinite-level creature to attack the human bastion and warded its progress with his own body. Potential fatal were the attacks from Tyrannosaurus and Middle Heaven, but he stood in their path regardless. The Violet Prince was wise, and he knew the humans let their plans slip on purpose. It was all in order to let that planet-sized bastion through. Yet for all his intelligence he was left with no options. Protecting the homeworlds was his primary objective, and nothing could threaten their evolution. What if this machine-planet hybrid, which had already surprised them on numerous occasions, actually managed to succeed? He knew this was their plan all along, yet he had to face it on their terms. However, he was confident the humans wouldn't expect him to sacrifice one of his own top warriors to contend with the threat of Middle Heaven. He knew how important this one bastion was to the human defense forces, and destroying it would weaken his prey by at least half. Everything happened quickly, almost too fast to keep track of. First was the blast from Tyrannosaurus' main cannon, a column of searing light that pierced the center of the alien's domain. As the power of the bastion's gun came crashing onto them, all of the alien leaders, including the prince and princess, scowled in dismay. They were powerful, yes, but the main cannon from a bastion ship was unparalleled in the world of human weaponry. It possessed enough destructive energy to easily obliterate a planet. Crackling sparks of power snaked across the surface of the alien's power as it struggled to ward off the attack. It threatened to collapse at any moment. The 5 powerful aliens poured all of their strength into maintaining the vortex. Tyrannosaurus was capable of sustaining continuous fire from its cannon for a full minute. Its targets would have to hold out for at least that hold. Meanwhile, the remains of the Titan were closing in on Middle Heaven. A figure appeared in space outside of the ship, followed shortly after by a gateway of pink light. The portal was as lofty as it was sudden, but vanished the moment the aliens' attack passed through it. Another portal appeared and spat the attack back out, only this time it was aimed back at the enemy forces. The bastion's defender was none other than the photographer, master of spacetime, Zhou Qianlin. Long before becoming a paragon of the infinite, Zhou Qianlin had perfected her art. Her gateways were capable of absorbing and redirecting all sorts of energy, even living creatures, at a whim. As her power grew, she was capable of altering ever more powerful flows. By now she could transfer the entire fleet if she pushed herself. Of course, the larger her target, the shorter the distance she could move it and the more likely problems were to arise. This time the two sides were close, so her biggest struggle was the sheer amount of energy she was trying to redirect. When the orbs reappeared, they were struck by arcs of copper light. Although they emerged from Luo Xianni's portal intact, the blow from the golden cudgel made them unstable. The orbs erupted into violent bursts of dark energy. Sacrificing the life of a 30,000-meter-long beast produced a staggering amount of energy. Not only was it replete with the birth and destruction discipline of its race, but also tremendous destructive power. As it grew unstable and erupted, huge swaths of space became bogs of sticky, corrosive energy. All aliens caught in the mire, no matter how strong, were quickly dissolved. Luo Xianni was artful in her manipulation. The orbs appeared directly in front of one wing of the alien horde, thus turning a potential threat against Middle Heaven into a screen that prevented the aliens from assaulting it. The aliens had raced ahead with their whole strength, and the counterattack was too sudden for them to stop. Scores of the monsters raced headlong into caustic cloud that stretched tens of thousands of meters across. Their death strengthened the mire and caused it to grow. Luo Xianni appeared before Middle Heaven, her face pale. Errant bolts of pink energy crackled around her, dangerous and unstable. Creating and manipulating that portal had been debilitating, and for the time being she was too weak to continue. She observed her handiwork for a moment, then returned to the bastion to recover. The explosion, and the deadly cloud it created, barred a third of the alien horde from joining the fray. Most had stopped before rushing headlong to their death, but it would take them a few moments to circumvent the deadly area. Suddenly the alien formation and their defensive plans were thrown into chaos. Who was Lan Chang, but the lauded god of wisdom? He would not let such a fine opportunity go to waste. Once he saw his mother's achievement, he began to shout a string of orders. 12 fleets let their weapons go hot, firing into the flank that wasn't barred by the corrosive cloud. Capital ships kept up a hail of fire with total disregard of energy stores. In the space of a breath, a barrage of punishing laser fire was bearing down on their enemy. Lan Chang had warned Kong Hui and the other commanders against being conservative in the final fight. Now was not the time to be economical with their weaponry. They had to execute the alien menace with extreme prejudice, hit them with everything they had. That was the path to victory. The smallest patrol boat to the largest capital ship, all of them needed a cooldown period after continuous fire. It came down to frequency, so the earlier in the fight they depleted their payload, the sooner they could recover for a second volley. For this reason Lan Chang held nothing back, not for this battle. Tyrannosaurus guns proved more than effective, not by eliminating enemy forces but by keeping the alien elite out of the fight. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 845, The Art of War. Chapter 845, The Art of War. Conditions on a battlefield changed quickly. It took only a minute for Lan Chang to react with a string of commands. The right wing of the alien horde was blocked by the corrosive cloud they themselves created. Their left wing was coming under heavy bombardment from the armada that turned their front lines into purple mist. Still, the aliens had the upper hand when it came to total strength. Their elites were more numerous and more powerful, though the number of lower-tier beasts had been significantly reduced after the last encounter. With their right lost behind a deadly cloud and their left being punished by starship cannons, the aliens were at a disadvantage. Faint golden light flickered near the right wing, followed by a voice. Bigger, bigger, bigger. Each cry made the golden light gleam brighter until it was revealed as an enormous staff. The Chinese character, 1. Big, was etched on its shaft. The compliant rod. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/rui_jingyu_bang right bracket. The staff stretched thousands of meters in the space of an instant. It began to fall, then swept a golden path through space. The aliens behind the cloud had been scattered, their formation broken. Most of them were trying to move over the top of the deadly area when the staff appeared. The aliens directly in its path were slowly ground into nothing just by the presence of it. Zhou Di's compliance rod had no special qualities, just unadulterated force. Enough to erase its foes from existence. Total annihilation. That was the only way to describe it. Zhou Di's frigid expression was covered beneath a sheen of golden fur. Copper light flickered around him in a half-real shell. The compliance rod moved at his command. Lan Chang knew from the start that a direct confrontation, like last time, offered only a remote chance of victory. Even if they won here, their remaining forces were unlikely to be strong enough to destroy the alien homeworlds. This time, his strategy would need to be different. His foes were intelligent, of this there was no doubt. However, where they differed from humanity was in their homogeneous nature. Every alien was designed for slaughter, for consumption, in order to feed their evolution. Humans, however, were unique even on an individual basis. They didn't have the dogged, singular focus of the aliens, but they made up for it in diversity. Each human brought their own advantages. Such as the art of war. Passed down from the ancient days of China was the knowledge of Sun Bin, too. A descendant of Sun Tzu, who was attributed to be the author of the art of war, the lauded commander and author of the 36 stratagems, 3. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/30-6_stratagems. There is some debate as to the true author, though Sun Bin is one possibility. Even all these years later, the truth contained in the pages of that book applied. Lan Chang was employing a variation on Tianji's horse racing strategy. For https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tian_g right bracket. Your elite outnumber us? We cannot face you directly, instead we shall avoid the weakness and strengthen our advantages. The Allies' forces' greatest advantage was their range. Even infinite-level aliens didn't have a means to fight back from a distance. This was a fact Zhou Di had revealed to Lan Chang long ago. Few were the adepts capable of contending against the alien forces. Nor were their soldiers in any great position. But at least as it applied to the normal aliens, their range advantage made the gap negligible. Lan Chang's tactics were to remove the monsters' fangs and claws, take away their strengths and then deal with the alien leadership on more even terms. Tyrannosaurus' main cannon was a distraction. Zhou Qianlin was the only paragon aboard Middle Heaven. Zhou Di had been hiding in the darkness of space awaiting the perfect moment to strike. As for the other paragons, once the Armada's bombardment of the left flank ceased, several figures could be faintly discerned in its vicinity. Each one of these mysterious figures radiated with power. 2 positron cannon explosions suddenly lit up the area like a pair of miniature suns. Half a moment later, the winemaster, clockmaker, terminator, pontiff, pauper, driver, gourmet, and the wine masters made their move. None of them held back. A nightmare of destruction descended upon the aliens, so inferior to the paragons that they had no option but to die in agony. The humans spent nothing but sweat to put them down, and the whole process took no more than a dozen seconds. By the time the Violet Prince and Princess could react, both wings of their horde were decimated. Aliens had always maintained the advantage over human forces, ever since the start of this conflict. It made them complacent, their tactics weak. Especially after the crushing defeat they delivered to the humans in the north. The 3 bastions Lan Chang led now were a far cry from the 8 the aliens faced before. Hardly worth considering, in their estimation. Yes, the humans had won some victories. However, as far as the prince and princess were concerned, they were flukes and easily reversed. But in the course of the last 2 battles, humanity had proven more tenacious, more deadly. Only now was the Violet Prince seeing the Allied forces for the threat they were. He was surprised at how cunning the humans had suddenly become. In truth, Lan Chang's original plan had been more complicated, and arguably less effective. But the Violet Prince had been eager for a quick and decisive victory. Sacrificing one of his own had created an opportunity which the humans exploited. Who was Zhou Qianlin? It was important to remember that she was one of the founders of Skyfire Avenue. When she saw the opportunity to make the aliens pay, she took it, and created the best situation for her people that she could. Above the cacophonous din of his soldiers dying, the Violet Prince released a howl of his own. The other elite, those not resisting Tyrannosaurus cannon fire, split off to join the fight in either wing. 3 made their way to Zhou Di, while the rest left to deal with the other paragons. Tyrannosaurus' sustained cannon fire was beginning to wane, and as it got weaker, the murderous fury in the prince's eyes grew. If his prey had the gall to invade his horde and slaughter his soldiers, he would do the same to them. But before he could retaliate, his eyes were filled with shimmering blue light. 6 enormous orbs were headed his way. Poseidon's soft water bombs were en route. The prince and the others were too busy battling the power of Tyrannosaurus to keep track of Middle Heaven's exact position. The Violet Prince's first order of business was to pinpoint this bastion, which he determined was the most dangerous enemy. But Poseidon didn't give him a chance. Its soft water bombs came right on the heels of Tyrannosaurus cannon. Want to fight back? It wasn't going to be that easy. There was no comparison between the lethality of Poseidon's soft water bombs and Tyrannosaurus' main cannon. The cost in energy and resources that went into just 6 bombs was astronomical. They were also imbued with vital energy, making them particularly deadly to alien forces. the Violet Prince could not hesitate or delay. Now he had another bastion to contend with. Tyrannosaurus' energy beam was not yet completely depleted, so he couldn't dodge out of the way. Suddenly he felt like a spider caught in its own web. If he dodged Tyrannosaurus' attack from the outset, he wouldn't be caught like this. Middle Heaven also engaged its primary weapons systems, just moments before Poseidon's bombs arrived. Lan Jue fired the weapons himself. If one looked closely, they might spy a faint golden haze hanging over Middle Heaven as it tore through space. That wasn't a manifestation of the bastion's power, that light came from Lan Jue's Varicana Dharma. Throughout human history there had never been a paragon who was also a bastion commander. Lan Jue was the first. As such, he was the only one who knew how to manipulate the ship with his own protogenia. This time Middle Heaven's main weapons were completely different than before. Roughly a third of its front-facing guns were fired, releasing a flash of orange light. They seared through space until joining some distance in front of the bastion. Once joined, the orange light became a strange conglomeration of hues. Pink and orange mingled among one another, encompassed by a faint sheen of gold. Orange gold was the best way to describe it. The threads of tungsten that came from Middle Heaven's guns were bright and non-transparent. When they combined, they created a sustained beam no bigger than the light from a single small cannon, but the orange-gold energy was crystal clear. It was stunningly beautiful, but also incredibly deadly. The attack had a name, Terminal Ray. They'd come up with the plans for it when Middle Heaven was still in Lewin. It took 10 years of research to complete. Compression without explosion, cohesion and distillation. That was the only way to describe how Terminal Ray worked. Lan Jue urged Middle Heaven forward, risking the wrath of the alien planets, and it seemed about to pay off. The East's ultimate bastion was as versatile as it was powerful, and that was where its danger lay. To use Poseidon as a comparison, it was created through the blood, sweat and tears of the Poseidon group. Nothing was spared in its construction. This was also true for Middle Heaven, whose construction was driven by the Eastern Alliance. Once Middle Heaven's inherent benefits were revealed, Eastern scientists used all of their knowledge and analyses to reach a single conclusion: they could build the North's worst nightmare. A ship that was more terrifying than 5 of their bastions put together. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 846, Terminal Ray. Chapter 846, Terminal Ray. The hopes and dreams of the Eastern people were in every bolt of that bastion ship. Their alliance had been stuck under the thumb of the North for years, waiting for the opportunity to rise above their oppressors in a single brilliant move. This is why, although Middle Heaven already proved its might several times over in battles past, it still had more surprises in store. And Terminal Ray was nothing short of devastating. Lan Jue's plan had been to save revealing it for a surprise attack on the alien homeworlds. Now, though, his target was different. That relatively insignificant line followed in the wake of Poseidon's soft water explosions. However, the burning trail it blazed was not pointed at the Violet Prince or Princess. Zhou had explained to Lan Jue that the connection between them and the homeworlds was exceedingly close. There existed the possibility they would be teleported to safely if their lives were threatened. A weapon that could kill an infinite-level alien could still be resisted for a time. At least long enough for the homeworlds to react. Terminal Ray was a danger, but also a great burden on Middle Heaven. A single use consumed nearly everything in the Bastion's stores. There was no one around to witness it, but if there had been witnesses in the Bastion, they would have found Lan Jue with eyes blazing gold. Before him was a smaller figure, that of Juner. She held her astrum, the Eye of Tomorrow, aloft in her tiny hands. Her body was encased by the nurturing energy of Lan Jue's power. His own hands danced like butterflies over the controls before him. Several screens in the area around him began to flicker and change. Terminal Ray was guided by the power of prophecy and assessment. Both were used to aim the laser where it was needed most. The orange-gold ray blazed for but a moment. Unlike Terminator's shot, which went on for a time, Terminal Ray was gone in a blink. It passed through a cluster of 5 aliens, and little else. Those were the aliens dispatched by the Violet Prince to reinforce his flank. When the light flit past them, they did not react. On the contrary, they grew very still. For 10 seconds no one moved. Then, fleck by fleck, the avatars crumbled away and spread out through space as a fine ash. In a single shot, 5 Nirvana-level beasts were erased, sending a shock through the alien forces. The aliens' greatest advantage was in strength and numbers. They had more infinite dash and Nirvana-level warriors than the humans by far. In the moments after Middle Heaven's attack, the Violet Prince and Princess felt their breath catch in their throats. A palpable fear swept through them just as Poseidon's payload was beating down. Middle Heaven broke off its charge after eliminating the avatars. They peeled quickly to the side, toward Zhu Di and the Horde's right flank. Between the scourge of the corrosive cloud and Zhu Di's attack, the right wing was nearly crushed. But the beasts were many, more than Zhu Di could destroy in a single strike. As Middle Heaven bore down on its remnants, it engages its secondary weapons. Those monsters which slipped past Zhu Di were faced with the firepower of the Bastion. Within Middle Heaven's control room, Lan Chang had returned to normal, and Junri had found a place nearby to sit quietly. The ship shook from the cost of using its ultimate weapon. Lan Chang was nothing if not efficient. A single shot, and not only had he reduced the number of his powerful adversaries, but also terrified them. He wanted them to know they weren't invincible. If Lan Jue were not down among the alien planets somewhere now, he would have preferred to save it as a surprise strike on the home worlds themselves. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 847, Gaze of Gold and Fire. Chapter 847, Gaze of Gold and Fire. If the Violet Prince and Princess joined their brethren in an attack on Middle Heaven, the Bastion was doomed. The two of them burst onto the field after breaking free from suppressive fire, summoning a screen of purple-black energy. The screen blocked the alien warriors from Middle Heaven's railgun fire and even reflected the blasts back toward their origin. Once pressure on their flank was eased, the alien forces surged ahead. Their target was the Bastion. A seething hatred burned in the prince's eyes as he led the charge. These hateful humans must be destroyed. His avatar generals had been so thoroughly destroyed by the Bastion that even their vital crystals were disintegrated. Each one of those doppelgangers were repositories of tremendous energy, now lost. Such energy would be needed to support the homeworlds after their evolution, in order to create the universe they envisaged. Losing 5 avatars was a sharp blow. Middle Heaven couldn't retreat as fast as the aliens could advance. As the two sides near to clash seemed fated. All of a sudden a host of drones came screaming past, enough to blot out the horizon. They were Middle Heaven's ships, reinforced with drones from Poseidon. They came in guns blazing, pummeling the monsters with miniaturized soft-water bombs and laser cannons. Zones of glittering crystal blue were pierced by burning laser trails. The sudden addition of 30,000 fighter drones changed the dynamics on the field. The alien horde was violently blocked in their charge by the hail of fire, and even the generals found their path forward blocked by smears of golden light. Zhu Di was a conduit of his enormous power. His body was covered in coarse golden hair, and his compliant staff glinted dangerously in his hand. The mighty weapon seemed capable of splitting the universe in two. The Violet Prince paused in a moment of fear. The first time they met, the Paragon nearly killed him. It was Monarch who saved him then, with a timely intervention. At the time his transformation into human form was still new, his powers had not completely adapted. Still, the prince knew he was no match for this human. Zhu Di was the strongest foe he'd ever encountered. Zhu Di's eyes were wells of burning golden light. He swept them across the field and over the alien elite, who each felt his gaze pierce them. They couldn't control themselves or hold back. Suddenly their humanoid shapes gave way and their bodies swelled, revealing their true selves. At 3,000 meters long each, the field quickly grew crowded. Chaos ensued as the alien formation was jostled around. Gaze of Gold and Fire. One of Zhu Di's penultimate dermic abilities. The Paragon pointed forward with his staff, and suddenly he was a flash of sparkling golden light. Before anyone could react, he shot across the field, reappearing above the Violet Prince. He hovered there for a moment with a tyrannical presence so intense it rivaled the weight of a mountain. Upen Dare. 1. http://www.wuxiaworld.com/sfl-index/Skyfire-Avenue-chapter-628/right bracket. The Violet Prince felt his breath catch in his throat. Crushing pressure bore down on him, on everything around him, and even before Zhu Di's attack arrived, the prince felt like his body might explode. As the pressure mounted, the prince felt the changes in his domain. His powers hinged on the play between creation and destruction, but the creation portion of his powers were being staunchly suppressed. With half of it locked away, the prince's domain was under the enemy's thumb. He could also feel the acute danger of universal protogenia coalescing around them. But if he was feeling it, so was Zhu Di. It was a danger that threatened them both. The Violet Prince lifted his arms high, and his eyes burned with violet power. Suddenly his humanoid body exploded to monstrous proportions. Beside him, the Violet Princess was also changing, though her transformation was more dramatic. Her body shimmered with violet and golden light as it reshaped itself into a Herculean blade before settling in the prince's hand. His reaction was quick. The moment the sword touched his palm, the prince heaved it at the compliant rod and the two crashed into one another. Boom! An explosion of residual power burst out in all directions once the two weapons met. It was so intense the newly transformed avatars were blasted backward, so say nothing of the normal aliens which were summarily torn to shreds. In the darkness of space, dark gold and purple gold battle for supremacy. The more they fought against each other, the wider their sphere of warring power grew. Zhu Di, with nothing but a stick, was holding back the leaders of the enemy horde. Zhu Di hovered in space, unchanged. Across from him, the hate-filled eyes of the prince glared back. Neither budged. The human moved first, whipping his body halfway around and striking thrice with his staff. It was so fast the images of their passing hung in the air for a moment as light struggled to catch up, fast as lightning. The prince was quick, but even still he only had time to lift up the princess sword in his hand to try and ward off the blows. Boom, boom, boom. 3 ear-piercing explosions followed one after the other. The other alien elite had just recovered from the last explosion and were suddenly blasted backward again. 3 thunderclap impact. With so many powerful foes pitted against him, Zhu Di had to keep the situation under his control. He couldn't take them all at once. The Violet Prince took 3 staggering steps back before steadying himself. A faint ringing reverberated from his sister-turned weapon. With some space between them, Zhu Di's staff stretched to 3 times its original length. The monkey-like paragon whipped it around him to carve out a circle. When it was completed, he sensed within it the enigmatic power of yin and yang joined together. To the aliens it was a chaotic vortex. In response, the alien general cut wildly through the air to one side and a half-moon shockwave of power was released. It produced a tear in the fabric of space and time to protect him from the vortex's influence. However, the lesser aliens were not so lucky, as they were thrown violently about by the chaotic forces. Meanwhile, bolts of azure blue had started to rain upon the right flank. Poseidon had repositioned and was joining the fight on this front. So far it had not employed its mecha transformation and was still using traditional weapons fire. Together with Middle Heaven, it was effective in keeping the enemy at bay. On the other side of the battlefield, humanity was gaining an edge. Paragons, fleet ships, and Tyrannosaurus hammered the left flank with everything in their arsenals. Under such an overwhelming offensive, the aliens were losing ground. They couldn't get close enough to do any damage, but they were being obliterated. Once Zhu Di's circle was drawn, he stood still behind it. Continuous, high-level combat had captured the attention of universal protogenia, and he was feeling it. After so long, the Paragon knew his body intimately. He was drawing on the progenitor's vital crystal to support his life energy, but it was still being drained. He was only one man, and by virtue of his power alone he was holding back nearly all of the enemy's strongest. It was not getting easier as time went on. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 848, Zhu Di the All-Powerful. Chapter 848, Zhu Di the All-Powerful. Other than Lan Shang himself, Zhu Di was the only one who knew the whole battle strategy. The Violet Prince's estimations had been correct in that if he hadn't blocked Tyrannosaurus' shot, if he'd elected to dodge, Lan Shang had been ready to turn Middle Heaven into a weapon. Terminal Ray would have been used to carve a path, and the bastion would detonate itself against the homeworlds and Europa. With Luo Xianli aboard, they would have been teleported to safety before the detonation could claim them. The plan had been dangerous, but the chances of the alien planets escaping from such a dramatic play unscathed were slim to none. Though it required Lan Shang to gamble with his life, Zhu Di knew his son was ready to give his life for the cause. When the admiral had discussed his plans with Lan Jue, he'd been the picture of calm, but in fact his heart was in turmoil. As commander, he had to send his only brother into the heart of the enemy's forces, perhaps to die. He had no choice despite the stabbing protests in his heart. In secret, Lan Shang had told his father that he would not retreat until Lan Jue returned safely. He would give his life to give his brother a chance, if necessary. This made him more dangerous than the aliens realized, for he could detonate Middle Heaven at any moment, and as captain of the ship he would not be easily convinced to abandon ship. At the time, Zhu Di had said little. But as a father, how could he stand by and watch his son with his own eyes? His greatest pride was his 2 sons and the men they had become, even more than his own accomplishments. If they survived the conflict, those young men would grow to be more powerful than he ever was. Perhaps they could even create an immortal realm and live forever. Lan Shang wasn't the only one willing to give up his life for the opportunity of another's future. The Violet Prince appeared like a ghost before Zhu Di. He could sense that the human was suffering greater than he from the pressure of universal protogenia. Zhu Di's life energy was weakening. At last he was free from the power of the human's strongest deterrents and could take the offensive. In combination with the Princess Blade, he was sure he could at least entangle Zhu Di and keep him from wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Once the avatars could rejoin the fight, the tide would change in their favor. The bastions would be destroyed, then they could deal with the situation on their other flank. Clang! The ringing sound burst through the air. This time it was Zhou who staggered backward. With the strength he possessed, Zhou could defend himself with few worries, even with the prince and princess attacking together. However, it had been many long years since his ascension to the infinite, and the punishment that universal protogenia had wrought on him had only gotten stronger with time. The effect on his vital energy was severe. Now, after fighting so hard with all of his might, the cost was tremendous. Were it not for his dermic reflection, one would see his hair had gone completely white. Release! Zhou growled the word, and a burst of energy issued from his astrum. Beams of light illuminated tens of thousands of mirror images of the compliant rod hovering in space around them. Ward of the Jade Palace. Lost knowledge of the Staff of 1,000 Strike style, and among its most draining moves, 1. This one really sent me down the rabbit hole. When looking up the strange combination of character, it led me to a poem by none other than Mao Zedong. I'm sure I'm not doing it justice, but I'm reading it as, the golden monkey bears his cudgel / the dust clears 10,000 li around the Jade Palace / we cheer the arrival of the great sage Sun, the Monkey King, / for the monsters have come again. According to what I read on the internet, this was written as an artistic way for Chairman Mao to decry the actions of the Soviet Union, who, at the time, was disparaging of the Chinese communist system. It's meant, I think, to evoke the imagery of the great Monkey King clearing away all enemies. Once more the Violet Prince was thrust back, and the other elite were forced farther from the confrontation. Dazzling light blazed in Zhou's eyes as the golden light around him was released to create a vortex of energy so mighty it threatened to swallow everyone up on both sides. His already tyrannical aura surged by several orders of magnitude that manifested in a supernova of energy. Reality around him rippled from the strain. Universal protogenia was thick in the air, and its promise of complete destruction washed over the Violet Prince like a suffocating tide. He stumbled backward in fear. Normal aliens and humans existed without fear of universal protogenia. It was of no concern unless one reached vaulted heights of power, and only then did one learn to appreciate and fear it. Lan Chang watched from within Middle Heaven's control room. Throughout the battle his features had been calm, even cold. But now he stared in nervous surprise. He knew what Zhou was doing. Father! Lan Chang couldn't stop himself from gasping in alarm. Emotions roiled within him, outside of his control. A gentle hand fell upon his shoulder. When Lan Chang turned, he saw the tear-streaked face of Zhou Qianlin. You must continue to command your troops. Don't lose focus, she said in a soft voice. You knew? He asked through his shock. She answered him with a smile that was full of sadness and pain. A parent cannot sit by and watch their children give their lives. We are willing to face any danger to ensure your safety. He made this decision a long time ago, anxious for the opportunity even. He's been deceiving you. Those crystals we've found have only ever had a very limited effect on his vital energy. For years he's been one step away from godhood, and has struggled against universal protogenia because of it. In 10 seconds he's going to perform a miracle just for you. Don't squander it, child. Lan Chang's body shook visibly, but the light in his eyes was resolute. Whatever pain was eating him up within he couldn't show, for he was the leader of humanity's last stand. The soul of their resistance. If he broke down now, his father's sacrifice would be for nothing. He forced himself into a state of numb serenity and proceeded to deliver a string of orders. Middle Heaven began to fire in earnest, but ignored the elite aliens. Poseidon began the process of its transformation. The halo of light around Zhou grew more intense as time stretched on. Universal protogenia, typically invisible, aggregated around him in rippling streamers of light as it tried to constrain the paragon. So far it was unable to stem his flood of power. Zhou's body began to shrink until he returned to his normal size. Then, a strange energy pulsed out from him that erased the shell of copper light he emitted. It was replaced by a soft white gold haze. Immortal Qi, so this is what it feels like. The ghost of a smile touched Zhou's lips. Beneath the shimmering light he looked like a man in his 20s with a handsome heroic face. Red light flickered in and out of existence behind his eyes. His staff became solid gold. The fear that gripped the Violet Prince was so intense he forgot to press the attack. Even his weapon, the princess turned steel, seemed to shake as the scene unfolded. The two of them could feel Zhou acutely and the power he commanded, and they recognized it as the same sensation they felt from Monarch. The alien ruler could not employ their full strength once they reached this level of strength, not because it couldn't, but because it didn't dare. What Zhou released went far beyond the infinite and into a new level entirely. Even universal protogenia could feel the pressure of might this lofty. For this reason the universe answered with 10 times the power, resulting in apocalyptic destructive force. Once Monarch became this strong, it and the others became planets to protect themselves. It was how they survived until now. Ever since then they had explored any means to combat universal protogenia, finally culminating with this attempt to evolve. Now, before their eyes, this human was pushing himself to the same level. Was he not afraid of what universal protogenia would do to him? Dozens of desperate thoughts shot through the prince's mind. The first time, retreat was among them. But it was too late. Zhou but glanced at his staff and it took on a life of its own. In a blink the golden weapon carved out another circle, though much smaller than the first. However, despite its size the power that surged from it swallowed up all the alien elite, including the prince and princess. Before anyone could react they all vanished, along with Zhou himself. Emptiness. Nothing remained of the Paragon or his enemies. All of the alien horde's commanders were gone, sending the beasts into chaos. Middle Heaven sat in their midst, a burning globe of orange as its weapons fired at full capacity. The heat was so intense and Luan's mantle was beginning to melt. Poseidon's transformation completed and once more the towering mechanical mecha and its trident appeared on the battlefield. It thrust the enormous weapon into the enemy's midst, and together with the help of the drones they mounted a counterattack. Sigh. Within an expanse of golden light, Zhou stood tall and proud as though he were the center of the universe. Be it the prince, princess or avatars, all of them had shed their humanoid shells and hovered in the light in their natural forms. Even still they were nothing before the all-pervasive might of humanity's greatest paragon. Slowly he pointed with the head of his golden staff, aiming at the violet prince. The prince's reaction was to lash out with his princess sword as quickly as possible. A tear appeared behind the beast, trying to pull him from this reality. However, all it took was a flash of red gold light from Zhou's eyes, and the fissure was sealed. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 849, Zhou's Immortality. Chapter 849, Zhou's Immortality. Boom dash. The impact caused dozens of cracks to appear along the prince's weapon while he spat up a mouthful of black blood. He was knocked violently away, but in the midst of his uncontrolled retreat he lashed out at a nearby avatar with his right fist. A dark light arose from the monster's forehead and spread down to its tail, then dissolved it entirely. The light was then consumed by the prince and he was immediately in better shape. The cracks on the princess sword quickly mended. This was the great advantage of these alien creatures. So long as there was vital energy they could draw upon, they would not easily die. Zhou watched with an emotionless expression. He attacked again with his compliant rod, and attacked precisely the same as the first. 3 more strikes, and 3 more elite aliens were consumed to keep the prince and princess alive. But the scowl on the prince's face said he knew his time was limited. Once there were no more aliens for him to draw from, he would die. Although this human was not in complete control of his new powers, the might at his fingertips was far greater than the prince's own. Were it not for the blood of Monarch in the veins of he and his sister, they would already have been destroyed. Zhou lifted his staff again, but this time crackling bolts of lightning appeared in the air around him. The lightning was strange, erratic but tightly compact. They were almost like shackles that wrapped themselves around Zhou. Regret passed across Zhou's face. His voice was bitter as he sighed to himself. Unfortunately there wasn't enough time, but... He stopped his attack, kneeling in the midst of the golden universe he'd created. As she shut his eyes his whole body began to slowly fade from existence. Indeed this was his universe, an immortal realm, not a domain. He'd poured himself into its creation for the lives of his sons, for the chance to defeat the alien menace. For victory. For humanity. He threw caution to the wind and spat in the face of universal protogenia's throttling power. With understanding and determination he had taken that final step to break through and join the ranks of immortals. The first in 10,000 years. Upon ascending to immortality his domain had become an immortal realm. Here he was the unchallenged master of reality. However, Zhou was not able to fully control the breadth of his power, otherwise he would have easily destroyed half of these monsters before the universe came to shut him down. 10 seconds. That's only as long as he was given after achieving immortality. Then the universe claimed him. As master of this small universe he had complete control over the passage of time, and after bringing the monsters here each second stretched by a factor of 10. Where it was almost 2 minutes here, only 10 seconds had passed in the universe where his son was at war. If he'd continued to fight the reality he created would have crumbled as universal protogenia took him. Killing one more avatar wasn't worth keeping this creatures locked down. Zhou's mouth continued to move as he muttered something inaudible. A small smile was on his face, a face filled with solemnity and compassion. The Violet Prince could sense the vital energy flowing out of Zhu. However, he didn't dare move in for an attack. His knowledge of immortality was broad, but he was not sure how this human would react in the moment of his destruction, which would come at any moment. He would wait and see what happens. He and the princess were different from the avatars. Those doppelgangers had the will of the homeworlds branded on their souls, whereas the prince and princess were proper descendants. Only they possessed the genetic combination, making them offspring instead of copies. They knew fear. Survival was paramount, and right now their survival was uncertain. Lan Jue and Qianlin carefully searched the area, exiting the cave and finding themselves in a strange reality. It was a place constructed of countless veins like the ones they'd seen before, only now they were inside them. Each one was like a channel. Lan Jue could feel that they were a part of the home worlds, but it was different from where they had been imprisoned. He knew they were closely tied to the planets. Injuring them would alert the monsters to their presence. From their earlier encounter they knew roughly where Altus was contained, but this place was a mess of writhing veins. They couldn't start cutting them away without risking the mission, so they were left with no choice but to follow the winding paths created by the vessels as they searched for Altus' precise location. The pharmacist stopped frequently during their search, reaching out with her perception to search for the sword. Oxysis and Altus were close ever since the pharmacist and her husband discovered them. They had a connection, and she knew Altus' energy as intimately as she knew her own. With the other two banishing blades nearby, they were even more sensitive to their missing companion. She stopped. Suddenly the sensation is weaker. Something flit across Lan Jue's eyes. Suddenly all the vessels around them contracted. They huddled together, surprised by the abrupt change. Since they couldn't risk being discovered, they were forced to avoid the squeezing veins by drawing closer together. All at once they were squeezed into a confined space. There was no danger, but it was uncomfortable. Monarch is stirring, Lan Jue muttered. The pharmacist's brows furrowed. The evolution shouldn't be finished yet. He shook his head and spoke with a low voice. No, it shouldn't be this soon. It's more likely it's reacting to the war nearby. I can almost feel the unease in its vessels. Unless I'm mistaken, whatever is happening out there is in our favor. Despite the considerable gap in strength between man and alien, Lan Jue's faith in his brother was unshakable. He was sure Lan Shang would find a way to capitalize on any advantage. He would give his best, and the rest would be left up to the fates. Monarch's vessels continued to squeeze and writhe for several minutes, but eventually relaxed. The pharmacist scrunched her face and thought for a moment, then piped up. It's back. That way. She marched on. In contrast to the pharmacist's excitement, Lan Jue was filled with an inexplicable sense of unease and discomfort. He felt like something bad was happening. Did something happen to Lan Xing? No, that was unlikely. He was safe in a bastion and was a powerful fighter in his own right. But what was it? As they traversed the vessels, following winding turns and branching veins, Altus' aura was becoming more distinct. The maze of channels were complicated and forced them down many detours, but they were getting closer with every meter. So far it seemed they'd escaped Monarch's notice, for the way was unhindered. There? He asked the pharmacist. He could feel the sword clearly now. Clearly they had to be close. The pharmacist took a deep breath, trying to conceal the fervent look in her eye. Recovering this sword meant saving her husband's spirit from the clutches of these monsters. It was the only thing left of him, but it was enough. The three of them moved slowly, taking pains to conceal their aura. Lan Jue led the way while Qianlin and the pharmacist were a step behind. They had a plan for when they found the sword. Even if they had to destroy the walls of the vessels to get to it, once Altus was in hand it was Lan Jue and Qianlin's time to act. Together they would employ their harmonious swords to carve a path to freedom. Surprised and distracted by their evolution, the planets should not have time to stop them before they fled. In front of them, a section of the purple-black vessel walls was glowing with turquoise light. It was the light from Altus' aura. The light time they encountered the sword things had happened so fast, Lan Jue hadn't seen clearly. This time he sensed the aura, strong and potent, like his own body was drinking it in. They passed through a narrow vessel that opened into a wider space. In the center, floating in air, was Altus. It was surrounded by purple gold threads like meridians, but its turquoise light shone through. The whole sword was blue-green from pommel to tip, like a wave frozen in time. Even here, captured and contained, its deadly might was palpable. The flickering light that surrounded it said the sword knew of their presence. When they saw it, instead of joy a darkness fell over the humans' faces. Beneath the sword there knelt a man. Yes, a man. He was handsome and rugged, perhaps in his 30s, and clad in luxurious gold-and-purple robes. He was the very picture of dignified nobility, and here in this poisoned place how could there be any mystery as to his identity? Just his presence filled them with a sense of gloom and oppression. Monarch! This image, this aura, they knew it from their first real conflict with the aliens in the shattered starfields. Who else could it be but Monarch? But it wasn't, it was more accurate to say that this was another avatar. The aura they felt was strong, but not strong enough. Even so, Lan Jue could sense that this doppelganger commanded infinite-level power, and they were in enemy territory, but... I've been waiting a long time for your arrival. Monarch's avatar slowly opened its eyes. Their depths burned with golden-purple light. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 850, The Alpha Avatar. Chapter 850, The Alpha Avatar. When the creature opened its eyes, Lan Jue could feel the true power of the avatar. This beast was stronger than the Violet Prince and Princess. There was a flash, and suddenly the undulating walls of the vessels they traversed were gone. Now they found themselves in a boundless world of violet. More specifically, the floor was violet, and the sky was the same shade of purple gold as the avatar's eyes. The deep, sick hue painted the humans who were caught in it in similar colors. They stood side by side with Lan Jue in the middle. To his left was Zhou Qianlin, and to his right the pharmacist. Each of them glowered, but there was no sign of fear or cowardice. Before accepting the mission, they all knew there was a real chance they wouldn't make it back. Nevertheless, they came, because even the slightest chance of success could mean the rest of their people survived. Early success did not make them overconfident. And now, they ran into an unexpected problem. You knew we were coming? Lan Jue asked in even tones. Monarch's response was similarly tepid. I knew the moment you were brought here. This is my body, did you think you could sneak around unnoticed? I can feel that this weapon is somehow connected to you, it led you here, to the center of me. You are foolish to assume we are not wise enough to protect ourselves. Lan Jue was silent. In fact, he had not thought Altus would bring them to the center of Monarch's planetary body. If they could destroy it. The avatar went on. In fact, everything you tried to accomplish here has been in vain. We are nearing the end of our ascension, and as we three merge into one, the immortal realm we deserve shall be created. Immortal realm, a phrase we've taken from the memories of your people. We find it fitting. Your sad species has ceased its growth, but there is much in your genetic material that we can draw upon. I can feel that the three of you are outstanding among your people, you possess real potential for growth. If you submit yourselves and allow us to plant our seed within your protogenia, you will live on as a part of immortality. A fervent light burned in the monster's eyes. In truth, we did not seek to make an enemy of your species. You were nothing more than food. Your people have experience with the realm of immortals, you should know that the universe is their creation. It is nothing more than a body, the largest and most powerful of bodies. It is within this body that I was born, here that I evolved, but when I became too strong, what you call universal protogenia began to reject me. It fought back against us, draining our life force. We have had to consume whatever living things we come across in order to survive. However, I never saw the universe as selfish. Universal protogenia was our test, to ensure we were strong enough to replace it. Like everything, the universe must adapt and grow. We believe there is not one universe but many, and they constantly consume the weak in order to strengthen the self. In the process they evolve, and the simplest way to do so is to be replaced. The strong overcome the weak. Once we create our immortal realm, a conflict with this universe will become inevitable. If we defeat it, then our reality will become the new reality, we will control all of this dimension. If we fail, another species will rise to make the same attempt. Perhaps the immortal realm your species created went through this process already. Maybe it was victorious, maybe it was not. For several millennia, the nature of universal protogenia has not changed, and it remains a way to test whether or not a species is worthy of taking control. The creation of such a realm is the only way for us to grow stronger until, one day, the time has come for us to test ourselves against the universe. Is there not a phrase your elders have used? In the beginning, one became two. Taiji, yin and yang, split from the pureness of being to create all that we see. What your elders called that purity was nothing more than the universe we exist within, the very beginning of it. A single body or consciousness. Through it the many worlds were created, as were we. Just as it evolved, so must we. After countless years of struggle, we are close to the first step. Finally, we are at the threshold to creating a new universe to challenge the old. You would not support this endeavor? You have the potential to achieve success. Should we not work together toward perfection? We can make it stronger, strong enough to challenge the universe itself. It is the same goal the strongest of your species also pursue. Lan Jue saw the zeal in Monarch's eyes, faced him with a stoic expression. There is some truth to what you say. But everything you've done, the aggression you've shown to all races, the destruction you've wreaked, all you've consumed, it's nothing benevolent. We call it survival of the fittest, and at its heart that means survival. There is no denying that yours is an apex species. You've grown wise. But you also have a fatal flaw, and that is you feel nothing. You lack the most fundamental part of being human, emotion. As a result, you are nothing more than machines that take and consume. Saw you succeed. You create your realm, overcome this universe, and even conquer all the rest. What then? Toward what end? Your quest is eternal and will never bring you happiness because you don't even know what that feels like. Or perhaps you do, but it is nothing like what we humans know. We also value strength, but existence is about more than accumulating power. Kinship, love, friendship, countless experiences for us to enjoy. Through our exploration we have also been aggressive, but we can appreciate the beauty of the universe we find ourselves in. It's a part of who we are, curious to explore the unknown and reflect on its majesty. We don't have just one thing that we pursue, but many. Our evolution has been slow, but we don't care. We enjoy the process. Being quick to accomplish something doesn't always lead to happiness. I'm sure that the closest you've ever come to contentment was when you started your evolution. Over time you grew strong and felt the universe begin to bear down on you. You were left with no option but to struggle in perpetuity for a way to become mightier than the thing that was keeping you down. Your fledgling sense of joy was never fostered and died beneath the weight of that struggle. How long was it before your evolution decided emotions were weakness? When was the last time you even thought about it? Lan Jue pressed Monarch with one question after another, and the avatar's face slipped into an expression of contemplation. He did not interrupt Lan Jue, and instead seemed to consider his words. When Lan Jue was finished he nodded his head, ever so slightly. I can see the reason in what you say. Perhaps earlier I would not have paid it any mind, but after obtaining the genetic material of your people I can accept it. However, we already stand at the precipice. All that can be done is to continue the path we've chosen. What you say is still within our grasp to achieve, if my species is but willing. When I come to govern this reality and your people are a part of me, perhaps I will learn of the emotions your species loves so dearly and change them. That is the power granted the master, but to creatures such as yourself, with no power of your destiny, the words must have no significance. Who says we have no control over our destiny? Lan Jue retorted. It is your species that invaded, we've done nothing but defend our homes. Your species is strong but you haven't won yet. We humans have a saying, those who are not my people cannot know my heart. Do you think our two people will ever resolve these differences? You've already slaughtered millions of my brothers and sisters, and in doing so you've made yourselves into our greatest enemy. Either you will die, or I will. Monarch's eyes went from curious to cold. If you will not accept this opportunity then you will be destroyed. But I will keep your genetic material, your quick progress intrigues me. Soon our evolution will be complete, and the planet you call Europa will be the foundation of our immortal realm. We will store your DNA there, or perhaps I will remake you and force your own evolution. Perhaps you will help me discover more secrets about what your species knew of those bygone realities. Don't assume you've won, Lan Jue growled. How do you know we aren't a match for you? Monarch answered with cold certainty. Law of conservation of energy, this is how you humans phrase it, yes. There is nothing you can do against a power like mine. Lan Jue slowly lifted Cactus. I'm not sure your power is so much greater than ours. A pale blue light sprang up around him, and reality shook as his power warred against the avatars. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 851, Between Life and Death. Chapter 851, Between Life and Death. In the midst of that gold and purple world a host of sparkling stars emerged, their light fighting past the haze. It was strange when the avatar's overwhelming power became a backdrop for such a beautiful display. Beams of starlight descended upon Lan Jue, making him appear more substantial and dignified. His aura surged as well to 10 times its typical strength. Even here, deep in enemy territory, captured in an avatar's domain, nearly lost in the immortal realm of these monsters, Lan Jue was able to summon the power of boundless starlight. Despite the terrible circumstance he was still successful in bringing his power to bear. Nirvana. But his level of strength went beyond nirvana, especially in comparison to aliens of similar rank. Lan Jue had inherited the essence of the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole of purple subtlety and thus the power of the stars themselves. Light from these stars permeated all of the universe, even in the hellscape that was Monarch's planetary body. A small smile played on Lan Jue's handsome features. Through the power of the stars, Monarch's influence was reduced. A white light arose behind him. Within it were flecks of gold that hung in the air like sprites. The light of the Queen of Heaven. Qianlin was the first of her discipline to reach such tremendous heights of cultivation, and as she broke through to Paragon, her protogenia underwent another phase shift. Now her powers and Lan Jue's joined, filling them with that enigmatic golden light. Golden thunderclouds gathered overhead, and bolts of lightning began to flash through the domain. The air was thick with the promise of a storm. Despite the Avatar's vast strength, even he couldn't hide a slight anxiety from crossing his eyes. "Is this the power of your immortals?" he asked with genuine curiosity. Lan Jue could not answer. In fact, he'd never experienced the realm of immortals and did not know what to expect. He began to approach the Avatar, and with every step the blaze of starlight that surrounded him increased. It shone out from points all over his body in patterns that echoes the stars overhead. Each passing moment saw his aura grow stronger. If the pharmacist's slaughter discipline augmented her strength, this was doubly true for Lan Jue. He had fought back as hard as he could against the Violet Prince and Princess but had not combined his skills. Now he channeled his boundless starlight discipline inward, swelling his power to the upper borders of nirvana. That was the limit, for any further increase would thrust him into the realm of the infinite. At that point the dangers of universal protogenia were too great. Lan Jue advanced upon the Avatar with Captus raised, choosing to make the first move. His movements were slow, for he was fighting against the planet itself. However, the purple domain of the beast gave way, moving before Lan Jue and his banishing blade in a wave, pushed away by his determined charge. Monarch's Avatar watched him come and offered a small nod. "Interesting. We did not believe your species could be this strong, much less amplify your abilities. The fact that you've dared to come here reveals that you are in possession of sensitive knowledge. Unfortunately for you, it will not be enough." As he spoke, the Avatar waved a hand, almost lazily. The waves that Lan Jue created were instantly calmed, and the golden undertones gave way to an angry black that spread from earth to sky. Only the Avatar himself retained that resplendent golden glow. Lan Jue felt it acutely. Half a moment passed and suddenly the world around him was an inhospitable black hole of energy. Crushing pressure fell upon him from all directions and constrained the spread of Lan Jue's boundless starlight. The ubiquitous light of those burning stellar bodies was being blotted out. Monarch couldn't stop the starlight entirely, but he could obscure and disrupt it. As it shone down into his domain, it was swallowed up, depriving Lan Jue of its aid. Yet Lan Jue and Captus never stopped. They pressed ahead, slow but refusing to be denied. The reflected starlight coalesced around the Godblade, creating ripples. Beneath those ripples were voids of darkness that drank from reality around them. The starlight was absorbed and became a part of the weapon. Captus began to shine brighter, and golden runes burned along its length. Even without the starlight, Lan Jue shone like a beacon, an authoritarian blaze. The essence of the Emperor of the North Star emerged around him once again. Lan Jue was one with the will of the sword. For the first time he truly felt like the weapon was a part of him, inextricably bound to his mind and spirit. For the first time he felt capable of controlling the power within it. Captus' influence was fed back into him, and in a sudden epiphany he understood the meaning of the runes on its blade. Red light coalesced at the tip of Captus, gradually deepening to a rich crimson and eventually black. If the Avatar's domain was an enormous black hole, then the darkness at the top of Captus was the singularity within it. Captus moved ever forward. Small though the orb at its tip was, the sense of danger surrounding it was intense. The pharmacist, Oxysis in hand, was right behind Lan Jue. Her slaughter discipline was different from before, forsaking its typical murderous style for a light and easy air. The light of Oxysis even seemed to dim. Her otherworldly weapon appeared for all the world like a normal sword, but the light in her eyes was anything but ordinary. They were filled with warmth, pain, and hope. Her sword became an extension of her heart and soul, and all the conflicting emotions that roiled within her. All three humans knew there was no room for leeway here. Holding back meant death, and not just for them, but possibly for all of humanity. Right now, the pharmacist's heart was filled with the thought of her lost husband, filled with all the beautiful things life had to offer. She poured all of it into her sword. Behind slaughter was new beginnings. Life followed death. It was similar in some ways to the birth and destruction domain of her enemies, but in contrast to those monsters, the pharmacist was a human with emotion. Her life was filled with pure love and sadness. All of these emotions coalesced in the intention of her weapon. At first the weapon appeared entirely normal, like any old iron sword. However, soon the golden runes appeared along its length, much like Lan Jue's. They weren't quite so clear as his, but glimmered with mystical power. There was no murderous sense, but the fear it inspired was palpable. Suddenly, the pharmacist understood the essence of the weapon she had carried for so long. Only Zhou Qianlin did not raise her sword. She floated like a kite behind Lan Jue, bathing the three of them in the light of her domain. The surge of strength Lan Jue and the pharmacist felt was a result of Qianlin's abilities. Not only did it stabilize their domains, but it amplified them, and further still, it deepened their comprehension. Qianlin didn't pay the avatar any mind. Lan Jue was all that filled her vision, her sole focus. The memory of the first time they met rose from the depths of her memory. She was dressed in her beautiful wedding gown, and he descended like an angel from the sky. He was resplendent in gold from head to toe and stole her away. He took her into his arms then, firm, decisive, strong. Qianlin's wedding had been a farce, organized by the clairvoyant to spurn Lan Jue to action. But she had been uneasy. Of course she didn't really like Richard, she never had. Even back then there was some part of her that knew she had feelings for Lan Jue. Perhaps it had started with curiosity. What sort of man was he that her sister loved him so deeply? Loved him so much that he was her last thought at the moment of her death? Was this man worthy of her? Her body was given before an answer was received, much to her dismay. Yet afterwards she found she did not regret. She still remembered his eyes on that day. She saw the pain that was writ deep in his soul that made her want to do nothing more than soothe him. That was the only time they were intimate, since afterwards their affections were blocked by the arrow of compassion. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 852, Heartspeed is 1. Chapter 852, Heartspeed is 1. But while the arrow closed the door on their physical relationship, from that time on she'd felt him engraved deep into her heart. She burned with an internal fire, her heart thawed by the love she held for him. She forgot her pain as it was replaced by affection. But it was bittersweet. She knew the love he had for her in their first meeting wasn't hers, but Hera's. Still she couldn't help but be pulled in deeper. He seemed to have been imbued with some natural charm that just drew women to him. This was proven when she saw so many beautiful women caught in his wake. But despite his wealth of choice, Lan Jue was single-minded. It was part of what drew her to him. Since then their tale had been written in the joy and pain they'd shared. However, looking back, Qianlin's fondest memories were of their time in the National Eastern University, her seated below as he lectured from a podium. He was refined, courteous, suave, and witty. He shared a special sort of knowledge with her and her classmates. They couldn't help but like him. Even Tangmi was taken in by his charm. But he is my man. As the words crossed her mind, Qianlin's heart filled with pride. Her mind turned again to other memories, painful memories not of when Lan Jue refused her but of the day they shared that special bottle of white wine. The day he professed his love. That day it was she who turned him away. It wasn't him or anything he did that inspired her to turn him down. It was her, the fact she couldn't forgive herself for the deceptions she maintained. She did love him, but she couldn't abide a relationship built on a lie. Her liberation came at the edge of the astral phantom's knife. In her willingness to give up her life for him, she allowed herself to accept their circumstance as well. Their love was pure. For a long time she was lost in a hazy world, on the edge of life and death. But when she came to, everything was perfect but for one regret. She lamented over her stubborn determination, making such a big deal over something they could have put aside much earlier. If she had been forthcoming earlier, perhaps they would have had more time. She felt like she missed out on any number of happy days with him, a beautiful if painful thought. When the aliens appeared and began their aggressions, Lan Jue became busy with the business of saving humanity, but they still ended up together. Now they faced a mission that may very well mean their death, but they faced it together. He didn't explain everything to her either, but she was happy to be by his side. She was happy because she knew she was part of his life, that he understood her. If he died, she would refuse to live on. Now that they were together, any alternative was unthinkable. They would live or die as one. Their spirits would remain inexorably tied, forever. As she pondered the breadth of their past, present and future, Qianlin's spirit entered an extraordinary state. Her soul and Lan Jue's joined into one. She did not raise to mortis, but the connection she felt to her man was deeper than ever. They were a single entity, now and always. Two hearts beating as one. Those 5 words rang Qianlin's mind like a mantra. She found she liked them, they reverberated deep within her. Something changed in the avatar. Monarch realized there was something he couldn't simply grasp in the emotions of these three humans. None of them could match him in strength, not even close. What's more, they were caught in his territory. Still, there was some mystifying sense that there was something he could not comprehend. To call it uncomfortable did not speak to the depth of his disquiet. If there was one thing he could not abide, it was a lack of control. A turquoise light sprang up as Altus appeared in the Avatar's hand. This creature was still just a doppelganger of Monarch's power, yet still was different from the others Lan Jue had encountered. This Avatar was more than just a copy of Monarch. It was a piece of him, an important piece. In order to prevent anything from interrupting their evolution, Monarch had left a portion of himself behind in the form of this doppelganger. It was the strongest of the avatars, unique, and in many ways it was much like the immortals from old human tales. However, in order to prevent universal protogenia from destroying it, the avatar's powers were constrained to the infinite. Here within the protective embrace of Monarch's true form, the powers of the universe were halted. In fact, this avatar was stronger than Lan Jue or the others could know. Still, he summoned the banishing blade to help defend himself from the humans' attack. Altus became a flash of lightning and lashed out toward Lan Jue and Cactus. But as the points of the two swords met, the Avatar sensed that a part of his own weapon was swallowed up in Cactus' charge. Altus was the keenest of the banishing blades, and in the old texts was called the all-conquering. But this clash between swords wasn't one force smashing into another. Cactus wasn't a wall, it was a void. Lan Jue came to a sudden stop, but his boundless starlight domain reacted by exploding out in all directions. Light from his all-heaven lightning painted Cactus in electric blue. The weapon spat a coiling blast of energy at Monarch like a pair of lightning dragons. The Harbinger Fairy and her legendary sword reacted in the same instant. Blue light was complemented by a streak of gold, and though the murderous aura of Oxysis was not present, an inscrutable power made Monarch shake. He was forced to lash out with his other hand, punching toward the pharmacist. An outpouring of solidified energy smashed into Oxysis, but much to his dismay it was easily cleaved in twain. The flood of deadly power split apart and rushed past the pharmacist on either side, harmlessly passing her by. Where he thought he could finish this foe off with a single punch, now she was nearly right on top of him. Squelch! Suddenly the whole world around Lan Jue was an ocean of purple, assailed by a torrent of the alien's domain. The impossibly sharp intent of Altus ripped through Cactus and into his body. It was so intense it threw Lan Jue backward. It was as Monarch said, at a certain point pure force could overcome anything. Lan Jue bore one of the strongest weapons in the universe and understood its secrets, but there was simply too large a gap between his strength and that of the Avatar. It was simply the infinite he faced. Lan Jue was certain this monster's power went beyond such a simple explanation. The Violet Prince also commanded the power of the infinite, but if it was that creature he faced instead of Monarch, overcoming Cactus would not have been so easy, even if this was their home turf. Qianlin, who had been right behind him, also felt the attack land. She and Lan Jue collided as they were forced back. Her left arm flung out and wrapped around Lan Jue's neck, but both of them still held out their right hands in defiance, blades firm. A deluge of rainbow light was summoned that surrounded the two of them. Qianlin and Lan Jue stared deeply at one another. They looked upon the swirling emotions hidden behind their eyes. They smiled. Then, together, they thrust forward with their swords. Two hearts beating as one. Harmonious swords gave way to a new name they settled on in this moment of pure connection. A spiritual connection, two hearts beating as one. The light became a rainbow heading straight for Monarch's chest. It was more than their intent that was channeled through the swords. Lan Jue and Qianlin were one mentally, spiritually, even their disciplines were completely integrated. The golden runes upon their blades burned as their hearts beat together. This was the first time they used the paired sword fighting style since breaking through to Nirvana. Now it went beyond a tacit understanding they shared, it was true fusion. You within me. Me within you. Just as Monarch was preparing to turn on the pharmacist, he sensed a power unlike any he'd experienced before. The beast was forced to face it, and deflected the pharmacist's attack with an absent-minded flick of his fingers. It was enough to cast the Harbinger Fairy away in a flailing heap. Monarch struck again with Altus, this time holding nothing back. Golden purple light replaced the turquoise glow of the sword. It was aimed at Lan Jue and Qianlin. The corrupted weapon rang with a sweet sound, but never once did golden runes appear upon its blade. It was nothing but pure force. Ting! The crisp, ringing sound pealed through the area. Lan Jue and Qianlin shook, but only for a passing moment. They remained steadfast. The light of their combined swords swallowed up Altus' power. Monarch's face betrayed shock as he was forced backward. The power he faced was at once solid and dispersed and had within it a dynamism he'd never felt before. It wasn't just attacking his body, but his very soul. The pain was excruciating, eliciting a long scream of pain. A flood of power swept across the area, nearly blowing apart Lan Jue's domain. But Skyfire Avenue's leader did not retreat. He was not pushed back. Together with Zhou Qianlin, the two of them draw out a circle in the air with their swords. Although the Taiji sword style didn't possess the same spectacular abilities of the harmonious swords, it easily neutralized the effusion of power released by Monarch. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 853, Execution. Chapter 853, Execution. The Technicolor light blazed again, and once again the two banishing blades thrust for their mark. A streak of white joined in after, but was the first to come near Monarch's avatar. The doppelganger's eyes were dual pits of rage. He never would have imagined these insignificant creatures were capable of constraining his strength. He responded with a cold grunt, and the golden-purple light living in his eyes flared. Altus was raked crosswise through the air before him, so thick with power it'd make his deep purple domain rumble. Every ounce of his power seemed focused into the banishing blade and the wave of energy it released. But the white light of Oxysis would not be denied, and it bore down on the avatar with a dense and murderous aura. It was unaffected by Altus' strike, and the pharmacist pressed forward even despite the very real possibility of destruction at Monarch's hand. Scorn was writ plain on the doppelganger's face. In his view, this insignificant woman would be swept away by the wave of energy. More threatening were the other two in their dual sword technique. They were the focus of his attention. Drawing on his extensive combat experience with humans, Monarch estimated that Lan Jue and Qianlin, though strong, could not maintain such power for very long. This avatar's power was obtained from the home worlds themselves and was near limitless. He only had to keep up the pressure, and eventually the Paragon's domains would fail. Then, death. But in truth, Monarch's hubris blinded him to the fact that Lan Jue and Qianlin's combined might was indeed a match for his own. However, his determination for the pharmacist proved mostly true. Even before Oxysis light could reach him, it was dispersed by the shimmering light from Altus. She was like an infant trying to bring a sword to bear against an adult. An adult who wielded a legendary weapon, Altus. But the pharmacist pressed on. The two swords were on the path to collision. Then, in the moment before they struck, Altus' inherent turquoise light erupted from deep within the blade. Its impossibly sharp nature coalesced into a whirlpool of power that tore apart the purple gold aura that hung over it. Clang! The two swords met, and the ring of steel on steel hung in the air. For the space of a breath the avatar felt muddled, his hand loosened, and in a flash of blue-green light Altus stuck to Oxysis. The pharmacist pulled her arm back and disarmed her enemy. The wave of power emitted from Altus and cast by the avatar dispersed like leaves on the breeze. As his weapon was wrenched away, a grotesque fissure split his body. His soul shook with the reverberating din of the sword's collision. And then the rainbow of color came crashing down upon him. The power of the harmonious swords poured into him like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. Once it struck home, the dazzling colors vanished. Reality warped sickeningly all around them, like a beast writhing in the throes of its demise. Then the rainbow light erupted from the avatar's back and carved a path through the purple world behind it. Reality fractured like a broken mirror. Meanwhile, Lan Jue and Qianlin had arrived before the avatar, in the wake of their mighty attack. Lan Jue released Qianlin and lashed out at his enemy. Parry and strike. 1. https://www.youtube.com/watchuv=1ga2eotzts. Lan Jue brought the power of his domain to bear in the Taiji attack, aiming for the doppelganger's head. Even up to this moment, Monarch couldn't shake his disbelief. He couldn't comprehend how it was he was disarmed, or how it managed to shed his power so easily. He was nearly an immortal, but the sword denied him. Conditions changed quickly in the heat of battle. However much the avatar refused to believe it, the truth would not be denied. SHHHHCK. Monarch's avatar dropped its head. A streak of electric blue light carved a path from his crown to his groin, and then, in an explosion of light, the avatar was no more. Only a glittering golden purple vital crystal remained. An invisible force started to draw it away. Clang! It didn't get far. The pharmacist appeared to block its path and batted the crystal back toward the others with the flat of Oxysis' blade. Power roiled behind Lan Jue's eyes, and his domain concentrated around them. He reached out, and from the palm of his hand shone a universe of stars. Its light hung over the crystal and drew it into his grip, smooth as water. Go! An urgent voice cried out to them from within Altus. Lan Jue didn't dare hesitate. He took Qianlin's hand, and together they reached out once again with their swords. The rainbow light of the harmonious swords cut open a path for them to escape. Once the avatar was slain, its domain began to collapse. The world of purple bucked and shook, eventually changing back to the misshapen landscape that was Monarch's body. But things had changed. Lan Jue could feel a vast and angry energy bearing down on them. Clearly Monarch knew something had gone wrong in aiming to intercept them. Now was the time to flee, as fast as they could. Lan Jue believed the Avatar was right, and Monarch's attention had been focused on joining with Europa until this moment. Attempting to destroy the planet now was unwise, if not downright futile. They had to go. Recovering Altus was already a great success. Seen another way, if they'd had a chance to destroy the planet, Altus would not have suggested they leave. The ray of rainbow light tore a path through the purple world, severing the walls of the undulating vessels like paper. They could do nothing to impede the proto-genian imbued attack, though the torrent of power Lan Jue felt coming their way certainly could. However, Lan Jue and Qianlin together commanded as much power as an infinite-level paragon. What's more, they were the bearers of the banishing blades. Between Captus' reality-rending abilities and Immortus' ubiquitous presence, their escape would not be denied. The pharmacist stuck closely behind. The three humans raced for the relatively safety of space as fast as they could. Sigh. The light of 1,000 golden stars appeared in the sky, and the dense reality the prince was caught in began to break apart. However, so long as that man knelt nearby, the violet prince didn't dare make a move. He feared the opposition of a man on his proverbial deathbed. He could not comprehend why this human would do what he did, knowing that the universe would exact a toll. Still, it filled him with a peculiar sense of respect. This human was willing to battle against his own instincts of survival for the betterment of his species. Zhou could have chosen to live forever as a part of their immortal pantheon, but instead he chose death. Human priorities confounded him. As the beast looked on, he grew calm. After all, the prince was a product of Monarch himself, a true heir. He was familiar with their evolutionary process and precisely what it would take. Even locked within this human's domain, he could sense that the home world's process was nearly complete. The humans could delay him, but only temporarily. Once he was free, they would not be able to break the aliens' line of defense, even despite their worthy fighters. Without this man, their strongest, the humans had no one who could stand against him. All he had to do was wait. Clang! There was a cacophonous rattle like the bronze light surrounding Zhou faded away. And then, so did he. A single beam of dark golden light rose toward the heavens. It flickered weakly, and then was gone. The prince saw that it was the last remaining light from the human's weapon. He had wanted to take that golden staff as his own, but he was in no rush. For now he would be content with the destruction of the human race. Afterwards there would be time to discover what had become of this tool of destruction. He suspected it would be quite useful. Once Zhou's domain was gone, the prince and his cohorts reappeared in the battlefield. In 100 seconds the situation had changed dramatically. He suspected that would be the case, but the prince was still filled with anger and indignation once he saw how bad things had become. The left flank was hardly worth mentioning. Under sustained assault from the armada, it had been steadily pushed back. About 40% of his forces were destroyed. Luckily, these lesser creatures were possessed of only rudimentary intelligence, otherwise they would have been routed long ago. The condition of the horde's right flank surprised the prince. Poseidon in its human form, with Middle Heaven at its side, were slaughtering his soldiers with wild abandon. Scores of alien fighters broke against the bastions like waves against a mountainside. A third of his people had been cut down, and that number was quickly rising. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 854, Breaking the Blockade. Chapter 854, Breaking the Blockade. Poseidon continued to punish the alien horde in its mecha form. Its enormous mechanical body was a terrible weapon of war, compounded by the golden trident it bore. Wherever it pointed, the enemy was smashed. They had no means to fight back, and could only slow the monstrous bastion down with overwhelming numbers. "Why won't you die?" the violet prince howled. The princess blade in his hand shook as he swiped it toward the distant bastion. A sonic boom of purple golden light issued forth. It began as a slash several meters long but quickly swelled as it raced through space. By the time the swipe reached Poseidon, it had stretched to several thousand meters across. It was so imposing it seemed capable of cleaving the whole universe in two. Poseidon was unconcerned by the rapidly approaching attack. It raised its trident in response and replied with a horizontal blow of its own. Waridriap. A strange and uncomfortable sound arose as the two attacks met. Golden light ran up and down the length of the trident and became areoles of color. They neutralized the prince's assault. The alien general stared in a moment of surprise. Was this not one of their technological weapons? The destruction he and the princess could wreak was without question. Even a bastion should be incapable of defending itself. The two of them together could potentially destroy whole planets. And yet Poseidon and its trident neutralized their awesome power in a manner the prince couldn't fathom. It could only mean that the bastion's weapon somehow contained its own special energy, or that it was a mystical artifact of some sort. Only, an artifact that was somehow reproduced to 100 times its original size. The other creatures around the prince also moved to re-engage the humans. Without Zhou to stop them, they could unleash their savagery. 3 of their number had been lost while locked in Zhou's domain, but they still had the advantage of numbers. A hurricane of energy swept across the battlefield, destroying scores of human ships. Even before the wrecked fleets cooled, the horde's right flank began to react. They pushed forward to try and overwhelm the bastions, and the remaining fleets were forced back while taking heavy casualties. Until now the flow of battle had been firmly under Lan Jue's control, but there was a near insurmountable difference in strength between the two sides. Whereas before the fight had managed some measure of organization, now the war collapsed into outright chaos. Both sides relied on sheer destructive power to keep themselves alive. No matter who emerged victorious, both sides would pay dearly for it. The prince made no attempts to save the left flank, it was all but fallen. Most of the human armada was focused there. His focus was the 2 bastions, especially Middle Heaven. Were it not for that damn ship and its tricks, would he have lost so many soldiers? These humans were living on borrowed time, only capable of fighting back because the homeworlds were busy with their evolution. The Violet Prince charged into battle, ready to destroy Middle Heaven with extreme prejudice. But just as he was readying to strike, his head whipped to the side, casting his eyes toward the 3 planets. They were full of shock, outrage, and disbelief. In the distance he saw Monarch heave and shake. An atypical purple haze surrounded his father in uneven patches, followed quickly by a spear of rainbow light tearing through the atmosphere and into space. Massive tentacles heaved from the surface of Monarch and gathered round the beam of light to snuff it out. But nothing seemed capable of stopping it as it continued its trek, heading right for the battlefield. Through the prince's psychic connection with Monarch he could feel his father's bilious anger. Then came shock as he reared his head back and bellowed into the darkness of space. All of the alien avatars and himself changed course, moving to intercept the rainbow light. Lan Chang and his people, who had been ready to face their final moments, noticed something had changed. The admiral saw the change in Monarch's surface and the streak of kaleidoscopic light. 2 pieces of information that spoke volumes. He immediately began shouting orders. On the left end of the battlefield the myriad paragons broke off and headed for where the prince and the light were destined to clash. Poseidon spun its massive girth and thrust its golden trident at a passing high-level alien avatar. They had come to a point where the battle rested on a knife's edge. Every moment counted. Although no one knew the implications of that light, they knew it was key to victory. An orb of dazzling light shot out from Middle Heaven, and suddenly another figure appeared in space to join the battle. They burned a path toward the cluster of elite aliens like a shooting star. The East Super Soldier, peerless light emperor of Middle Heaven, the god of wisdom. At last Admiral Lan Jue took to the field in this conclusive moment. A similar flash of blue emerged from Poseidon, headed in the same direction, following the line marked out by its massive trident. Huali, the true Poseidon, came to their aid. From Tyrannosaurus there came an angry streak of red fire so fast it was hard to follow. But discerning eyes might catch a glimpse of a deathly gray sword encased in fire. Any beast caught in its path was impaled and burned to ash before they knew what was happening. Zhou Qianlin, the terrifying Hades, was coming to lend his strength. Until now the 3 men had been barred from joining in. They had been required to remain behind and command troops. But now their brother had returned to them, bearing the very thing that could win them victory over the alien menace. Nothing would stop them from coming to his aid. Humanity's armies and starships were no longer the priority. The fight had come down to an all-out brawl between the strongest each side could throw at one another. They had to fight past the formidable evils barring Lan Jue's return. Sigh. Once he fought his way out of Monarch's sphere of control, Lan Jue felt his whole body become lighter. Although the tentacles that barred his path had been mighty, they still fell before the light of the harmonious swords. He knew the homeworld's evolution had to be nearing completely, otherwise their escape would not have gone so smoothly. Nearly all of the planet's energies were within Europa, leaving little to block Lan Jue's path. In fact, the aliens had made all the right choices, took all the right precautions. At any other time Monarch's avatar would have been more than sufficient to end Lan Jue and the other interlopers. Their single failing was in understanding the human spirit, and its connection to the legendary banishing blades. Monarch never realized the treasure he'd captured. Lan Jue knew it when he faced the Avatar. Monarch revealed his error when he said the sword had led them there, not that they had come to recover it. The pharmacist's husband had saved them, even in death, by concealing the truth of Altus and what it was capable of. For all of Monarch's attentive plans and perfect defense, this was the one aspect he carelessly ignored. The pharmacist's husband had become the spirit of Altus. He had bided his time, appearing to capitulate with the monsters until, at just the right moment, he dropped the facade. Altus' true power was released, shattering the Avatar's decisive blow and adhering itself to Oxysis. Finally, it was able to break free. The pharmacist and her husband did not speak through the exchange, but they didn't need to. They had been together for years before Monarch took him from her, their understanding ran deep. Her plan had been simple. First and foremost was to disarm the Avatar if at all possible and return with Altus. If she could not, she had been willing to give her life so that Lan Jue and Qianlin could have a chance. She had long ago prepared herself for the possibility of dying for her cause, ever since she left for the shattered starfields. What did her life mean in the face of humanity's destruction, if her sacrifice could recover Altus and save their species? In the end, her decision had been the right one. It had been the moment her husband had been waiting for. Avatar's strength was suddenly and substantially reduced, and opened itself up to destruction. The sound the swords had produced was a part of their secret power, an attack on the spirit of an enemy. This immortal-level assault had been discovered by the pharmacist's husband after becoming one with Altus, and the knowledge was passed on to Lan Jue and Qianlin. They used it at just the right moment to constrain the Avatar and destroy it with their harmonious swords. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 855, The Four Swords Gathered. Chapter 855, The Four Swords Gathered. Without the Avatar to deter them, breaking past Monarch's blockade and back into space was easier than Lan Jue had anticipated. The opportunity had come largely because the planet was distracted with its evolution. But it was more than that. Many factors went into their success. The pharmacist's eyes were red as she held Oxysis and Altus in her hands. One could only imagine the rush of emotion surging through her. Her husband had yet to speak with her, but she could feel him, faint, but it was his essence. She had waited for so long to be near him again. The possibility of it was all that had kept her going. At last the four banishing blades were reunited, one. And it feels so good. They couldn't employ the banishing stance yet, they had yet to unlock its secrets. However, the fact that the swords were gathered meant that humanity could battle the alien homeworlds, even if they succeed in becoming immortal. The prince bore down on Lan Jue with an aura of biting cold. Star Division's commander was not anxious, and in fact was happy to see him come. The monster attacked at Monarch's order, meaning the planets themselves could not. Before, Lan Jue would have been anxious, worried that he didn't have the strength to protect himself from the prince and his cohorts. However, after breaking through to Nirvana, and once he and Qianlin uncovered the secrets of the harmonious swords, those fears were allayed. Together, with the power of the infinite at their fingertips, even the Violet Prince could not stop them from rejoining their friends. Shock and anger alternated in the prince's heart. He knew what it meant the moment that human emerged from Monarch's grasp. At the time he did not find it unexpected that the humans might try something, but he also knew how strong Monarch's avatar was. It was his father's final line of defense, strong enough to face the whole human armada by itself if necessary. And yet, these three humans must have destroyed it. Monarch spoke directly into his son's mind, telling him the ominous sense that filled him now that the sword was gone. There was something special, something unique about the weapon that made it a danger. It had to be recovered at all costs. The prince's new mission was to destroy these invaders and return the sword to their control. He could sense from Monarch's urgency that this held precedence, even over destroying the human armada. The two sides drew nearer. As the distance closed, Lan Jue and Qianlin reached out with their swords and the rainbow light swelled. This time Lan Jue did not empower it with his domain. It was too draining, so the harmonious swords alone would have to suffice. Clang! The light of the harmonious swords and the prince's saber met with an ear-piercing ring. The princess' sword darkened, and the rainbow light was dispersed. Both sides met. Lan Jue took the initiative. He reeled back with Captus, and with the power of the harmonious swords carved out a circle with the Taiji style. The Violet Prince felt his opponent's energy suddenly change, and suddenly there was too much to keep track of. Without foundation, his body was immersed in the strange power, and felt his own force diminished. The inscrutable pull of the circle Lan Jue carved out pulled him off balance. Just then a cold and callous light rushed forth from behind the two humans. A murderous aura, deep and indelible as the time crashed over him. His sword was caught in the traction of the harmonious swords, forcing him to punch with his free hand to try and get free. Ka-cha! The sound of the shutter was sharp in the vacuum of space. The prince's movements froze and he was stuck with his fist raised. Oxysis' glinting point struck his shoulder. The prince screamed, fighting against Zhou Qianlin's power. He wrenched to the side just as Oxysis' strike arrived, causing it to glance off his shoulder. However, the temporary delay was enough that Lan Jue, Qianlin and the pharmacist could slip past him. They shot into the distance as three streaks of light. Zhou Qianlin appeared beside them, her face cold and drawn. Her pink camera was clutched in pale hands. When the prince saw her appear, she yelled in impotent rage. Of course, what followed was to be expected. There was a flash of pink, and the four of them were gone. When they reappeared, they were safely among the other paragons. There had been a reason for Zhu Di's instance that he fight these aliens alone. He forbade Zhou Qianlin from spending her energy because he knew she would need to bring Lan Jue and the others back safely. Only her interdimensional powers were strong enough to escape the clutches of the prince. Zhou Qianlin was forced to watch helplessly while the love of her life arose to immortality in order to delay and kill these monsters through his own powers, sacrificing his life. The pain that ate at her was unspeakable. His compliance rod was strapped to her back, and though the weight of what it meant threatened to crush her, she soldiered on. The paragons gathered around them, including Lan Chang. The admiral immediately saw the two swords held in the pharmacist's hands, and though his features retained their cool detachment, there was relief in his eyes. He reached forward and gently laid a hand upon his mother's arm. Let's go back. The hatred that consumed her for the prince receded when she heard his soft voice. She wanted nothing more than to wring the life out of every last alien abomination, but she couldn't forget the final promise Zhu Di made her give. Sigh. Qianli. I'm sorry. I have to do it. Then let me go with you. If it was just us, I wouldn't stop you. We would die facing them together, a fine way to go. But our children. If we both die, what will happen to them? Zhu is on a mission that is more likely to see him killed than return safely, you know this. You also saw how much this is destroying Lan Xing inside. Only Zhu can do what needs to be done. They've grown up, and now the fate of humanity rests on their shoulders. If something happens to me, you have to remain strong, at least in order to protect our children. Promise me. Sigh. Zhou Qianlin raised her camera. As the soft pink light fell over the gathered paragons, a single tear rolled down her cheek. Qi Bupeng. You bastard. Are you really going to abandon me? A flicker of pink, and they were gone. The prince could only watch as they Lan Jue and the others were squirreled to safety. He didn't race after them because he'd felt the power of their harmonious swords. As the power headed for him, he was filled with the uncomfortable suspicion that he could not win. It was unthinkable, but true. After a moment of hesitation, he called for the horde to withdraw. Monarch wanted him to recover that weapon, but in order to do so it looked like he would need to destroy the whole human army first. Even that would not be an impossible request but for the fact that the horde had been nearly decimated in their last exchange. Few were the aliens' advantages now, and fighting through the strongest of the humans to recover the sword looked to be more than troublesome. For the time being, it was more important to fall back and protect Monarch during his evolution. At least, as far as he was concerned. The aliens fell back like a receding tide, but the human ships did not give chase or harass them. Instead, they fell back into formation to assess the damage. Though it was not decisive victory, the humans retreated from this battle triumphant. No fewer than a third of the alien horde had been destroyed, as well as 4 of their elite. The Violet Prince, Princess, and the other 4 infinite-level aliens remains, but most of their lesser Nirvana brethren were slain. Still, they did not give chase. Admiral Lan, why don't we pursue them? We've bled for an opportunity like this. Kang Hui's stern face was the first thing Lan Qing saw on his screens when the aliens began their retreat. But after his outburst, he saw the paragons gathered in the control room. He saw their despondent expressions. Obey my orders, Lan Chang reminded him coolly. Return to Angel. Retreat? Admiral Lan, are you crazy? If we retreat now, in his incomprehension his voice continued to rise. Lan Chang fixed him with a cold, hard stare. Admiral Kong. We have achieved the mission we set out to do. We can take this opportunity to pursue, but we ultimately do not have the power to overcome their defenses. However, we have succeeded in our main objective, and soon we will have a super weapon ready that will allow us to destroy these creatures once and more fall. What's more, we need to recover from casualties. Including His Majesty Zhu Di. My father. He's dead. When he said it, all the strength drained out of him. Lan Jue, forever the stoic and emotionless, couldn't keep the red from his eyes. Kang Hui's body shook. He hadn't known. Everyone was busy with their sector, and the battle was chaotic enough when only one aspect was on your mind. Now he learned the fate of Zhou Di. He knew how important that Paragons was to everyone, especially the army. He was as brilliant a tactician as his son and backed it up with incomparable power. No wonder they were insisting on a retreat. Were their losses not enough already? Zhou Di had fallen, given his life. But as for that super weapon, what did he mean? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 856, Zhou Di's Essence. Chapter 856, Zhou Di's Essence. Kang Hui wanted to learn more about what happened, but he knew now wasn't the time. Aye. We comply with your orders, Admiral. He made no further fuss and cut the connection. The control room was calm, and the only sound was Lan Jue giving his soldiers orders. The armada began to fall back while maintaining formation. They were heading back toward Angel. The human forces considered this exchange a victory, but it didn't come without significant cost. Battle damage reports quickly started crossing Lan Jue's desk. Drones from Middle Heaven and Poseidon suffered, with more than 2/3 of their total number gone. Both bastions were running on minimum energy because their stores were almost entirely depleted. Poseidon wouldn't be able to deploy its mecha transformation for at least half a month. It had also run out of all soft water bombs. The greatest loss was the death of Zhou Di. He was the strongest human alive, master of the infinite. Through his own power and sacrifice he struck down scores of monsters, and kept the alien elite busy while Lan Jue decimated the enemy. Even Lan Jue did not know Zhou Di was planning to give his life in this way. Although, he had felt that Zhou Di was on the verge of collapse from the weight of universal protogenia even before making the decision to break through into immortality. Lan Jue stood in dumb silence. He knew something was amiss when he saw the compliance rod of Zhou Qianlin's back. Suddenly he realized what that dark and ominous feeling was he had on Monarch. His father. His father was dead. It was more than he could get his head around. All his life Lan Jue thought his father was unbeatable, a powerhouse without equal, towering as a mountain. There was no power in the universe that could stop him. And yet it was the power of the universe that laid him low, slain by universal protogenia. For the first time Lan Jue hated it. He hated the whole universe for what it took from him. No, that's impossible. Dad can't be dead. I don't believe it, I can't. Lan Jue muttered his rejection, but the tears on his face told a different story. His body shook as he confronted Zhou Qianlin with long strides. Mom! Dad, he... Zhou Qianlin immediately wrapped him in a tight hug. She shuddered with a painful cry. With Zhou Di gone, the photographer was the last infinite-level paragon left to humanity. But right now she cried like a child, consumed by pain and sadness. This despondency hung over everyone like a fog. The flows of protogenia around Zhou Qianlin were rough and intense. So much so, in fact, that Lan Jue worried for her. Universal protogenia was cruel and undiscriminating. After achieving nirvana, Lan Jue had become more sensitive to the dangers of that ubiquitous power, though he was not a focus of it yet. His eyes burned with rage and pain. Damn universal protogenia! He was plotting ways to get back at the universe when a soothing energy descended upon him and Zhou Qianlin, isolating them. The threat of universal protogenia subsided as it seemed to lose its target. Under that gentle power Zhou Qianlin's protogenia stabilized. After achieving nirvana, Zhou Qianlin's ability to soothe and steady one's powers had grown significantly. Ah! Qianlin gasped and quickly moved to join the other two. Aunt, stop crying. Like a petulant child Zhou Qianlin's head snapped up. She glared daggers at the girl. What did you call me? Her face reddened. Mother! Zhou Qianlin's head returned to her son's shoulder and she continued to sob. Qianlin looked at her, then at Lan Jue. She spoke to them softly. Mother, please stop crying. Father, he may not be dead. The photographer's body straightened, stiff as the rod on her back. Lan Chang also roused from his morose stupor. Suddenly the eyes of every paragon were trained on Zhou Qianlin. Qianlin! What are you saying? He isn't dead? Lan Jue placed a hand on her shoulder and tried to keep the excitement from his voice. She glanced at her shoulder, caught in his slightly painful grip. She nodded. Just now I could feel him, just barely. His body is gone but I can still sense his presence, like his essence has become part of my protogenia. The humans gathered in the control room were the peak of human ability. Wordlessly they turned their eyes to the compliance rod. If there was anything left of the man, it would live in the astrum he'd created. Luo Xianni deftly reached behind and with a flick of the wrist brought the staff forward. Qianlin, now isn't the time to delude your mother. My heart can't take it. Now you make sure your father didn't. She couldn't go on, her body shook and sobs stopped her from completing the thought. Lan Jue felt hope and anxiety rise within him. The greater the wish, the deeper the disappointment. If there was a chance that some part of his father remained, he would be elated. But if it were not true, the death of hope would be cruel and acute. Qianlin solemnly placed her delicate hands on the staff. The white light of her domain spread out and enveloped it. Lan Jue immediately stepped behind her and placed his hands on her back, lending his power to hers. Though their disciplines were different, Lan Jue's help amplified both their abilities by several times. Under the light of the Queen of Heaven, the paragons felt their exhaustion melt away. The erratic pulses of protogenia that emerged from their battered bodies steadied. Those that were close to their bottleneck felt the pull of a breakthrough tugging at them. Qianlin's abilities were already near legendary, and their usefulness widely lauded. If she could somehow bring Zhu Di back, it would be nothing short of a miracle. The faith in her as a goddess would come from more than just non-adepts. After 10 minutes her white and gold aura slowly receded, then was gone. The look on her face was one of confusion. What is it? Luo Xianni asked, though she feared the answer. Qianlin looked at her mother-in-law. It's fine. Father had reached the pinnacle of humanity long ago. In a way he's learned to evade universal protogenia, like the homeworlds did by becoming planets. He had his own method, specifically this staff. It has a way to hide him from the universe. Father sacrificed himself, certainly, but he put his essence, his soul, into the compliance rod. I can feel him clearly, he's in there. Luo Xianni's words were growing more desperate. Is there a way to bring him back? She knew what it meant to speak of an adept's soul. So long as her husband's will remained, there remained a chance. Only, even she had been unable to sense him in the staff. Qianlin explained. Father sealed himself away deep within the weapon. He had to, otherwise universal protogenia would still be able to find him. I was only able to sense him because my domain isolated us from the threat. The pharmacist was the next to speak up. There is a precedent. In the ancient days, immortals were somewhat of a misnomer. Their lives were limited, but lifespans stretched for thousands of years. 3,000 years was typical, I believe, of course, assuming they were protected in an immortal realm. Just as Qianlin said, like the aliens, His Majesty Zhu Di could have found a way to hide himself from universal protogenia. That should mean there's a chance to bring him back. Once one achieves immortality, reforming a physical body shouldn't be too difficult. However, I imagine it would require a tremendous amount of vital energy. The only way to withstand the power of universal protogenia is to have enough power to match it. Zhou Qianlin nodded in agreement. I had the same thought, and gathering that vital energy shouldn't be a problem. In fact, we just killed an infinite-level alien and recovered its crystal. The real problem now is that we aren't strong enough to contend with universal protogenia. Perhaps, when I break through to the infinite, we can try a dot. Hearing them discuss the possibility helped Luo Xianni shed her grief. She had experienced the mysteries of Qianlin's power herself, even going so far as to rely on it to rise to the infinite. So far it had protected her reliably from the wrath of the universe. It would be a miracle if you could bring their father back. Qianlin, thank you. Without you we wouldn't have known his soul remained, much less have a hope of bringing him back. Lan Jue and Lan Chang openly gaped, and how could they not? Their father was not wholly dead, and there existed a chance to bring him back. They'd found fortune in the midst of tragedy. Lan Jue's eyes almost unconsciously turned toward the pharmacist. Sister, if we can do this with father, could your husband? The pharmacist's face bore signs of sadness as she lifted her head, and sorrowfully stared at Altus. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 857, Li Ku. Chapter 857, Li Ku. The turquoise light of Altus shimmered along its length, pulsing, like a living thing. As its aura spread, Captus, Demortis, and Oxysis hummed from within their bearers' bodies. Lan Chang had since recovered from the shock of the revelation. Bringing your honored husband back should be considered a priority. He has knowledge pertaining to the banishing strategy. Once he said the words, the Paragons and even a few of the Easterners instantly understood. They knew that Lan Jue, Qianlin and the pharmacist had left for a secret mission, but now they knew what for. The banishing blades, legendary weapons that were capable of killing even the strongest immortals. The pharmacist's lower lip quivered. All the way back from Monarch and up to this moment she had tried to commune with the spirit of her husband. Yet all she could feel was a hazy, impermanent sense of her lost love. She could not seem to speak with him. The possibility of bringing Zhu Di back rested on the fact that his soul was that of an immortal. In many ways he remained as the will of a god. His essence was complete, and wholly contained within the compliance rod. Her husband, however, relied entirely on the power of Altus to keep his spirit intact and his will alive. The chances of bringing him back into the physical world were small beyond measure. She knew this, but she had also seen what Qianlin could do. The faintest light of hope sparkled in her heart. Suddenly Altus began to hum, and as the light around it expanded the faint image of a man appeared within. When she saw who it was the pharmacist's whole body shook uncontrollably, and tears streamed down her face. Junior, seated nearby, also seemed to feel something and turned toward them. She couldn't see, but reached out with her perception. Lan Jue was also stunned when he saw who it was. You are Admiral Li Ku? Clearly this man was important to Lan Jue. Lan Jue fixed his eyes on them. This flickering spirit was not possessed of a solid body like Xian Yuan Shishir or Jun Yangye. In fact, he seemed only barely able to keep a recognizable form. Yet he could still make out the tall, lithe figure. He wasn't the most heroic looking, but he held himself with a sense of wisdom and refinement. Scholarly. His presence was gentle, and though there were no eyes its attention seemed deep and profound. Hello, classmate. Li Ku sighed emotively as he looked at Lan Jue. The Admiral's eyes were full of surprise, shocked to discover that the pharmacist's husband was actually this man. Li Ku? When he heard the name a curious expression flit across Lan Jue's face. He faintly remembered hearing the name from his brother before. Being possessed of a fine memory, it took Lan Jue only a moment to recall. He cried out involuntarily. You used to be called the East's most talented commander. They made an exception to enroll you in the military, upperclassman Major Li Ku. None of the others were familiar with the name, but at one point his name had caused a fervor in the East. Li Ku was 2 grades older than Lan Jue, and exceptional as Lan Jue was, his brilliance was overshadowed by Li Ku. He had a thorough knowledge of Eastern and foreign disciplines, especially when it came to ancient Chinese warfare. In his time Li Ku was the darling of the Eastern military establishment. He had represented the East once in a mock battle meant to practice strategies. He went up against several illustrious commands from both the West and North, winning final victory against a Northern admiral. From that day forward he was considered the single greatest threat to Northern supremacy. His performance was so impressive, in fact, the academy broke its own rules and graduated him early. He was enrolled in the military with the rank of major, and after only a few years was awarded colonel commandant. Unfortunately it was as they say, and only the good die young. One day, during a routine patrol, he vanished. If he'd come back he was on track to becoming the youngest Eastern commander in military history. Even younger than Lan Jue when he took that title. Lan Jue had heard his brother mention the name before as a catalyst. Li Ku was his target in the academy, the opponent that made him work harder. He studiously examined every one of Li Ku's theses. Later, as Lan Jue rose in fame and prominence, he was referred to as one of the East's 2 rising stars. Lan Jue's determination was that the Eastern Army would be a full 20% more effective if Li Ku had lived to become a commander. He'd assumed his classmate's disappearance was at the hands of the North or West, for who could have known back then that the alien planets lurked in the darkness of space? There was a conflicted look in Li Ku's eyes as well as he looked on Lan Jue. Especially when he saw the 4 golden stars on his shoulder bar. He'd achieved the goal Li Ku had set out to accomplish. Admiral in command of a bastion ship, the strongest power in all of human space. But once he fell into the clutches of the aliens, his dreams were shattered. In the end he was forced to give up more than his dreams, but his body as well. Most of what the beasts knew of human military tactics they stole from his mind. Husband. 1. While this may seem like a formal way to regard one's spouse, it is very typical for Chinese couples. It's how my wife gets my attention, sort of like the equivalent of sweetie in the way we use it, but more acceptable in public. The pharmacist's quavering voice rose and the spirit's attention returned to her. The pharmacist, choked with sobs, moved to hug him but grasped only air. Pain and regret flashed in Li Ku's eyes. However, without a body there was nothing he could do. The other paragons could guess what was happening. Lan Jue briefly explained the situation to them. Li Ku took a few steady breaths before speaking. I'm sorry for the pain you've suffered. But right now it is more important that we deal with the alien planets. Soon they will complete their evolution, and when that happens they will no longer hold back. Beasts will appear in every corner of human space to destroy us. We must use what little time remains to establish the banishing strategy, and through it destroy them first. Li Ke desperately wanted to speak with his wife, and to be with the little girl who was 60% the pharmacist and 40% him. Yet much as it pained him, there were more pressing matters. Time was short, and the future of the species took precedence. Zhou Qianlin supported the pharmacist as she recovered her bearings. Li Ke turned to Lan Chang. The secrets of the strategy are hidden within Altus. I discovered them when I was forced to become the sword spirit. I am familiar with the process, all that is needed are people to put it into motion. Lan Chang nodded. Are you capable of handling Altus and enacting it yourself, Commander? Oxysis is still under your wife's control. Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin possess Captus and Immortus respectively. Each of them are paragons. Is this enough to summon the power of the strategy? Li Ke repudiated the Admiral's hope. Impossible. The banishing strategy was one of the most taboo abilities, even in the ancient days. When the swords were first created, they were made with the intention of protecting the immortal realm. Before the strategy, universal protogenia holds no power. But before its full strength can be drawn upon, it needs bearers who are immortals themselves. Immortals of the highest caste, de luo. Without an immortal realm, such all-powerful beings cannot exist. He paused for a moment, then continued. However, that doesn't mean we're left without options to combat the aliens. We may not be able to summon the full power of the swords, but when the aliens complete their evolution, they will still be far from the likes of de luo. If we can use even a fraction of the strategy, that should be enough to slay these monsters. If we want to achieve this, then the bearers must be the best of humanity, meaning, they must have achieved the infinite. For immortal level paragons would be even better, raising our chances to perhaps 30%. If they are only the infinite, that number drops to 10. The high demands of the banishing strategy caused everyone's faces to darken. In all of humanity, Luo Xianni was the only remaining infinite level paragon. 1 out of 4 that were required. What's more, 3 of the swords had already chosen new masters. Until Lan Jue, the pharmacist, and Qianlin died, these weapons would not be wielded by others. And they were still far from the infinite. Lan Qing's solemn voice replied. What if we can't produce 4? What if their cultivation level was lower, would we still have a chance? Li Ke shook his spectral head. No such chance exists. In the moment when the banishing stance is summoned, it will release a staggering level of energy. If the bearer is not strong enough to control it, the power will break free and cause untold devastation. The infinite is the minimum to see it done. Here the spirit turned its eyes to Lan Jue and Qianlin. But there is another way, a special lineage that is similar to the banishing blades. It can increase the amount of power the bearers can support. Now, I must search the auras of those gathered and find the one who is most suitable to bear Altus. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 858, Violet Dominion. Chapter 858, Violet Dominion. Chapter 858, Violet Dominion. What lineage could be similar to the banishing blades? Lan Jue asked. Li Ke replied. Simply put, any inheritance passed down from the immortal realm are similar. Yours, the young female soldier, little Yu's, they are all derived from the ancient immortals. When he looked at the pharmacist, used her name, her tears began to flow anew. It had been so long since she'd been called by her real name, especially in such an affectionate voice. Lan Jue nodded. The Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety was indeed a lineage of old. It was unlikely Li Ke knew precisely what Lan Jue's powers were, but he could sense its profundity from his aura. Lan Qing spoke up. But their cultivation still isn't sufficient. How much can this inheritance offset the deficiency? The problem was less pronounced for Lan Jue and Qianlin. After all, they had recently achieved nirvana. However, the pharmacist was only a reflection of heaven and earth. Although being a reflection was a terrific accomplishment among modern adepts, Li Ke's words proved it was not enough for the task at hand. Only one thing had quickly give you the power you need quickly, Li Ke explained. The alien planets have entered the final phase of their evolution, this I can confirm. The method involves fusing the 3 separate worlds into one, combining the powers of monarch, queen, and consort. Then, through the knowledge they stole from human DNA, they will create a single vessel to house this power. Thus will they achieve a qualitative leap, and finally can consume Europa to use it as the seed for their own immortal realm. Creation of an immortal realm requires something real as a foundation, and a core of energy to support it. The aliens likely chose Europa because its core was more substantial than most. In catalyzing that core and fusing themselves with the planet, it is the equivalent to a gestation period. When the process is complete, a new entity will be born, what they've come to call the Violet Dominion. This entity will simultaneously be their immortal realm. From then on, its power will be concealed from universal protogenia, and they can grow in strength until they reach Deluo. Violet Dominion? The name lay heavy on everyone's heart like a curse. Li Ku continued. These monsters specialize in consumption. We can assume their dominion will possess the same ability. Once dominion is created, there will be nothing to hold them back, and we should expect it will not hesitate to destroy us. Pure vital energy will not be enough once their evolution is complete. Dominion will need to consume stars and planets to continue its rise. Their plan is to begin with the cores of living planets, then graduate to stars when their power requires it. It will continue to devour what it can until it is strong enough to contend against the whole universe. Everyone was silent, stunned and frightened by the future painted by this spirit. They knew that these creatures were a threat to their species, but few had guessed their aim was to supplant the entire universe. They would do it by stealing the hearts of the stars and planets themselves, like Middle Heaven and its Molinite. The energy contained in those cores is what kept a planet alive. Consuming it would destroy them outright. After listening to Li Ku's explanation, the gathered paragons understood why the aliens chose his place. Europa was a large and vibrant planet, and there were 7 more nearby. How strong Dominion would be after devouring this planet was frightening to speculate. From there, its evil clutches would extend to other human-occupied worlds, becoming a planet-destroying nightmare. A beast capable of consuming whole worlds. Nightmare didn't begin to describe it. The Terminator listened with an abiding sense of shame. He was from the north, and high government stubbornly kept to the fantasy that they could protect themselves with the bastions that remained. They were not aiming for success, only to protect themselves from blame. Indeed, bastions were strong, but what could they do against a creature that ate whole planets? Dominion, that sounds more like hell. The wine master muttered. Li Ku offered a bitter smile. Indeed. To us it would be hell. That's why it's essential we defeat them now before they get too powerful. Otherwise, the worlds of man will pass into oblivion. Time is short, the wine master confirmed. You must choose who is most suitable to accept Altus and its power, and complete the banishing strategy. Everyone here is willing to accept this responsibility. At any time in the past, the wine master's words would have been almost laughable. Who wouldn't jump at the chance to bear a legendary weapon, and become one of the most powerful beings in the universe? However, with it came tremendous responsibility. Who could know what would happen once the banishing strategy was employed? If successful, the amount of energy produced was nothing short of apocalyptic. What happened if it backfired, or spun out of control? If they failed, they would be the first victims of the Violet Dominion. Yet one after the other, the paragons nodded their heads. All of them were willing to give their lives, if necessary. Li Ku swept his eyes over the crown and nodded. Very well, then I will begin. His human figure shimmered and vanished, returning to the sword. Turquoise light radiated from the blade as it headed for the winemaster. The elderly paragon stood before the sword, still and dignified as the cutting energy of the banishing blade fell upon him. He made no effort to avoid it. Once the light of the weapon reached him, it stopped and swept around to his side. The pharmacist watched through tear-misted eyes. If only he were alive, she lamented. Then Altus would have the bearer they needed to enact the banishing stance. It did not escape her notice that Li Ku never mentioned resurrection. Before his death they had been together for many years, and she knew her husband to be a wise and rational man. If there was any way to bring him back, he would have taken it. In saying nothing, it meant no such possibility existed. He was gone. Mama! Suddenly a tiny voice called out to her. She looked down and saw that Junior had snuck up on her. Her tiny hand slipped into hers and tugged to get her attention. Her face wet with tears, the pharmacist lifted Junior into her arms. She wanted to tell her daughter that her father was here. Her real father. But she could not, because she couldn't be sure how long that would remain true. She couldn't decide whether telling her would be better than maintaining the lie they crafted. She was no fool, she suspected Junior already knew Lan Jue was not her father. After inheriting the prognosticating abilities of the clairvoyant, how could such a secret be kept? But so long as she didn't ask, the pharmacist was in no hurry to tell her. The light of Altus made a circuit around the winemaster before heading toward the next paragon. It continued in this way through the control room, a carefully constrained stream of cutting power. The last paragon it examined was Lan Chang. It flitted around the admiral the same as all of the others. At first Lan Jue felt nothing, but after a moment the outside world was suddenly lost in a sea of turquoise light.
Classmate.
Li Ke's voice called into his ear.
Upperclassman.
He replied. Li Ke hesitated for a moment, then spoke.
I knew you were the one to bear Altus when I was brought here.
I can feel that you bear the lineage of a great and ancient power. Buddhist in nature, but you may still command this weapon.
The reason I wished to undergo this process was to consider a problem. I am still unwilling, but I must.
Lan Jue furrowed his brows.
What do you mean?
Li Ke explained. When I lived I threw myself at my endeavors without sparing any effort.
I was born into a normal family, typical in many regards.
When I was 10 my mother died. Her dying wish was that I became a great man. Everyone has the opportunity for greatness within them.
It comes down to how much work you're willing to do.
I used this truth to spur myself on, to work the hardest I could without sadness or regret. Despite my humble beginnings, my hard work paid off and I was recognized for my talent. I excelled and was rewarded with praise and scholarships. I worked hard through middle school and was accepted into a famous private school. There I realized there was a vast universe outside of my bubble, that there was an enormous gulf between my schools and others. I enjoyed vast returns for half the effort of what others required. The harder I strove the more I learned. I never stopped pushing myself.
I can remember that I rarely slept more than 4 hours a night.
It was not in vain. Whether knowledge or cultivation, I was always at the top of the student achievement lists. I was a target for the most ambitious students.
That's when I met her. For the first time there was something outside of study that was worth appreciation.
She was beautiful and arrogant, with a respectable lineage and a traditional flair. Our attraction to one another felt completely natural. It was almost like we were fated to be together.
She even taught me the secrets of her lineage. During school recesses we would spend our time exploring ancient relics and ruined sites. Each discovery was a joyous celebration that made us strive even harder.
It brought us closer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 859, I understand. Chapter 859, I understand. Chapter 859, I understand. Eventually our paths split.
I chose the life of service and she wishes the peace of seclusion. If she did not studiously focus on her cultivation, she said, she would quickly fall behind me. It was the only way for her to keep up. So, as you know, I became a highly sought-after student in university. Many women were interested in me, but I never pursued any of them.
It wasn't that I didn't like women, I had her. She had taken my heart and there would be no other. I liked it, this feeling.
Although we only saw each other very rarely, our feelings for one another never dulled.
Our affection only grew stronger.
Later, when I graduated, I proposed to her. By then I was recognized as talented and nothing stood in the way of our union.
In the end I regret
focusing so hard on quick success. Destiny makes fool of people. Maybe if there was fairness in the universe we would have lived long happy lives together.
Instead I left on my mission and was captured by the monsters.
My wife was left without a husband.
You see me now, know my condition, bodiless.
In order to live on and preserve my consciousness I fused with Altus. I became its sword spirit, though even now I cannot completely combine myself and the sword. I used to be its master, and no matter the circumstances the master can never become his own servant.
A true sword spirit must be naturally occurring.
Were it not for my obsession to see her again my soul would have passed into the nether long ago.
In helping them to defeat that avatar I used up the last of my energy.
I can only remain a short time more, my final death will come at any moment. I felt her desire to die before, when she came and found me in the shattered starfields. If she learns that I am gone I fear she will lose all will to keep going. I needed time to think, and I believe I've come up with the only way for her to come around and enjoy life once more.
Now there was pain clear in Li Ke's voice.
There was so much hope he would somehow live on, to live with the pharmacist forever. Instead his deep-held desire would need to go unfulfilled, replaced with the pain of hopelessness. He had been gone from the world of the living for too long. It was a small blessing that he did not know he had a daughter. His only concern was to find something his lost love could rely on.
Lan Jue nodded. How would you like me to help? After a moment of silence Li Ke went on. Marry her.
I realize how this request sounds, but I need to know she has someone solid to lean upon. I can't stand to watch her in pain, nor can I watch her sadness convince her to follow me in death. Lan Jue was stunned to silence. He had never been an overly emotional man, and had no experience in these matters. The thought had never even occurred to him until Li Ku made the strange proposition. Now he understood, this had been Li Ku's plan. It was inconceivable. Why? Classmate, why choose me? Lan Jue queried. Because you are most suitable, came the spirit's answer. I know you. I understand you. No one else was more like me when I drew breath. You are a commander, and command great potential. Most importantly, your original yang is plentiful. 1. A euphemism, I believe, saying he's never lain with a woman. Original qi is derived from the kidneys in Chinese medicine, and excessive sexual activity can drain your pre-heaven essence, damaging your original qi. The Chinese do not believe there is a way to replenish this pre-heaven essence. And you've known no other women. Thus you are the best choice. Altus has also chosen you. It is not lost on me that this is unfair to you, but all I can offer is what remains of me locked within this sword, including knowledge of the banishing strategy. With this legacy you can break through your bottleneck to the next level. I'm not sure this will work, Lan Jue sighed. I'm not refusing, it's just she's unlikely to accept this. She's already a reflection of heaven and earth, and even if you request it of her directly she likely won't have any amiable feelings. I'm not you. I will tell you I will try, because it's the right thing, but I do have hopes for my own future. The pharmacist is a good woman, but we're unlikely to end up together. Li Ku paused. You have someone you love? Lan Jue wasn't sure how to respond. A face swam up from the depths of his memory. She was part of the Allied forces and had fought with them in fight after fight. He hadn't seen her for a long while, but he still remembered that time they shared a cigarette on Skyfire Avenue. Everyone saw him as a title, the god of wisdom or the Enluan super soldier. But beneath his shrewd, cold, calculating exterior there was a man struggling with his feelings. His heart was pure. The purer the experience, the deeper its impression. The pharmacist was much stronger than the woman he was interested in, and more beautiful as well. However, if Lan Jue had his way he would choose to look into those silver eyes every day. Li Ku's stoic features gave way to a quiet sadness. Then you would have her watch you die? I know her, she is unyielding in her moral integrity. When I die there is more than a passing chance she will try to follow. I only want her to live a long and happy life. Lan Jue hesitated. He wanted to help Li Ku, and more than that he understood what the man was going through. As commander of the Allied forces he had to make sacrifice in order for humanity to succeed. But when he opened his mouth he couldn't summon the words. Suddenly a thought sprang to mind. Classmate, do you realize you have a child? Li Ku looked back at him, surprised. A child? He turned his head toward the pharmacist. Some part of him guessed when he saw Junior, but Lan Jue confirmed it. Junior was snuggled quietly in her mother's arms as she looked toward him, tears streaming down her face. A searing ache burned deep in Li Ku's soul. A child, we had a child. That is how she's persisted all these years. Lan Jue continued. She was pregnant with Junior when you disappeared. Unfortunately the pain she experienced from oxysis also affected her infant child. She was born blind. Junior grew, and eventually the pharmacist approached my younger brother. He explained the situation briefly to Li Ku. Li Ku had no body, so no tears would grace his face. However, the look in his eyes spoke volumes. The intensity of it caused his spectral body to flicker. He knew that the pharmacist's life must have been difficult after his disappearance, but he had no idea how bitter it had become for her. His own daughter could not see. Somehow she became the apprentice to Skyfire Avenue's clairvoyant, and will one day grow into that title herself. Though her eyes were useless, she was still the eye of tomorrow. He never would have imagined it possible. And he, her father, would be unable to fulfill his obligations. He no longer had a physical heart, but the pain within him was chaotic and overwhelming. Lan Jue took a deep breath. I think you should speak with her, just the two of you. She won't be convinced by anyone else. But do you think she'll ever pick someone else, after suffering so much waiting for you to return? It isn't what she wants, and trying will only cause her more pain. The two of you need to speak, if for nothing else than to let her say all the things she needs to say. A storm of conflicting emotions ran through the spirit's eyes. A calm gradually came over him as he fixed Lan Jue with a steady gaze. Thank you, underclassman. I think I understand. There was a flash of light and Lan Jue was separated from Li Ku's small spiritual reality. The soul returned to its previous spot, steady in its human shape. I believe Altus has made a decision. Underclassman, you are the most suitable bearer. As he spoke the other paragons all nodded in agreement. Lan Jue's abilities were evident to all, both in personal strength and his talent for command.
Without him, humanity wouldn't have come this far. Without him, mankind would already be lost. It was his brilliance today, and Zhou Di's sacrifice, that brought them to this critical moment. Li Ke's attention turned to the pharmacist. Little Yu, 1. Literally small moon, it's the same name given to Xi Xiaosu by Lan Jue. However, where in Su Xiaosu's case I think it was a nickname alluding to her title as Moonfiend Empress, for the pharmacist I suspect the character is part of her true name. I was hoping we might have a chance to speak. Is that all right? The pharmacist nodded. Lan Jue stepped forward without having to be asked, and took Juner from her arms. The small girl didn't struggle and hung upon Lan Jue's neck. Against all expectations, her face was calm. No one underestimated this small child, who had inherited the power of the Eye of Tomorrow. Although she said nothing, many understood that she was likely to know what was happening. Lan Qing personally led the way, bringing the pharmacist and Li Ke to a quiet resting room near the bridge. The Terminator watched Lan Qing go, some anxiety writ on his features. Altus. Is it really capable of destroying those aliens? If they succeed in creating Violet Dominion, a monster that can devour planets, it isn't just humanity in danger. The whole universe may be wiped out. Lan Jue gently nodded his head. The banishing blades are god weapons passed down from antiquity. If we can lay out the strategy, killing those monsters would be no problem. Father was sure of it. Altus used to belong to the pharmacist's husband, this Li Ke. He was captured long ago by the aliens when he went on a scouting mission. He went on to fill in the rest of the paragons about the spirit and the history of his blade. Finally they understood why Lan Jue, Qianlin and the pharmacist had been absent all through the last battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 860, Husband and Wife, Face to Face. Chapter 860, Husband and Wife, Face to Face. Chapter 860, Husband and Wife, Face to Face. The wine master's face darkened. It was dangerous for you to do this without alerting us first. If you dash. Lan Jue smirked at him. Alright, it's done and it all worked out. I'm here, right? Don't be angry, right now we need to focus on defeating our enemy. By now Lan Qing had returned. He bowed before the wine master. I apologize, wine master, to all of you from Skyfire Avenue. Dangerous as the task was, there were no other alternatives. After making my plans, I knew that our chances of winning the last battle were very slim. Even if we did, we wouldn't be strong enough to destroy the homeworlds ourselves. We had to attack the problem from two sides. It was an opportunity we couldn't ignore. The wine master and the other members of Skyfire Avenue didn't respond. The exhaustion in Lan Qing's face was apparent to everyone. All throughout this war, their commander of the Allied forces had to shoulder tremendous pressure. The fate of humanity rested on his shoulders. Lan Qing had to bear the knowledge that his decision to send Lan Jue into harm's way could have meant his death. The struggles he faced were no less dire than the soldiers out on the fields. He just had no choice. In the end, his gambit was successful. Not only did humanity win the day against the alien horde, but Lan Jue returned victorious from his desperate quest. Now humans had a way to fight back, and with Altus their chances were even better. The Keeper spoke. Admiral Lan. In the last fight we held the advantage. Should we rally our troops and move in for another offensive? With the power we bear now, we should at least be able to stand toe-to-toe with the monsters. The banishing stance is said to be powerful, but none of us have witnessed it. None of the bearers are yet strong enough to succeed, either. If we put all of our hopes in one method and fail, all will be for naught. I think we should diversify our tactics. Lan Chang nodded in agreement. That is also my thought. However, we suffered significant losses in the last exchange. Assuming we do not consider the fact that Poseidon cannot use its mecha transformation again, Middle Heaven will need a minimum of 5 days before it can return to battle. The core is already unstable and pushing it any farther could be disastrous. The Keeper nodded, apparently satisfied. The Bookworm spoke next. So we hope that the alien homeworlds don't complete their evolution in the next 5 days. Then came the Wine Master. I have a thought. Admiral, now that you have been chosen to bear one of the banishing blades, it is integral that you return to Angel and cultivate with the Jewelry Master, Qianlin, and the Pharmacist. It is counterintuitive to have you commanding the troops. Leave command of the forces to us. Certainly we lack your tactical brilliance, but we should at least suffice to weaken the horde. Our goal would be to present you four with the best opportunity to complete the banishing strategy. The Wine Master offered the suggestion with calm dignity. However, Lan Qing could clearly hear the note of authority in his voice. Lan Jue considered for a moment. I understand your thought process, but give me some time to weigh the options. I will also need to assess whether Altus can do what they claim, and then I can make plans. When I'll ask Li Ku when, precisely, he suspects the aliens will complete their evolution.
The wine master nodded.
Alright, we will go by your decision. No matter the circumstances, you have our full support.
As the others spoke, tears had begun to tumble down Jun'er's smooth cheeks.
Daddy, I saw him, she whispered in his ear. Saw who? He asked.
Her response was muttered. I saw another daddy, but he wasn't really here. He was very sad, and so was mommy. I think that daddy has to go soon.
What should I do? Lan Jue fondly stroked her hair. I don't know either. But no matter what, Jun'er is daddy's little girl. Yeah. Jun'er loves daddy.
She hugged tightly to Lan Jue's neck.
Her tiny body shook against his.
Lan Jue was speechless.
This little girl understood much. Sigh. Within the sitting room, Li Ku and the pharmacist stood, facing one another. Tears continued to stream down the pharmacist's face.
The pharmacist looked at the faint image of her husband through hazy eyes.
How many years? How long had it been since she'd seen him?
She was ashamed to admit that she'd begun to forget what he looked like. All this time she'd gone it alone, no one knew the pain she'd borne. Without help she raised a little girl who was blind, all the while bearing the memory of her lost husband. When the pain of her loss was almost unbearable, when she discovered that it had been these monsters that took her husband from her, the pharmacist had been ready to give her life in vengeance.
For love.
She had decided that living was far more painful than dying. Now at last her wish was granted and the man she loved was returned to her, at least in spirit. But it was transitory, for he could vanish at any moment, gone, just like before. For now, however, his body was more distinct.
Still, how could he keep the pain and sadness from his eyes?
She knew how much it must have cost him to battle the aliens, to retain his will locked within the sword. All of that, to see her. After years of struggle they looked one another in the face, but neither was sure what to say.
Are you all right?
It was Li Ku who ventured the first question. But the moment the question left his lips he scowled.
How could she be?
The pharmacist looked back at him in silence. She wanted desperately to throw herself into his arms like she did in years past.
But she couldn't.
His stoic aura, his strong shoulders, his body, gone.
I miss you so much. She choked. I think I've lost my will to live.
I'm so lonely all by myself.
I miss you, every day.
I thought about the days we shared all the time, hoping for a miracle that would bring you home to me.
Day followed day and I hoped that feeling would ease, but it didn't.
I told myself to be strong, to wait.
For our daughter. Together we would wait for you to walk back through that door.
When Jun'er was small she would always ask me why Daddy wasn't back. Every time she asked my heart would ache, because just like her I was wishing so much for that day.
Jun'er is our daughter, born 8 months after your disappearance.
Because you were gone, the pain was too great and Oxysis turned inward. My daughter lost her vision because I was weak.
I'm sorry. No. No.
Li Ku shut his eyes tight in pain.
It was me. All of it is my fault.
I didn't need to go on that mission, I was ambitious and impatient.
If I'd have just been content I could have stayed with both of you. Jun'er is blind because of my decision. I should be the one apologizing to both of you.
His voice was choked with emotion, but there were no ghostly tears. The pharmacist rigidly shook her head.
As time went on I couldn't stand her questions. I asked the jewelry master to pretend to be you. His aura was similar to yours, and he was of Chinese lineage like you.
Jun'er was so happy believing her father was back. Thanks to him her heart was filled with the joy of having her dad returned. And I saw a glimmer of hope. I began to take Jun'er out of the house so she could experience the outside world.
Her mood improved.
I found a way to solve her longing, but I could think of no way to ease my own.
I couldn't make it go away, or even make it less acute.
I couldn't stop asking myself why you never came back. For a while I was so angry I was out of my mind, blaming you for taking that mission. In the end I just pleaded with whatever God would listen and begged them to bring you back to me.
I just wanted you back, whatever the cost.
She fought against her crying to get the last few words out. Li Ku hurried forward to hold her, but could not. There wasn't even any way for him to show her how deeply he felt her pain. After a few moments the pharmacist regained some composure.
She lifted her head and peered through red, watery eyes at him.
When I heard from the Violet Prince that you had been killed by Monarch, the last hope within me died.
The pain was gone, all feeling was gone. That was the moment I broke through to Paragon, when I achieved the dream you and I shared. But you weren't there anymore. Without you, it wouldn't matter if I became the strongest human alive. I thought about dying. No matter what, I wanted to lay my eyes on Altus one last time.
I had no expectations, just the determination that I would die and be with you again. I was only thinking about myself, even our daughter didn't enter my mind.
Was that selfish? No. No, it wasn't.
Li Ke's voice shook when he answered. The spectral image of his long-dead body quivered. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 861, Forget Me. Chapter 861, Forget Me. Chapter 861, Forget Me.
Li Ke had thought the universe had treated him cruelly, but now he saw how much his wife had had to endure. At least he was given the mercy of sleep within Altus, allowed to wait until his opportunity was presented. Though he missed her, most of the time had been spent in darkness as he maintained his spirit within the banishing blade. Time passed quickly as he slept, and moments where pain and regret gnawed him were relatively brief.
But her?
Not only was the pain with her every single day, but she had to bear the hardships of raising a crippled child by herself.
Little you, blame me.
I'm so sorry about what was happened to the two of you.
It's all my fault.
Li Ke's body shook.
Don't, you shouldn't upset yourself. Your body is dimming. Li Ke.
1. She's referring to him as elder brother Ke, which I have not translated, because while it's more literal, it seems very strange to refer to one's husband this way, especially during such an emotional scene. She cried out as Li Ke's body began to fade. Suddenly Li Ke scowled, focused.
His body solidified. My greatest wish has been to see you again. But seeing you like this, seeing our daughter, it brings me no joy. I don't want to have to leave you in such pain.
I wish I would be with the both of you until the end.
The pharmacist's face went white. What do you mean?
Li Ke dropped his face, biting back the pain of reality.
He knew he couldn't avoid it any longer.
When I was taken by the planets, I tried to fight, but they were too strong. In order to gain the most from my DNA, they didn't kill me immediately. I was first imprisoned and slowly decomposed. Before they could take my soul, I funneled it into Altus. I hoped, that Altus would recognize me as its master. As master, the sword's power would sustain me. It did know me, once, but with the loss of my body it became almost impossible to control the incredible power locked within the sword.
When we merged, my spirit couldn't bear the strength of its influence.
I was successful in transferring my spirit, but there was a problem. It was always only temporary, and I would never be able to exist without the help of Altus. The power of my soul has been slowly draining away, eventually I will pass into nothing. I tried to mitigate the loss as much as I could. Although I knew the chances of seeing you again were slim, I had to keep myself going no matter how remote the opportunity.
Seeing you one more time was all I needed. The heavens eventually worked in my favor, and one day you came.
As you attacked Monarch, I was as happy as I was frightened for you. Thankfully you were rescued, and I was able to use the connection between our blades to deliver a message.
You came back, stronger than last time.
Monarch never expected my will remained in the weapon, capable of fighting back. Together we eliminated his strongest avatar, but in galvanizing Altus' power I had to spend what remained of my spirit's essence. I will not be able to remain for long. His final words were heavy with grief.
No, it can't be. How could heaven bring us back together under these circumstances? How could the universe have the heart to bring you back only to take you away again? No. No.
Her voice broke as she staggered backwards. It was like she was trying to distance herself from this place, this cruel circumstance. If there was even the smallest chance, I would never leave you, but I can't hold off much longer. For all my pride and arrogance, all I have remaining is this broken spirit. But death is not a bad thing for me now.
If I am given another life after this one, I will strive to be by your side. Whatever shape I take, I will be with you, protect you, forever. Until the last stars burn out.
I can only imagine the pain you've suffered through the years, little you.
But can you see?
Our daughter, she's so grown. So beautiful. She'll grow to be as stunning as her mother. She is the treasure of our union, and she bears within her parts of both of us. You've struggled, and now before I go I need you to make me a promise.
Promise that you will live fully, that you will live well. For our daughter, all right?
Li Ke's voice was soft and charming, but laden with woe.
Take me with you.
The pharmacist shut her eyes tightly.
I don't want it to end like this. I want to sleep, long and deep, where there is no pain or memory. Li Ke, please take me with you. Please? No. Anger rang in his spectral voice. Wake up, little you. I cannot take you with me. Who am I to end your life? Your life is your own, it doesn't belong to me. I am not even worthy of being your husband, I've failed to protect my wife. What right do I have to be with you? You've weathered all these years without me and have since become one of humanity's best. Why can't you snap out of this madness? My spirit was go, but a part of me will remain locked within Altus. Who is to say, if one day you become immortal, that I might be brought back? So, for the distant chance that I might be returned to the world, you have to live and get stronger. The pharmacist was quiet for a moment, then muttered her reply. There is still a chance? Really? Li Ke, is this true? He nodded. Of course. If Zhu Di can be returned, why can't I? I believe it. Only, to bring me back I think it will require more energy than to return Zhu Di to life. You have to grow stronger. I will remain in Altus and wait. The pharmacist stared deeply into his eyes and nodded. I will get stronger. For you. Li Ke smiled softly at her. Good, that is the right choice. My destiny is in your hands, only you can bring me back. I'll call Juner in, the pharmacist then said. She hasn't met her father yet. Li Ke hesitated a moment, but ultimately shook his head. No, I don't want her to. Why? She asked, looking at him. He smirked a sad, bitter smirk. How can I face my daughter in this state? If she wanted a hug from her father, I couldn't provide her one. I am not worthy of being her dad, not anymore. When you bring me back, she can call me her father and I'll make up for all that lost time. For now, the jewelry master is filling that role, and she is happy. This is enough. I don't want that little girl to suffer any more than she already has. I can watch her from afar and be content. She looked at him strangely for a moment, but after a moment nodded in reply. All right. Gradually the pained expression fled from his face. He spoke again in low tones. What do you think about this Lan Jue? She paused before answering. He's an excellent man, an outstanding leader in this generation. He and his younger brother, the jewelry master, are good men. If you were alive, you'd all be shoulder to shoulder. Li Ke sighed. I envy him, to be an admiral so young and a paragon to boot. Now Altus has chosen him, his dharma and domain are most suitable. His foundation is solid and his dharma is well cultivated. He is a good choice to lead the Banishing Blades. He may be weaker than the others, but we can likely remedy that. Do you see a problem if I pass Altus lineage onto him? Her response was quick. There shouldn't be a problem. Without Commander Lan Jue, we wouldn't be where we are now. He's the best choice. Very well. Li Ke nodded his head. With your blessing I am satisfied. Altus is the most potent of the blades and holds a close connection to Oxysis. Besides me, you are the best choice to bear it, but he will suffice. When I impart the sword to him, I will no longer be able to manifest, but the mark of my spirit will remain within Altus. Help him to learn how to bear the sword and summon its power. He's a brilliant and talented man, he should have no problem. All right. She nodded resolutely. However, for some reason she couldn't shake the sense of disquiet within her. Li Ke sighed again. Little you, the greatest fortune I had in life was meeting you. I just wish I could have known the pain I would bring. If you don't become an immortal, or if a man comes who moves you, forget me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 862, No Going Back. Chapter 862, No Going Back. What are you saying? The pharmacist's eyes grew sharp and accusatory. Pain flashed across Li Ke's face. There are some things I can no longer give you. I just want you to be happy. If a good man comes along, I will happily give my blessing from the darkness. All I want is for you to be happy, like you were in the early years. You always had a smile on your face. Seeing you like that again would bring me joy. Seeing the look on his face, the anger quickly faded from the pharmacist. Her eyes reddened again as she fought tears. Don't even say it, Li Ke. I know you're trying to do right, but there are some things that can never be replaced. Never. Li Ke didn't press the issue. He knew his wife's heart, how stubborn she was. He could only nod. Let's look out at space together.
I remember how we used to like finding the highest places and stare at the sky. As he spoke, Li Ke's spirit floated to a nearby window and looked out. Although they could only see the landscape of Enluan, it was real. The pharmacist walked to his side, her pretty eyes wet with tears though they did not fall. Yes. We used to love to watch the stars together. You used to tell me you would become the commander of a fleet and lead your ships across the galaxies, conquering planets and experiencing the beauty of the universe. He followed the line of her memory. I also said I would take you across the stars, and when we both became paragons we would harness the power of our blades to travel far and wide. Now you are a paragon. Even if I cannot be brought back, will you promise me you'll fulfill that dream? What you see, I will see. All right, she softly replied. She tilted her head toward Li Ke's shoulder. There was no body for her to rest her head upon, but the motion gave her stability. Li Ke lifted his hand and brought it to her waist. For a moment the two of them immersed themselves in this hard-won tranquility. What Li Ke could not see were the tears that had begun to stream down the pharmacist's face anew, like pearls from a broken necklace. Sigh. The twinkling light from the stars outside bathed Lan Jue's face in an ethereal glow. His hands were pressed together before his chest. Li Ke's request had struck him deeply, not the sword but the pain the spirit felt. In many ways he and Li Ke were the same. When he was younger, he had doggedly pursued Li Ke's every step, desperate to meet and surpass him. Now, though, Li Ke was a shadow of who he'd been, even envying Lan Jue for what he'd achieved. He'd only known this harbinger fairy for a short while, but he could already see her obstinate nature, going so far as to choose death for her love even after so many years. It went beyond persistence into the realm of obsession. He could look after her, but Lan Jue knew he would never supplant Li Ke in her heart. The human armada rendezvoused, slowly retreating from the field. They gathered what dead they could and set about repairing damage to their ships. In truth, there were few ships to repair. Typically when the aliens reached a vesselet and everyone on board were lost. Few were those who survived an alien strike. Fighter drones were the hardest hit. The East lost many stellar pilots in the last attack. But such was the cost of war. When would it be over? When would there be peace? Lan Jue let his mind wander, recalling the fantasies nestled therein. When there were no more enemies to fight, he and his brother would find a small city few people knew about. They would open stores selling things that interested them, and every day would be peaceful, boring, and quiet. At least that was the future he strove for. What are you thinking about? Lan Jue wandered over to his side. Lan Jue gave his a sidelong glance. Nothing. A slight surprise crossed Lan Jue's expression. You mean there's actually a time you aren't furiously ruminating over something? It feels good to leave your mind blank for a while, doesn't it? Lan Jue could see exhaustion writ clear on his brother's face. Not just his body, but his heart as well. Though it was Lan Jue who was sent on a dangerous mission, the weight on Lan Jue's heart was crushing and had been for a long while. When Lan Jue returned from Monarch, he knew his brother wanted to rush forward and embrace him. He didn't, but it was the first time he'd had that sense from his brother. Blood, it turned out, was thicker than water. Now that we're here, there's no going back, Lan Jue said with a sigh. Lan Jue quietly nodded his head. He knew what his brother meant. They couldn't turn back the clock on the aliens' evolution, and the Armada had suffered significant losses despite their victory. If they charged in again, the fleets would be hard-pressed to break the enemy's lines, much less destroy the home worlds. Lan Jue, Qianlin, and the pharmacist had seen how difficult it was. The planets were distracted, but they weren't defenseless. Meanwhile, their 3 bastions had depleted their energy stores. They would need time to recuperate before they could fight again. Time they didn't have. This left them with only one choice, the banishing strategy. If they could enact the strategy, summon even a fraction of its power, their enemy would be destroyed and peace would come. It was the only way. There are benefits to having only one option. We know where to focus our resources. Lan Jue turned toward his younger brother. The fatigue in his gaze was gone, leaving only determination. All right, we give it our all, together. Lan Jue lifted his hand. The 2 brothers shook, and through their clasped hands they could feel each other's puissant energies. Li Ke would direct their next steps. 10 minutes later, Li Ke and the pharmacist returned. They seemed calmer and more collected than when they left. The pharmacist's face was even graced by a small smile. The paragons all turned their eyes toward them as they reappeared. Li Ke looked over the crowd, nodded, then spoke. I apologize for making you wait. As he spoke, his eyes inadvertently moved to Qianlin. Junior was cradled in her arms, listening with a calm beyond her years. A quick flash of emotion crossed over Li Ke's eyes but was quickly gone. He'd made the decision to keep his distance from the child, and though he was destined to vanish from the universe, he didn't want to impact the sense of family that had been so difficult for her to find. What purpose was there in telling her about her father? He had given her nothing, and telling her would only bring pain. Stealing his heart, Li Ke floated toward Lan Jue. His low voice continued.
Lan Jue, Altus has consented to taking you as its master.
However, before you can use the banishing stance, the four of you must find a way to improve your cultivation. Best would be to break through to the infinite, then you might be able to manage its awesome power. Each of you have a lineage that resonates with the essence of the swords. Relatively speaking, Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin are capable of summoning some measure of the blade's powers because they have achieved nirvana. You and little you, however, are not yet powerful enough. You must also reach nirvana, then when the four of you are similar in cultivation you can begin to study the strategy. It must be quick, for time will not wait.
Lan Jue frowned.
He had exploded onto the Paragon scene as a reflection of heaven and earth, but he had since been kept busy with the war. He'd hardly had any time to cultivate. Even with all his talent and his mighty lineage, without special circumstance, progress was still one step at a time.
At present, if he could achieve nirvana in 5 years, it would be miraculous.
Breaking through within the prescribed time seemed impossible. The pharmacist was in a similar situation. She'd broken through to reflection of heaven and earth, and through her slaughter domain and Qianlin's Queen of Heaven abilities her breakthrough was stabilized. However, taking the next step to nirvana seemed almost insurmountably difficult.
Lan Jue and Qianlin's circumstances were marginally better. Due to the faith Qianlin's Guanyin Dharma commanded from the masses, both of them were enjoying a boost to their cultivation.
What's more, spreading that faith would not be hard, requiring only that the two alliance lift their blockade of information. Of course, their path wasn't without problems. Their meteoric rise was quick and successive, from breaking through to reflection immediately, then days later achieving nirvana.
This was dangerously fast, and once they entered into the infinite they would have to suffer the ire of universal protogenia.
For now, remaining at their current level was the best option. For now, the main concern was figuring out how to get Lan Jue and the pharmacist to nirvana. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 863, Vital Crystal Transmutation. Chapter 863, Vital Crystal Transmutation.
As fast as possible didn't mean a year or two. They had to find a way to make these paragons stronger within a matter of days. The banishing strategy, as one of the strongest powers in the ancient world of immortals, also needed time to understand and employ. All the while the threat of alien evolution loomed. For the moment their process was complete, the humans knew those monsters would be coming for them. Their days were quite urgently numbered. When he saw Lan Jue's concerned visage, Li Ke laughed.
Be at ease, I have a solution that can help you improve your cultivation.
I'm not sure how effective it will ultimately be, but the chances are good it will help you ascend to nirvana. The years I was trapped with these monsters, I studied them as they studied me. I watched how their energies were converted and used. After all, Altus was kept within Monarch's heart. I learned how they converted vital energy into power they used for themselves. If you have enough Paragon-level vital crystals, we can attempt it ourselves. Suddenly everyone's eyes were alight with the possibility Li Ke suggested. It was true that vital crystals of that level were exceedingly rare, but they had come to possess a few. As this war waged, many human lives were lost, but the same could be said for the alien horde as well, including their elite. At this point there were 10 or so vital crystals Li Ke might find acceptable. With serious countenance, Li Ke continued. What worked for those creatures may not necessarily be suitable for us, and it isn't without hurdles. First, this energy is far from pure. Even at the highest levels it has been tainted by poisonous energies exclusive to these monsters. It is incompatible with our human bodies and thus may cause problems as it is absorbed. I cannot tell what those problems may be, but you must be ready with a solution.
Lan Jue replied. This shouldn't be a problem. We have tears of Neptune that can be used to filter the vital energy before we use it. We didn't bring many, but it should be enough for what we need. We have enough.
Huali, seated nearby, rose to his feet with a smile on his face.
Poseidon Group purchased them in bulk. The East is likely the only alliance who has more than we do. And we brought them all with us.
I suspect that will be enough to do what you need to do. Lan Jue looked at his fellow monarch and shot him a thumbs up.
More than an S-ranked power gem, the Tears of Neptune were now an integral resource for filtering vital energy.
Huali graciously offered them without precondition, something your typical rich man would not do. Poseidon Group had spent a lot in defense of humanity, and have had to pay a high cost in lives and resources. They'd earned many vital crystals through the war, but it did not offset the price they paid. Lan Jue said nothing, but Huali's generosity was offered before everyone's eyes. So long as they were successful, the East would repay his kindness in spades.
The Terminator had to hold back a sigh of admiration. Although this generation's Poseidon was young and inexperienced, he didn't shy from his duties. Huali left to retrieve the tears of Neptune from Poseidon. Li Ke went on. If this solves our problem, then wonderful. The transmutation has a high chance of success. However, I do have one condition. Li Ke's spectral face grew serious. What is it? Lan Jue inquired. This process must remain a secret, he said. Only you and little you can know how it works. You must keep this information hidden, and take it with you to your graves. Of course, the secrecy of it instantly piqued the other Paragon's interest. The Terminator scowled. Why? Isn't this a good thing? Li Ke sighed. A good thing. Be you man or monster, greed is a vice that impinges on the virtue of every soul. What you think is a good thing may not be, in many regards. This method is exactly the kind these aliens use to strengthen themselves. This means that if the knowledge becomes widespread, we humans could be just as the aliens are. I ask you honestly, honored Paragons, if you knew this method, would you refrain from using it? Yes, from the start we were capable of taking these crystals and using them to improve ourselves. But our supply of these crystals are limited. What happens once those crystals are used up? Where will the powerful turn their sights next? I am fairly certain, in the end, we would end up just like the monsters we seek to destroy. We would seek out the lives of lesser creatures to consume for our own benefit, and eventually even our own kind. I do not know if any more creatures like these aliens will appear, but our destructive thirst will encapsulate the whole universe. We have suffered, but I do not wish to see our suffering turn us into monsters. Moreover, the universe is a place governed by rules. If the powers of the universe see what we're doing, we will be marked a threat. From that point on, the enemy we face will be reality as a whole. Even the banishing blades wouldn't be able to save us then. For these reasons, it is my sincerest hope that the secrets of this method do not get out. It will stop with these two, and only employed because we face the direst of circumstances. Lan Jue, little you, this knowledge must never be shared. After listening to the spirit's prognostications, the Paragons were silent. Yes. None of them denied that they would use all the vital crystals in their power to create mighty human adepts, the likes of which had never been seen. Even that was not terrible in and of itself. But what about when the crystals were spent? These wizened Paragons had seen the greed of humanity firsthand. In more ways than they'd like to admit, humans and aliens had their similarities. Life was about growth, expansion. Both species were always striving for better and greater things. Both wanted to be stronger, and their efforts could influence all life throughout the universe. With this dark knowledge, humanity would be unable to resist. A portion would succumb to the poison allure of power and would not be able to control the hunger. The pontiff rose to his feet, his deep voice reverberating through the bridge. What if it is kept to a small coterie? Methods can be used to protect the secret. Li Ke smiled. Your Majesty the Pontiff, do you truly believe that would be successful? It isn't that I am lacking in trust, but it is undeniably true that the only way to keep a secret is if the knowledge passes into history. Lan Jue spoke. I agree with his assessment. Speaking for myself, I'm not even sure I can reliably keep the secret. Everyone has their moment of weakness. Sometimes disaster only needs the smallest opportunity. These vital crystals present our species with awesome opportunities, but that shouldn't require the wanton consumption of life. Instead, it should be used for our exuvium process, to extend our lives. I feel this is a suitable use of the treasures we've fought for. Constant evolution is simply hastening the path toward destruction. That's why, once the transmutation is complete, I will allow an adept of suitable strength to enter into my mind and destroy any trace of that knowledge. I would like all of to bear witness. Li Ke was right, the only way to keep a secret is to erase it completely. Most of the Paragons nodded their head, only a few of them disapproved. However, they were powerless against the majority. Li Ke looked upon Lan Jue with an expression of satisfaction. Then my mind is at ease. What we do to save mankind, not lay the groundwork for its future destruction. As we perform the transmutation, the others must not watch. 2 protectors is all that is needed. I suggest Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin. Lan Jue nodded. That's no problem. Lan Jue swept his eyes over the rest of the Paragons. Your Majesties have fought valiantly. You've earned your rest and then some. The plan now is to return to Angel. There we will strive to complete the banishing strategy as quickly as possible and ultimately destroy our enemy.
The pontiff was particularly displeased with the turn of events. When he heard Li Ku reveal the possibility of absorbing energy like the aliens, the deepest recesses of his heart was stirred. That knowledge could lead the pontiff's citadel into a new renaissance of prosperity. However, he was alone in this hope. The other paragons were in agreement with Li Ku. One by one the paragons left. They remained on Middle Heaven but retired to their personal chambers to rest. They would need their strength, for the enemy could attack at any moment. Lan Shang and the others, bearers of the banishing blades, needed to be protected. They were humanity's last hope. Li Ku told them what needed to be prepared. Lan Xing gave the order to see it done. The sooner they finished this business the better. Time was of the essence. Once the others were gone, Li Ku asked Lan Jue, Lan Xing, Zhou Qianlin and the pharmacist to follow him into the nearby sitting room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 864, The Four Banishing Blades. Chapter 864, The Four Banishing Blades. Juner left with the wine master. Li Ku's eyes never left her small frame as she disappeared. Lan Jue wanted to ask him why he didn't want to meet his daughter, but a look from the pharmacist kept him quiet. He wouldn't press the issue. This was, after all, a matter between a husband and wife. Before we begin, I will explain the principle behind the banishing strategy. These years I've been locked within Altus, I was able to learn its secrets. The banishing stance is known as the single greatest destructive power in the universe. Back in the ancient days, the Grand Master of Heaven battled against the four great sages. They were as strong as he, and you can imagine the power at their fingertips. Even so, the banishing blades were called the most lethal of the Grand Master's weapons. Because of how powerful and dangerous it is, the strategy has been hidden within Altus ever since. Not copper, nor iron, nor steel, the sword was hidden beneath the crushing weight of Mount Meru. What flame or fluid could quench its keen edge? Altus, sharp, oxysis, death, Captus, universal red light, Demortis, the ever-changing. The blood of the immortals stained their robes. Li Ku's eyes burned as he recounted the old tale of the banishing blades. Turquoise light sprang up from Li Ku's ghostly body and painted the room in its colors. A sharp and oppressive aura filled every corner of the room. Suddenly the most lethal of the Grand Master's weapons seemed more than apt to describe the power of these blades. Suddenly the pharmacist's body reacted, releasing an aura of white light. A thirst of slaughter swelled and joined with Altus' cutting eminence. The two together were murder given form. Next to react was Lan Jue and Captus. Its red light reached out, and where it touched reality was rife with tears. Reality collapsed where the sword's power prevailed. Last was Demortis, a blue light which radiated around Zhou Qianlin as a tapestry of ever-changing power. As the light of the four banishing blades intermingled, they all rang with an ethereal hum. The resonance of it spread far and wide. More than just the residents of Middle Heaven, the whole fleet could hear the near-deafening ring. Lan Shang was not protected by the power of a sword. He felt the tides of power most acutely. As the sonorous ring of the swords crashed around him, he felt his spirit leave his body. It was like his body would break apart at any moment, caught in the joyous reunion of the Godblades. He was not the target of their song, but he felt it may destroy him anyway. What incredible power! Lan Shang pressed his palms together before his chest, and a radiant golden Buddha appeared seated in the center of his heart. It quietly meditated, humming the Diamond Sutra, encased in the light of Vairocana. A golden light, starting from the crown of his head, quickly spread down his entire body, fusing body and soul. Blessings of the Buddhas of past, present and future filled him, protecting him from the deadly aura of the banishing blades. As the song of the blades rang out, Li Ku's eyes were wide and fervent. This was the day he had hoped so desperately to see. As a bearer of Altus, the unparalleled weapon of the Grand Master of Heaven, even universal protogenia couldn't stand against him once the banishing strategy was enacted. Now the swords were reunited, but he was no longer Altus Master. He had become a guide, despite the pain of regret that filled him. He steeled himself against the sadness, for now was the time for strength. The turquoise light faded. As the deadly power of Altus was restrained, the other swords followed its lead. The pharmacist, Lan Jue, and Zhou Qianlin could faintly sense the stirring power within. The gathered swords supplemented one another and awakened something inside them. Lan Jue's understanding of his weapon ran deep, but in that moment he sensed something change completely. Its surge of power was so quick and intense it frightened him. Sigh. Bang. A bone-jarring shock shuddered through the realm of violet light. The Violet Prince, Princess, and the 12 remaining avatars knelt in this hollow place. In addition were 2 more infinite-level figures, the remaining doppelgangers of the home worlds. All of them had been deep in meditation, but the sudden impact forced them all to awaken.
One of Monarch's avatars, seated beside the prince, shot to his feet. A surge of purple light gushed from it. I have felt something, a terrible danger that can impact our future. A rapid, destructive force. This wasn't the avatar itself, but rather Monarch speaking through this echo of its power. The Violet Prince looked upon the avatar in shock. From those humans? Monarch's deep voice answered. No. The sword they stole. So T is why they were so willing to put themselves in danger, so determined to abscond with that weapon. My first impression was incorrect, there is something more contained within it. The human who brought it to me was not dead, his spirit remained inside, otherwise we would not have suffered at the hands of the interlopers. All of you must recover that sword, no matter the cost. The Violet Princess answered, unconvinced. The humans have proven strong, but your merger with Queen and Consort is nearly complete. Soon you will create what the humans call an immortal realm and a domain for us to survive in. Then we will be able to travel through the universe at a whim, destroying any vestige of humanity without effort. Even if that weapon is dangerous, would it mean anything in the face of your future supremacy? Monarch's avatar sniffed derisively. You understand nothing. The mysteries of their species are revealed to me the more of their essence I consume. Many years ago humans had an immortal realm, stronger and more prosperous than what we will achieve. I suspect that sword is a relic of those times, conveyed to the humans from the gods they once served. The ones who came and took it from me also bore swords of similar caliber. I heard their song, and in the depths of my mind I sensed the danger they present. This danger is such that our power would mean nothing. Your task is to interrupt this power before it can be brought to bear against us. It must be thoroughly destroyed. The Violet Prince nodded. As you wish. A cold light passed over the avatar's face. Remember, at any cost. Of course, the prince replied. Suddenly, the princess felt a strange sensation trill through her. Such feelings had plagued her since they consumed human genetics for their own benefit. Monarch was unaffected by the prince and princess were more human-like as time went on. They even preferred to converse in human language. She did not find these human weapons as dangerous as Monarch claimed. More dangerous was the assimilatory power of human genetics. They may have taken this genetic material from the humans, but it was changing them as much as they were using it to empower their abilities. Once this immortal realm was established, they would become more and more like the creatures they consumed. Maybe the human essence would completely replace what they used to be. What would happen then, she wondered. The Violet Princess knew that much of this evolutionary process was derived from the latent memories of the humans, locked within their DNA. Monarch was trying to mimic what the humans had achieved thousands of years before. Sigh. In ancient times but one bearer established the banishing stance, the Grand Master of Heaven Ling Bao. Before his overwhelming power even the likes of Heavenly Sovereign Taishang and Celestial Master Yuanshi, along with two others, were at a loss as to what to do. But as the four clashed against the Grand Master they managed to defeat him. Thus the swords earned their titles as the most lethal under heaven. The strategy, with the four swords as its pivotal center, directed this unfathomable power. From what we can understanding the strategy focuses and guides a portion of universal protogenia. Li Ke shared all he knew of the banishing strategy with the four new bearers. As they listened intently it was as though gates hiding these secrets from them were opened before their eyes, especially for the three who were already familiar with their swords. Suddenly their knowledge and connection with these godblades was deeper than ever. Now we cannot rely on a single person's power to establish the strategy, of course. Nor can any of you fully command the power it contains. What you must do is approach the homeworlds, establish the strategy, then entice them forward. The enemy will react to you once the trap is in place. The sword contained profound knowledge, and even though Li Ke had been trapped within it for years he had only scratched the surface of its mysteries. Without the other three weapons parts of those mysteries had been locked away. Knowledge of the strategy had always been kept in Altus, but many specifics of it were contained in the other swords. Only once all four of them were together was the entirety of the strategy laid bare. Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin, and the pharmacist were all brilliant people. They could follow Li Ke's information to its logical conclusion, comprehending the substance of his point and asking poignant questions. Because they lacked the strength to control the sword's power, they had only one chance to lay out the strategy. Whether or not they could eliminate the enemy was a question too difficult to answer now. After all, the full strength of these swords, the most lethal weapons under heaven, was unknown. No one knew what would happen once the strategy was enacted. All they knew came from old legends and whispered tales. They had to rely on faith that these stories were true. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 865, Daddy. Come, dot. Chapter 865, Daddy. Come. Right now the only thing they could take faith from was the ringing son of the banishing blades. The sound of their long-awaited union rang with such ferocity that the strength within them was evident. All preparations for the transmutation process were completed. Li Ku addressed them once again. Now we will use the alien methods to increase your strength. Once you have achieved nirvana, I will pass on Altus lineage to Lan Cheng. From that point you can begin to practice the strategy. Lan Cheng nodded slightly. The pharmacist looked on with sorrowful eyes. Li Ke said the words lightly, but she knew that once he passed the inheritance to Lan Cheng, her husband would be gone. Already it was clear to everyone that Li Ke's spirit had begun to fade. It seemed he could vanish at any moment. Lan Jue looked between the two. We will watch over you. Qianlin's domain in particular will help keep you safe. Both Lan Cheng and the pharmacist nodded. Lan Jue. Thank you, Li Ke said suddenly. Lan Jue shrugged. Just doing my duty, he replied. I mean, about Junior. A bitter pain crossed Li Ke's ghostly face. I was never able to fulfill my obligation as her father. You've helped remedy that. Thank you. I chose not to reveal myself to Junior because she already has a father, you. Don't misunderstand, my meaning is that you are far more qualified to guide her as a father than I. I have already failed her too much, and I don't wish to negatively influence her life any more than I have. Lan Jue's surprise was palpable. Inwardly he lamented these star-crossed parents and the agony they'd suffered. Were it not for the misfortunes they'd suffered, this man would have lived to be a modern luminary. However, Li Ke hesitated, then dropped his head. I have to trouble you with a request. Bring Junior. I'll just watch from afar, I won't say anything. Is this all right? His voice shook. The fluctuations of his emotional state was reflected in his translucent body, which began to flicker. Lan Jue nodded. All right, I'll bring her here. He left to do as he'd been asked. However, after just a few steps he stopped and turned back to look at him. Brotherly, he began. Or, perhaps brother-in-law, one. Since he refers to the pharmacist as sister. This is actually more familiar than brotherly. I must ask, do you really believe Junior doesn't understand what's happening? She may be young, but that girl has more wisdom than most adults. That's even before you consider her inheritance from the clairvoyant. She knows, she just hasn't said anything. She doesn't want to hurt you, or perhaps it's to protect herself. Both Li Ku and the pharmacist shook at his words. They looked at him, shocked. Junior knew? She already knew? Li Ke stared in surprise, the pharmacist couldn't help but stare. She couldn't help but feel like she'd been neglectful of the girl lately. Lan Jue seemed to know her better. Lan Jue looked from one to the other. I feel sorry for Junior, but she's more mature than you give her credit for. You've been living in your own world, but I think you need to ask her what she thinks. Brother, you don't want to speak with her because you're afraid to cause her pain. But if she knows her father's back, and you say nothing, what sort of damage do you think that will cause? I hope you both speak with her. It may hurt, but at the very least she'll have the memory of her real dad. She'll remember that her father really did come back. At least for a moment your family was whole. Of course I'll always be a father to her, that won't ever change. I'll protect her with my life, and I promise that nothing will harm her so long as I draw breath. Li Ku felt like he'd been struck by lightning. His mind was muddled, he didn't know what to say. I think Aju was right. Some things have to be faced, no matter how unpleasant. Maybe for her, what you think is the right decision may not be the best one. Lan Cheng added his opinion. Li Ku floated silently in the sitting room. He wasn't sure what to say, didn't know what to do. He was entirely at a loss. Lan Jue didn't wait for him to answer. He simply turned and left to fetch Junior. Whatever Li Ke's decision, he would bring her here so they could be face to face. They were, after all, family. When Lan Jue returned, holding Junior in his arms, there were several more people in the sitting room. Lin Guogua, Kor, and Xiao were in attendance. Lin Guogua had come at Lan Jue's request. She would be the one to strip Lan Cheng and the pharmacist of their memories, so the secrets of the transmutation technique would be lost forever. There was no stronger adept than Lin Guogua in the realm of psychic power. Xiao and Kor had come with her. They had not had an opportunity to see their boss in some time, so they aimed to advantage of this opportunity. Mika was gone. Zeus Amazons were now only 3. Junior was dressed in a white fluffy princess skirt, with her hair combed and pulled into a ponytail.
Her big eyes were dull and sightless, but beautiful nonetheless. They were like windows into an endless universe. In her hands she bore the Eye of Tomorrow, the crystal ball the clairvoyant once used to influence the flows of human destiny. When he saw her, Li Ke's spirit floated forward, but stopped 10 meters from where Lan Jue stood. The 3 Amazons jumped when he did, unaware of what was happening. They looked at each other in surprise and alarm.
Lan Jue looked at Li Ke, but spoke to Juner. "Mommy's here, little one. How about you play in here for a little while?"
He knelt and put her on the floor before taking her hand and leading her to the pharmacist. Li Ke watched as Lan Jue and Juner passed him by.
He remained silent as Lan Jue placed Juner's tiny hand in her mother's.
Juner held tight to her mother, blinking her sightless eyes. The pharmacist looked down at her, then at Li Ke floating nearby. She fought to keep her emotions under control so that they wouldn't burst out. Her lips quivered from the effort of keeping tears from her eyes. Juner's expression was calm and sweet, appearing blissfully unaware of what was happening. She lifted her hand, bearing the Eye of Tomorrow, and pointed it at Lan Jue.
"Daddy, can you hold this for me, please?"
"Okay," he said. Lan Jue took it from her, and in his hands it looked like a perfectly normal glass bauble.
"Daddy, come."
Juner called out again, but when Lan Jue looked toward her, the young girl's hand wasn't stretched toward him. One hand held tightly to the pharmacist's, while the other reached for Li Ke.
This touching moment struck everyone, filling their hearts. Li Ke looked at his daughter, not daring to believe.
He rubbed his spectral eyes, then looked again to make sure she was pointing his way. The pharmacist, in her shock, looked at Lan Jue, but he shook his head.
He didn't tell Juner anything. What he said had been true, Juner knew.
Of course. She was the clairvoyant of the new generation, bearer of the Eye of Tomorrow. How could she not know her own blood was present?
Juner.
At last Li Ke spoke, and he hurried to her side. He knew he was a spirit and could not touch his daughter, but he threw open his arms anyway and tried to hug her. Everyone's eyes were wet with tears. For a father to be unable to hold his daughter, the sorrow of it was unspeakable. Juner's placid face bore a faint smile and she opened her own arms to accept him.
She moved in perfect time with her ghostly father, though she could not see. "I can feel you, Daddy. Don't feel bad, it'll be okay when you come back."
Juner comforted him through her tiny smile.
The pharmacist couldn't contain herself any longer.
She pressed herself into Qianlin's arms and cried against her shoulder.
Li Ke's body shook.
He felt like his whole body was on fire, and nothing was important except this little life in front of him. The worry over aliens, the swords, all of it melted away when that little girl called him daddy. The pain and sadness that had consumed him for so long disappeared. She'd called him daddy. Li Ke, choked with sobs, kept his arms around his daughter though the effort was fruitless.
Juner stood happily within his supernatural embrace, smiling contently. "Daddy, don't cry.
Having the whole family together is a happy thing. Now you don't worry, I'm going to look after mommy.
You have to be good, too."
Juner's sweet voice was like crystal bells in his ears. He hated himself. He hated that he'd decided to leave his wife for that cursed mission. If he'd refused, he'd have been with her all along.
Maybe she wouldn't have been blind.
But in all the universe there was no cure to take back regrets. Juner lifted her arms and rested them around his phantom neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 866, Li Ke's Decision. Chapter 866, Li Ke's Decision. Chapter 866, Li Ke's Decision. Alright, okay.
At last Li Ke was able to fight through his emotion to get the words out. Just seeing his daughter pushed all other thoughts out of his head. With a sharp sigh he appeared to come to a decision. Standing, he turned back toward Lan Chang.
"I'd like to ask for your help."
Lan Chang nodded.
"Of course, upperclassman. I'll do whatever I can."
Li Ke spoke with quiet determination.
"I want you to help me become the true sword spirit of Altus."
Lan Chang paused, and the pharmacist stopped her crying to turn back around and look at them.
Neither quite understood what Li Ke wanted. Li Ke turned to the pharmacist. "I'm sorry, little you. I can't hold it back anymore. I need to be selfish.
She looked back, her tear-soaked eyes confused. Li Ke pulled his spectral face into a tight, bitter smile. "I'm sorry, I lied to you.
The mark of my spirit can't stay locked in Altus.
It is a legendary weapon, incomparably sharp, and it will carve away the last vestige of my soul once my will vanishes. Reincarnation teaches that when our life force passes it is born again in a new body, but I don't want that. Being born again is a fantasy, and even if it were real, it would mean I'd forget all that has happened this life. I lied and told you there was a chance to bring me back because I wanted you to seek happiness for yourself. As I am now, an errant soul in a sword, I cannot perform the duties and responsibilities of a husband. I know you, more than you'd probably like to admit. You'll be by my side so long as my spirit remains. But if you tie yourself to the dead, you can't leave a real life. So I chose the possibility of reincarnation, and chose to hope you might find a way to be happy. But now that I see my daughter, I don't want to. I may not have the qualifications to be a real father, but at least I may be able to see her every day. I can watch my treasure flourish. Even just watching would fill my heart with contentment. If I become a sword spirit, I can remain here with her. You fool. The pharmacist spat the word, her voice bitter. Do you think I didn't know you were lying to me? I just wanted you to have your lie because it comforted you. Your face becomes so serious every time you lie. You haven't changed in all the time we've been together. If your spirit vanishes, I refuse to live without you. No. Lika's anger flared. Junior is already missing a father. How could she go one without you? The pharmacist shot back with cool conviction. How can you be selfish, but I can't? Lika stopped. He glanced at Junior nearby, still bearing the small smile on her face. I've made my decision, to become the spirit of Altus and remain. I'll live so long as the current master of the sword draws breath. I'll be able to watch my little girl. But little you must promise me that you won't throw away your life. The pharmacist walked over to Junior's side, knelt, and picked her up. She hugged the small girl tightly against her. Lika's dedication to his choice was firm and fervent. He floated over to Lan Jue, then nodded that he was ready. Come with me. He turned and left the room. Lan Jue, Qianlin, the pharmacist, Junior, and the three Amazons remained behind. Core, Xiaoxiao, and Lin Guoguo's eyes were red. They were not immune to the emotional scene they'd witnessed. Mommy, you should go look after Daddy. Daddy Lan Jue was here with me. Junior cutely offered. She nodded, ran her hand along her hair, and gave her small cheek a kiss. She put her down and left to join the two men. After she was gone, Junior lifted her face toward Lan Jue. Am I a good girl, Daddy? Lan Jue knelt and wrapped her in a hug. You little thing. It's okay to cry if you want to. She wrapped her tiny arms around Lan Jue. Then, with tiny sobs, she cried into his shoulder. No matter how much wisdom she possessed or how mature she was, Junior was still a child. Lan Jue gently stroked her silk-like hair, eyes heavy with a sad and tender love. She really was a good girl. She'd told her mom to leave for a reason, so that she could let her pain out. To understand this at 6 years old was incredible. Xiaoxiao, Core, and Lin Guoguo quickly gathered round to comfort the little girl. She didn't cry for long. After a minute or so, her tears stopped falling and her sobs ceased. She slowly lifted her head. As Lan Jue wiped away her tears, Junior muttered at him. Daddy, I'm scared. I've seen some really scary things. That Daddy, dead. Mommy, dead. They don't want me. He gently patted her back. Impossible, they both love you more than anything. How could they not want their little Junior? And you have me. Daddy Lan Jue will be with you forever. Okay. Junior's tiny voice replied. She hugged him tighter. He kissed her forehead. Suddenly Junior's head shot up. She looked off in a seemingly random direction. Daddy, be careful. Lan Jue had quick reaction times and no reason to doubt the little girl. The moment she spoke the words, he took her and the three Amazons and hurled themselves toward Zhou Qianlin. A beam of purple light struck where they'd been kneeling half a breath before. An aura of creation and destruction raged around them, fluctuating chaotically. Even though Lan Jue had the perception of a Nirvana-level paragon, he had not felt any indication this power was coming. Junior lifted her hand and a sparkling light filled the room. A dimness then overcame them as a twinkling backdrop enveloped everyone like a blanket of stars. The ship disappeared. Suddenly everyone found themselves in a boundless universe. They could see 4 twinkling violet dots in the distance, but they closed in quickly to surround Lan Jue and the others. The twinkling starlight gave their attackers pause before they were engulfed. Lan Jue responded quickly by holding tight to Junior and reaching out with his other hand. In a flash FO red, Cap disappeared in his grip. The violet light subsided as a vortex of red light appeared and began to drink it up. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 867, Life for a Monarch.
Chapter 867, Life for a Monarch. Chapter 867, Life for a Monarch. Recently Lan Jue's battles had been quick, fierce, and against foes much stronger than he. Under these stifling odds his cultivation and combat experience had grown by leaps and bounds. His comprehension of his sword and his own abilities was deeper than it had ever been, and though he had only been a paragon a short while he could still command with flows of protogenia with confidence. The moment Lan Jue summoned Captus, Zhou Qianlin reacted in kind. Demortis appeared in her hand, ready to join Captus in battle. Flows of blue light surged from her blade and entered into Captus' vortex like bolts of silk. Suddenly it was a whirlpool of red and blue. The light gathered into a flickering nimbus. Then, in a burst of energy, it shot forth in every direction and battered back the 4 alien monsters that had come for them. In the same instant Lan Jue released the dazzling power of his domain and allowed boundless starlight to spread. Lan Jue's heart was heavy with fear, he knew how dangerous the situation they found themselves in was. These monsters were undoubtedly infinite level. He berated himself for forgetting one very important thing: these aliens were adept at interdimensional travel. Their understanding of how to cross large distances undetected was unparalleled. However, in all his battles with these aliens they had never used transference offensively. Humans had forgotten they could do it. The Violet Prince and his coterie must have appeared through teleportation. It helped that Middle Heaven was relatively empty now, but nonetheless their extraordinary prowess was on full display. What's more, they could hide their aura so well that even the photographer would be ashamed. These thoughts flashed through Lan Jue's mind. But right now his top concern was finding out how to stay alive. Turn. As Lan Jue's domain expanded, the aliens began to swirl in a clockwise formation around him. The power of their birth and destruction domain accelerated sharply, forcing it to change 100 times a second. It overwhelmed the rules of reality and everything around them seemed to break apart. A dizziness overcame Lan Jue, and before he knew it his domain was overcome and destroyed. Even Qianlin's Queen of Heaven powers couldn't sustain it. The Violet Prince grunted. His eyes flared purple gold, and the monsters that accompanied him stopped their predatory circling. However, the purple light did not stop, and became a tornado of deadly power that came crashing down on Lan Jue and the others. Our hearts beat as one. Lan Jue yelled into the buffeting tides of power. Captus flared red. Under the crushing weight of the alien's domain he would have been unable to summon his protogenia as a reflection of heaven and earth. Luckily he had risen to nirvana, and with Lika's direction he had a new comprehension of Captus' true essence. As he lashed out with the banishing blade, golden runes burned bright, stamped in the metal. All of a sudden Lan Jue's body became illusory, like there were 100,000 copies of him overlaid one on top of the other. Nirvana the omnipresent, gathered as one. Faced with the oppressive and deadly power of the Violet Prince, Lan Jue reacted with one of the secret powers of Nirvana. The sudden amplification of its powers made the golden runes along Captus burn with blinding light. Though Qianlin did not possess the same level of comprehension, she shared his through their linked souls. Floating around them the blue light of Demortis coalesced into a haze and settled over Captus. The power of the two swords mingled, and created a rainbow-hued halo of light. It bloomed outward like the petals of a lotus, spreading out around them. These mysterious petals protected the humans from the rage and chaos of the purple cyclone. Lan Jue channeled the harmonious swords to defend them from the storm. He couldn't retract the sword for fear of exposing him and his companions, even though the Violet Prince was closing in on him. His other hand still held tightly to Juner, protecting her with his body. Lan Jue's domain remained staunchly denied, and unable to fight off the encroaching power of the aliens' creation and destruction abilities. They were finished. Lan Jue's heart sank. For infinite-level monsters joined against him was as terrifying as it was insurmountable. He was effectively powerless, locked down by his enemy's overwhelming strength. Adding insult to injury, the Violet Prince did not attack Lan Jue directly. The monster's pale hand reached out, but toward Juner. The other was aimed at Lan Jue's chest. Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin were focusing their powers on keeping the cyclone from tearing them apart. Qianlin could only watch, forced to cling to Demortis. In the final moment, just before the prince's hand could reach them, Lan Jue reacted. He spun around her, blocking Juner from the prince with his own body. He had to protect her, even if it meant his death. This was the only thought going through his mind. He tried to position himself as best he could to block access to Zhou Qianlin as well. Maybe he could buy her some time. Ack! There was a pained grunt and suddenly Lan Jue felt Captus grow lighter. A series of intense explosions followed, and then the combined power of he and Qianlin surged to dispel the tornado raging around them. Reinforcements! Lan Jue turned around to see what had happened. However, instead of the Violet Prince's grim and murderous expression, he was met with a familiar face.
Her face, as always traditionally beautiful and stunning to behold, was pale. She looked back at him with her big, soft, emotive eyes. All the feelings she'd held back for so long seemed to pour out of those eyes. He was reflected in them, only him. For a moment her delicate, pretty face was filled serenity. Up until the moment she collapsed to the floor. Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 868, I'm sorry, boss. Chapter 868, I'm sorry, boss. Xiao. Lan Jue cried out and lurched forward. The press of enemy protogenia had eased enough for some measure of his power to spread out. He dropped Juner's hand and reached out for Xiao. His heart sank the moment he touched her. There was hardly any trace of vitality left. Reinforcements had arrived, only a moment too late. The pale pink light that surrounded them was from the photographer, fighting against the pressure of the alien's domain. She did not come alone. The Terminator had placed his enormous girth between them and their attackers while the Apocrian and the Winemaster manipulated the flows of spacetime. All of humanity's paragons were here in a unified defense. Lan Jue could sense a hideous, murderous aura wash over them. The pharmacist, they must have sensed something was amiss. Boss, Xiao's soft voice cut through the din. She sounded weak, different. Her eyes never left Lan Jue's face. He held onto her limp body, kneeling beside her. Xiao, why would you do something so stupid? He still wasn't sure what had happened. The Violet Prince had been on him, inches from landing a blow. He couldn't have simply given up his chance to cut Lan Jue down. Xiao was closest. She must have used her piercing discipline to cut through the prince's domain and use her own body to block the attack. She was a 9th-level adept, powerful and talented. However, in the face of an infinite-level beast like the prince, she was no more dangerous than a normal human. Were it not for the timely intervention of the other paragons, Xiao would have been utterly destroyed. How could you be so stupid? Lan Jue's eyes were filling with tears. He knew how potent the creation and destruction domain was. There was no way to save Xiao's rapidly fleeting life. Even the mighty immortals of old couldn't rescue her. Tears carved 2 glittering rivulets down Xiao's cheeks. Her eyes were cloudy and unfocused but were kept trained on Lan Jue. Why is it so dark? Boss? It's dark. I can't see you. I want to see you. She gripped his arm with what little strength was left to her. Lan Jue took her hand and squeezed it tight. She squeezed back. Boss, don't feel bad. I don't deserve it. Maybe this is for the best, it's worth it to die for you. I'm sorry, boss, I have to ask your forgiveness. I'll repent in the next world, I'll pray for you. Boss, live happily. She gasped the last sentence, and suddenly Lan Jue felt her hand grow heavy. Her body went stiff as a faint violet light began to emerge from her skin. Gradually her form dissolved into motes of violet light, and then she was gone. Lan Jue tried desperately to gather the motes as they floated away, to no avail. He wanted to force her body to stay. Instead her life force was devoured by these heartless monsters, and nothing remained of his childhood friend. Nothing but a faint sense of sentiment, sorrow, and regret. Lan Jue's whole body shook. Xiao had been by his side since they were small. They'd grown up together. No one, not Hera, not Qianlin, not even Lan Jue, no one was with him longer. He'd turned her affections down more than once, but not because he didn't like her. She was like a sister to him. As he struggled to figure out how to urge the Amazons to lead their own lives, he knew Xiao would be the biggest worry. Her mannerisms were always soft, but inside Xiao was more stubborn than any of the others. No one could change her mind if she firmly believed something. He'd struggled to find a solution ever since Xiao began to show signs of attachment. Never was an answer forthcoming. The other girls were fond of him, too, but none were around as long as Xiao. She'd been raised by Zhu Di as Lan Jue's maidservant, to stay by his side always but not necessarily as his wife. Xiao was younger than Lan Jue by a few years. They grew up and trained together. Ever since then Lan Jue had developed a familial kinship with her. So, although he knew it was wrong to not flatly refuse her advances, he couldn't bear to hurt the girl, woman, who had dedicated her life to him. He never thought it would end this way, it was the only thing he could think about. Xiao was dead. She died saving his life. He couldn't shake the image of her eyes as she looked at him. She'd loved him until the light faded away and the darkness took her. An indescribable pain tore through every fiber of his being. It was his heartbreaking, no less devastating than the day Hera died. Xiao was dead. Dead. Jue, snap out of it. A pleading shout pulled him from the state of shock. His head shot up, and his red eyes narrowed into angry slits. "Bastard!" he roared. Like a feral beast, he hurled himself at the violent prince. Chaos prevailed. Junior had had the forethought to use one of her most potent abilities to separate the fighters from Middle Heaven. The ferocity of their exchange could easily rip the bastion apart from the inside. But she was just a child, and even with the help of the Eye of Tomorrow she couldn't protect them for long. 10 paragons were desperately fighting for their lives. Nearby, the pharmacist was guarding the door and blocking 2 more Nirvana-level aliens from entering. Lan Jue had not appeared. He was likely busy absorbing Ultis' inheritance. The aliens had chosen the perfect time to attack, besieging the stronghold to destroy the reinforcements. 1. A military tactic wherein the attacker lays siege to an important position's defenders are unwilling to give up. The defenders are forced to call for reinforcements, who thus fall into ambushes laid by the attackers. Now the defenders are without reinforcements against a powerfully positioned enemy force. Here the humans can't give up Middle Heaven, so all the paragons have to join in to defend it. The aliens can then pick off the paragons and leave the humans weak. The humans were short Lan Jue's might and guidance, and were forced to protect him and the ship. If Xiu had not taken the blow meant for Lan Jue, he would have been seriously injured or even killed. Without the harmonious swords, humanity's ability to fight back would be severely impaired. Cactus exploded with an intense red light as Lan Jue rushed forward, bringing Cactus down on his enemy like a hammer. Qianlin remained by his side, but no matter how much she tried, she found she couldn't combine her powers to his. In this moment there was no love in his heart, only hatred. Pink light flickered around Zhou Qianlin throughout the fight. She was the sole infinite-level paragon defending the humans, and the only one with a clear mind. She knew how precarious their position was, and the moment the alien's domain broke past hers, it would destroy Junior's protective shell. Exposed to the raging protogenia of so many paragons, Middle Heaven would be torn apart from the inside. The results would be catastrophic. They had to find another battlefield. Quickly! Zhou Qianlin shouted toward the winemaster. The old avenue leader knew what was needed without being told. He appeared in front of her in a flash of silver light. Holding his scepter high, archaic runes appeared floating in the air around them, and the gem in its center flared. As waves of light poured from him, Zhou Qianlin brandished her small pink camera. Combined power from the 2 interspatial powerhouses caused reality to lurch uncomfortably. The alien's domain shook under the pressure. All 4 of the infinite-level aliens were locked in combat. The Violet Prince was entangled by Lan Jue's rabid onslaught. With the addition of Zhou Qianlin and the prince's fear of their harmonious swords, he was on his back foot. The Violet Princess was squared off against the 2 gods of wine, the Pontiff and the Gourmet. All 4 of them were far inferior to the princess in cultivation, but the Pontiff's light-based powers had a restrictive effect on her, and he was nearly a reflection of heaven and earth. Likewise, the gods of wine were adept at battlefield control and were keeping her tangled up. Indeed, the princess had the upper hand, but for now they weren't letting her employ her full powers. The Terminator elected to face iron with iron. He faced off against one of the planet's avatars alone, relying on his overwhelming strength to keep his target locked down. The final alien was left to the Apocrian and the rest of the Avenue Paragons. For the time being, the Apocrian's powers, paired with attacks by the Pauper and the Driver, were enough to keep the Avatar distracted. What frightened their enemy the most was the Driver's primordial lightning, for even with its superior cultivation it didn't dare risk a direct blow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 869, Sobering Kiss. Chapter 869, Sobering Kiss. The Keeper and Bookworm were helping the pharmacist, working hard to keep enemy reinforcements at bay. Chu Cheng had returned to Tyrannosaurus, because each bastion required a Paragon commander. Hua Li had left to gather the Tears of Neptune, as requested by Li Ku. Other than them, all the rest of mankind's paragons were here, at war. 1. Alright, but where is the damn astral phantom? However, not all of the alien leadership had come. Including the prince and the other 3 infinite-level attackers, only 7 alien elite were here. Perhaps that was the limit they could teleport with their abilities. Still, it was more than enough to destroy Middle Heaven. Losing the East's last hope was unacceptable, so this fight had to quickly be moved elsewhere. Ka-cha! For a moment everything froze, went silent, and was overlaid with a pink light. Then everything began to quake and ripple. Lan Jue's pain and rage came crashing down on the prince. Monster though he was still a living thing, and the fear that gripped him was real. His defense stuttered from the photographer's intervention. His hesitation lasted only a moment before everything returned to normal. In that moment Luo Qianlin cast her hand toward Juner, emitting a beam of light that hung over the small girl. She disappeared, and with her the shell of protective power she'd created. The photographer's domain shattered as well. But as the tides of protogenia burst out, obliterating everything in the room, the aliens were shocked to find what lay behind the metal walls. They weren't in Middle Heaven any longer. They were out in space, separate from the Armada. Teleported? Luo Qianlin's reaction had been a clever one. She didn't try to teleport everyone directly, for she knew it was likely to be blocked by the aliens' power. After all, their enemy had the power advantage. Instead, she called upon the Winemaster to conceal their plans, releasing his domain as though he were there to support their defenses. While he did so, she spread her power out and carved a pocket of reality around the whole room. She moved them, and in fact that whole cabin, out into space. Since the Violet Prince was distracted by Lan Jue's attack, he hadn't noticed nor had time to prevent it. Thus Luo Qianlin was able to succeed with her ploy. In fact, even Luo Qianlin was surprised it worked. A harsh roar bellowed from the prince. He was calling for others. "Grab Zhou, get him to snap out of it." Luo Qianlin grunted, and a pink light surrounded Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin. Both were pulled back from the prince, and Luo Qianlin took their place. He had a healthy fear of the photographer as well. Though she was not as powerful as that human with the staff, she was the only other creature who could stand toe-to-toe with him. Aside from her, only Lan Jue and Qianlin's harmonious swords could defeat him. Lan Jue swiped with Captus but struck empty space. His red, angry eyes were cast all around to search for something to kill, but were met with only the twinkling stars. It was him. He killed Xiuxiu, he killed her. The only thought running through his addled mind was vengeance for Xiuxiu. His rage, his need for blood, had thrust him into a berserker frenzy. Zhou, you have to calm down." Zhou Qianlin hugged him tightly from behind to try and stop him from racing off. He was not himself, and the torrent of emotion he felt was preventing him from summoning his full power. The only way they might defeat these creatures is through the harmonious swords. As she held onto him, Qianlin released her domain. The light of Guanyin fell over the battlefield and the two of them. Its calming nature soothed the erratic flows of protogenia radiating from Lan Jue. One of the most dangerous situations for a paragon was to lose control of their protogenia. These powers belonged to the universe, and were borrowed by the paragon. They were conduits, and if they lost control of this flow, the power of the universe could backfire. A rebound like that could destroy the paragon. The Queen of Heaven's powers were magnificent for just this situation. Almost instantly the dangerously regular pulses of protogenia were calmed. To Lan Jue it felt like a gust of warm wind blowing through him, soothing his heart and easing his pain. He stopped, struck dumb in the moment of his anger. He began to shake as tears rolled down his face. Xiuxiu. Xiuxiu's dead. She's dead. He lifted his left hand, and held tightly in his palm was a small storage device she'd given him just before she died. Somehow she'd managed to protect it from being destroyed by the Violet Prince's attack. He didn't know what it was she gave him. He almost didn't want to know, but it was the only thing of hers he had left. He felt the sorrow and guilt growing in his heart. Lan Jue slowly turned and faced Zhou Qianlin. She looked hazy through his tears. Xiuxiu is dead. The Violet Prince killed her. Qianlin didn't answer him. With pain in her own eyes, she flung her arms around his neck and kissed him deeply. Her lips were warm. The essence of her compassion and her love, was conveyed through that kiss into his body. It nourished him, nourished his soul. No words were needed now. Through that kiss Zhou Qianlin told him that he still had her. She was still here. The bloodshot color drained from his eyes. Gradually the haze of rage and anguish drained away. Qianlin put her hands on his shoulders and gently pushed him away. She looked depthly into his eyes. "We can't be sad now. We have to kill our enemies, and make them sacrifices to the memory of Xiuxiu." He nodded firmly, causing the tears to be cast from his face. They floated in the nothingness around them. He took her hand in one of his, gripped tightly to Captus with the other. Zhou Qianlin's kiss had calmed enough to where he didn't rush back into the fight. He stood at a distance, surveying what was going on. 7 enemies. Among them were the Violet Prince and 3 other infinite-level aliens. On his side, other than his brothers, all other paragons were in combat. Luo Qianlin was trading blows with the prince. Luckily she didn't have to worry about universal protogenia while under the protection of Qianlin's domain. The Terminator also had one of the elite locked down, and for the time being he needn't worry for his life. But the situation was more precarious for the gods of wine. It was 4-on-1, but the 4 humans were only part of the realm of protogenia. Luckily for them, the pontiff's abilities were opposed to the monsters, and the gods of wine were expertly keeping her on her back feet. If any of them slip up, however, it could mean their death. Things also looked dire for the pharmacist. She was strong enough to handle a Nirvana-level foe on her own, but she was currently facing 3. The Keeper and Bookworm could only help from the sidelines, and their powerful attacks were barely able to penetrate the enemy's domain. None of the 3 aliens focused on them, because doing so might expose the other 2 to the Harbinger Fairy's deadly abilities. Clearly these beasts' target was the pharmacist herself. Under their fierce onslaught, Oxysis light was squeezed into the area just around her, the only thing standing between her and disaster. Things weren't good anywhere Lan Jue looked. His observation lasted only a moment, then he made his decision. He threw back his head and let loose a booming cry toward the heavens. His deep, booming shout shuddered through the battlefield, summoned from the depths of his soul, and everyone could feel it. He released his domain and let it flow from him at full force. In the distance, at least 6 more Nirvana-level aliens were quickly approaching. Once they arrived, even if Chu Chang and Hua Li joined the fight, all hope was lost. If they wanted to survive, they would have to punish the alien attackers dearly right this moment. His crystal-clear eyes reflected the light of Captus as Lan Jue held the legendary sword aloft. His boundless starlight domain surged forth. However, it did not spread out far. In fact, it expanded only 3 meters around Lan Jue and Qianlin before stopping. Stars in the distance dimmed once his domain emerged, as though his power drank their light into itself. He and Qianlin let their powers flow, and they amplified each other to a shocking degree. The Violet Prince narrowed his eyes as he glared their way. Monarch had ordered them to spare nothing to bring that sword back, but the sword wasn't here. It was back on Middle Heaven. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 870, Disadvantages. Chapter 870, Disadvantages. Moments after the photographer teleported them away from Middle Heaven, the bastion powered on its shields. It was no longer possible for the aliens to simply transfer themselves aboard. Even at the level of Nirvana, the creatures couldn't master the creation and destruction domain enough to teleport themselves. In fact, even the 3 home worlds couldn't transfer. Only the Violet Prince and Princess had the innate energy and depth of knowledge of their domain to do so. Even still, the requirement in energy was immense. It was for that reason the prince didn't immediately destroy Lan Jue upon appearing within Middle Heaven. If he hadn't already been drained by the transference, even Xiuxiu's interruption wouldn't have saved Lan Jue from him. As the fight stretched on, both the prince and princess were recovering their stored of energy. He looked across the battlefield to get his bearings. Monarch had told him that there were 3 other weapons like the one they'd lost. At least one needed to be brought back, though the more he could capture the better. Best was if the prince could wrest all 4 from the hands of their enemy. 3 were brought to bear against him now, but his first order of business was to kill one human in particular. For the time being, he was unreachable. Luo Xianyi was strong, and had both Lan Jue and Qianlin protected. Until the rest of his elite warriors came, he would have to stall. Of all the humans, this woman was the only one who could stand toe-to-toe against him. The other human defenders could collapse at any moment, and the situation could quickly turn bad for his prey. Lan Jue and Qianlin could only help defend one group, possibly killing one of his own. But if the 2 could be separated, the danger to his side would be mitigated. The rest of his elite fighters would arrive and this war would end. 10 seconds at most, then 6 more Nirvana-level aliens would reach them. Both sides were in a race against time. These 10 seconds would determine who had the upper hand. Lan Jue was on the move. He raced forward with the deadly point of Captus aimed in the pharmacist's direction. Her situation was the most precarious as 3 Nirvana-level elite had surrounded her. It was the best decision, for Lan Jue and Qianlin's harmonious blades could kill 1 or 2 of them before the others arrived. The telltale flash of rainbow color appeared. Lan Jue had cleared the haze of anger from his mind, and thus the connection between him and Qianlin was renewed. The simple yet forceful beam of light pierced the darkness as it reached for a target. In the same moment, Lan Jue attacked the 3 aliens assailing the pharmacist, scattered like snow on the breeze. Through his psionic connection, the Violet Prince controlled his side throughout the battlefield. He had been watching and waiting for Lan Jue to make his decision, with the aim to stretch out the battle. Buying time was far easier when he only needed a few seconds. From where he battled with the photographer, it looked like the harmonious sword strike missed. What's more, it was headed right for the pharmacist. Friendly fire? The Violet Prince paused, surprised at how poorly organized the human's defenses were. He didn't believe it, something suddenly didn't feel right. From the corner of his eye, he saw the pharmacist thrust forward with Oxysis, aiming for the precise center of the multicolor beam. Suddenly she vanished and the spot she'd occupied was swallowed up by Lan Jue's attack.
No, that wasn't right.
The sparkling light of Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain was the backdrop that surrounded them, and as the power of the harmonious swords cut through it, the light suddenly changed direction. The prince spied a faint figure that seemed to guide it, toward the three fleeing avatars and the Violet Princess.
Everything happened in the space of an instant.
The Violet Princess had her battle firmly in hand. The energy she'd spent in the transportation was gradually returning, and with each passing moment she was coming closer to overpowering the paragons. Even the pontiff's pure light of faith had begun to be contaminated by her violet powers. In the face of her dominance, the light of the harmonious swords came crashing down from on high. It wasn't the fight time she'd faced Lan Jue and Qianlin, and the power they bore frightened her. It had taken her and her brother to defeat Lan Jue and the pharmacist last time.
Qianlin hadn't been part of that battle.
Although Lan Jue and Qianlin were but paragons of nirvana, she knew what they could accomplish when they fought together. Hand in hand, neither the prince or princess dared try to face down the harmonious swords straight on. It was an attack nearly as devastating as the ones they'd faced from the staff-bearing man. She tried to dodge, but before she could, two more blasts of power came from either side. Neither one of those were strong enough to threaten her life, but they were enough to cut off her escape. She was pinned by the arcane magnate and the karmic scholar.
Lan Jue's attack changed everyone's tactics.
The bookworm and keeper were not considered powerhouses among the paragons, but they were among the most experienced. Their wisdom manifested in perfectly timed cooperation, and they didn't hesitate in the slightest. The Violet Princess was facing 4 paragons. As her options for defense were stripped away, all of them came at her, throwing caution to the wind in return for a chance to end her life.
Lan Jue and Qianlin's deadly ray was blocking her only route.
Suddenly she found herself in a fatal predicament with no option. She had to try and defend against a direct hit from the harmonious swords. The Violet Prince's pupils had contracted to pinpricks. He recognized the danger to his sister's life. Where before they could have relied on the homeworlds to protect them, he knew such succor would not be coming. Monarch had made it clear they were to stop at nothing to get the Godblades, everything else was secondary.
Even their lives.
With a hideous, bestial roar, the prince released the full might of his domain around him. Creation and destruction reigned in the depths of his domain, 100,000 beginnings and endings flashing by in an instant. He focused all of it into a punch and thrust his fist in the direction of the Violet Princess. His attack came with a cost, for in the moment after shifting his focus, Luo Xianni was on him. She took advantage of his distraction to land a blow on his back, and caused him to go reeling far from the princess' location. Still, his attack was on its way and likely to be effective. An attack of such strength, once it arrived, would tear through the paragons like paper. At the princess' cultivation, she only needed the smallest opportunity to escape their trap. Lan Jue scowled as he and Qianlin raced toward her. However, in order to deceive the enemy that had to first fly in the direction of the pharmacist, it would be a few moments before they could join their friends. All the while the punch from the prince was tearing through space. Pregnant with the full brunt of his creation and destruction discipline, it coalesced and collapsed in on itself like a black hole in the midst of tearing itself apart. The violet light around the princess flared brightly, and scales appeared along the length of her back. She used them to protect against the keeper and bookworm's attack. Her body bowed forward slightly and she raised her arms high, disregarding all the other paragons and focusing all of her strength on defending against Lan Jue and Qianlin's attack. She had faith in her brother's strength. The humans she tangled with were capable, but in the face of the prince's full power they could only run or be destroyed. For the princess's power would serve to amplify her abilities and neutralize the harmonious sword's attack. The prince's desperate attack was exactly the right call. By the time she warded off the harmonious swords, the 6 other alien elite would arrive, and together they would kill all the humans who opposed them. Her hands were raised and a wicked-looking sword had appeared in her grip to help her deflect the blow. But the look on her face was one of fear and surprise.
They weren't running.
All 4 paragons were ignoring the prince's attack and keeping her pinned.
Scores of thick vines poured from Aubert de Villain and wrapped her tight.
They bristled with thorns that dug into her porcelain flesh and drank her blood. He burned with a ghastly red light, and all the while his vines tugged at her sword arm, making it unstable. Bess had moved in, and 10 blood-red, dagger-like fingernails were swiping at the princess. Every strike plunged deep into sensitive pressure points on her body. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 871, The Pontiff's Epiphany. Chapter 871, The Pontiff's Epiphany.
Both the Violet Prince and Violet Princess had consumed vast amounts of human genetic material, even adopting the human form, so that they might grasp the potential of the species. So far it had worked very well for them. However, the familiar anatomy came with all the special characteristics of normal humans. Namely, acupuncture points. The prince and princess could use their alien powers to cut off this internal system, but doing so would severely limit the potency of the human form. They would no longer really be human. As such, they kept the meridians and acupuncture points intact. There was an ocean of difference between the powers of the gods of wine and the princess. However, they were still paragons, old and wise. Both of them together, along with the pressure from the bookworm and keeper, made her organs feel like they were on fire. It was a sign the damage was running deep. It was so intense that 2 streams of steaming chi seeped from her feet. At some point in the chaotic exchange, 2 hands had appeared around her ankles, gripping tightly to her feet. Gray fires crept up her legs, simultaneously blocking her vessels and draining her vital essence. The power of the infernal vanguard was born from the blood of Hades. Devouring the essence of life was the gift of the gourmet's inheritance. But his power and those of the aliens was different in that he destroyed the essence of life for rebirth. It was completely opposed to the aliens' abilities of consumption for the purpose of personal amplification. This was the perfect moment for the gourmet to exploit the difference against the princess. Were these humans crazy, she thought. They continued to fight in spite of imminent destruction. Did they hope to simply shrug off the prince's attack? It would almost certainly mean their death. She looked at them, 3 faces full of determination. But more than determination, there was sorrow and admiration. 3? Where was the 4th? She looked up, and for the first time there was utter disbelief in the princess' eyes. She saw that the Violet Prince's attack would not come to save her, for in the midst of its all-consuming destruction was a single figure, a bright silhouette against the darkness. No, not a figure. A mountain. A golden mountain whose peak was populated with a host of angels chanting in unison. It was the holy mountain, glimmering with the white light of faith. Pure white light spewed from its crest, and from the base rippled a pool of golden splendor. Reflection of heaven and earth. One figure stood at the highest point of this mountain. It was the pontiff, clad in his resplendent robes with his scepter held aloft. His face was ablaze with the light of pure faith, and from his mouth poured prayers to the on high. In those deep eyes was profound understanding. As his life had come near its end, the pontiff had achieved an awakening. At last he understood why he'd been stuck at the cusp of advancement for years. He knew why it was he could never progress. It was his own heart. The faith within him was not pure. Without pure faith, how could he receive God's love? Even with the worship of so many devout followers. In the face of all his failings, all his shortcoming, the pontiff placed himself between his allies at the Violet Prince's attack. Despite the knowledge that it would mean his end, he was willing to sacrifice himself. It was then he knew what he was missing. Satan's mad smile as he died came to mind. If such a creature could face death unflinchingly, why not a man of faith? It wasn't a decision that set him free, but instead instilled him with a sense of the sublime. He couldn't remember the last time he felt this way. It had been so many long years since he'd felt such a connection. He felt proud. For the first time, and who knew how long he was proud of himself. Faith had burned away the final obstacle to his advancement, and at last he arose to become a reflection of heaven and earth. The golden mountain burned defiantly as the prince's black destruction bore down on it. They collided in a magnificent and terrible display of mutual destruction. The pontiff smiled contentedly. The truths he'd found crystallized in his mind, imprinted themselves on his soul, and were imparted into his holy scepter. A single beam of light, a gleaming spear of faith amidst the darkness, shot toward middle heaven, and the prince's power annihilated itself against the pontiff. He would die, but in his final moments he imparted his legacy. Constantine was the bearer of the spear of fate, but he was still young. Only Metatron was wise enough to accept the burden of this position. The pontiff had faith that by virtue of the knowledge within the scepter, Metatron would break the poison cycle they'd wrought and break through to become the next paragon of the citadel. The pontiff had spent his life in service to the citadel. It was fitting that his last moments would be given to ensure its survival. Just before the end, the pontiff closed his eyes. His heart was filled with a quiet joy. Death took him, and he went serenely. If you are waiting for me in another world, Satan, then be ready to greet me. The light of the harmonious swords collapsed upon the princess just as the pontiff drew his final breath. He's given his life for this moment. Boom, the weapon separating the princess from the light shattered instantly. Cracks turned her skin to broken glass. Golden purple energy shot from the fissures, concentrated rays of ruin that fired out toward the paragons that entrapped her. A toxic cloud of purple bellowed from between her pretty lips. Her gorgeous features were broken and twisted, more hellspawn than human. Right away the paragons could tell their coordinated effort had really hit the mark. The creeping hand of death was crawling up her spine.
She needed to flee, she was desperate to escape.
Monarch's orders were forgotten as she fought for her life, a reaction all living creatures shared. She struggled to get free, but before she could, another ray of light hit her. This one gleamed with a righteous, murderous white. The harmonious swords weren't the only danger, as the pharmacist proved. Lan Jue faint had scattered the three she was fighting against. Now she was free to lend a hand and focused her reflection powers through Oxysis. The blade hummed with additional power from Captus and Demortis.
The pharmacist hated these beasts.
These monsters stole her husband from her in his prime. They were responsible for her daughter's damaged eyes. That hate and rage and bloodlust crystallized within Oxysis, and she brought all of it to bear against the princess. The captured princess could only lift her arms to protect herself.
Clang!
A monster such as she would not so easily be brought down. The princess was a reservoir of power far greater than any of theirs, and even Oxysis couldn't break her defense. But it did cut halfway through her lifted arms.
If only Altus was with them. The keenest of the banishing blades would easily cut through the princess-empowered flesh.
Without the fourth sword, overcoming her defenses was a mighty undertaking.
And they did it anyway.
There was a flash of black and white before her eyes when suddenly the princess discovered half her body had gone ashen gray. She watched in horror as pieces of her began to disintegrate. Magnificent as she was, she could not completely protect herself. Every last ounce of power she focused on keeping her core from ruin. Yet the skin on half her body was gone, revealing the sickness beneath.
Onlookers were shocked to see what lay below the princess' beautiful facade.
All of her was made of worms, writhing and working to keep the meat sack moving.
Didn't they just say they kept the human's internal structure? Guess not.
One by one the maggots were destroyed by the pharmacist's sustained attack. The princess' life force was draining at a swift pace. The alien royalty couldn't believe it. She had come to think there was almost nothing that could stand in her way. Nothing in the universe could harm her, especially not the humans. Two figures appeared above her. Their two swords pointed with perfect synchronicity, and another kaleidoscope of light burst forth.
She raged and bucked, desperate to force her way out. Geysers of golden power burst from within her.
But Lan Jue would not allow it.
Bonds of devotion. This expression of their harmonious swords was not a single unbroken beam.
Instead, it was threads of power formed into the shape of a net. They swallowed up the golden-purple light beaming from her. Each ray that was cast from the princess was a single maggot in the throes of death. They were atomized the moment they touched the net. Little by little the violet princess was being consumed. The pharmacist recovered after being deflected.
She came again, blade first, reaching out with her barbarity.
Her slaughter discipline encased the princess and cut her off from any hope of escape. Spears of white light slipped through the holes of Lan Jue's net and proceeded to cut her enemy to pieces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 872, Death and the Princess. Chapter 872, Death and the Princess.
By now the three Nirvana-level aliens scared away by Lan Jue's attack had realized they were not his target. The princess' subordinates hurried back but were barred from helping her by the bookworm, keeper, the gods of wine, and the gourmet.
Lan Jue had decided on his first target moments after coming back to his senses. With Qianlin's help, he knew that they could kill at least one Nirvana-level monster. But was that enough to alter the outcome of this battle? He didn't think so. The combined power of the four infinite-level aliens was beyond their abilities.
What's more, they were wise, informed, and by some means were able to protect themselves from the dangers of universal protogenia. While Lan Jue's own side was not weak, they certainly didn't have enough peak-level powerhouses to contend with their foes. Once they ran out of stamina, more of them would die, then the battle would be lost. So, in order to change this grim fate, he had to kill one of their strongest. If he could create a space for his allies to take advantage of, they could fight back. He chose the princess. What he had not anticipated was the pontiff's noble sacrifice. When the Violet Prince shed Luo Xianni's pressure and came to the princess' aid, Lan Jue thought the best they'd manage was to injure her severely. Worse, there was the potential for harming his own people who might get caught in the path of the harmonious swords. Instead, the man Lan Jue had come to deeply despise, whose dark heart had plagued Lan Jue for years, chose the righteous path. He gave his life, the thing Lan Jue knew was most precious to the covetous old man. For the first time he had a sense of admiration toward the pontiff. His final act helped to wash away the many sins he'd committed through his life.
In doing so, the late Citadel ruler ensured his organization could rise from the ashes left behind by the alien attack.
The Violet Princess' body gradually burned away.
The prince fought like a wild animal, trying to come to her aid. However, Zhou Qianlin fought back just as hard to keep him pinned down. He was forced to watch as his sister was slowly annihilated by the combined power of 3 banishing blades. Lan Jue didn't dare let up, for he knew how tenacious the life of an infinite was. These monsters grew to prominence through the consumption of outside life force. He knew that given even the slightest chance the princess could claw her way back from death. He had to keep it up. He had to continue to barrage the princess with his full power until she was erased from reality. As layers of the princess were destroyed, a translucent crystal appeared. It was perfectly formed and shimmered with a golden purple light. Little by little the octagonal crystal was revealed nestled in the muscle of her chest. With no flesh to hide it, brilliant light radiated from the princess core. Even the light of the 3 swords couldn't cover it. But once the vital crystal was burned from the monster's body, the rest of the princess exploded into a mess of flesh. This detritus, that had been the nightmare of humanity for years, was incinerated by the light of the harmonious swords. But the crystal seemed to have a mind of its own. The glittering gem propelled itself with appalling speed at the net closing in around it. It struck with such force that it broke through and started back toward the alien homeworlds. It was trying to flee. Lan Jue and the others did not slacken their assault, but it still did not seem to be enough. What was left of the Violet Princess took the opportunity. Everyone knew that these crystals were the essence of the monsters. Destroying the princess' body had been a victory, but without her crystal there would remake her, and she would return to terrorize mankind. But Lan Jue was prepared. The 2 of them had tangled many times. This was just the chance he'd been waiting for. Thump! The crystal stopped dead in its desperate escape, like it had been caught in a trap. Another net, this one blew. A figure appeared hovering nearby, none other than Huali. He'd arrived on the scene a short time before. The moment combat broke out in Middle Heaven, he'd started back, only to discover they were teleported outside of the armada. When he finally reached his friends, he saw Lan Jue make his move and decided to wait and see where he would be needed. In a flash, Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin were by Huali's side. He said nothing, bringing his hand down upon Huali's net of power. Instantly the princess crystal was encased in a shell of Lan Jue's domain. Captured in boundless starlight, the flash of the 5 thunders rumbled ominously. Pure Empyrean lightning, all heaven lightning, and primordial lightning blasted the crystal with alternating strikes. Eventually the crystal stopped, and struggled no more. There was a twinkle of light and the inert crystal appeared in Lan Jue's hand. The Violet Princess had fallen. At last the incredibly powerful monster had been defeated, though it was but one of their elite. However, it was one of only 2 that possessed a true inheritance from the home worlds themselves. Monarch's remaining offspring, the Violet Prince, was shocked by what he saw. But it lasted only a moment, for now his reinforcements had arrived. The pharmacists did not pause to celebrate their victory over the Violet Princess. Once the threat was neutralized, she turned around and returned to face the 3 alien elite that had entangled her before. Before, the Keeper and Bookworm had struggled to keep the situation from spiraling out of control, but with the pharmacist they managed to stabilize their section of the battlefield. Under Lan Jue's direction, Huali went to join the driver. Lan Jue's lightning-bearing friend, together with the Apocryphon and Pauper, were facing an uphill battle. However, the Wine Master had also come to their aid after the teleportation was complete. Altogether they were managing to keep the infinite-level beast they faced from wreaking havoc. Now with Huali's help their situation was even better, maybe even equal to their foe. The rest was left up to Lan Jue and Qianlin. Together they would have to face the encroaching 6 aliens and protect their allies. Lan Jue's eyes flashed with a clear and resolute light. Both sides had suffered, with the aliens losing the princess and the pontiff destroyed by the prince. Humanity's losses were worse, however, with the death of Xiao. It was far past time to exact vengeance on these beasts. Once again Lan Jue released his boundless starlight, and in response the light of distant stars shone brightly upon them. In contrast to before, though, this time the light of the stars covered a much larger area. The incoming alien reinforcements were immediately swallowed up. Lan Jue and Qianlin followed up by releasing a prismatic spray from their harmonious swords to black their path forward. At the same time Qianlin was stretching to spread the warmth of her Queen of Light discipline ever farther. Primarily it had to reach Zhou Qianlin, so that she could use her full strength without fear of universal protogenia. Lan Jue's expression was as deep and inscrutable as the sea. He was cold, calculating, collected, and the calmer he was the most dangerous he became. The power summoned through him and Qianlin, channeled through their swords, stopped the aliens dead in their tracks. But it did not stop them from reacting. Humanity wasn't alone in adapting to the situation. The 6 avatars of monarch, queen and consort linked hands and created a circle. Together they released their creation and destruction discipline and allowed it to spread its chaos.
Meanwhile, their bodies also began to change.
Threads of purple light appeared between them and twined together. Quickly the light coalesced into a shape, a figure that swallowed up the rich aura of strength seeping from all the avatars around it. Was there no end to what these beasts could do?
Lan Jue was almost at a loss, for as he watched these 6 beasts combined into one. The 3-headed, 6-armed horror's central head took the shape of monarch's human features.
On either side were queen and consort. A nightmarish amalgamation of the 3, a sort of humanoid hydra. Once they combined into a single form, the strength of the new creation's aura surged. All of a sudden it was stronger than the fallen princess, even stronger than the prince. It even seemed to surpass the mighty avatar Lan Jue had fought in the depths of Monarch. Humans, your species is destined for destruction. It is foolish to think you can resist your fate. Give in to the inevitable and we will grant you immortality.
The middle head, monarchs, spoke to them.
Lan Jue didn't bother to reply.
In lieu of words he thrust forward with Cactus and released a stream of focused flow in its direction. Qianlin imitated and released her 1,000 blades as one style to join with Lan Jue's, and together they melded into the versicolored ray of the harmonious swords.
Together they wielded power as though they commanded the infinite.
Lights flashed around all of the monster's 6 arms. Weapons appeared in each one: knife, gun, sword, halberd, axe and spear.
Monarch's arms bore the knife and sword. As Lan Jue and Qianlin's attack came bearing down on it, the aura of power surged.
All at once all 6 weapons were employed, producing 6 beams of golden purple light that combined into one. The 2 columns of energy crashed into one another.
Boom!
The boundless starlight shell they fought in shuddered from the impact. Qianlin and Lan Jue felt a wall of force strike them so hard it knocked them back. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 873, Fire with Fire. Chapter 873, Fire with Fire. Such a powerful aura. Such powerful protogenia.
Once the 6 avatars joined, it wasn't so simple as adding up the sum of their parts.
This new creature was several orders of magnitude stronger.
This was undoubtedly a stalwart and deadly foe. Once more they were faced with a stalemate. Lan Jue blanched to think that if the princess were still alive they would be doomed. He and Qianlin fought back against this new monster, empowered by the harmonious swords and the boundless starlight domain that surrounded them.
Pandemonium prevailed. Neither side could find an advantage yet.
On the face of it, humanity had the numbers, but each alien attacker was more than their match on an individual level. Whether numbers or strength would prevail was as yet impossible to determine. Chu Cheng arrived on the scene a short time after Huali.
He came to the Terminator's aid and helped equalize their footing. Sigh. Middle Heaven.
A strange sphere had been carved out of part of the Bastion's bridge. It was what was left after the photographer teleported the enemy into space, a prompt decision that saved the ship from destruction. The prince and his monsters were after the swords, but they would not have given up an opportunity to destroy Middle Heaven. This ship, more than any other, was responsible for the deaths of countless alien warriors. Destroying it would make their battle against the humans far easier.
Flows of energy wafted around a room at the edge of the damaged section.
Lan Cheng knelt therein, surrounded by a turquoise light. Li Kud had begun the process of transferring control of Altus the moment they left the others. It was a ceremony of acceptance, first, of Lan Cheng as the sword's master, then for himself as the spirit of the weapon. In this way he would remain, his soul a part of the weapon so long as Lan Cheng wielded it. In a way, he had to be the one to accept Lan Cheng.
But the process was not going smoothly. Lan Cheng's qualifications were solid.
He was strong, and his inheritance was a vestige of the old world.
However, the root of his powers rested in Buddhism.
The banishing blades were the tools of Taoist masters, and the benevolence inherent in Varakana's legacy did not meld well with Altus' keen and cutting nature. Lan Cheng sat cross-legged on the floor with hands folded before him. Resting in the center of his core was the figure of a miniature Buddha, none other than Varakana.
Altus hovered in the air across from the Admiral.
Some part of the Buddha was rejecting Altus, nor was the power of Altus respectful of the legacy it was faced against. As one of the greatest weapons in the Taoist arsenal, one could imagine the arrogance a banishing blade might possess. Even after years as the weapon's master, Li Kud never truly earned the weapon's acceptance. The reason was simple: he was never strong enough. Lan Cheng did not face that problem, and instead it became a difference of ideals.
Buddhism also required the protection of its dharma.
Lan Cheng meditated on this as he looked past Altus' bloodthirst, past its cutting aura. But the blade struggled for it would accept the light of Varakana.
Neither side gave ground.
If Lan Chang had not already been a paragon, perhaps the process would have been easier. After all, he had not accepted the lineage of Varakana until after his breakthrough. Yet it was lucky that he was already so strong, for the dangers of the sword were minimal to a paragon. All he needed was time to resolve their differences. After all, he just inherited the Buddha's legacy, he wasn't Varakana himself. Back in the days when Celestial Master Tontian was bearer of the swords, he was captured by Dipankara Buddha. Ever since the Banishing Blades, and especially Altus, were suspicious of Buddhist faith. Lan Chang and the will of the sword continued to clash, working through their differences.
Li Ke stood to the side.
His body ebbed and flowed with the energies that Altus output, and anxiety was writ on his ghostly face. If this failed and Lan Chang was not accepted by Altus, then his soul would be expelled. He would die a final death, and the seal that sustained him would burn away. He had thought, while searching among the paragons, that Lan Chang would be suitable. He hadn't expected to encounter this problem. No matter how rushed or how desperate he was, though, he had to give them time. All that could be done was wait for Lan Chang to be accepted. The minutes ticked by, and inch by inch the golden light from within him stretched out.
Whatever conflict constricted his essence loosened its grip.
Part of the test to become the master of Altus was to suffer its essence.
For what master could wield a weapon he could not control?
Lan Chang began to understand the weapon the longer he struggled against it. The Eastern Admiral was aware of the sneak attack by the aliens even though he couldn't help. He felt the danger but continued to meditate because he knew rushing would solve nothing. Breaking off this process before it was complete could result in a backlash from Altus that could threaten his life. It would at least injure him severely. Only once he had joined with Altus and was accepted as its new master could he lend his strength to the fight. So he focused all of his keen mind and willing spirit on becoming the next bearer of Altus. Lan Chang was not only wise but persistent, even stubborn. Tendrils of light reached out around him, crystalline cyan streamers of luminescence that seeped from his every pore.
They were met with an equal number of threads from Altus. Once he saw this, Li Ke finally heaved a sigh of relief. The Banishing Blade was beginning to compromise. Eventually Altus discovered it could not dissuade Lan Chang of his truth, and its only option was to submit. It was a weapon of the gods and had the pride to prove it, but even so the sword was possessed of only a rudimentary will. It may not agree with Lan Chang's lineage, but it needed a strong arm to wield it. Li Ke wondered whether this mighty weapon and Lan Chang coming together wasn't the best of both worlds. Perhaps the piece of Buddhist faith could allay the dangers of Altus' sharpness. When Li Ke came to possess the sword, he was already lauded as a once-in-a-generation talent. He did not take precautions, accepted risks in order to gain quick success. How was Altus any different? As he took and overcome these risks again and again, an abiding arrogance grew in his heart. His shortcuts were eventually his undoing. He looked at Lan Chang, seated stoically like a bodhisattva. He knew, however, that the Admiral's body was enduring a world of suffering just below the surface. The elder Lan had been caught in the chaos of war since breaking through to Paragon. He'd racked his brain every day and night, using everything at his disposal to combat destruction at the hands of the aliens. He'd been blessed with a string of shining successes. Using only 3 bastions and 12 fleets, he'd continued to punish the vastly superior enemy force. At every step he'd been pitted against a foe just as smart as he, who had a sordid history of outmaneuvering human leaders. It was to be expected that the speed of his cultivation would be affected by his change in focus. Since breaking through he'd stayed more or less the same, a reflection of heaven and earth. He hadn't even had time to deeply explore the truths of his protogenia. Lan Chang felt the power of Altus enter him like 100,000 daggers. It was a universe of agony that assailed him body and mind, testing his will. Lan Chang resisted by sitting quietly in the light of Varakana. But the mightiest weapon under heaven was not so easily repelled. Altus' deadly power was focused not on Lan Chang's body, but his very soul. He felt every excruciating incision carving him apart as Altus continued to fill him with its power. Lan Chang grit his teeth and bore it. At the same time he focused his beleaguered mind on the sword's secrets. What he discovered was that the sword did not disagree with him. On the contrary, it was Lan Chang who could not accept the method Altus chose to join their minds. Domination, not submission. Altus was trying to control him. If Lan Chang had not been a paragon he would not have sensed it, the feeling was faint and ambiguous. He realized Li Ke must have experienced this, and was influenced by the creeping authority of the sword. Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin and the pharmacist had not faced this trial when joining with their swords. This struggle was unique to Altus. Submit? Lan Chang would not allow it. Giving in was not part of the Admiral's nature. How could he give in to a tool?
He knew that once he conceded to the will of the sword, his spirit would begin to come under its rule. He would not have the means or right to summon Alta's true power. So he endured, despite the pain. No matter how cruel or vicious Alta's attack on his soul, he had to persevere. With Vairocana firmly set in the center of his core, armed with his knowledge of protogenia, guided by the Buddhas of the three times, he did not retreat. He experienced, he understood, and he adapted. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 874, Joining with the Sword. Chapter 874, Joining with the Sword. If Li Ke was still master of the sword, Lan Chang would be unable to break his connection and fuse with Altus. However, with only the sword's own will to contend against dominating it would be much easier. As resistance waned, Lan Chang took in the tendrils of power from Altus into himself, where it began to join with the light around Vairocana. The nimbus of orange light surrounding the Buddha took on a turquoise hue. Ultimately, it was Lan Chang's wind element discipline that connected him fully with the sword. It was impossible to force Altus to accept Vairocana entirely. Instead, he found common ground through wind. Lan Chang was surprised by the result. When it was time to break through to Paragon, Lan Chang forsook his natural talent and took on the inheritance of Vairocana with his father's guidance. His wind discipline remained, but separate from the new powers of the Buddhist lineage. Upon rising to a reflection, he wanted to find a way to join the two and thus improve his protogenic potency. In doing so, he would pave the way toward nirvana. Only, he hadn't had the time. Instead, by happy circumstance, his forced delay ultimately facilitated his success in combining with Altus. As it was without bias, Lan Chang's wind powers served as a bridge between his protogenia and the Godblade. A pale corona of light flickered around him, and a small smile touched Lan Chang's lips. His hands slowly curled into the Dharma Mudra seal, and mystical sigils appeared in his palm. As the turquoise light gradually withdrew, a halo of orange encircled Lan Chang's head. Vairocana's radiance shined all around him. Was it over? Li Ke's eyes glimmered. As he watched, Lan Chang opened his mouth and a beam of turquoise light burst forth. It was Altus. The sword's light was the same, but for the fact that it seemed somehow softer. This was because any trace of its keen nature had been removed. Now was Li Ke's time. The spirit began to meditate, and all of his experience, his will, dissolved into a beam of light that melded with that of Altus. The process was smoother than he thought it might be. While soothing chants hung in the air, Li Ke allowed himself to become one with the Godblade. The power of the sword stabilized his ebbing spirit. He prepared himself to suffer the bite of Altus through this process. It was certain, Li Ke thought, that he would suffer injuries from the sword's cutting essence that he might not recover from. Yet now that the time was upon him, he was surprised to find his fears were for naught. None of the danger or pain he'd prepared for was present. He became the spirit of the sword without incident. Lan Chang opened his eyes, and a faint flickering of turquoise light appeared and vanished within his orange halo. A wonderful sensation drew his attention to the sword, still before him. He smiled. Altus, first of the banishing blades, the greatest weapon of the gods. Godblade was a worthy name. Even the faintest vestiges of its will was almost more than he could accept. He opened his mouth, and the sword, dissolving into a beam of light, vanished within. Immediately the light of his halo intensified. A moment later he was a streak of light flying into the distance. Sigh. On the outskirts of the Armada, the battle between man and monster raged on. The fight between the Violet Prince and the photographer was evenly matched, and they traded blows that shook the heavens. Had Zhou Qianlin been given more time to find the essence of her infinite powers, the fight would have been easier, for humanity's potency was always more than what these aliens could achieve. But she was still freshly arisen, and unfamiliar with the nuances the infinite contained. Were Zhu Di alive, the situation would have been very different. As it was, the humans were beginning to lose steam. Zhou Qianlin was managing to hold her own, but the others were flagging. Faced off against other infinite-level monstrosities, the Paragons were at an increasingly dangerous disadvantage. The Violet Princess was dead and the prince was busy, but that left two peak-strength enemies still to deal with. They were the avatars of Monarch and Queen. Terminator and Chu Chang were a team, facing the might of Queen's avatar. Relying on his staggering strength, Terminator had so far been able to withstand Queen's devastating attacks. She lashed at the two of them with tendrils of purple light, more cutting than any sword save Altus. Mighty as the Terminator's defenses were, his body was still soaked from the blood of several dozen wounds. None threatened his life, but they'd begun to take a toll on his abilities. The Terminator had suffered some trauma before Chu Chang arrived. Although he helped to take some of the focus off the Conclave's leader, Chu Chang was only a reflection of heaven and earth. Against an enemy as puissant as the Queen, there was little he could do. The Terminator had to shield Chu Chung from the Avatar's attacks, otherwise a single successful hit might end him.
With time, Terminator was forced to expend more energy, and Chu Cheng's stamina was also quickly being spent. As the pressure mounted, both men knew a single misstep could mean their lives. Things were somewhat less bleak in the fight against Monarch's Avatar.
The Wine Master and Apocrian were bringing the full might of spacetime to bear against the terrifying alien. The Pauper and Driver backed them up. The Driver's primordial lightning was particularly effective in containing the Avatar and was most lethal. So long as these paragons continued to fight in unison, they could defend themselves. However, the might of a creature of the infinite was the stuff of legends. It crushed the waves of spacetime protogenia as they came and shrugged off its debilitating effects. Each time the Avatar fought back, the four paragons had to struggle mightily to respond. Most importantly, the Wine Master and Apocrian were battling against someone several classes above them. They were managing to contain some measure of the Avatar infinite powers, but it cost them greatly. Eventually they would tire. Luckily, the Driver's cultivation was also nearly reflection level. Even without a breakthrough, his primordial lightning was a threat to the monster and gave them an edge. Still, it was clear the only way they could hope to survive was to finish the fight quickly. Each passing minute inched their chances closer to zero. This engagement teetered on a razor's edge. If one side should fall, all the rest would follow. This was especially true for the humans. Things were no better for Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin. Hand in hand they wielded the power of the harmonious blades masterfully, but the monster they faced was the strongest of them all. Once the Avatars combined into this three-headed, six-armed abomination, its power surpassed even the infinite. Zhu Di in his prime would have struggled. Lan Jue and Qianlin fought with all of their strength. So far they were able to distract the creature. And indeed, distract was their purpose. Captured within Lan Jue's boundless starlight, the Hydra couldn't influence the other fights, but that was all they could hope to achieve. Any attempt to kill the beast was futile, especially after expending so much energy in killing the princess. Fear began to worm its way into Lan Jue's mind. If they were forced to continue the fight like this, the only outcome would be defeat. If any flank collapsed, everything would be lost. The greatest hopes were placed on the pharmacist, who faced the best odds. She was battling 3 Nirvana-level creatures and had the gods of wine, the keeper, and the bookworm to aid her. But Lan Jue quickly found they had nowhere to go, for the simple reason that they were too tired. Some of them had taken injuries, in particular the gods of wine and the gourmet. They'd pushed themselves to their limit in fighting the Violet Princess. She was now dead, but their strength had quickly fallen off. Huali was fresh, but unfortunately was weaker in cultivation. As a result, most of the responsibility for the fight fell on the pharmacist's shoulders. While the fight looks like 7 on 3, it was hardly as easy as the math might suggest. What's more, the pharmacist had just experienced a deeply emotional event, one which was still affecting her. Her slaughter domain was deadly, but only empowered her if she took life. Thus far she'd only managed to kill one. Strong as the princess was, a single victory didn't catalyze the full might of the pharmacist's domain. So it was that her battle was the only one that could put pressure on the enemy, but killing them seemed unlikely. What could they do? Unless something drastic changed, they were on losing footing. A voice rang in Lan Jue's ear. Lan Jue, if things start to come apart, you take Qianlin and the pharmacist and return to the bastion. Its defenses should keep you safe. I know a way that will take me out and this bastard with me, or at least seriously wounded. Lan Jue felt his heart skip a beat. The plan was delivered calmly, but he could hear the solemn sadness in it. Terminator. The northern leader couldn't hold out anymore. He had one chance to go out together with his foe. If he waited any longer, he couldn't have the energy remaining to do it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 875, The Terminator's Undead Sorcery. Chapter 875, The Terminator's Undead Sorcery. The Terminator knew it had come to the end, he'd prepared for it. If he hesitated any longer, it would be too late. At least he wouldn't let his failure become the end for his allies. He could die proud of that fact. Your Majesty, wait a moment. Lan Jue pleaded. From the outbreak of war they'd lost Satan, Xiuxiu, and most recently the Pontiff. There were so few of them left. If the Terminator. The realization was like a dagger to the heart, but he couldn't think of a good excuse to give the Paragon. Take care of Chu Chang, he is the North's last hope. If you defeat the aliens, help him do what he must. The Terminator's voice was calm, with little emotion. It was Lan Jue who felt his heart sink with these final wishes. He couldn't summon the words to ask him to stop. now was the time for action, or the chance to make the Terminator's death mean something would pass.
The conclave's leader took a deep breath.
Suddenly his body surged, and a crackling light like electricity radiated from his dark gold skin. The strange and unexpected scene caused the Queen's avatar to shiver. She flicked her wrist and the threads of purple light she wielded gathered together to protect her. Xu Cheng's attacks could not get through, and she hoped it would be the same for whatever Terminator was planning. Golden light shone from the convert's eyes. All of a sudden his aura burst out like a torrent and a burning shell of golden light sprang up. In horror they watched as his protogenia consumed him. The Terminator was his own domain, and as it turned in on him his skin and muscles melted away. In the same moment the bones beneath grew, and in a few short breaths the Terminator had become an enormous golden skeleton. "This is," the Keeper, so wise and learned, gasped when he saw what was happening. He vaguely remembered seeing something like this in an ancient text. "Undead sorcery." The bookworm blurted out, completing the Keeper's thought. "Yes, undeath." The Keeper recalled learning about it. But to his knowledge it was an ancient discipline from the West. They were called necromancer, and their goal was to understand life through death. When a necromancer reached the end of their natural lifespan they sought to become undead, and thus live forever to continue their dark studies. A necromancer might also choose undeath if, in the course of their experiments, they suffered grave injuries. The process was irreversible, and the moment the necromancer shed their body they were no longer human. They belonged to the ranks of the dead. But in all his research the Keeper had never heard of someone becoming undead in the middle of a fight, much less seen it. Relying on what he could sense the Keeper realized the Terminator was filtering all the energy of his body into his skeleton. It made the Terminator stronger, though beyond that the old researcher couldn't tell how else it affected him. It went without saying this process made the Terminator a terrifying force on the battlefield.
He now commanded the power of the infinite. Boom!
With one punch the Shield Queen had created broke apart into 1,000 pieces. The Terminator's eyes were the only flesh of his to remain, and in their depths burned the indomitable force of his soul. He reached forth with his bony hands to try and snatch up the avatar, and where they passed great fissures appeared in the fabric of spacetime. The Terminator also kicked a foot, but this was aimed at Xu Cheng. He knocked the young paragon away from him and toward where the pharmacist was fighting. Queen's avatar whipped the threads of purple to create another barrier. She channeled her creation and destruction domain around her in total defense. But to her shock and horror, the Terminator's bony hands suffered nothing when they reached into her domain.
Neither the powers of creation nor destruction seemed to apply to this golden skeleton on any level. Boom!
Queen was flung away with the force of the punch, leaving behind a caustic purple mist. He'd wounded her badly. However, the Terminator also paused. He couldn't maintain this unnatural form for long.
Ag!
The North's ultimate paragon, leader of the Great Conclave, heaved with a roar that threatened to deafen everyone nearby. Once more his skeletal form blazed with golden light and became 1,000 ghostly copies. All at once they swarmed Queen, cutting off any means of escape. No one could have guessed the Terminator possessed such a ghastly and potent ability, not the aliens nor the other humans. It was a skill that would cost the man his life, but might also turn the tide of battle. The Queen's avatar was currently lost beneath the myriad copies of Terminator assailing her. Lan Jue was the only one who could sense that the Terminator's life force was gone. It was the power of his spirit that sustained him, but only for this final onslaught. If it could be said that the Pontiff's sacrifice galvanized their fighting spirit, the Terminator's downfall set their blood to boiling. The Keeper and Bookworm exchanged a silent look, and each saw the determination in the other's eyes.
The Avenue's old scientist extended his right hand, and the Bookworm took it with his left. "You old queer, what are you grabbing my hand for?"
Queer seemed the least offensive.
In China the term for homosexual is glass people, I'm not sure why.
His words were harsh, but he gripped his friend's hand tightly. Their bodies began to shine brightly, a clear and brilliant light like the sun shining through crystal.
Humanity couldn't be allowed to lose this fight.
If they did, all of mankind would be lost. If the Terminator was willing to kill himself to slaughter his enemies, the other paragons were unfaltering in their will to do the same.
Sigh. We ourselves are an ultimate weapon. I must admit, it feels good.
The Bookworm mused.
The Keeper chortled. What's this we, eh?
You can't do the sort of damage I can if you turn yourself into a weapon.
The Bookworm's famous temper flared.
You old coot. What's the point in being so competitive at your age? I've already made up my mind, either we succeed or I'm going down fighting. I've lived long enough, I've experienced all I want to. To be as old as us and not die in stealing from the young. What say you to that?
The Keeper proudly answered.
I hope it does come to this, then we'll see who dies in front of whom, eh? Scornfully the bookworm spat back. How can you be such a coward? So afraid of death? He replied with a chilly laugh. Fear of death, laughable. The youth of Skyfire Avenue have grown wise and strong. When the old hands like me die, they'll be around to support what we've built. Dying to give them an opportunity is a worthy cause. I just want to make sure I take at least a couple of those bastard aliens with me. The bookworm waggled his hands together in front of the keeper's face, held together like a turtle. Well, the first one to chicken out is one of these. 3. If you call someone a turtle, it's sort of like bastard, but used more specifically it can mean cuckold. One's wife is cheating on him. I guess cuck is the modern Western equivalent, though I feel gross just writing it since it's used largely by epeen-waving trolls and morons. Sigh. No. Lan Jue screamed at them to stop but couldn't free himself from his own fight. The keeper shot his young friend a look, paired with a haughty smirk. With a brazen wave of goodbye he took a step forward. Both he and the bookworm were suddenly positioned above their section of the battlefield. The 3 Nirvana levels aliens they fought against had begun to win. However, they stopped their attack in surprise once the 2 elder scientists appeared overhead. They had seen what was happening to the Queen's avatar. Evidently these humans were capable of mad feats of destruction when on the brink of death, and it frightened them. But these avatars were different from the prince and princess. They were copies of monarch, queen and consort who demanded those banishing blades captured. They would not flee, not when their mission went unfulfilled. Their creation and destruction domain flared and swallowed up a portion of the space around them. They launched forward full bore, attacking the pharmacist and her allies with abandon. The eyes of every Avenue Paragon were wet. The keeper and bookworm were old, but no one could replace what they meant to Skyfire and the East as a whole. They were the top minds of their alliance, who had given selflessly and enormously to all mankind. Insights into Middle Heaven's Molinite core were due to them. There was a long time they didn't work together, but that didn't mean either ever ceased working to uncover the secrets of the universe. Now war had come to claim them, and no one could stop it. The 2 mad scientists cackled as they embraced, despite a lifetime of bitter rivalry. The white light around them rose until it was too intense to look upon. 2 white dots appeared within 2 of the monsters below. The aliens felt themselves go numb, when suddenly a staggering sense of danger overwhelmed their senses. It was so frightening they felt the urge to flee despite Monarch's directive. But the pharmacist and other would not allow it. Thousands of copies of Oxysis appeared in the space around them, coming in on all sides and preventing the aliens from going anywhere. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 876, Lan Chang arrives. Chapter 876, Lan Chang arrives. Unacceptable. A rich and commanding voice boomed around them, and a golden light shone down from on high to encase the keeper and bookworm. The 2 old men had primed all the remaining energy in their body. Through some means they targeted 2 of the enemy and were preparing a blast that'd erase their foes from existence. Yet when the golden light enveloped them they felt a sense of warmth and comfort, and the raging tide of energy within them eased. The powers of both men returned harmlessly to their respective cores. Leave them to me. A figure raced past the 2 stunned old researchers. A golden turquoise light sparkled in their eyes as they watched a wondrous Buddha appear from nowhere seated in the midst of the fighting. Great spiritual mantra. The guttural chant rang out like a bell, and everything seemed to calm. All of the pain, anger and disquiet in the hearts of the Paragons was assuaged, and stopped the alien monsters in their tracks. An enormous blue, green and gold hand came crashing down from above to strike at the central avatar attacking the pharmacist. It lifted its arms to try and ward it off. Boom! The figure that had come with the Buddha's hand was knocked back. But the alien did not come away unscathed. A flicker of turquoise light burns in its palm before, suddenly, the beast's whole arm cracked down the middle. Excitement glinted in the pharmacist's eyes. She'd been waiting for this opportunity, and reacted by lashing out with Oxysis. Guided by the turquoise light, the copies of her sword wrapped together, became a single cohesive beam of energy and struck. Thump! A pair of deep gashes appeared on the avatar's shoulder, and a murderous aura ripped through it. Screaming in pain, the monster was blasted away. Suddenly 3 enemies became 2, and the remaining Paragons redoubled their attacks. What's more, the keeper and bookworm had put a deep fear in them after nearly detonating themselves to achieve victory. The figure that had so suddenly arrived returned to the 2 old men. Lan Chang regarded them both. He looked at each and gave them a nod of respect. Without saying a word he was off, descending to help the pharmacist. At some point a shimmering blade had appeared in his hand. Altus, the greatest weapon of the gods.
Lan Jue's sudden arrival caused the humans' morality to soar. In the distance, the Terminator's final strike was about to land. The myriad golden skeletons eventually melded back into one and the Terminator's form reappeared in its entirety. Queen's avatar also reappeared, only not as she had been. Her upper half was securely caught in the Terminator's bony maw. Her lower half floated through space in several pieces. The golden light in the skeleton's eyes had begun to dim. His mission accomplished, he raced off toward Chu Chang. "Your Majesty!" Chu Chang cried out and rushed forward to meet the light. By the time they reached each other, the Terminator had gone from the size of a starship to no larger than a hand. Chu Chang caught him instinctively, now only a skull. The light in its eyes had gone out, but clenched tight in its bony jaws was a twinkling gemstone. The Avatar's vital crystal. The Terminator had put every ounce of his body and soul toward destroying that monster. He succeeded, but all that remained were his inert remains. Just as the Keeper and Bookworm had come to terms with dying, he'd prepared for this eventuality. Few knew that the Terminator was more than just the strongest northern adept, but also its foremost scientist. He'd done all his research under an assumed name to keep the secret. No one was more proficient in the art of conversion than he. After achieving nirvana, the Terminator underwent a series of physical upgrades. He happily used the new powers available to him in order to improve upon his construction. Of course, as his cultivation grew, so did his abilities. The Terminator's final secret was one even Lan Jue was surprised to discover. The energy that had come from that golden skeleton was nothing short of stupefying. In reality, the Terminator hadn't even developed it for use against the aliens. The homeworlds hadn't even appeared when he had it installed. At the time, Skyfire Avenue's adept superiority had begun to be revealed. He needed an answer, especially since the North had a history of harassing the East. What would happen if war should break out, he thought. What if he were to face the strongest of Skyfire Avenue, or even Zhou Di? This awful but effective result was what he came up with. But the state of the universe had changed dramatically since then. In the end, his secret weapon was turned against the enemies of mankind and not his fellows, though his mind was ever on the North and the conclave he commanded. His skeletal form was a sort of god weapon, strange and unique, which was then bequeathed to Chu Chang along with an infinite-level vital crystal. The Terminator's final message was clear. Protect the Great Conclave. Another of the might infinite-level aliens had fallen. As a result, things began to change rapidly on the field. Lan Jue's arrival was the final straw to tip the balance in humanity's favor. Had the Terminator not used his life to earn them an advantage, the Queen's avatar would have been Lan Jue's first target. Even then, there was no guarantee that they would have been able to take the alien down. The other flanks would still have been in danger of succumbing. But with one of their top warriors dead, the balance of power shifted. Shou Xiu. The Pontiff. The Terminator. Mankind had suffered terribly from this sneak attack. But the aliens had also lost two of their own, and two of their strongest, along with the vital crystals that empowered them. Lan Jue's face was grim as he and the pharmacist fought shoulder to shoulder. His understanding of Altus was minimal at best, but he could still feel the blade reacting to Oxysis. Whether it was the keen power of Lan Jue's weapon or the bloodthirsty aura of Oxysis, both godblades were stronger together than they were apart. Perhaps not as strong as the harmonious swords, but a mighty force nonetheless. The Keeper and Bookworm still held one another above the fray. The Bookworm snorted. That was quite the trick up the Terminator's sleeves. That meathead really pulled it off. Certainly worthy of respect. The Keeper nodded in agreement. Indeed. He died a hero. But we're still alive, beyond all expectations. What was this young punk doing, stopping us? Eh? Why the hell are you so close to me? Have you been eating garlic? Ack! The Bookworm said through a scowl. Bullshit, you were the one eating garlic. You wrinkly bastard, get away from me. Both men released one another at the same time and separated by a handful of meters. Yet as though still of one mind, the two of them lifted their hands and fired off shots of their positron cannon at the nearby avatars. The Bookworm and Keeper attacked from above, while the gods of wine helped from below. Nearby Hua Li lent his powers. Lan Chang and the pharmacist fought within their midst. Lan Chang was only a reflection of heaven and earth, but one could not discount the might of his lineage. The dermic image of Varakana frightened the aliens. As the light of the Buddha blazed, and the aura of their godly weapon swelled, the pressure laying upon these monsters continued to grow. This went double for the monarch avatar that was already injured. The Terminator's sacrifice also affected Lan Jue deeply. He'd always been cautious of the northern leader. There always existed the possibility that he would turn against the East, and he'd proven that.
However, at the same time he admired the master of the Great Conclave. He was willing to do whatever it took to protect his people, up to and including giving his own life. The blood he gave didn't only help his people, but all people. Was this not a gift to be cherished? In addition, Lan Cheng's arrival meant the 4 banishing blades were finally together, with masters to wield them. Though they could not yet employ the banishing strategy, just being in close proximity amplified them all. 3 golden runes blazed on Captus and Demortis now, and their glow further strengthened the ones who wielded them. All of a sudden the tables had turned. The change was not decisive, but things were beginning to turn in their favor. The Violet Prince's face had grown dark and anxious. He knew that if things continued along this path they would fail, and likely face more losses. Their aim was not to destroy the humans but to recover at least one of their weapons. He had to see it done, and quickly. The prince quickly cast his eyes around the battlefield, and they eventually fell upon Lan Cheng. He knew it at a glance, the sword that human wielded was the one stolen from Monarch. When he realized it, the prince belched a roar. Space around him quivered as the powers of creation and destruction swapped. His body vanished. Even the photographer, with her mastery of spacetime, was caught off guard. The method he used to transfer was completely different from hers. Somehow the monster used the gap between creation and destruction to leap small distances. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 877, A Radical Reversal. Chapter 877, A Radical Reversal. A flash of purple light appeared behind Lan Cheng. The prince appeared, reaching out for the admiral's back. With all the power of infinity behind it, if the strike landed, Lan Cheng would be done for. Zhou Qianlin chased after the monster, right on his heels. Now the Violet Prince was in a difficult position, for if he chose to focus on Lan Cheng and land his attack, he left himself open to vengeance from Zhou Qianlin. But he had no option. Getting the sword was paramount. No one was prepared for the sudden shift in battlefield dynamics. Lan Cheng felt something wasn't right, even before the flood of creation and destruction domain stopped him from moving. The difference in strength between them was too great, he couldn't extricate himself from the trap. It was during this life-threatening moment that Altus reacted. The sword became a streak of light that arced backward behind Lan Cheng to swipe at his enemy. Just a single reaction, but the keen power of the Godblade forced the Violet Prince to react. Lan Cheng wasn't the only one who could wield Altus. It possessed the spirit of Li Ku, and the former master could also exact a measure of control. Li Ku was different from Jun Yanye or Shen Yuan Shishir. The latter spirits were created by the sword and shared the will of the weapon. They were a part of the Godblades, and were controlled rather than controllers. The sword was their master. Li Ku, on the other hand, was once master. His unfortunate death forced him to emblazon his spirit within the weapon. With the mark of his soul in the blade, he could manifest his will through it. This independent will was exercised when Lan Cheng was frozen. At the key moment, Li Ku, through Altus, struck back. Linked with Lan Cheng's will and the power he contained, he acted as an extension so that they were not defenseless. The Violet Prince made a quick determination and broke off his attack. This time he would be denied. Although he would have gravely injured or killed Lan Cheng, the riposte from Altus would have likely wounded him in return. The sword would remain out of reach. Zhou Qianlin would have quickly followed, and with her strength she would have dealt a blow he might not be able to recover from. The trade-off wasn't worth it. Lan Cheng's face was calm, but a cold sweat had broken out along his back. He knew he'd been inches from death. But he was an admiral, and the shock of nearly losing his life was quickly pushed aside. His eyes flashed, and he began to give orders through targeted acoustics, delivered only to the target of his commands. One could not forget that Lan Cheng was more than an admiral. He was a preeminent warrior of the Eastern Alliance, and a divine monarch. He had led his brothers in the contest against Star Alliance, guided by the clairvoyant, and nearly won, and he did it through control of the battlefield. His wisdom and talent of command could be applied wherever it was needed. The flow of battle continued to change. The driver and his 8 companions broke off from trading blows with Monarch's infinite-level avatar. 2 identical particle beams swept by and kept the beast from moving and allowed the paragons to regroup. Lan Cheng ordered everyone together. This served to protect him, but also to set them up to be more effectively organized. Prajnaparamita. Lan Cheng muttered the mantra which summoned his dharmic image. The admiral's body swelled while the power of the Buddha caused the creation and destruction domain encasing him to grow translucent. A clock appeared in Varakana's hand that shimmered with a rainbow of colors. Time began to act erratically. Everyone focused on 4 enemies, Monarch's strongest avatar and the 3 Nirvana-level doppelgangers. One of them was already wounded.
Zhou Qianlin continued to grapple with the prince. Their clash had only become more intense. The four avatars gathered together and eyed their opponents warily. Their instinct told them to flee, but that was not an option. The homeworlds demanded success or death. Monarch's strongest avatar lifted its arms toward the sky, and a golden-purple light sprang up around it. The other three pressed close. Together, the aura of their power swelled in defiance. The paragons didn't hesitate. First to react was not Lan Jue nor the pharmacist. It was the driver. He had chosen one of his previous names to adopt as his paragon title, the Voltaic Wraith. He'd always liked it. Flashes of purple primordial lightning lit up space, a marvelous and frightening display. Its power was palpable as it spread across the field. Pressure descended upon the four avatars, so intense it started to influence their own aura. Flashes of primordial lightning continued to ripple in the darkness but were not directed at the monsters yet. Their presence was intended to suppress. Lan Jue and the pharmacist shot forward to the head of the group of paragons. They seemed determined to face the avatars 2-on-4. A beam of gentle blue light fell upon them. Their aura expanded as though full with water, Poseidon's amplification. Another pool of blue light appeared after the primordial lightning began to flash, but this amalgamation of power gathered around the feet of the avatars. It gripped them like a mire, preventing them from moving. These monsters were powerful, and individually these attacks did not amount to much. However, as they came one upon the other, their influence compounded. Uncertainty gripped them as they felt themselves slipping deeper into trouble. The strongest of them was forced to react. Its attack was measured, a punch that released an orb of creation and destruction power about the size of a rice bowl. The punch was directed at Lan Jue, for he held the sword stolen from Monarch. The homeworld's command was to direct their strength against the human admiral and recover the sword. Once it was in hand, they were instructed to retreat. Tactically, they planned to weaken him with a series of attacks. Then once he couldn't defend himself any longer, they would attack all at once and claim their prize. There was a flash of silver and then, without warning, all of the humans were simply gone. No trace remained of the humans, their swords, or the powers they employed. On shaky footing and with the battle turning against them, the avatar was cautious. Lan Jue was its target, but it did not use its full strength. When that silver light flashed, it felt its psychic lock erased. With no target in sight, its attack sped off into space. Then the light flashed again, and suddenly the avatars were surrounded. Countless thorny vines reached from the darkness of space attempting to wrap up the avatars. Purple light flashed from around their leader and burned the creepers to ash. The last thing the aliens wanted was to be surrounded. With nowhere to turn, Monarch's avatar gathered the others and together they tried to break the encirclement. It was confident in success, for although the enemy was strong and in greater numbers, they couldn't contend against its overwhelming power. Before they could reach an edge, the interior of the encirclement became thickly populated with threads of red light. Suddenly their feet were caught, and when the avatars looked down they saw silver spacetime fissures as the threads of red light tightly gripping their legs. Before they could react, an orb of marbled light surrounded them that slowed the passage of time to a crawl. In less time than it took for fear to grip them, the avatars were weakened, captured, and under enemy control. Despite their lofty powers, these monsters were stuck. Their only option was to rely on their domain, and hope they were strong enough to overpower the forces arrayed against them. Their plan had been a good one, and likely effective if left unchecked. But their dramatic break had been brought to a standstill. The infinite-level paragon's eyes had gone from a deep purple to a brilliant gold. In this fight its cultivation was second to none, no human could contend against it. The monster pressed ahead with indomitable force to burst through the impediments. At last the hindrances were breached, it was through. The avatar seared across the darkness of space as a beam of purple light, only stopping when it was time miles from the trap. A second followed close on his heels, then a third. The avatar felt something was amiss and looked back to where the humans waited. None of them gave chase, and in fact remained right where they'd been. Finally the monster noticed its three companions were now only two. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 878, Synchronicity. Chapter 878, Synchronicity. Chapter 878, Synchronicity. Moments after Monarch's avatar realized something was amiss, a hailstorm of light descended on its absent companion. Before the beast could react, one of its allies was gone. In the moments after the strongest of the avatars broke encirclement, its three companions also sought to follow. The first two succeeded, but the third was cut off by two searing lights that blocked its escape. The first was Turquoise, Ultus, the greatest of Godblades.
It was joined by the white and murderous blaze of Oxysis. They were wielded by the Harbinger Fairy and the peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven.
What chance did this single Nirvana-level creature have? The two columns of light closed out a vast swath of area.
Next, the almost pitiful beast was put down by the collective ire of the Paragons. None of the humans in that crowd had achieved Nirvana, but they were Paragons nonetheless. What's more, the deadly power wielded by Lan Chang and the pharmacist was no less than a Nirvana-level warrior. Beneath the hail of protogenia, assailed by the cutting power of Altus and Oxysis' murderous will, the monster could only watch death come.
It took no longer than a single breath and one of the alien elite was torn to pieces. Its vital crystal was extricated and captured. 10 seconds had passed since Lan Qing joined in their battle.
Already one Nirvana-level monster was dead.
Could the addition of a single Paragon really make such a dramatic difference?
The answer, of course, was no. The difference was tactics.
Monarch's infinite-level avatar watched the scene unfold.
It wanted to flee, but the will of Monarch was steadfast. Desperate for the sword, the distant homeworld forced its representative on, charging at Lan Chang.
Radiant golden-purple light burned around it.
The beast was ready to risk its life for the cause, for recovering Altus was worth all they'd lost and more.
Its task would be complete.
But once the Paragons destroyed the avatar, they scattered like leaves on an autumn wind. They fled in all different directions. On a planet their choices were limited, but out here in space they were given free range. The remaining three were each mighty in their own right, but in the end were but three against many. They were limited in the area they could cover. Lan Chang made his way toward Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin. The pharmacist chose a path that brought her toward the Violet Prince and Luo Xianni. The remaining Paragons had no readily discernible target.
Monarch's avatar stuck to Lan Chang without thought. Its dogged pursuit for Altus was an obsession.
Lan Chang arrived at Lan Jue's side quickly, his brother's boundless starlight domain opened to let him in. In a blink of pink light the pharmacist also appeared. She'd raced toward Luo Xianni and right into a portal of her making that conveyed the Harbinger Fairy here. Turquoise, white, red and blue, incisive, savage, controlling and nimble. The four banishing blades were raised in unison. Each of them gleamed their telltale light, and as they turned upon the three-headed six-armed abomination, the monster felt as though its soul was being torn asunder. Lan Chang was only a reflection of heaven and earth. However, his appearance on the field was more than just the addition of another Paragon, he brought with him the final piece of the banishing blades. Back on Middle Heaven the four weapons were gathered, but Altus did not have a living master. Even then the power they released shocked the whole fleet. Now the swords and their bearers were together to create a cacophonous rhapsody, calling forth tremendous power and supplementing one another's strength. This was not the banishing strategy, but a glimpse of what it could achieve. When these godblades were together, the pillars of heaven shook and its denizens reduced to bones. This was not the banishing strategy, but they were frightening enough as it was.
For the first time the alien avatars could see what the blades were capable of.
Time slowed to an ominous crawl as the Hydra watched Lan Chang, Lan Jue, the pharmacist, and Zhou Qianlin point at it with their swords. Pressure mounted as the lights collected at their tips.
Run! It was the only thought in the monster's brain.
It had to protect its life if it wanted to get those swords. This logic seemed to agree with it, and the alien lurched backward to flee, anything to get out of the blade's path. Much to the monster's surprise, it felt freed. The boundless starlight domain and the ethereal lightning that had weakened it were gone. All the tension vanished, and suddenly it was filled with a sense of comfort and confidence. Risking a moment to turn back and look, it saw that the sword's lights had turned away.
Captus' red glare led them in an entirely different direction. Captus' power was turned through the power of Taiji's deflect and punch technique.
Its altered course brought the others in tow toward a new target, Monarch's strongest avatar.
At infinite level the avatar was superior to its fellows.
It was faster as well as stronger, and had reacted before any of the others in its pursuit of Lan Chang. The two remaining Nirvana-level companions were yet to catch up. As such, the single avatar was forced to stand alone against the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety, the Queen of Heaven Guanyin, the Harbinger Fairy and the Peerless Light Emperor of Middle Heaven.
They were the apex of humanity's next generation, wielding the power of the banishing blades.
In addition, Lan Jue and Qianlin had already achieved Nirvana.
The Violet Prince would struggle against the two of them.
This avatar was racing headlong toward four. As the four beams of light carved a path, Lan Jue and Qianlin's attack combined. The brilliant light of the harmonious swords created a rainbow of light pointed at the chest of the avatar. The power of Altus and Oxysis passed on either side.
Lan Jue was shocked to find another secret revealed as they launched their attack.
Working in unison, something new appeared within each of them, something bestowed by the swords. It felt like an invisible vein connecting him to Captus. It created a network spreading through his entire body, guiding his energy and protogenia through the channels. The sparkling light of the harmonious swords vanished as Captus became red once more. But this time it was different, for the blade's red glow was strange and profound. It was as though the sword itself was the border of 1,000 fissures in spacetime. Layer upon layer of dimensional collapse was contained within, like a portal to the depths of reality. His was not the only weapon to change. Qianlin sensed it too as their link broke and Demortis blue light burst forth. Its diffused capacity coalesced into a single beam that stuck close to the light of Captus. Meanwhile, the deep red trench it carved in space spat out errant gusts of power. These rings were like the event horizons of black holes, cast out in all directions. Altus and Oxysis were slower, but only slightly. A murderous sense pervaded the air as Oxysis itself became a gust of sword chi. It slipped into the guiding ray of Captus and was quickly spat out. Manifestations of Oxysis' power were different from those of Demortis. It made the whirling bands that were cast out all the more lethal. The pharmacist's slaughter discipline empowered the combined attack even further. The power Lan Jue sensed surpassed almost anything he'd felt before. Only Monarch's avatar, encountered on the home world itself, was stronger. The last to add its might was Altus, delivered in several shafts of turquoise light. As it poured into the path cut by Captus, it became a protective screen around Demortis orbs, a shell of impossibly sharp power. The 4 banishing blades, combined? All 4 of them had the same thought. It felt as though the swords they bore were an inseparable part of themselves, an extension of their meridians. More than that, they were extensions of each other. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 879, Driving Off the Enemy. Chapter 879, Driving Off the Enemy. Chapter 879, Driving Off the Enemy. Monarch's avatar saw a red light charging its way, and then suddenly found itself in a strange and terrifying new reality. The only colors were red, blue, white and turquoise, and the quadrichromatic universe shifted from one hue to another seamlessly. First the avatar's domain shattered under the mysterious force. Then its body followed. The 6-headed monster's first instinct upon learning it had been tricked was to charge back into the fight. However, its brazen return was halted when it saw how completely the avatar was destroyed. From its vantage, the light of the swords looked like an enormous tornado. It effortlessly swallowed Monarch's representative, and a moment later its companion's aura was snuffed out. The creation and destruction domain of the aliens was unique, and all of these creatures shared a psychic link. The absence of the avatar's aura was felt immediately and acutely. It was gone, like it never existed. There wasn't even a sense of its vital crystal to be felt. What a terrifying attack! Even Monarch himself would fear its lethality. The tornado of light roared into the distance to where the remaining 2 Nirvana-level aliens had been trying to return to the fight. They were also devoured by the power of the swords. Nothing of them was left behind either. Everything stopped once the power of the 4 swords ripped across the battlefield. The Violet Prince's movements were sluggish, just enough for Luo Xianni to land a punch. Suddenly his body became a 2-dimensional figure, transposed against the darkness of space. She followed up with a cruel barrage of blows. The prince recovered, but not without serious injury. With a howl of rage and terror, the Hydra beast turned to flee. Their mission was a failure. If it remained here any longer, it would lose its life along with its companions. 2 streaks of purple flashed across the area with shocking speed, and the creatures were gone. The roar of the 4 banishing blades combined continued for a short while before gradually lapsing into silence and darkness. Lan Jue and his 4 companions reappeared. The 4 swordbearers looked at one another, speechless. Their weapons had darkened, though 3 twinkling gems were affixed to Captus' blade. Vital crystals. How could this be? The 4 of them shared the same thought. Lan Qing swayed, but his brother was there to steady him. The pharmacist was also visibly exhausted from their effort. Qianlin was by her side. Lan Qing's brow was furrowed as he thought back to what he felt. The pharmacist's eyes were brimming with awe. Yes, even she wasn't entirely sure what had just happened. The final act of their fight had been composed by Lan Qing on the fly. His aim was to weaken the enemy. Undermine their strength bit by bit until final victory could be achieved. He hadn't anticipated that the fight would change so fast, so drastically. At best he thought they might destroy Monarch's avatar, but the banishing blades achieved much more. What awesome power! Of course, it didn't come easy. Both Lan Chang and the pharmacist were almost entirely drained of energy. Lan Jue and Qianlin had fared better, but not by much. Their victory was glorious, and forced introspection. The paragons regrouped. If there was any doubt these four young masters could summon the banishing strategy, or that the swords could destroy the homeworlds, that doubt was gone. What they just witnessed had overwhelmed their senses, and their sense of what was possible. And it wasn't even the banishing strategy. If they succeeded in laying it out against the homeworlds, humanity's chances of survival were better than good. It was like a weight lifted off of everyone's chest. They breathed a little easier, though it could not be said any were excited. They'd won, but at the cost of Xiu, the Terminator, and the Pontiff. Defeating the alien sneak attack had cost them dearly. One of their own Nirvana-level paragons had given their life, but at least these beasts wouldn't try such a maneuver again. Lan Jue scowled. His mind worked quickly, and as such was not as at ease as his compatriots. His first thought was, if using the banishing blades was this intensive, how much energy would they need to employ the banishing strategy? Indeed, they'd fought back today, but it was by no means certain they could successfully use the strategy. At least not yet. After becoming Ultis Master, Lan Jue began to learn the secret of the sword, with Li Ke's help. In their synchronized attack, each of the sword-bearers had become one with their weapons. If that was any indication, it meant their own energies would be the catalyst for the banishing stance, and if so, were they strong enough to sustain it? Let's head back, Luo Xinni urged. Since Zhu Di's sacrifice, the joyful photographer had become bitter. Depression also lived in Lan Jue's eyes. In a flash, the storage device Xiu had given him before she died appeared in his palm. He didn't know what was on it, but something in him didn't want to know. She died because of me. If she hadn't thrown herself between him and the prince, he would have been injured, maybe killed. Surely the result of this attack would have been worse than it already was. It would have been very unlikely they could hold out until Lan Jue arrived. With heavy hearts, the paragons returned to Middle Heaven. Lan Jue set about explaining what had happened to the various commanders, easing their worries. He carefully gave them an account of the battle. The rest of the paragons rested to try and recover. Zhou Qianlin was busiest, for although she had spent a lot of energy in their fight, she still went from one paragon to another and helped heal them. Her Queen of Heaven discipline was the only power that could do so. No one knew when the homeworlds would complete their evolution, so although she was exhausted, she had to make sure everyone was at their best. Lan Jue sat by himself in a corner, looking despondently on the only thing he had left from Xiu. She was gone, slain before his eyes. It had happened so fast, he wasn't ready. Her easy smile and sweet voice had been with him for years, had followed him from youth to adulthood. Visions of what they experienced together flashed through his mind in a painful procession. "Boss!" A cry laden with sorry called to him. Lan Jue turned his head. From the tear-streaked faces of Mika, Lin Guogua and Kor, he could see they knew what had happened. Lin Guogua had told Mika about Xiu's sacrifice. They rushed to him as fast as they could. Mika knelt in front of him but couldn't find any words. She'd fought on Xiu's behalf more than once, hoping Lan Jue would accept her the way she wanted to be accepted. But Lan Jue always had an excuse. Now their friend and sister was gone, and she didn't know what to say. "Boss, you can't let yourself get lost in the sadness. Our enemy is still out there. The one that killed Xiu is still breathing." Mika growled. She was right. The Violet Prince still lived. Xiu died by his hand. Wordlessly, Lan Jue nodded his head. He knew she was right, but her words couldn't shake the anger and sadness that threatened to drown him. Lin Guogua and Kor also huddled around. Kor couldn't hold back her tears and sobbed upon Lin Guogua's shoulder. Of all the Amazons, they had been closest. "She was sad for a long time, boss. She never said it, but I could tell. All four of us like you, but her feelings ran deepest." Lin Guogua muttered. "I lost count the number of times she cried over you. Late at night when it was quiet and she thought we were asleep, she would cry. I'm a psychic, I could feel what she was feeling. Her mood would soar every time she saw you, real, powerful love. We all saw it." "Enough, Guogua," Mika said harshly. She'd said enough, and every word was like a dagger to Lan Jue's heart. But Lan Jue just shook his head. He spoke words full of bitter agony. "Let her speak. I knew. I always knew, but I refused to deal with it. I told myself it'd change with time. In my heart she was always my dearest sister, but I was never a worthy older brother. I never paid enough attention to her. Blame me, blame it all on me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 880, Some Silence. Chapter 880, Some Silence.
Lin Guogua sighed. Xiao never blamed you. She used to tell us that love isn't something you can manage. She always loved you. You would protect her if she were bullied, and help keep her head high, no matter the cost. She remembered that. And the time she would dress up as your bride when you played as children. She said she was yours all the way back then. Xiao was in so much pain when you were together with Hera. Her mood was always off. When Hera was gone and we came to you, to help you recover, we all thought the two of you would come together in time. Instead you fell apart. Xiao saw what it did to you and cried every night. But she never cried in front of you. When you snapped out of your stupor, no one was happier than Xiao. Then another girl that looked exactly like Hera showed up in your life. When she found out Xiao went out to get drunk, we stayed with her. We all drank. Boss, she really loved you. She loved you more than her own life. As Lin Guogua's words washed over him, tears streamed down Lan Jue's face. Xiao was gone, not even a body left to bury. She was just. Lan Jue hung his head and his eyes swung to her storage device. The last thing she wanted him to have, but what was it? He rose to his feet and addressed the three of them firmly. I need some silence. He left quickly, like he couldn't wait to flee. Zhou Qianlin watched from some distance away, but did not follow. Not this time. He needed to be alone. Sigh. You must have felt it. Li Ke's spirit manifested standing next to Lan Qing. After joining with Altus, his ghostly appearance was almost indistinguishable from reality. He would never have a physical form of his own again, but this was a close facsimile. He discovered that as Lan Qing's power grew, he became more substantial. Maybe one day he could hold his daughter for the first time. Lan Qing nodded. Altus asks for far more than I thought. We need to improve our cultivation. I worry if we'd succeed even if we all reach nirvana. Li Ke grinned. Honestly, I don't know either. All I see what I find in Altus memories, and I found nothing about what the strategy will really do. After all, it's been an uncountable number of years since Altus has appeared in human hands. Is there a way for us to quickly improve our cultivation? Lan Qing asked. Surely the crystals we took today can help. Li Ke nodded. Helpful, yes. Enough in fact to empower you to the infinite, I'd think. But that's not the way to do it. Your bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the massive amount of pressure placed on them. Little you told me Lan Jue and Qianlin have broken through a series of grades very quickly. Pressing that process any further would be dangerous. But once they do break through to the infinite, I don't think they would be in any danger of a power backlash from the swords. Absorbing and assimilating protogenia takes time, and you're already moving quickly. Going too fast will have consequences, not least of which the universe itself. You won't know what it is to suffer the pressure of universal protogenia until you become one with the infinite. Under those conditions, the power you could command wouldn't be at the infinite level. You'd be lucky to command the power of nirvana. First, before we do anything, you all need to reach nirvana. Once you do, we can attempt the strategy. Then we'll see if anything else needs to be done. Lan Qing nodded. He agreed that it was the best path forward. Sigh. Lan Jue returned to his room and didn't leave for some time. No one knew what he was doing. Once he shut the door, no one had gone in. Humanity's armada and its 3 bastions slowly made their way back to Angel. They encountered no more aliens on the way. It wasn't very long before they were back on solid ground. Lan Qing and the pharmacist locked themselves away as well. They were trying to achieve nirvana as soon as possible. Middle Heaven's remaining paragons were recovered. Chu Chang took the remains of the Terminator and the vital crystal left behind to Tyrannosaurus. They were returning after a series of victories, but they were hollow. The looming threat of destruction remained. When they got back to Angel, they were met with good news. Another bastion had appeared in Angel's orbit. It was Heron, the only bastion left that had experience fighting the alien horde. The Northern Alliance had suffered a terrible defeat in the Shattered Starfields, and again shortly after. To try and offset this, they threw all their resources into repairing their fastest ship. It packed a punch as well. As for other reinforcements, it would be some time before they showed up. Luckily, Angel's food stores were well stocked, and there were no fear of the citizens revolting. They'd started building neighborhoods. Of course, they made announcements of their victories during the campaign. This boosted morale and gladdened the hearts of the people. Video of the clashes were spread far and wide, filling the humans with hope. Especially when believers saw their Queen of Heaven appear on screen. Seeing her fighting nimbly by Lan Jue's side only boosted her reputation.
Of course, the inevitable question afterward was, who was this man who dared fight shoulder to shoulder with her? Lan Jue soon became the focus of scrutiny. He was known as the champion of the Conclave's Great Adept tournament, and a hero who showed up to turn the tide on many tragedies. When they saw his pedigree, they grudgingly accepted his relationship to Qianlin. All over occupied space, human eyes were trained on Angel, waiting for the verdict. Things had thankfully settled down, however, after word of the Armada's deeds spread. Their string of victories in saving their fellow man had given them hope and pride. But this relative silence had its drawbacks. Some were already voicing skepticism, saying that there were too few soldiers to prevail. Why weren't all of the North's 8 bastions out there fighting for mankind? Why weren't there reinforcements for these soldiers who've been battling on the front lines so long already? Were politicians more concerned with their own interests than those of their species? The North and East both suffered chastisement, though the North got it worse. All along the North had been known as humanity's mightiest alliance, with an invincible fighting worse. Yet in this decisive time it wasn't the North was in charge. The Eastern Alliance and Poseidon Group were guiding the way. Poseidon-class Bastion's praise was especially high when the word got out, after scenes from its remarkable fight appeared on civilian screens. It was especially shocking for everyone to see it fighting in mecha form. Needless to say, it made an impression, and suddenly the Poseidon Group's reputation exploded. Northern military news sources reported that in addition to Heron, they were also sending 2 more bastions to the front line. They had to under pressure of public opinion. However, the Kinabai knew that the war was coming to its end soon one way or another. Sending reinforcements now would make little difference in either case. Heron's sudden arrival boosted the Northern's military capabilities significantly. Since Lan Chang was working on his cultivation, Kang Hui had taken temporary control of the Armada. He immediately recommended they prepare for another assault on the homeworlds. Kang Hui had no choice but to adhere to Lan Chang's plan for the Banishing Blades, but he was still the commander of the Northern forces. There was still a lot of suspicion surrounding whether 4 swords could destroy 3 planets. In fact, they doubted that the alien homeworlds were trying to create their own utopia. But they did know these monsters were changing, and whatever they changed into would be the stuff of nightmares. Kang Hui proposed moving in now. The evolution had to be stopped, and both the monsters' soldiers and generals were bloodied. With the addition of Heron, they were sufficiently reinforced, according to him. The nimble Bastion was ready for action. He didn't completely dismiss the possibility of the Banishing Blades being effective. What he proposed was a 2-prong attack. If they could succeed with a purely military victory, then that would be great, and the Banishing Swords could be kept as a backup. If they fail, at least they'll have succeeded in weakening the enemy further. Perhaps that'd improve the Easterners' chances. His proposal passed unanimously. Even the commander representing the Eastern Army in Lan Chang's absence agreed. Poseidon Group didn't share an opinion. Its Bastion, and Middle Heaven as well, would not fight as well in future battles as they had been. When the plan was ratified, Kang Hui announced 3 days of rest and repairs. After 3 days they would attack the aliens again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 881, Cultivation and Strategy. Chapter 881, Cultivation and Strategy. The soldiers were once again busy with preparations. Repairs became the highest priority. Damage to the bastions, both big and small, were attended to while their energy stores were rebuilt. As a newly arrived asset, Heron was in prime condition, and would likely hold an important role in the fight to come. Kang Hui ordered Middle Heaven be given priority treatment. He was hoping to gain in Luan's favor. The Northern leader could see the East's rise to prominence, inevitable assuming they were able to defeat the aliens. Considering their high-powered fighters alone, the North could not catch up or hope to contend. They had an advantage technologically, but maintaining a force of notable adepts was going to be difficult. If Middle Heaven was any indication, the East's technological mastery was not as backwater as they'd expected. In fact, there were systems on that bastion that perplexed Northern scientists. It seems the only thing that had been holding the East back was access to resources. In this moment, it was important for humans to be united against the universal threat of the alien horde. Kang Hui knew this, and it was for this reason that Lan Chang chose him to command the Armada while he was cultivating. Kang Hui was more than an experienced and talented commander, he was also a good man deserving of respect. Sigh. Lan Jue was out of the public eye for more than a day before he emerged from his room. He seemed composed, at least on the surface. Lan Jue appeared back to his former self. Mika had returned to the area designated for the Dark Citadel's representatives. Lin Guoguai and Kor remained behind, and they had also regained their composure. When they saw Lan Jue again, they didn't bring up Xiao Xiao. Lan Cheng and sister pharmacist have locked themselves away to cultivate.
They wanted me to bring you to them when you came back out. Zhou Qianlin said in her soft voice. Alright, I'm fine, let's go now.
Lan Jue nodded for her to lead the way.
She took his hand and smiled sweetly at him.
She used her actions to soothe his injured spirit. A loaded look crossed Lan Jue's face, heavy with emotion. He lifted his other hand and gently pressed it against her face. When they arrived at the room where Lan Cheng and the pharmacist were cultivating, they found the winemaster and clockmaker seated by the door. They were there to look over them.
After the recent tragedy, who knew when the Violet Prince might try to strike again? They knew it to be unlikely, though.
If he did dare to come, he would be marching to his own demise.
Aliens no longer enjoyed an overwhelming advantage of superpowerful fighters. Wine Master. Clockmaker. Lan Jue greeted both of them.
His old drinking companion answered with a smile. What is past is past. Try to remain positive and focus on exacting revenge for our fallen friends.
For our people.
The fight to come may require more sacrifices, but we are prepared to fight to the last man and woman.
Lan Jue nodded firmly.
He knew this was the wine master's effort to soothe him, but the wound was still too fresh.
What words could make him feel better? Let's go in, he said, nodding to the two paragons.
The wine master moved aside from the door and entered a password.
The metallic portal opened and Lan Jue stepped in. Qianlin was close behind. Stepping inside, they were struck by the sensation in the air.
It was thick with vital energy, almost stifling. Lan Cheng and the pharmacist were seated in the middle of the room with a strange device between them.
Nestled in the device was a single golden-purple vital crystal. Lan Jue could tell at a glance that this crystal was at least nirvana level.
The rich sense of vitality was coming from there. Situated around the apparatus were 12 tiers of Neptune, all comparable in size.
Their presence galvanized the remains of the alien to release its vitality.
Once that energy was filtered by the tiers, it could be used safely. Lan Cheng and the pharmacist immersed themselves in the exuberant current, taking it in with slow and steady breaths. All the while their cultivation was slowly rising. Lan Jue nodded in appreciation. This was certainly a spectacular specimen of a vital crystal. After only a day, the two of them were already near the upper reaches of reflection of heaven and earth.
There was another presence in the room with them. Li Ku observed the process, sustained through Altus.
No one else was in the chamber. As agreed, these few were the only ones permitted in order to keep the vital crystal transmutation process a secret. Lan Cheng and the pharmacist already had their mind wiped by Lin Guogua prior to beginning.
Lan Jue looked at Li Ku questioningly, but did not speak.
The spirit understood and delivered his answer directly into Lan Jue's mind.
We've used 2 nirvana-level vital crystals up so far. The results have been encouraging. In around 5 hours this crystal will be spent and they should be strong enough to make a breakthrough.
From my analyses, I suspect that once they join you in nirvana, they'll need time to stabilize their cultivation.
Qianlin's Queen of Heaven discipline should help them significantly there. Afterwards all 4 of you should undergo this process. We won't push you into the infinite, but we have to bolster your abilities as much as we can. The stronger you are, the more likely it will be that you can survive using the banishing strategy.
Lan Jue had experienced what it was like when one's foundation was unstable. There was no small measure of trepidation in his voice when he queried Li Ku.
Are you sure this won't cause any problems? The moment something goes wrong. Li Ku smiled reassuringly. It's fine, I don't suspect any complications.
At your level and with the help of the Queen of Heaven, so long as we don't cross the line into the infinite, there is nothing to worry about.
To be safe, we won't reach the peak of nirvana. Halfway should be sufficient to beginning attempting the strategy. All right. Lan Jue affirmed.
He and Qianlin made their way to a pair of seats nearby and waited.
They were careful to shut themselves off from their environment so that they did not absorb any of the vital energy. Qianlin let her domain reach out and embrace them.
Lan Cheng and the pharmacist had not yet broken through, but her presence helped strengthen and stabilize their protogenia in preparation for the moment they did. The two were almost immediately more relaxed, and were able to take in more of the vital energy.
Lan Jue and Zhou Qianlin passed the time in quiet meditation.
The moment of breakthrough was the most dangerous moment for Lan Cheng and the pharmacist. They were sure to experience some measure of what Lan Jue and Qianlin had had to suffer when they attained nirvana. Unlike them, however, they had Qianlin's help. The power of nirvana-level Queen of Heaven abilities meant risks were kept to a minimum. Without her help, Lan Jue would never have agreed to this.
Sigh. Time passed quickly.
Before they knew it, 3 days had come and gone.
The Armada's 3 bastions were almost back in full service.
Those ships that were still heavily damaged and soldiers too wounded to serve would remain behind on Angel.
Troops were reorganized into 10 fleets for the coming operation. Their 3 mighty bastions were joined by a 4th.
Tyrannosaurus, Middle Heaven, Poseidon and Heron led the way as the war party embarked.
10 fleets worth of support vessels spread out around them as they made their way toward Europa.
Tyrannosaurus was in the center of the formation, taking Middle Heaven's place.
It wasn't a power move, but one of practicality.
Tyrannosaurus had the most resources left after their last campaign. What's more, without Lan Jue to stabilize Middle Heaven's Molinite core, the more advanced maneuvers were too dangerous to perform.
With Tyrannosaurus in the middle, it gave the other bastions more leeway. No attempts to impede their progress troubled the armada.
If they didn't know better, they might suspect the horde had left.
Kang Hui knew that the enemy force was still formidable, they just weren't wasting their strength on intercepting them. He remembered that Commander Lan Jue also suspected the alien homeworlds were still a threat. Though they were busy with their evolution, they could still exert their influence on the battlefield. How much of an influence was as yet unknown.
They left Angel with Lan Jue and the others still locked away. 3 days had passed without so much as a peep from the Paragons. Lan Jue had told him to expect a full week before they would emerge. Kang Hui used this estimate to craft his strategy.
The 4 sword-bearers should be completing their transmutation just as the armada was reaching Europa.
Kang Hui sat at his control desk looking over the information on his screens. But his mind was not on the data scrolling by.
Prior to this excursion, he'd received tacit agreement to participate by the North.
The day they set out, he made peace with the idea that he might die.
Chances were low that anyone would make it back. At that time, humanity had yet to win a single victory over the aliens.
Losses were already in the millions. When they first arrived at Angel and saw the nearby planets occupied, his hope was all but gone.
It felt like a pointless endeavor against an overwhelming enemy.
Fighting was just increasing the number of casualties.
But fighting was their only choice. A desperate choice, certainly, but all that they had left. He thought back to the outset of their war.
Lan Jue was the youngest commander ever, an Easterner with command of 3 bastions and 12 fleets against a vastly superior enemy force. And then he started winning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 882, Striking Out Again. Chapter 882, Striking Out Again.
His ruminations reminded Kang Hui that Lan Jue's strategy had been right every step of the way. He'd taken advantage of the aliens' desperation to evolve, attacking them when they were at their weakest and diminishing their numbers.
The creatures didn't respond, assured in their victory.
All they had to do was repel the human forces long enough for the homeworlds to ascend.
Once they did, mankind would be served up on a platter.
Ignored and underestimated Lan Jue was able to command his forces masterfully.
Bit by bit he gnawed away at the enemy.
He began to accumulate victories but never became cocky.
When humanity's forces ultimately retook the 7 planets, Kang Hui saw a glimmer of hope.
Under Lan Jue there was a chance, albeit remote. His spirit stirred at last and he studiously observed Lan Jue's plans. Kang Hui spared no effort to support this young genius leader. In the end, Lan Jue's tactics proved true. Through his wisdom and persistence, humanity had achieved a miracle. Inch by inch they were fighting back against the forces of destruction. Today they were still fighting for their lives, but the soldiers of humankind were no longer passively reacting.
They were taking the fight to the enemy.
If there was still time before the homeworlds completed their evolution, there was a chance this mission could thoroughly destroy the alien horde. Miracle was the perfect word to describe what Lan Jue had done. They should call you the Miracle Admiral, Kang Hui mused. Middle Heaven was strong indeed, but without Lan Jue's artful strategies it wouldn't have performed such glorious feats.
This time, I will be the one to see this mission to its end.
They had to finish their war on Europa.
Whatever the cost, they couldn't allow the aliens' reign of destruction to spread farther than it already had.
His fellows had already suffered tremendously, and he knew they couldn't suffer much more.
Tyrannosaurus energy stores were full after 3 days of replenishment. Heron flew on its left and Poseidon on its right. Middle Heaven was behind.
It was not the primary force in the armada any longer but still was kept in the formation's leadership position, which was also the most defensible. Lan Jue and the other paragons were there, and although it was depleted it was still one of the most powerful bastions in human history. After everything that had happened since leaving the Northern Alliance, there was no doubt Middle Heaven had earned that title. Poseidon's spectacular metamorphic abilities were staggering, but the family's ship still didn't match up to the war planet.
Middle Heaven's terminal ray was a truly terrifying weapon of mass destruction.
According to Kang Hui's calculations, there was nothing in all of known space that could survive a blast from Middle Heaven's main weapon.
The 4 bastions and 10 fleets gradually closed in on Europa. Repairs continued as the Armada made its way. Latest reports stated that Middle Heaven was at 60% combat effectiveness. Poseidon was at 50% and couldn't transform to its mecha form. Tyrannosaurus boasted 80% of its capabilities, and Heron was fresh-faced and ready for battle. As for the 10 support fleets that remained, they were operating at 80% efficiency. Of course, aside from Heron, all of the bastions had lost many of their fighter drones. Altogether, only a third remained. Heron could only carry 3,000 drones, the least capacity of all the bastions. Sigh. Pale light flickered around Lan Jue. He sat with a cool and stately expression on his face. The admiral's hands were pressed together before his chest, and light trembled erratically in his eyes. He and the pharmacist had already broken through to Nirvana. With the help of Qianlin's domain, their protogenia was quickly stabilized. All 4 of them sat around the vital crystal and the strange apparatus now, silently absorbing the energies it released. The crystal they used now was from one of the infinite-level monsters they'd slain, the Violet Princess. Her crystal was purer than the others by comparison, but also more vibrant. The energies it released were difficult to control. Half their store of tears was already spent. Lan Jue sat across from his brother, the 2 women were on either side. Their swords floated nearby, for as they absorbed the vital energy they also needed to explore the secrets of the banishing blades. The mysteries of the banishing strategy went far beyond their understanding of the systems of energy. In many ways the power of the strategy was a sort of protogenia, but it was not a protogenia born of the universe they resided in. It came from somewhere else entirely. The strategy produced its terrifying might through the repulsion of this protogenia and universal protogenia. The clash and subsequent rebuttal were focused into the strategy to create its world-shattering result. The fact it was able to borrow from universal protogenia was a staggering prospect. As the 4 paragons grew in strength and explored the knowledge of the swords, they could sense the ire of universal protogenia searching for them. They could feel, if only faintly, what the old immortal realm must have been like. Immortals in those ancient days were powerful beyond comprehension. It took Celestial Master Yuanshi and Celestial Master Taishong, along with 2 others, to overcome the destruction of the banishing blades. Lan Jue had never been too interested in the immortal realm, but his knowledge of it had improved since gleaning the secrets of Captus. The immortal realm wasn't as simple as they'd originally thought. It was a reality created by the interwoven powers of protogenia. It not only protected them from universe protogenia but was also possessed of a protogenia all its own. It was more than a pocket reality, it was its own universe that existed parallel to their own. Over time it grew and became stronger until it came to the notice of the original universe. But the power of the realm could not be reversed. Since it relied on the essence of the universe, this process could not be interrupted. If it did, it could threaten the destruction of the immortal realm. As such, the immortals of old did all they could do to curtail the growth of their realm, lest it come into conflict with the universe it existed within. The end result of that conflict from ages past was not recorded in the banishing blades. All they knew was the ancient realm of the immortals was gone. If it wasn't, these magnificent weapons would not have fallen into the hands of man. Lan Jue knew what he meant with Zhou Qianlin had told him so long ago, that even as paragon he would only command a tenth of what the swords could do. It seemed that may have been an exaggeration, but not in his favor. Even after achieving nirvana, learning Captus' secrets, and becoming one with the blade, he could not say for certain he could summon 10% of the sword's might. The true power of the banishing blades could only be wielded by the highest caste of immortals. Knowing this, could they really hope to succeed in laying out the banishing strategy? None of them presumed to know the answer. They continued to grow in power, but the strength of the swords was inscrutable, deep, and seemingly without end. The stronger they became, the more immeasurable these weapons seemed. All they could do was continue to learn, improve their cultivation, and hope they could survive the strategy. In the end, what measure of destruction they would cause was left in the hands of heaven. Li Ke's features were crevased with doubt. As a part of Altus, he, too, felt what they were feeling. The power of it ran deeper than he'd expected, lending ever more credence to their titles as the strongest weapons ever created. The pressure it put on the humans was immense. If it ended up that they were not strong enough to control the strategy, there would be only one avenue left for them. But the cost. A sadness fled across Li Ke's ghostly expression when he thought about the possibility. Sigh. Europa appeared on the horizon. The writhing membrane that surrounded it seemed thicker and more widespread than ever. The 3 homeworlds were still attached to it, emitting a rich purple hue. However, all 3 of them were less than a third of their original size.
Meanwhile, Europa was twice the size it had been before, almost a whole new entity. It was hidden beneath layers of violet clouds that concealed its surface. Its hue was lighter than the homeworld's, and as the rolling fogs changed it gave the appearance of being alive. The savagery of the aliens was missing from their new creation. Europa was strangely beautiful. When he saw it, Kang Hui's heart sank. It was clear the homeworld's evolution was nearing completion. It would happen any day. All ships, pay attention. I want all weapons systems charged and prepared for use. Do not be caught off guard. The time for rest is over, the war is back on. Kang Hui gave the order. They couldn't wait, not a moment more. The homeworlds could finish their evil ceremony at any moment, so they had to strike first and strike hard. If they didn't, they wouldn't live to regret it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 883, General Offensive. Chapter 883, General Offensive. The 10 fleets coasted forward, and spread out to either side of the bastions like wings. Their guns were primed, waiting for the order to fire. The 4 bastions also lit up as their weapon arrays were prepared. Just then, the remains of the alien horde were revealed. They came swarming around either side of Europa and right for the armada. They lacked the vigor and numbers from before. Open fire. At Kang Hui's order, the bastions and their support fleets let loose. Spears of light crashed into the encroaching enemy force. The horde's formation was diffuse, and they used their speed to evade the human long-ranged attacks as much as they could. However, the hail of cannon fire was tightly packed and avoiding it completely was impossible. The aliens began suffering casualties right away. Compared to the last encounter, the human seemed much more confident. Behind his control panel, Kang Hui summoned his discipline. Through his empowered eyes he read and analyzed the information that flooded his screens. Despite the punishment his enemy was facing in the opening moments of their conflict, he did not relax. In fact, his face grew darker as the moments stretched on. The aliens came at them with no direction. He read that to mean the homeworlds were almost finished with their evolution. If that were the case, their elite would be sticking close to their masters. They didn't need to command the troops, they were just cannon fodder. Should they throw caution to the wind and attack Europa at full force? His opponents still had a numbers advantage, although they were in disarray. Rushing ahead would expose his troops to a brutal counter-offensive, and many would be lost. Besides, it could be a trap. Kang Hui's fighting style was always calm, and it had served him well so far. Caution is what saved him from dying at the aliens' hands long ago in the shattered starfields. Instead of calling for the charge, he ordered the ships to continue to pummel the aliens' front lines. However, he commanded the bastions to hold back on firing their main weapons. He wanted to save their strongest attacks for the planets themselves. Eventually, the aliens gathered into some semblance of formation. More defensive aliens took the fore and their speedier brethren stuck close behind. The plan was to push ahead, and once they got within range, the faster aliens would burst out and wreak havoc among the human ships. Mankind's armada was much weaker than it was when they first arrived in the system. After the last encounter, the difference was especially marked, and especially now without Lan Chang's tactical genius. However, Kang Hui was also allotted commander and he had no problem leading the human forces. His strategic plans were simple, but nonetheless took advantage of their ranged superiority to great effect. Kang Hui orders artillery fire focused on the stronger aliens. He wanted them to be pummeled as hard as possible as they pressed forward. Once the enemy was close enough for their fast attackers to emerge, they would be met by the Paragon-led Star Division, the Blood Iron Khans, and Chu Cheng's convert army. Against mankind's greatest adept warriors and drones from their bastions, the aliens who dared attack were cut to ribbons. They were unable to cause any damage to the main fleet. With their considerable advantage, Kang Hui's leadership was flawless. The alien forces met the humans and were cut down like they were flung into a meat grinder. Monsters were cut down by the dozens and their vital crystals captured. Kang Hui was keenly aware of the Violet Prince's absence, however. The 3-headed, 6-armed abomination was also nowhere to be found. They appeared to have disappeared after their failed sneak attack. Already the armada was extending an advantage that seemed irrevocable. Already the horde was being pushed back. The armada began moving toward Europa with slow but indomitable progress. Soldiers who didn't know any better began to cheer, their cries reverberating off the hulls of their ships. After all these hardships and losses, they were beating the enemy. How could they not be overcome with joy? And as participants of this life or death struggle, they were heroes. In their mind's eye they could see the scene of their triumphant return, with ticker-tape parades and flower petals descending from the sky. humanity's allied forces, a ray of hope in a dark time.
Cannons continued to bombard the enemy, never letting up. The enemy was steadily losing ground.
Nothing indicated the homeworlds were getting involved, either. Europa was still hidden beneath the cloud of caustic purple fog that made it look like a fantastical land from the storybooks.
By contrast, the three planets looked like hideous tumors affixed to the planet's surface.
Aside from the roiling tides of the clouds, nothing moved.
They seemed completely devoid of life. Kang Hui pressed a button on his control panel.
In his deep voice he hailed the person on the other end.
Heron, prepare your main gun. Heron receiving. Main gun is charging.
The response came swiftly. Kang Hui refused to be lulled into a false sense of security by the scene before him. On the contrary, he was all the more vigilant.
From the very beginning, the aliens had enjoyed the advantage.
Right up until this point, humanity had been against the ropes, only to suddenly see a reverse in fortune. It was important to remember that it wasn't Lan Qing's brilliance alone that got them to this point, however. An important factor was the fact that the homeworlds were not involved in the fighting. If they had been, even Lan Qing couldn't have spun gold out of straw. Against the homeworlds and its horde, the humans would never have stood a chance. But not being present on the battlefield didn't mean their threat did not exist. Quite the opposite, the planets were laden with the life force of 8 planets and all the vitality they stole from the Northern Alliance. They hadn't used any of that energy in battle against the humans and instead funneled it into their evolutionary process.
Kang Hui shuddered to think what sort of power this new creation would wield once its evolution was complete.
It went without saying that Kang Hui didn't find their chances appealing if the homeworlds chose to fight. His loss at their hands was still acutely carved into his memory, an angry scar to remind him of his defeat. Their variable offense and impenetrable protection made them virtually impossible to shake off. They were as strong as they were cunning, and used whatever advantage available to win victory over their prey. As such, humans had consistently been beaten back. And so Kang Hui called off his focus to bear. Heron was their weakest bastion, but also charged its main weapons system fastest. As the fastest ship in the fleet, it made for a natural choice to use as an opening gambit. Lan Qing had told him that the homeworlds had mostly fused with Europa by this point. The former Western capital was the basis of their evolution and had been chosen as the site for these beasts' new immortal realm. With no hope of survivors left on Europa, it and the 3 homeworlds attached to its surface were the main target.
Heron reporting. Main guns are charged and ready.
The alert was fast in coming across Kang Hui's speakers. The armada was getting closer to Europa with each passing moment. Kang Hui answered with a string of commands.
The bombardment became even more intense as capital ships, up to now their cannons dark, joined the fight.
The punishing offensive carved a path through the horde.
Heron's main engines flared to life, and in a flash the bastion shot ahead. It punched through the flimsy alien line and was at top speed in moments. Its 3 main guns were extended and aimed at Europa.
The planet was a big target.
Heron's gunners weren't afraid of missing.
While Heron made its attack run, Kang Hui continued to call out orders. Tyrannosaurus, Poseidon and Middle Heaven all began to charge their primary weapons.
Heron's attack was a feeler, to see how the planets would react.
Once they got a read, they could follow up with shots from the others' bastions. He was confident that one round of attacks, if it didn't destroy Europa outright, would at least severely affect the homeworld's evolution.
That would be enough, and they could focus on a more comprehensive attack.
The greatest result would be to damage the planet enough so that the evolution process was stopped entirely.
Then, under concentrated fire, they could destroy the enemy outright.
At least for the moment, his plan seemed to be working. Heron shook as 3 beams of cyan light fired from its cannons. It erupted with such intensity that space rippled around the gun's barrels. While the weapon wasn't as strong as Tyrannosaurus, say, it was still a bastion's weapon. The damage it caused was more than considerable, and against any ordinary planet the results would be catastrophic. Nothing was in the way of the 3 beams of light. In a blink they pierced the fog covering Europa, and a mushroom cloud surged in its wake.
All 3 shots disappeared in the haze.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 884, Aliens, Defeated? Chapter 884, Aliens, Defeated? With its payload delivered, Heron pulled to the side and arced away from Europa. With its speed and attack power, it didn't worry about fighting its way back through the horde. After all, the armada was not far behind. The aliens were under so much pressure they didn't have an opportunity to give chase. As Heron tore off to the flank, its crew waited with bated breath. They stared at the screens and out of the windows, anxious to see the result of their flyby.
If they could do Europa any harm, it would open the gates for the other bastions to do the same.
Kang Hui was a good man, honest and sincere.
Heron was chosen to attack the planet for more than just military reasons.
Europa was the capital of the former Western Alliance.
Although the people knew it was no longer fit for human habitation, in their hearts, especially those of the Westerners, they still held the planet in high esteem. It would be better for the North to land the first strike, instead of an Eastern vessel, or Poseidon.
The order was Kang Hui's.
He would bear the consequences.
He snapped out of his ruminations. Heron wasn't the only one waiting for signs of reaction.
He'd watched the blasts enter the cloud cover, but then, nothing. The disturbance in the fog gradually disappeared and the surface looked like nothing had happened. There were no lights or indications of the shots passing behind the planet either.
That should mean Heron's attack landed. But why was there no sign of impact?
Where did the shots go?
The uncertainty immediately set everyone on edge.
Those were 3 shots from a bastion's main cannons. Nothing came of them, not even the sounds of an explosion.
It was like they just vanished into nothing, like Europa was a black hole. All forces, focus your attacks on the enemy soldiers.
Fire main cannons at will.
Kang Hui directed. Europa's situation was too inscrutable.
Instead, they would focus on weakening the Horde, and once they got some breathing room, they could find a more effective way to deal with the former human planet. Almost before the orders left his lips, Middle Heaven was in the thick of it. Where before it had silently waited behind its defenders, it was now a piercing orb of light that fired rays of amber light in all directions.
Together with Poseidon's soft water bombs, swaths of alien fighters were destroyed.
The monsters were like a snake without its head, flailing every which way.
They didn't stand a chance against humanity's discipline's forces. Heron flew back around and rejoined the battle.
After 30 minutes, the enemy forces were under threat of collapse. Though the morale of these cruel beasts could not be broken, their lines could. More and more of them fell until the battle had become a one-sided extermination. Mankind's warriors could not let up, not when victory was so close at hand and so many vital crystals were up for grabs. These crystals were treasures that were priceless no matter how many of them were passed around. The exuvium process was complete and ready for use to extend human life. The foundation of that process was these vital crystals. Humans had killed countless numbers of these monsters already, but there were also planets worth of humans. Everyone wanted a chance to live longer, and the only way to do that was if they got their hands on one of these crystals. In addition, Skyfire Avenue wasn't the only one who encouraged their soldiers with the promise of a spot on the list to use the exuvium process. The North and Poseidon Group also had similar plans.
Now more than ever was the time to gather these crystals. In the eyes of these soldiers, it might be their last chance.
Mechas, warship crews, drone pilots, everyone wanted to take advantage of this situation.
Everyone was fighting their hardest.
This was, of course, within reason. The soldiers of the Allied forces had struggled together for a long time, and none of them were willing to risk the lives of their brothers and sisters in greedy pursuits.
There were enough vital crystals for everyone.
According to Northern and Eastern reports, one average vital crystal was enough to facilitate the exuvium process for 10 people. The creatures they were killing now were more than your average fiend, and some were even of the enemy's upper echelons. The better the crystal, the more often it could be used for the process.
The results were also better by orders of magnitude.
But while the soldiers were celebrating, the officers knew the war wasn't over yet.
Heron's attack hadn't done much of anything, so how were they supposed to deal with the planet?
The Horde's numbers thinned but never broke. Although they were cut down in droves, there was no indication they would be routed or retreat. The beasts fought back as hard as ever. Eventually, the wriggling purple bodies disappeared from space. A glittering field of crystals was left behind, quickly gobbled up by the human ships. At last, the army of monsters that had harassed the human species had been exterminated. Cries of elation rang from the smallest patrol boat to the largest bastion. And it wasn't just the soldiers, either. All throughout the worlds of man, people cheered their heroes. They'd watched with bated breath as the fight was broadcast into every home. Win or lose, the people had a right to know. The government could of course shut off the feed whenever they chose, but when it was clear humanity was winning, they kept it going, clear as a bell. Northern cries were especially loud.
2 out of the 4 bastions were dispatched from their alliance, and the leader of the expedition was one of their own.
They proudly congratulated themselves on these facts, and through this the people were calmed. In fact, the government enjoyed a sharp spike in public approval. Heron proved their leaders were committed to reinforcing the heroes of the front lines. In this they were better than the East. Suddenly the calls for consequences were silenced and the citizens were at peace. Instead, there were words of praise and support offered up from all corners of the alliance. Only a handful of people had the inside scoop and knew that the fight wasn't over. The three home worlds still remained. It was the worst disaster in hundreds of years, but it wasn't over until those hellish planets were destroyed. Kang Hui was inundated with commendations.
He didn't try to silence the jubilation immediately.
The soldiers had fought for so long, witnessed the death of their fellow soldiers and countrymen. They've needed this for a long, long time. After a few moments, he delivered more commands to the various ship captains. The fight wasn't over yet, he assured them. They had one final enemy to overcome. Now wasn't the time for celebration. Soon the vital crystals left behind by their defeated enemies were gathered together. It went without saying that the North won the largest number of crystals, for their 2 bastions were integral in the fight.
Especially Heron and its 3,000 drones.
They were fierce and flexible, resulting in an impressive haul.
Form up, surround Europa.
Soldiers were trained to follow orders like the word of God. Still beaming from their victory, the soldiers rushed to follow instructions once they were given. The fleet spread out, and the bastions gathered in single file.
A fire burned behind Kang Hui's eyes. Do you still think yourselves so strong, monsters? With all our ships, bastions and soldiers, do you think yourselves invincible? All 4 bastions began recharging their main weapons. Among them was Middle Heaven, smoldering as it prepared the terrible power that was Terminal Ray.
Poseidon, though still unable to change shape, still had soft water bombs to employ.
Kang Hui quickly puzzled out the best plan of attack.
All bastions would concentrate their fire on a single point, together with the fleet as a whole.
If all of their firepower was directed as Europa's core, they could destroy the planet outright. From what he could tell from outside, none of the alien worlds plastered to Europa's surface were reacting to the Horde's destruction. Their life force and consciousness must be completely funneled into the single planet. Thus, if Europa was destroyed, the homeworlds would die with it.
This was not the time for mercy and kind-heartedness. Kang Hui knew he'd have to face many difficult questions once the campaign was finished, but he didn't hesitate to give the order. Nothing was more important than the survival of the species. The Allied forces took advantage of the calm before the final storm. Energy stores were replenished and stabilized, guns were charged. Secondary weapons systems were turned down, for they were no longer helpful for what was to come. Only their strongest weapons could harm Europa, especially at a distance.
Battleship-class vessels and smaller were ordered not to engage.
They were told to observe the situation and await further orders. Everyone else had their weapons primed and aimed, waiting for the order to fire from Tyrannosaurus.
The feeling of it all was thick in the air, everyone could feel it.
Their battle was coming to a close, and though their final objective was in view, they were not relaxed.
They were tense, anxious, excited.
The 4 bastions shimmered with light as they pulled into firing range.
Tempestuous flows of energy surrounded each of them.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 885, Success? Chapter 885, Success?
Poseidon, prepare your main weapon.
Kang Hui ordered. He was taking personal command of how this final attack was executed. Soft water bombs are ready to be deployed.
Hua Li's voice returned.
Poseidon's patriarch was also taking full responsibility of his family's bastion. Fire! Kang Hui said. Fire! Hua Li echoed.
6 glittering orbs were belched from Poseidon. Marvelous tails of blue light hung in the darkness of space where they passed on their way toward Europa. The destructive capabilities of the soft water bombs were put on display more than once in earlier battles.
Against living targets it was frighteningly effective, and the most difficult to evade.
The 6 bombs quickly reached their destination. They were ingeniously released in a line and slipped into the cloudy surface of Europa one after the other. Nothing changed as the first bomb entered, then the second, then the third. Once all 6 bombs disappeared into the fog, a reaction became visible. The rolling tide of mist became tumultuous.
Barely visible were flashes of blue light as the bombs detonated.
They were arranged in a line to detonate at different depths, from the highest reaches of Europa's atmosphere to where the ground presumably hid below. Kang Hui had determined it was the best use of Poseidon's weapons. His aim wasn't to harm the planet so much as clear the fog so they could get a glimpse of what lay beneath.
The aliens had a reason for everything.
When Heron's attack disappeared into the fog, Kang Hui knew the mists must have some defensive purpose. Perhaps they drained and devoured energy that passed through. If that were true, the first step to a successful blow would have to be clearing a path through the fog.
Without its protection, they could damage the planet.
His tactics were sound. The cloud cover melted away like snow before the summer sun. Europa's surface was revealed. Spectators looked on in surprise. Europa's surface had been painted in a pale purple hue, in contrast to the rich purple of the homeworlds that had taken it over. The remains of human structures could be faintly discerned by their long-range telescopes, partially obscured by wisps of the fog that remained. Kang Hui did not appreciate the beautiful scenery, for he knew the cost of its creation. He continued to deliver his commands. Tyrannosaurus, fire the main gun. Tyrannosaurus weapons were already aimed and fully charged. Once the order was given, its primary cannon released a blazing beam of light right into the channel left by the soft water bombs. It sizzled through the darkness of space, a spear ready to skewer the planet like a kebab. Heron, all remaining ships, fire at will. With Tyrannosaurus blast on its way, Kang Hui ordered the fury of the human armada released on their enemy. Without hesitation, thousands upon thousands of cannon blasts followed in the wake of Tyrannosaurus shot. They were all carefully aimed to slip through the same channel, like threading a needle. Poseidon's secondary weapon systems, which packed as much punch as a fleet of capital ships, also spat out a salvo. This was their chance to accomplish their goal in one final, decisive stroke. No one held back. The resulting explosion was so intense it shook the distant ships. Burst after concussive burst rang in everyone's ears, a sound they would remember for all the rest of their days. Without the protection of the fog, the ire of the human armada was heard, though it was difficult to tell how much it was felt. Still, Kang Hui was confident in the capability of their unified assault. Middle Heaven, prepare terminal ray. Kang Hui did not let up. Against any normal planet, the last hail of cannon fire would have been enough to split it in twain. However, Kang Hui did not want to underestimate their enemy, not in the slightest. Everything they had at their disposal, every weapon and tactic, he wanted thrown at their foes. They wouldn't stop until Europa was a cloud of space dust. Flickers of angry amber light appeared around Middle Heaven as several beams were fired at once from different locations. They coalesced in front of the war planet into a single point of light so pregnant with energy space warped around it, terminal ray. The last time it was used in combat, mankind walked away with several elite vital crystals. Now its aim was to obliterate Europa before it was converted into an alien paradise. To Kang Hui, this was the piece de resistance. The surface of the planet should already been a cratered hellscape, and once terminal ray made landfall, Europa would be no more. It just needed to drill past the crust and into its core. Kang Hui didn't put much stock in the stories of ancient immortal realms. To him, the alien evolution was a process of energy consolidation. No matter how strong they got, once their planet was destroyed, their evolution was finished. At last, humanity's long, dark night was coming to an end. The light of expectation glimmered in Kang Hui's eyes. One tortuous event after another had plagued them as they waited for this day. He and his species would survive. Kang Hui imagined seeing his family, heard the cheers of the people as they came back from this bloody campaign. Peace would reign again. Suddenly a bone-deep fatigue washed over him. If he could go back, he likely wouldn't join the army. He envied the life of the normal man, quiet and peaceful. At the very least, he would want a nice, long vacation once this was all finished. Let the military function without him for a time, he could avoid the interviews and galas and feasts. The thoughts flitted through his mind, but did not impede his command. Terminal ray, fire. Kang Hui coolly gave the order just as the blasts from Tyrannosaurus and the other ships were dying down. Never let up. Let the attacks compound and make each other stronger. Kang Hui had considered everything that required consideration, and took all steps necessary to see this corrupted human planet destroyed. Terminal ray's flash lasted only a moment. In what couldn't have been longer than a fraction of a second, the piercing ray of light buried itself in Europa's surface. The afterimage of its passage was burned in the eyes of spectators. Would it be enough? Kang Hui's fists had unconsciously clenched, and he wasn't alone. Every commander of every ship watched in dread anticipation. Kang Hui ordered everyone to fall back. Europa was among the largest planets to have been inhabited by humans. Once it exploded, the scale of its detonation would cover a vast area. It would be very easy for their whole armada to be wiped out in the aftermath. Gradually the lights all faded. The fog surrounding Europa continued to buck and writhe, except for the funnel created by the soft water bombs. Why was there no sound of explosion? Did the attack land? Uncertainty wormed its way into Kang Hui's mind. He could see clearly through the cavity in the clouds, peered through their telescopes and magnified on his screen. Europa's surface was a world of golden purple, unscathed but for the crater where their attacks had landed. In the place where they'd aimed their barrage was a vortex of purple energy that fiercely swirled. In the center of the vortex was a haze of golden orange light. That had to be the residual energy from Terminal Ray's passage. The light began to grow, and as it did the whole of Europa started to shake ever so slightly. Success? Kong Hui's heart fluttered. He saw the shutters as a sign of impending collapse and ordered everyone to fall back as quickly as they could. However, it was then he noticed a change in the 3 planets affixed to Europa. They stretched and became oblate before eventually dissolving onto the surface of Europa. The purple orbs that were once monarch, queen and consort shimmered gold and disappeared into the fog. This. Was Europa going to explode? When Kong Hui witnessed this scene, he was painfully skeptical. If their target planet was going to die, why would the aliens merged with it? A voice entered his mind, as cold as it was terrifying. Thank you for your bounty, humans. The thought was clear and mocking. Disquiet filled Kong Hui's heart. He wasn't the only one to hear the voice either. Every single soul aboard every vessel heard the voice in their mind. Attack, attack with everything you've got. Kong Hui shouted. The homeworlds weren't destroyed, and Europa wasn't going to explode. Kong Hui came to a dark and bitter understanding. The effect of this intrusive thought had a dramatic effect on the soldiers. Their attacks were let loose on Europa, but wild and haphazard. All 4 bastions had used their main weapons and needed time to recharge them, especially Middle Heaven. Terminal Ray was especially draining, and it would be a while before the East's bastion could use it again. The crater that they'd created with their attack was gone. The fog that surrounded Europa was dimmer now, and threads of gold were spreading through it. At the same time, it settled deeper into the atmosphere and thinned out, giving the beleaguered planet a misty, fantastical air. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 886, Revelations. Chapter 886, Revelations. As beautiful as Europa now was, it portended the end of the human race. Blasts from the ships pummeled the planet but were swallowed up without so much as a whisper. Suddenly the planet was as deep as a black hole. No matter how much firepower was directed at it, nothing left a mark. Hold your fire. There was a flash of pin, and a figure appeared at Kong Hui's shoulder. It was one of Skyfire Avenue's founders, the photographer. Luo Xianni's face was dark as she placed a hand on the admiral's shoulder. Kong Hui was understandably shaken. He snapped back at her. Why? We're nearly there, we dash. Luo Xianni cut him off. Shut up. Can't you see that our attacks helped its evolution? The energy from them has boosted it, and now their immortal realm is almost complete. Keeping up your attack only hastens the process. Her reproach brought him back to his senses. Of course, ever since their attack on Europa began, the planet had started to change. But what if she was wrong? Quickly. Do you want them to complete their process? They've reached the point of no return. Nothing your ships do now can harm it. She tried again to convince him. Kong Hui heaved a sigh. Cease the attack, he ordered. All ships hold your fire. He respected Luo Xianni and her status. She was, after all, the only paragon alive who had stepped into the infinite. The flashes of cannon fire slowly tapered off. When the lights faded, the scene that was revealed hung heavy on every heart. That place was no longer Europa. What had it become? Luo Xianni scowled. Lan Chang would have stopped you earlier. Kong Hui's face reddened, but he did not share his misgivings. Your Majesty, he said, what should we do now? Her eyes flashed. Wait. Wait for Lan Chang and the others. Those 4 are our only hope now. You've done all you can, the Armada is of no use anymore. We were deceived by them from the very beginning. Trap. The word gave Kong Hui pause, but he quickly recovered. He broke out in a cold sweat and his face went pale. You mean, they meant to? Luo Xianni didn't respond except to nod. Kong Hui's thoughts were in chaos, but one thought rose to clarity above the others. Yes. The aliens were strong and wise. Destroying humanity would only mean perfecting their strategy. In fact, all they would have had to do was keep up the fight, and total annihilation would have been inevitable for mankind. It was clear to everyone, especially once this final war had begun. Once the homeworlds were out of the equation, 3 bastions and 12 fleets from the human lands were repeatedly pummeled by the alien horde. Were it not for Lan Chang's superior tactics, they wouldn't have come this far. Even then, there were several times humanity was on the cusp of defeat. For instance, the battle where most of their elite were on the field. If the Armada had lost, they would have been routed. Without the help of the Paragons, they would have fallen before the Violet Prince for sure. Strong as the Horde was, how much more terrible would they be with the addition of the homeworlds?
Those 3 planets were not comparable to a trio of bastion ships.
Kang Hui had learned this the hard way in the shattered starfields. Against the planets and their horde, even the total might all of the alliances, all their bastions, ships and soldiers, would likely fall. Thinking about it, the aliens could have fought back with their full strength at any time.
So then why didn't they?
They were smart enough not to make such a glaring oversight. He was beginning to see that they were wiser than he gave them credit for. There was a method to their madness, as it were, and even the destruction of their army was part of the plan. In constantly engaging the humans, the horde had weakened them and kept the armada busy, but never lashed out with their full might. For instance, they never once attacked with all of their elite aliens at one time.
At the outset, Lan Jue and Qianlin weren't even paragons, much less having achieved nirvana. If all of the alien generals had come for them, then humanity would have been utterly destroyed. They chose not to.
Instead, they indulged the human fighters' clever tactics and bold strategies. Step by step, they gave up ground and allowed their prey to retake the planets around Europa.
All along, they threw up hurdles and roadblocks that weakened them and attacked their morale.
It was all planned, even down to the moment they allowed the humans to destroy their army and focus their attack on Europa. The change that had overcome the West's capital only occurred after the concerted effort of the Armada to destroy it.
Was this merely coincidence? If one believed that the aliens completed their evolution at that very moment, who was in control? It certainly wasn't Kang Hui's side.
The possibilities stabbed at Kang Hui's heart.
He was finally thinking clearly.
The greatest possibility was that the aliens had planned everything from the start. Losing was part of their strategy, allowing a series of defeats to lull the humans into a false sense of security. All of it leading up to today, where they laid in wait for the moment when the Armada would turn their guns on Europa.
The remaining alien soldiers were a ruse to draw them in.
The final steps of their evolution must require a tremendous amount of energy. Energy like that released by bastions, energy Europa could swallow up and use to its own advantage. If this were true, it meant the homeworlds knew what was needed from the beginning. They'd masterfully guided the humans every step of the way to happily deliver the final piece. What he and his soldiers had thought was the cusp of victory, was in fact the machinations of a vastly superior enemy.
He'd given the order himself.
His command gave the aliens precisely what they needed. If all that were true, then the entity they now faced was more terrifying than anything he could imagine. Everything had been perfectly calculated, exquisitely structured.
It was too late now to take it all back.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 887, Insistence Leads to Ruin. Chapter 887, Insistence Leads to Ruin.
Kang Hui was also struck by another thought, that of their hubris in thinking they understood their enemy.
Namely, that the vital crystals were as important to the aliens as they were to humans.
As the fighting grew more intense, humans took pains to capture vital crystals, thinking it was the crux of their effort to weaken the home worlds.
But in reality, was that so?
If the planets were willing to give up their elite representatives, then these crystals couldn't be as important as they expected. Their evolution was clearly more of a concern, at least to where losing scores of high-grade crystals meant little. If he took what the Skyfire Avenue luminaries said to be true, then it made even more sense.
Evolution created a new alien reality that would protect them from the dangers of universal protogenia.
Once the threat was dealt with, the aliens could continue to strengthen without fear of having their life force drained.
With this being the case, what use would they have for the vital energy of lesser creatures? Kang Hui's mind followed the string of considerations.
Most of these crystals were created with energy stolen from humans and human worlds. Of course, the beasts would be unperturbed by having them taken, since it was never theirs to begin with. Kang Hui fell into his chair.
These realizations came too late for them to make any changes to their tactics.
All he could do was sit back and watch as their enemy achieved victory.
Firing on the planet would only make it stronger. The anger and disappointment churned his insides. I don't blame you. Luo Xianni's voice had softened. No one knew this was going to happen.
I only saw it after the shot, when Europa began to change.
Ching likely wouldn't have done any better, so don't be hard on yourself. Kang Hui turned his red, tired eyes onto the photographer. Your Majesty, what should we do? Watch them evolve and wait for death?
The death he spoke of wasn't just him or this army, he spoke for all of mankind.
He didn't believe for a second that the aliens would forget the humans and move on. Kang Hui and his people were doomed the moment this process was complete.
Luo Xianni answered in a low, solemn voice.
I can try. Perhaps vital energy will succeed where cosmic energy has failed.
Cosmic energy was a concept discovered once humanity left for the stars. This was a catch-all phrase for energy created through transmutation or mechanics, for instance, the blast from a warship's cannon. In contrast, vital energy was the energy created by living things, like the powers of adepts and paragons. It had been proven over the long struggle against the aliens that they were more susceptible to vital energy. Cosmic energy, it was now revealed, actually helped them. In that case, their only other option was to try and use the might of one's life force to defeat the beasts. Lan Cheng and the others were still insulated while they improved their cultivation. Luo Qianlin was the strongest paragon left. She knew that while she was not strong enough to defeat the aliens on her own, perhaps she could improve the chances for her sons. A flickering portal of pink light appeared, and Luo Qianlin stepped through. When she emerged, she was far above Europa. The three alien homeworlds had entirely disappeared, dissolving into one. Only Europa remained, wreathed in the golden-purple mist. Kang Hui didn't have the same sensitivity of perception as the photographer. She could sense that the former human planet had undergone a large and dramatic change. It was saturated with energy, but to what degree she could not know. The truth was somehow shielded from her. What she could tell was that the pressure of universal protogenia eased the closer she came to the planet. This meant that the aliens' goal was a success. The greatest benefit of an immortal realm was protecting the denizens from the universe, and that's precisely what she felt now. The thieves of vitality were protected against the strongest force that could be turned on them, making them an almost insurmountable force. This was so whether the three worlds had merged into one or were somehow still separate. As she pondered these things, Luo Qianlin lifted her right hand. Pink light began to shimmer within. She paid no heed to the stresses of universal protogenia, to the danger of its attentions. The light of her powers stretched until it began a 1,000-meter-long sword gripped in her palm. She thrust it downward in an attempt to impale Europa. As she expected, the golden fog gathered when it came in contact with her powers. The effect was markedly improved over the cannon fire conveyed by the armada. The mists gave her a strange, sticky sensation like it was some kind of protective membrane. Strong as the photographer was, she was somewhat surprised to find she could not break its defenses. Your efforts are futile, do not waste your energy. At your strength you must feel the persecution of universal protogenia, the same torture we had to endure. You should stand with us. The creation and maintenance of an immortal realm will need strong patrons, and you have the qualifications to join us. Make the right choice, and soon you shall arise to godhood. The calm voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. Luo Qianlin ignored the voice and continued to pummel Europa. Though the golden haze shuddered under the weight of her onslaught, it did not part. She knew it was a long shot, but to see her efforts fail caused Luo Qianlin's heart to sink. Europa and the three evil beings that possessed it were calm. Their evolution was nearly complete. Luo Qianlin and Kang Hui's conjectures were right. Through it all, the human played right into the aliens' hands. Even Lan Cheng's genius didn't see the invisible machinations that controlled them. Every seeming success was allowed by the beasts, another step toward sealing their own doom. Your insistence only seals your fate. You are the architect of your own ruin. Monarch's voice grew cold and harsh. In many ways I will have shed the concept of race when my evolution is complete. I have chosen the shape of your species because your people are the only ones with experience contending against the tyranny of the universe. You nearly succeeded. Why do you struggle, when it is our aim to create the legacy your fallen gods left behind? Be at peace, I shall not proceed to destroy your species, it holds no further use for me. Rising to immortality means that consuming the vitality of others is no longer necessary. Our only goal is strength. With the protection of our immortal realm and the aid of cosmic energy, it is enough. Your species can still offer enough resources to aid in our improvement. With time we will be more powerful than any species before us, strong enough to consume the fractured pieces of the immortal realm left behind by your predecessors. Eventually we will replace this universe with one of our own creation, and we will be the true masters. The fervent tone in Monarch's voice was clear. This was its real plan, its deepest desire. All the while anguish flooded Luo Qianlin's heart. Her attacks were impudent at best, and she looked on as the purple haze was slowly being absorbed. Hardly a trace of it remained, but she could not harm the planet anyway. She listened to his haughty revelations, to his assurance that he could steal the shape of her species and adopt the potency that was their birthright. Once the purple was gone entirely, the process would be complete. My sons, can your swords truly triumph over this monster? Luo Qianlin never once lost track of Lan Cheng and Lan Jue's auras, even now. She sensed problems when they first tried to employ the banishing strategy, the greatest of which was their deficient cultivation. The banishing blades were too powerful to wield, and utilizing the banishing stance required a nearly unfathomable amount of strength. What's more, the threat of universal protogenia was always present. If they reached the infinite, there was real risk that summoning the strategy would mean their undoing. Even the mightiest immortals feared the cosmos. Her attacks subsided. Luo Qianni knew that nothing she did would work.
Do you see? Take heart in your epiphany. Monarch's voice was almost warm, feminine. So now there's only one of you? Luo Qianni coolly asked. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 888, The Ignorance of Humanity. Chapter 888, The Ignorance of Humanity. Monarch's response was tepid. Some sacrifices are necessary in order for our evolution to succeed. Ah, yes, from the fragments of your species' DNA I acquired some knowledge. During the time of greatest influence, your immortal realm had a caste of immortals called the Deluo. I suspect that if things continue at their current rate, I shall achieve this level in no more than 100 years. From that point forward, I can focus on strengthening this immortal realm. You must come, join me. You need only open your heart and allow me to place my mark on your soul. Then you shall be one of us. Luo Qianni sniffed a laugh. Become one of you? You mean be devoured? Do you think I believe even one word of what you said? It doesn't matter what you turn into, you're still an abomination. You will never been human, you can never teach a dog to stop eating shit. 1. Best phrase ever. Use it with your friends and family. It doesn't matter what you look like or what world you create, the facts will never change. You've done nothing more than profit off the hard work my species has done for millennia. So here is my response to your offer: I won't be your food. Everything you've said is idiotic nonsense. For a moment Monarch was silent. When it spoke once again, there was a tone of disappointment in its voice. It appears you humans have grown wiser. Indeed, in my eyes your kind are nothing more than lesser life forms, so much wasted potential. You have lost any sense of how to utilize it, unlike your ancestors. The success of your forebears to create an immortal realm was magnificent, but in all the time since you humans have squandered your birthright. You're right, I must continue to feed. Achieving my perfection means I must continue to devour powerful genetic material. I can only get it from your kind. But why do you refuse me? Why is it so unacceptable to be a part of me? Of something greater? Do you think your defiance means something? If you refuse, do you think I will not simply take what I want? If you submit yourself, you will save yourself from suffering. I may even choose to preserve your consciousness. But for now, HNGH. The remaining fog around Europa gathered together into an enormous hand. It groped for Luo Qianni. She was ready. In a flash she was far away and out of Monarch's reach. She was unable to break its defenses, but at least until the monster's evolution was complete she could still flee. However, she could tell from the faded purple light around Europa that the evolution was mere moments from completion. It is just a matter of time. All you can do is wait for me to vite destruction upon your people. Monarch hissed. Just then several glints of light flickered around Middle Heaven. A series of figures emerged and were heading toward Luo Qianni. After Luo Qianni's revelations from before, the truth was quickly unraveled by others. Those that came toward here now were the rest of Skyfire Avenue's paragons. Aunt, what should we do? It was the wine master who asked her. His face was stern, for though there appeared to be little they could do, he could not wait for death. She answered somberly. The only thing we can do is wait for Lan Chang and the others to employ the banishing stance. Only, they haven't. Before she could finish her thought, 4 rays of light shined out from within Middle Heaven. Turquoise, white, red, blue. Like 4 heavenly spears they shot out toward where the paragons had gathered. For a moment it was like all of space was painted in those magnificent colors. Suddenly 4 more figures joined them. The lights weren't from the banishing blades. They came from the bodies of Lan Cheng, Lan Jue, the pharmacist, and Zhou Qianlin. Lan Cheng's entire body radiated the blue-green light, making him look fantastical. Lan Jue flashed with pulses of red light. Zhou Qianlin's blue aura was ever-changing. Finally, the pharmacist's light was the most pure, the snow-white purity of murderous intent. The 4 of them appeared at precisely the right moment, pillars of strength in a sea of uncertainty. The paragons were less anxious in their presence. There was a shimmer of light and Liku appeared from Lan Qing's body. You're successful? The wine master asked Lan Jue. He sensed something inscrutable about the young man that wasn't there before. As a reflection of heaven and earth, the old paragon still couldn't tell the depths of Lan Jue's newfound abilities. Lan Jue responded calmly. It isn't clear, we'll only know once we try. There's no time to lose. Indeed, it was true, they couldn't wait. Once the evolution was complete, their chances of survival fell away to nothing. Everything rested on their ability to enact the banishing strategy before Monarch could succeed. Lan Shang nodded his head. The 4 sword-bearers floated out into space. They didn't spread too far before stopping and turned to face one another. The lights that radiated from them became all the more resplendent. Lan Jue's eyes were sharp and glinted in the starlight. As bearer of Captus, he was not leader of the 4 blades, but he was the strongest paragon present. It fell to him to lead the attempt. The reflection of the cosmos reflected in his deep eyes. Star twinkled back, making his gaze bright and brilliant. It almost seemed to make all the universe brighter. His aura began to swell and expand. A purple crown appeared placed upon his head as his body became larger. It was his dermic image, the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety. Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain was contained within. Zhou Qianlin suddenly sensed her son's aura surge, surpassing nirvana and peeking into the realm of the infinite. In the same moment, the pressure of universal protogenia was evident all around them. She could feel Lan Jue's life force straining. In the midst of his transformation, Zhou Qianlin was next. She swayed and grew, clad in a magnificent fluttering white robe. Guanyin, the Queen of Heaven. Her body flickered 100 shades of blue, but there was also a shell of white light that emerged from her. The warm light spread until it hung over all 4 of them. To Lan Jue, his body instantly felt lighter as the pain of universal protogenia was forced away. Very quickly, Qianlin's powers also arose to the infinite. It was a temporary increase from her dharma and domain, but she nonetheless commanded supreme power. Clearly the results of their quarantine were good, better than they might have anticipated. At least their cultivation had reached the upper levels of nirvana. With Qianlin's help, Lan Shang and the pharmacist enjoyed good stability from their empowered abilities. As the 4 young warriors began to prepare, the photographer turned to address the other paragons. We have to serve as their custodians, this is our last chance. No matter what, we must help them succeed. Her words were cryptic, but everyone knew precisely what she meant. This could very well be their final moments, victory or defeat were near at hand. Only the banishing strategy could save them. At Zhou Qianlin's instructions, they spread out and made a defensive line. Kang Hui, still seated in the control room, had come back to his senses. When he saw the 2 brothers appear on his screens, his heart was filled with resolve. Listen up. Tyrannosaurus, reposition to the 4. Middle Heaven, take up position in the rear. The Armada's formation was restructured as per his commands. Tyrannosaurus slowly moved to the front and blocked the paragons from view of Europa. Poseidon was on their left, Heron on the right, and Middle Heaven behind. The 10 fleets took up defensive positions. If this was their last chance, Kang Hui wasn't going to allow the aliens to interrupt it. You foolish humans! How can you not see that your opposition is in vain? Monarch's voice echoed again in everyone's ear. It was harsh as ever, but if one listened closely, they might hear something else in the monster's voice. The golden light that surrounded Europa, its shield, began to ripple. It started small, but soon became towering waves of energy that circumnavigated the planet. It was afraid. Kang Hui's eyes went wide. He could see the change coming over Europa from the bridge and knew that Monarch was urging more energy into its defenses. It could only mean the monster was afraid of what those swords might do. The aliens had been ahead of them every step of the way, and their responses had always been spot on. This reaction had significance as well, namely that Monarch must have felt the danger headed its way. This returned a glint of hope to Kang Hui's troubled heart. By now all the ships were in place, shields glimmered around every battleship and bastion. Lan Jue and the others were covered front, back, left, right, up and down. They were defended on all sides. All the strength of the human armada was turned toward defense, charged with making sure Lan Jue's mission was a success. Lan Jue floated calmly in space. Not copper, not iron, not steel, once hidden beneath the stones of Mount Meru. Suddenly there was a flash of red around him and he was encased in a keen aura. All at once he was like Captus in human form. The power of the sword spilled out of his every pore. Zhou Qianlin's crystalline voice followed. The perversion of yin-yang did not it make, what flame or fluid could dull its edge? 100,000 copies of Demortis appeared, glittering blue like a crystal forest. They spread far and wide, so much that the paragons defending them were forced to move farther back. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 889, Formation. Chapter 889, Formation. The pharmacist voice rang out. Altus, Sharp, Oxysis, Death,
Captus, Universal Red Light, De Mortis, the ever-changing. A surge of white light shot out and brought with it a stifling brutal aura. Slashes of Oxysis energy crisscrossed the breadth of where its aura reached. The stronger her cultivation rose, the brighter Oxysis burned. Lan Shang was last to speak the words. Immortals, eternal and marvelous, have their robes stained with blood. The refreshing hue of Altus arose as though summoned and coiled around him. Turquoise light shot into the sky and all at once the 4 banishing blades began to hum. Though the weapons themselves were yet to appear, all 4 of their bearers were illuminated by their power. Halfway through their seclusion the 4 paragons saw an increase to their cultivation, especially Lan Shang and the pharmacist. Both of them broke through to nirvana and in doing so understood how difficult enacting the strategy would be. The more they learned of this unique power the more they saw what it would require. The sheer cost in energy was staggering to consider, only a true immortal could reliably stand it. The greatest weapon under heaven was aptly named, and just as dangerous to wield. After some discussion, and with the help of Shen Yuan Shishir, Jun Yangye and Li Ku, they came to a bold decision. They would give their bodies fully to their swords, so that these great and terrible instruments of destruction would become a part of them. The benefits of doing this were that they and the swords became inexorably linked. In many ways they became the banishing blades, and the blades became them. All the energy within them, including their protogenia and vital energy, could be used to galvanize the weapons. Thus their chances of successfully laying out the banishing strategy increased. However, this was not without dangers. After carefully studying the strategy they discovered that once the strategy was unleashed it could not be stopped. The swords would ravenously devour all the energy it could. If it worked all of their problems would be solved. But if it failed the 4 of them would be the first ones to lose their lives. Before becoming one with the swords there had existed the possibility they could break off the strategy and at least escape with their lives. Such possibilities no longer existed now that they were united. If the strategy became unstable, they would die. However, despite the dangers all 4 agreed. The time had come to burn the boats and turn their eyes forward, this was their last resort. People fought hardest to live when they were faced with the certainty of death. If they were given no option of retreat the 4 sword bearers would be bound to give their all. This was not to say they didn't examine contingencies. Triumph or defeat, they would have to submit to the will of heaven. The 4 mighty emanations from the blades mingled among one another. Threads of ethereal light spread out from each person and made the scene indistinct. They wrapped around one another until they created a series of mystical runes, 4 in total, 1 of each sword bearer. The runes hovered over them causing reality to ripple from the injection of power. They'd started close to each other, but as the runes appeared there appeared a gulf. From outside it seemed large enough to swallow whole planets, and was growing larger. Sigh. Aboard Poseidon. Get out of the way. Hua Li glared at Imo Xiao. His growling voice was anything but tender. Imo Xiao threw open her arms in defiance. I will not. I'm not letting you leave. There are already many paragons looking over them, and besides you're only in the realm of protogenia. Do you think there's that big of a difference without you there? What does going out there achieve? Can't you do more good staying here, commanding this bastion? Hua Li roared back at her. Of course not. My friends and compatriots are out there putting it all on the line for humanity, and what am I doing sitting here? I need to be out there too, protecting them. I may not be the strongest of them but any help can make a difference. Imo Zhao's eyes were full of pain. He's always been the most important thing to you, hasn't she? This isn't about your brothers, it's about him, not. Hua Li paused for a moment. Glaring daggers, he hissed at her. Get out of the way. No. You'll have to kill me first. Those aliens have almost completed their evolution, we should get far away from here. Every asset in every life of Poseidon Group is on this ship, our whole future. If we wait until their evolution is completed we'll be too late. If you go out there now how can we retreat? You're still thinking about leaving, now of all times? Hua Li screamed. If you want to leave, then leave. I am not going anywhere, no matter what. I will live or die with my compatriots, fighting to the very last moment. You would see Poseidon Group running away when all of mankind was facing destruction? Hua Li took a threatening step forward, seeking to push Imo Xiao to the side and leave. Imo Xiao, of course, was no match for him. She was pushed away but swung back and wrapped her arms around Hua Li's waist. Don't go, I'm begging you. Don't go. Tears ran freely down her face. In this moment she was nothing like the president of Poseidon Group. She was a normal woman, stricken and helpless. Release me. Hua Li sighed, and the anger in his face eased. I know we should leave, for the group, for our family.
I know. But I just can't do it. When I leave, take everyone and flee this place. The group only needs you and our child.
That's all the family needs in case something happens to me.
But you have to understand that I can't go with you. For my comrades, for the family, it doesn't matter.
If the banishing strategy is successful and the aliens are slain, everything we've accomplished up to now would be wasted.
We will have become the enemy of all humanity, deserters and scoundrels. It will be the end of us. Whatever way you look at it, I have to go out there.
Choked with sobs, Mo Xiao replied. I don't care, I don't.
I just want you to be safe. You don't have to love me, you don't have to be my husband, I just don't want anything to happen to you. I just want to be able to see you every day.
An ache crossed Hua Li's expression.
Enough, let me go. I have to do this. Just like you feel, I feel the same to the one in my heart. Don't you think I know everything you've done?
When his words washed over her, Mo Xiao shook. Her arms went slack, but she did not let go. Hua Li tightly shut his eyes against the pain.
I'm right, it was you. But what can I do? Although we can't truly be man and wife, how can I not know how you feel about me?
And me, I am human and have my own selfish wishes.
But I saw suffer terrible, silent all the while. Do you think I could stand that?
What's done is done, but I will never forget what you did.
All I want is to fight by his side, even if it means my death. One last escapade. I'm sorry, Mo Xiao. Maybe in the next life.
Suddenly his body was encased in light, and the Poseidon group's patriarch shot off as a ray of light.
Mo Xiao cried out with a heart-wrenching wail and fell to the floor.
She lay there quivering with sobs, tears falling in torrents.
Li. Oh Li.
Messages from the various departments of the Poseidon family crackled through her communicator. They all made the same request, that they leave as quickly as possible. The department heads were chosen for being intelligent, discerning individuals.
Each of them knew what was happening to Europa.
The aliens were evolving, and there was no way to stop them.
Just as Mo Xiao had pleaded, they begged her for permission to leave on behalf of the family's safety. But Hua Li had left, how could she give the order?
Mo Xiao clawed her way back to her command desk and fell into the chair. Gritting her teeth, she gave them her orders. A few moments later, a beam of blue light was blasting off from Poseidon into the distance. It was a vessel, perhaps the size of a capital ship, with a hull that glittered crystalline blue from bow to stern.
It seemed less metal and more gemstone.
The ship sped off into the recesses of space. In a blink, all trace of it was gone. The cries of a small infant rang through its largely empty halls.
Sigh.
Golden mist rotated rapidly around the planet, spreading out to create an effective shield. Gradually the mist became more transparent, and Europa's situation was revealed to everyone.
To everyone's surprise, there was no ferocity within the enveloping light.
Instead, the scene was stunningly beautiful. Spectacular vistas appeared on the surface of Europa.
Towering mountains and picturesque valleys spread as far as they could see.
The planet was rife with all kinds of vegetation. Never had Europa looked so magnificent.
However, any sign of the cities that once graced its surface was gone.
It had become a fairyland, like in the tales of old.
Beneath the golden shell of light, it was a paradise that took everyone's breath away. Europa continued to slowly spin, each rotation causing the golden light to ripple. As the seconds ticked by, the golden shell became more transparent.
It remained settled above the world, perhaps 10,000 meters above its atmosphere. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 890, A Planet's Transformation, Complete. Chapter 890, A Planet's Transformation, Complete.
Were it not for the fact that they knew this to be an enemy to their species, they would be stricken by its magnificence.
An immortal realm? Was this the paradise these monsters wished to build for themselves? Kang Hui was similarly taken aback.
He suddenly found himself questioning his doubt over the old tales. Before his eyes, the aliens were establishing a new heaven, but an empty one. No gods roamed its vistas.
All they felt was an impregnable quality.
No sooner had the throat crossed Kang Hui's mind than the atmosphere of Europa gathered together. A glorious scene of golden clouds appeared before him, and from its depths appeared a single figure. From the depths of space the Admiral saw him, clear as if he were standing a few feet away. The bastion blocked the view for the Paragons, but they watched a stream of the feed on their communicators.
Monarch. Unmistakably, Monarch.
This was one different from his avatars.
He was clad in an opulent robe of silk with a crown upon his head. Monarch looked like the Jade Emperor himself from the old Chinese tales. His golden attire was as stately as it was magnificent, silhouetted against the shining clouds behind. He looked transcendental. Monarch's voice boomed far across space. Witness this, the birth of an era, the era of new gods. Those who surrender will be lifted up as custodians of our new paradise. We will strive toward our goal of usurping the universe, together. Those who resist will be reduced to dust and lost to the darkness of time. But the more he spoke, the more it seemed like a tale from the pages of ancient history. This newly crafted utopia and its robe-clad master were exactly as they were described thousands of years ago. Was it done? Was his ascension complete? The paragons surrounded Lan Jue and the others felt their hearts drop into their stomachs. They were a moment too late. Now they looked on helplessly at the culmination of the aliens' plans. Three had become one. The paragons shuddered to think how powerful this single being was. Kang Hui sat silent on the bridge, staring at the scene unfold. He didn't dare give the order to attack, he knew the calamity it would cause. Long ago the ships had put all power to their shields, the little help it would serve them. For now they just waited. From a strictly scientific standpoint, there was nothing to suggest this planet was a threat aside from its anomalous creation. Only, just then Europa began to move. It began by spinning, and picked up speed until it was kicked off its orbit. It slowly began to bear down on their position. Needless to say, it was a big deal when a planet shifted orbit. It was not a common thing to witness. Turning in Luan from a planet into a bastion had taken the East years of toil. It was only possible because of the world's molinite core. There had never been anything like it before. In contrast to Enluan, Europa was several times larger. As it moved, it destabilized the whole galaxy. Do you still not understand? Monarch's voice was cold and distant. The golden clouds beneath his feet began to swirl like a tempest around him. As they watched, his body began to grow. In mere moments, Monarch was a colossus. He was a pillar that literally joined heaven and earth. So large in fact that Europa looked less like a plant and more like a vehicle for this humongous god. The aura that had protected it adapted to fit. Monarch was already several times the size of Tyrannosaurus. Although the paragons could also grow in size, even at their largest they were infinitesimal compared to this monster. Attack! Kang Hui shouted. Tyrannosaurus, having had its main guns charged and ready, fired a salvo. A beam of supercharged energy headed right for Monarch's mouth. Naive. He scowled at the humans with thick disdain. Confident in his abilities, Monarch stretched out his right hand to intercept the shot. He was going to block a bastion's main weapon with his bare hand. Stunned, the humans looked on as he caught the attack in the palm of his hand. Instantaneously a wild light appeared around Monarch and caused him to grow even further. Shots from other bastions and ships didn't even make the golden aura ripple. Each blow was sucked up like water. I have already told you, this is paradise. You mortals have no power here. Europa heaved Monarch forward as the beast thrust a palm toward Tyrannosaurus. Dodging wasn't an option. Monarch's sheer size outclassed Tyrannosaurus by several times. Boom! The force of the impact seemed to make the whole universe shake. The explosion that followed was almost deafening. The first vessels to erupt were the support vessels in front of Tyrannosaurus. Their strongest shields meant nothing, they were wisps of smoke before Monarch reached them. Once his palm began to rip through, the ones that were left behind showed them this was a real physical entity, not some illusion. Whatever unfortunate crew was the palm when it passed were destroyed. Majestic ships became burning balls of slag in the blink of an eye. Nothing seemed to stop it, until Monarch's strike eventually came into contact with Tyrannosaurus. Bo-wam! The explosion tore across hundreds of thousands of kilometers. Monarch power was beyond humanity's worst expectations. Tyrannosaurus' shield only held for 3 seconds, then it was knocked away. An enormous palm print was embedded across one hemisphere. Spectators all across space were silent. Tyrannosaurus was one of the most outstanding achievements accomplished by man. Never would they have thought to see the day when it would be swatted away like a fly, yet that is precisely what happened. What they did not know that their precious ship survived only by the grace of Monarch himself. If he'd willed it, put all of his power into that palm, he could have eliminated Tyrannosaurus entirely. Without Tyrannosaurus, Lan Jue and the other paragons were revealed to the newly ascended deity. Heron was screaming in from the side with its guns aimed on Monarch. On the other flank, Poseidon was doing the same. Both of them engaged with cannon fire. No one expected their shots to do any damage, they only hoped to give the sword bearers more time. Middle Heaven was moving in quick from the rear. It was already glowing orange, all of the core was being tapped. It looked like a giant comet. Their shots were meaningless, so the bastions aimed to put themselves physically between the paragons and this monster. A sneer slithered across Monarch's face. As the bastions were bearing down on him, suddenly he was gone. No, not gone. Smaller. In a blink of golden light his massive form was gone and the bastions lost their target and were in danger of running into each other. Pilots raced to get the ships under control and avoided a collision. Middle Heaven was still heading right for Europa. It was flung back by that thin but impossibly firm aura of golden light. Monarch returned to the size of an average human and appeared before the paragons. Light surrounded him, lent from Europa. He did not rush to attack, deigning instead to peer in curiosity at the streamers of luminescence that hung in the air. They'd already begun to weave themselves into the banishing strategy. He allowed the sensation to wash over him in silence. Everyone was afraid. If this being could slap aside an entire bastion, what sort of damage could it do to them? The banishing strategy also seemed to be nearing completion. Lan Jue and the others were lost within the blazing amalgamation of light. The only sign they remained was the odd flicker of their respective hues. However, no one could be sure when, and if, the strategy would be completed. Is this your means of defeating me? Indeed, it does possess a peculiar quality. Even as a god, I can sense the danger in it. Monarch spoke as though he were musing out loud, or like a mouse teasing a rat it had caught. He was in no rush, he wanted to sate his curiosity. Let me take a closer look. He lifted his hand and two figures appeared in a flash of light. One was the Violet Prince, and the other was the three-headed six-armed abomination Lan Jue had fought against. Both of them were surrounded by golden light as well. Try to harm them. Let's see how they react. Monarch cooed. He looked down on the humans with eyes full of arrogance, even though he knew the sort of power Ultis contained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 891, Golden Immortal Monarch. Chapter 891, Golden Immortal Monarch. He'd waited for this day, this moment, for many long years. He'd hidden like a rat from the fury of universal protogenia ever since his power became too great to hide. He'd racked his brain day in and day out, trying to find a way to protect himself. At last he had found his answer. In joining with Queen and Consort they'd created a realm of their own, and a singular entity to rule over it. He had arisen to the status of a golden immortal. 1. Immortals have their own levels, and the golden immortals are among the highest. To his knowledge there were no other beings like him in all of the universe. So this is what the ancient human immortals felt, he told himself. It was glorious, and one more step toward the ultimate power of De Luo golden immortality. Upon becoming a golden immortal, Monarch enjoyed the protection of the immortal realm. He no longer had to fear retribution from universal protogenia. To be finally unfettered was comforting beyond expression. With the immortal realm's protection he could employ his full power without hesitation. After the brief display of his abilities he felt that nothing could stand in his way. These humans, even the photographer for all her power, were no more than insects before him. It was true that there was a faint sense of danger from the banishing blades. However, as the greatest living creature in all of space and time he need not hide any longer. The time for shrinking away had passed, and the danger he perceived only increased his fervor. It was an opportunity to flex his new muscles. Changes had come over the Violet Prince and the three-headed abomination as well. It was clear as they rushed forward to deal with the humans. Like Monarch they were protected from universal protogenia by the presence of their immortal realm, and thus were able to use their full strength. The benefits were especially evident for the Hydra, whose powers had risen beyond that of the infinite and approached immortal level. For the humans, Zhou Qianlin led the defensive charge. She was joined by the winemaster, clockmaker, driver, keeper, bookworm and the gourmet. There was also the newly arrived Huali and Ch Chang, as well as the pauper and the two gods of wine. 12 altogether, with the singular aim of protecting Lan Jue and his three companions. Luo Xianni's face was a somber mask. She knew that the appearance of a golden immortal reduced their chance of success tremendously. She did not understand why Monarch didn't hurry to destroy the strategy himself, but she wasn't going to give up an opportunity to fight back. With this determined passion in her heart she led the way. The pink camera in her hand flashed again and again. She couldn't stop them, but she could at least slow her enemies down. Without Lan Jue and the other sword-bearers, these 12 paragons were in dire straits. Indeed Luo Xianni was with them, but besides her only the winemaster and clockmaker were reflections of heaven and earth. The driver was next, at the upper borders of the realm of protogenia.
Against two creatures who no longer had to fear universal protogenia, it seemed like more than they could handle. Battle broke out in dramatic fashion, with the light of their clash blasted through the area as the paragons fought for their lives. Monarch turned and swung his attention toward the four bastions, which had since regrouped. He held himself with an almost playful air.
Tyrannosaurus had been severely damaged but could continue fighting.
Of course, at this point all their guns were useless. None of their attacks had any effect against Monarch. On the contrary, the energy from them seemed to make him stronger. They were forced to look on, silent and ineffectual. Monarch narrowed his eyes, focusing on the shifting forces within him and the perfection of the immortal realm he'd created. After its creation was complete, his internal environment was ever-changing, affected by the presence and power of Europa. This was a special sort of protogenia, one he'd studied for years locked in human genetics. In many ways he'd build this place based on the ancestral memory of the human immortal plane. That mythical land was the foundation he would build upon. His immortal realm would continue to grow just like him, evolving as more immortal creatures took residence within.
Monarch had only just stepped through the door.
He searched the collected knowledge and experience of the human species, gathered through their DNA, looking for a way to quickly improve their strength. The answer came to him quickly. The quickest route was the power of faith. In the days of the immortal they continued to grow and expand their immortal realm through the faith of the common man. The stronger these past immortals became, the more they lent to the realm itself, which in turn protected them more effectively.
That was then. Monarch began to outline the makings of a plan.
Suddenly it seemed destroying the human race was not the most effective use of his powers. Devouring them would help him minimally, if at all, even for someone like Zhou Qianlin.
Consuming another's life force would only help him if he were feeding on other immortals. In addition, his immortal realm required more denizens, not less. Killing those with the most potential was counterintuitive. It was better to subjugate these humans and become their master. Through their faith he would be made greater. Suddenly he was less willing to turn his hand against his future subjects. He had enough power now to capture these paragons. Once they were made more pliable, re-educated, as it were, they could become the first caste of immortals in the world he had built. Monarch was pleased with the idea. Realizing these plans would not be difficult.
As for the banishing blades, he figured they had to be relics from the humans' ancient gods, passed down through the years.
Admittedly, part of the reason he did not move to stop them was because he was curious. What were these weapons capable of, these creations of the old pantheon? When they came under his control, how could he use them to his benefit? As an immortal, his perception was near omniscient.
He saw that the four sword-bearers were yet to unleash the true power of these weapons. And so, he chose to watch and commit their process to memory. Indeed, Lan Jue and his companions had come upon a problem. The demands of the swords were growing to be more than they could offer. Thanks to Qianlin's Queen of Heaven powers, they were recovering energy quickly, but they were still overwhelmed. What's more, they were not blind to the chaos around them. Speed would ensure the greatest effect against their foes. They also feared the backlash if Monarch interrupted their process. The light from the four swords had almost completed arranging itself, but fear still broiled in the hearts of Lan Jue and his friends. Once the arrangement was complete, the banishing strategy would unleash its true power.
Monarch would surely sense the threat to his life and would have to respond with his full might. This was before they considered how much energy the strategy would drain from them in order to complete the ritual.
"We have to finish it, even if we must sacrifice ourselves,"
Lan Qing shouted.
Li Ke had not revealed it to them, but Lan Qing had discovered mysteries of his own while researching the strategy. He discovered a method by which they could complete the ritual even if they didn't have the needed power.
Self-sacrifice.
They could offer up their own life force to fuel the strategy's completion. Of course, this was a tragic prospect, but one they had to consider. There were no other choices, and the cost of failure was too high. Thus the sword-bearers joined with the weapons, and in so doing made themselves into fuel for the terrible fires of the banishing strategy. The Hydra beast came at the paragons, flailing its 6 weapons, pushing them back one by one. Were it not for the driver's primordial lightning and the danger it presented, the monster would have quickly cut them all down. Meanwhile, the photographer was struggling to contain the Violet Prince. She was struggling against the threat of universal protogenia, and was still a novice to the powers of the infinite. In contrast, the prince fought back without fear of consequence. In addition, the immortal realm was constantly feeding him energy. It was only a matter of time before Zhou Qianlin was overcome. Tens of thousands of soldiers were forced to watch. There was nothing they could do. The fight was also being live-streamed all across human space. Official channels had been shut down across the north and east, however, as the situation unfolded. politicians, who'd witnessed Tyrannosaurus being swatted away, had lost any hope of victory.
Many were preparing to flee.
Perhaps, these people thought, if they got far enough away there was a chance they could survive.
Staying would be waiting for death.
This new creature and the world it had created was beyond their darkest nightmares. Tendrils of light continued to gather, layer upon layer painted in the four hues of the banishing blades. The foundation of the banishing strategy was complete. However, pulses of energy revealed that it had become unstable.
Truly pathetic. Monarch felt something, some inexplicable sense that put him on edge.
He waved his right hand and two waves of golden light washed over the Violet Prince and the Hydra.
Both alien champions experienced a mighty surge in power. Luo Xianli took a head-on punch from the prince that sent her sprawling.
For the others, the situation was worse.
The pauper got caught by a direct strike from the abomination and was cut down. His body exploded into dust and was no more. Skyfire Avenue had lost another paragon.
There was no time for sorrow.
The three-headed, six-armed monster did not let up.
The Keeper and Bookworm exchanged a silent but telling glance as their bodies began to glow. Lan Jue had stopped them before.
Now it seemed like it was finally their time.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 892, Suppression. Chapter 892, Suppression.
Suddenly a thick and oppressive aura filled the air. Four beams of light split the sky as they shot up.
Turquoise, white, red and blue seemed to paint all the universe.
A primitive, almost primordial sensation poured from the columns as they appeared.
Four figures previously hidden by the glare were again revealed.
Hovering above Lan Jue's head was Cactus, whose length was covered in golden runes. Much like the first time his Dharma manifested itself as the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Star of Purple Subtlety, all of the sword's powers were brought to bear.
Lan Jue, Zhou Qianlin and the pharmacist appeared in similarly resplendent fare.
Like Lan Jue, their swords appeared overhead and blazed with golden runes. The cocoon of light that had enveloped them was replaced by a bizarre and motley display.
Pure chaos reigned all around them.
Monarch, who had just thrown aside caution for curiosity, watched in awe. His pupils contracted to tiny pits of black, for suddenly the nagging sense of danger had become a screaming alarm. The ethereal aura of Europa that he relied on for protection was in danger of scattering like a morning mist before the light of the banishing blades.
What was this power, that even immortal chi was rendered ineffectual? Did these humans actually possess a way to harm a god?
All throughout this conflict with the humans, Monarch had carefully planned every step.
Even Lan Jue's victories were part of the alien master's schemes. Everything had followed the path he laid out. The only thing outside of his control were the banishing blades. Monarch even knew when Lan Jue and the pharmacist had snuck into his planetary person. He'd been curious as to their purpose, what would cause them to undertake such a risk. Why was that sword so important?
He hadn't taken them for granted either, and left his strongest avatar to protect Altus. However, much to his surprise, the sword itself revolted and allowed itself to be pilfered from his very heart. It was the only circumstance to fall outside of his control. The consequences of this oversight was coming back to haunt him. The time for playing with his prey had passed.
Monarch leaped forward to try and interrupt the strategy.
Still the size of an average human, he pressed out with his hands toward the chaotic flows amongst the four sword-bearers. The golden light emitted from his strike was not overly spectacular. However, the pulse of energy released from him was so intense that all of the paragons, and the two aliens that aided him, were knocked backward. So intense was the shockwave that the human ship swayed dangerously and threatened to be crushed.
They were lost. To Luo Xianli everything went dark.
Clearly the banishing strategy was not yet completed and Monarch had had time to interrupt it.
All was lost, the strategy was defeated. Humanity's final hope was too late and the alien homeworlds had won.
A terrible scream tore through her mind. She felt waves of shock wash over her, including from the Violet Prince and the three-headed avatar. Luo Xianli steeled herself and forced her attention toward the site of the banishing strategy where she was greeted with an incredible scene. Monarch's arms were outstretched and the golden light from his palms hung over the area of the banishing strategy. Underneath the canopy of that light the chaos continued to swirl, gently at first until with a thunderous burst it broke free. Even as powerful as Monarch had become, in the moment the power broke through his containment he found himself sluggish, frozen. Unable to move, the flood of pure chaos smashed into him. In the moments following an even stranger spectacle emerged. The golden light that demonstrated Europa's protection vanished, like snow on a spring morning.
It was suppressed. The thought struck Luo Xianli as she watched, and once more hope sprang to life in her chest.
The banishing strategy was not yet completely set out,
and yet even still it was effective. More than effective, it was able to contend against a Golden Immortal's direct attack. It meant humanity was not yet doomed. The Violet Prince and his companion gaped at what they witnessed. Both of them had felt the terrifying might of that chaos. Before Monarch had been swallowed up by it, they'd felt his intention telling them to attack the sword-bearers. Once Monarch had fallen into their clutches, Lan Jue and the others began to blaze with light. That realm of unbridled chaos began to shrink once its prey was captured, as though Monarch had been captured in a universe that was rapidly decaying. With a dangerous flash in his eye, Lan Jue indicated with his right hand. Cactus, which was ringing with the power of the strategy, released a gust of red power into the stream. Zhou Qianlin was next, and Immortus blue light joined. As it mingled with Cactus intent, both were made more powerful. The banishing strategy's already magnificent strength was magnified. Lan Chang and the pharmacist followed their example, channeling the essence of their swords into the stream. From the outside, the strategy was a riot of color, including the flickering golden light from Monarch. However, that golden light was quickly weakening. Lan Jue and the others stared with intense focus, even as their bodies began to become transparent. With every change of their swords, every burst of light, the results were reflected in their bodies. As the strategy grew stronger, so did they, as though they were bound to it body and soul. The banishing strategy became a tempest, fully established and with Monarch the center of its harrowing focus. Next was to let it loose. The banishing strategy was stratified into several levels. Lan Jue and his companions were aiming to accomplish only its simplest manifestation. While to the paragons outside everything was clear and bright, to Lan Jue and the other sword-bearers their weapons were insatiable pits that drank everything in. As they continued their struggle to summon the power of the strategy, the pressure suffered by the paragons outside only grew. With Monarch caught, the prince and the avatar fought like wild animals. With the pauper dead, the defenders were reduced to 11. Luo Xianyi was a mighty power on their side, but she could feel universal protogenia imposing its limits on her abilities. It was increasingly more difficult to keep the Violet Prince at bay. And if it was difficult for her, the situation was far more dire for the 10 paragons tasked with containing the three-headed avatar. The driver had emerged as the leader of their defense. He continued to pummel the Hydra monster with primordial lightning, and his domain spread across the field. It was only thanks to the imperial quality of his abilities that the avatar was prevented from killing all of them. However, every time that beast attacked, it took all 10 avatars to beat it back and keep the domain stable. They were quickly growing tired. Whether it was the Wine Master's dimensional abilities or the Clockmaker's control of time, all were limited in their effect on this beast. It was only getting more difficult with time to keep themselves from being destroyed. The slightest mistake could lead to disaster. Suddenly figured emerged on the outskirts of their battlefield. Starlight glinted off the metal hulls of countless mecha suits. Su Xiaosu's voice rang through every cockpit. This is it, people, life or death. For our families, for our species, with me. A six-winged mecha streaked past the encirclement and into the fight. Hundreds of glittering metal warriors followed. They were soldiers from Star Division, from the Blood Iron Khans, and the Convert Army of the North. They'd already proven themselves in the battle against the alien horde, and now they were on the front lines again. Every one of them knew it was a suicide mission. They were too weak to do anything against an enemy like this. However, if their deaths bought the paragons even just one extra minute, they were glad to die for the cause. Su Xiaosu had made no attempt to hide from them the truth of this mission. If they chose to join the fight, it was likely they wouldn't make it back. Nonetheless, 1/5 of recruits answered the call. For Star Division, that number was closer to 1 in 3, and among those were every single one of Lan Jue's former students. And Luan's Blood Iron Khans also showed up in full force. Indeed, none of Lan Qing's warriors shirked what they felt to be their duty. Though they did not have the individual power of Star Division soldiers or the Northern Converts, they charged into the fray with a fervor that outshone them all. For their country and their people, they were more than willing to give up their precious lives. At Xiaosu's call, it was the Blood Iron Khans who rushed in first. They arranged themselves into a human wall and cut off the aliens from the banishing strategy. They diverted all power to shields and flooded their suits with discipline. Star Division and the converts were a step behind. They formed up, ready to give their all. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 893, Faith and Fervor. Chapter 893, Faith and Fervor. Soldiers throughout the armada looked on with eyes red from emotion. But the surprises were not over. Scores more mecha suites were dispatched from the 12 fleets. All 4 bastions released their remaining drones to join the fight as well.
Every fleet and bastion had a contingent of ground troops and mechas to equip them with. Together with the drones, they were a flexible and dynamic fighting force. Yet, their mission was clear in the minds of every pilot: they were cannon fodder. In a matter of moments, these brave soldiers created a ring on the outer edge of the banishing strategy. They arranged themselves so that the representatives of each adept army were protected as well. Every man and woman, whether in the cockpit of a mecha suit or drone, stared grim-faced and red-eyed at their foes. They did not attack, for they knew that they could not positively affect this battle beyond using themselves as human shields. Every ounce of energy was poured into shields in preparation for the attacks to come. In this moment they did not fear death. A stifling silence hung over the worlds of man as they watched on their screens. In high definition they saw these brave warriors preparing to sacrifice their lives for the cause. And a sacrifice it would be, for even though there were only two, the soldiers knew they had no hope of defeating enemies that powerful. Despair settled in the hearts of the ruling class, especially the politicians, and many had already fled. However, there were some who remained, to wait and see what would happen. These public servants were determined to meet their fate with their constituents. The East's chairman Zhou Qianlin was together with the parliament. His hands were curled into tight fists. By his side was the Speaker of the Parliament, and both men glared ferociously at the images of the screen before them. The parliamentary hall was full, with every representative in attendance. They'd been invited to watch the operation together. They'd cheered Zhou Qianlin as their armies won victory after victory against the alien horde. Now, however, with the ascent of Monarch and the display of his might, the hall was silent. When the battle started to turn, there were some in the room who sought to slip away. But before they could, the doors to the hall were flung open and soldiers flooded in. They were fully armed, and trained their guns on the politicians. The speaker addressed his comrades with frigid promise, stating that they would die with their people if it came to it. No one would be permitted to leave. They would not be allowed to abandon the East. All of this had been prepared in advance, arranged by Zhou Qianlin and the speaker. They had to assure the people, and they couldn't do that if the political class was in turmoil. If the leadership could show steadfastness and solidarity, the people's faith would remain strong. The scene from the parliamentary hall was streamed along with the battle, in a small box on the bottom right corner. In a joint announcement, Chairman Zhou and the speaker reassured everyone that their leaders were not going to leave them to their fate. It had the desired effect and the people calmed. They earned no praise, but it did allay fears that they would be abandoned. In their minds, if the politicians were in the same situation they were, there was still a chance things could be turned around. Video of Eastern mechas putting themselves in harm's way were streamed into every household. Pride and tears filled the eyes of citizens as they saw the signature yellow of the Blood Iron Khans arrayed against overwhelming odds. They weren't afraid, and so neither were the people. Like the soldiers who fought for them, they were filled with passion. Eastern soldiers were doing right by their duty to all of humanity. They put themselves in the line of danger, putting down their lives so that their species might have a chance to fight back. Heroes. Every single one of those brave warriors were heroes to all of mankind. Tears flowed down a countless number of faces, and many citizens were out in the streets to watch the fight together on enormous screens on the sides of buildings. 1. This is typical for many cities in China. Skyscrapers may often come equipped with enormous televisions. They're used for many purposes. In the summer they have movies on some, and street vendors lay out tables where people can watch a movie and have food. They're also for propaganda and public service announcements. The World Cup and Olympics are the time when these outside screens are most popular. However, I think they're beginning to fall out of style. Here's an example, though I don't know why they have it censored. A silver-haired woman in her twilight years pointed to the enormous screen and cried out, "My son's out there. He's one of the Blood Iron Khans." Her face was wet with tears, but she stood tall. Her words, quavering with emotion, betrayed her pride. Similar scenes played out all across the East. Panic was gone, replaced by the undaunted fervor reflected in the eyes of those soldiers. They were a people of singular purpose and unity. People on what remained of the Western Alliance planets were also emotional as they watched. Their government was gone, but after Guanyin, the Queen of Heaven, saved their fellows, channeled through Zhou Qianlin, they'd felt more inclined toward the East. The stream they were receiving came from the East. When they saw that the Eastern Parliament was not fleeing, they hung their head in shame. Many of their leaders and politicians had fled Europa even before the aliens attacked. Most of those left behind as victims were common folk without the ability to run. They were forced to wait for the end to claim them. No one wished for the end of this conflict more than the Western people. They had suffered awfully and were tired of conflict. They prayed for the success of the four sword bearers from the East, prayed that they would be victorious over this hated foe. Their hearts were just as impassioned as the narration from the Eastern streaming video. "Look,
What are our young comrades doing? They are giving all of themselves so that all of us might be safe. These are our Blood Iron Khans, our Enluan soldiers, our Eastern countrymen. Majesties from Skyfire Avenue fight on the front lines while Star Division and Blood Iron Khan soldiers stand at their backs. Nor do they stand alone, for soldiers from our Eastern army have come to bolster their numbers. I am not a believer, but I pray for these brave souls, pray for our people and our future. Join me in cheering them on, and our combined faith will help them win the day. Our enemies will be destroyed. The rousing speech reverberated all throughout the East and inflamed passions. Through their actions, the government and military inspired the people and gave them faith. Even in defeat, they would stand in solidarity. This was not the case in the North. They were the mightiest of nations, and as such were rife with powerful political, military, and business families. When the situation began to deteriorate, these influential people prepared for their exodus. The government did not inspire the same confidence in its people as the East. Though many took faith in the images from the live stream, they were not unified in the way the other alliances were. As the conflict increased, the differences between these alliances became more stark. However, no one paid much attention as all eyes were trained on the front lines and the battle that would determine the fate of humanity. Sigh. Boom. Layers of pink shattered like glass, a dimension fractured. The photographer was flung away and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her powers changed constantly to match the ever-increasing domain of creation and destruction, barely managing to keep it at bay. The Violet Prince paid her no further mind. He switched directions and launched himself toward the location of the banishing strategy. He was loath to obey Monarch's command, but the newly ascended Immortal was master. If Monarch perished, the immortal realm they build would disappear. He was also acutely aware that he could not contend against his father's tremendous power. He witnessed what everyone saw on their screens once he turned toward the banishing strategy. It was hidden behind a sphere of metal. Countless mechas and drones were tightly organized so that there was no way to get at the sword bearers except through them. Only the stream of chaotic power was left unguarded, the same stream that had swallowed up Monarch. The prince had no illusions that he would fare better if he chose that route. The Violet Prince narrowed his eyes as he surveyed the landscape. He grunted and chastised humanity for its naivete. Did they believe they could stand against him? He rushed forward, fist outstretched. A burst of purple light emerged. 100 defenders exploded immediately, reduced to burning slag. However, the prince was slowed ever so slightly as he was struck with a surprising thought. These humans were not disheartened. Even in the face of death, they persevered. The aliens were adept at psychic communication. He could feel their courage and conviction as clearly as though it had come from him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 10. Chapter 894, Sacrifice. Chapter 894, Sacrifice. 100,000 thoughts flooded the Violet Prince's mind. All the same, humanity forever. For the North. For the East. Cry after cry of devotion, each one small but together a cacophony. It was so intense it gave him pause. He only managed one attack before Zhou Qianlin caught up with him. In the same instant, 2 incandescent beams of light exploded forth. The dazzling beams were birthed from what appeared to be binary stars burning one beside the other. The focused fury of their dual supernovae were focused on the three-headed avatar. The mad laughter of the keeper and the bookworm hung in the air, audible to all. Their dermas appeared beside them, for in the final moments of their lives as they channeled their vital essence into the attack, they broke through to a new level. Like the pontiff, their sacrifice empowered them to be reflections of heaven and earth. Tears wet the eyes of every member of Skyfire Avenue, Paragon and Division soldier alike. These men were pillars of the Avenue, of the East as a whole. Echoes of their contributions would persist far into humanity's future, if they had a future. It was the 2 of them who first puzzled out the secrets of the exuvium process, using vital crystals to extend life. It was them who pushed the East forward technologically so they would not fall too far behind the North. Now, they used the last light of their lives in a final service to their people. The splendor of their sacrifice shone all across the universe. The Hydra abomination was shocked by the turn of events. By itself, the beast could defend against the blasts, but the will and spirit of these old men surged tenfold. Faced with such conviction, the avatar paused. Half a moment later, the beast was swallowed up by the beams of light. Under the blaze, its body was torn apart and put back together half a dozen times. The winemaster watched, holding tightly to the clockmaker's hand, his face pale. He'd known the keeper for so long. The old scientist was more senior among the Avenue's leadership. When the clairvoyant passed, it should have been the keeper to take over the duties of chairman. However, the keeper refused, stating only that he didn't have the time.
Thus the responsibility passed on to the winemaster. He was selfless. He put the prosperity of Skyfire Avenue and the East as a whole before himself, to the very end. The winemaster cast a glance to the clockmaker at his side.
"I'm sorry."
She smiled back at him, her free hand fiddling with the small clock she carried with her. She gripped his hand tighter.
"What are you saying? You think I'm less dedicated than you?" He smiled back. "I've loved you my whole life.
It took me an eternity to earn your heart, but it is my greatest achievement. If another life awaits us, I will meet it gladly, and I'll be more brazen the second go-round." As they spoke, looking deeply into one another's eyes, light began to flicker around them. Flashes of silver radiated from the winemaster and his scepter.
A smear of multicolor light hung over the clockmaker.
She flung her small clock into space, where it dissolved into a golden beam, and was caught in the flows of spacetime that surrounded them.
The avatar was too strong. Though the scientist's sacrifice had managed to contain it temporarily, they could not destroy it. More power was needed.
When the winemaster said sorry to his love, he'd made up his mind.
He was the chairman of Skyfire Avenue's council, he had a responsibility.
Sacrificing one's life for humanity was a fine period on the final sentence of his life. His only regret was leaving the wonderful woman by his side. Her calm in the face of the end, her small comforting smile, eased the sorrow in his heart. They were together at the finale of their lives, two hearts beating as one.
Together they would deliver a crushing blow on behalf of mankind. This sort of thing is the responsibility of us old folk.
The words were almost lackadaisical, delivered from another figure standing on the winemaster's other side. A crystalline vine, pulsing with protogenia.
"You're a lover of wine, and our legacy has to be passed on. It's a treasure that belongs to everyone."
Two streaks of light flit past the winemaster, one purple and one red. They raced toward the dual columns of white.
"The gods of wine, Bies and Aubert. I finally feel like I'm worthy of meeting Henri in the afterlife. I'm a hero, now, he can't steal you away from me." Ha 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 ha.
Aubert's laughter was coarse, making Bies' cheeks red. A deep purple light spread forth from Aubert, turning the branches sprouting from him into crystal extensions. A rich scent of wine filled the air. In all his life the wine master had never smelled anything so wonderful. Purple and ring intermingled, and as they drilled into the light they became a magnificent spear.
Pop! A sound like a balloon exploding rang out.
The whole area seemed to shake as red, white and purple sparkled so brightly it painted the whole galaxy.
Boom! A ripping explosion followed.
The lights dimmed and a body hung in space. It was the three-headed avatar. The keeper, Bookworm, and the two gods of wine were gone without a trace.
But did their targets still live?
For paragons gave their lives to destroy a single creature, but it still didn't seem enough. It spoke to how terrible its power really was. However, their sacrifice wasn't entirely in vain. The three-headed monster had but one head remaining, 2/3 of what had created it were destroyed. Its power was still roughly equivalent to the infinite, but compared to the near immortal level might it had commanded before this was a sharp decline. The remains of its battered body continuously leaked a thick purple fluid, and branches could be seen embedded in its back. The wounds and branches leached out the lifeblood of the monster, making it weaker.
"Kill it!" the wine master shouted.
He charged in to put the beast down.
The pauper was gone, as was the keeper, the bookworm, Bies and Aubert. Only 6 paragons were left, standing between the enemy and the banishing strategy.
The gourmet, driver, winemaster, clockmaker, Huali, and Zhou Qianlin were all that were left.
They dashed forward, a flood of rage, sadness and determination.
Zhou Qianlin swiped at the avatar with Hades' falchion, which glinted with a bitter and forlorn glow. With no time to recover before the paragons were on it, the beast was cut deep by the weapon.
Orbs of blue and gold erupted from Huali's trident.
They surrounded the creature and slowed it down.
Primordial lightning, dimensional daggers, and weaponized time elements struck all at once.
Blood shot out like a geyser, but the avatar still stood. Even heavily damaged, it contrived to summon what remained of its domain to block the brunt of the attacks.
It knocked the wine master away. Things were looking bad for Zhou Qianlin.
Her powers were suffering after the wound she'd sustained from the prince. It was only getting easier for her foe to cast off her attacks and turn his focus on his real target. Every time the prince repelled her, he lashed out at the banishing strategy.
Each attack destroyed hundreds more mechas and drones. Were it not for Zhou Qianlin's persistence, he would make quick work of these piddling defenders.
Yet as their comrades died, more mechas and drones surged into the breach to take their place. They were ready for a glorious death, to give themselves for victory. The banishing strategy was in the midst of establishing mankind's last chance. The least they could do, the only thing they could do, was whatever they could to see it succeed. Die! The Violet Prince roared. He sent Luo Qianli flying once again. Her chest was visibly collapsed, her protogenia could no longer protect her. Her camera was damaged beyond repair. Her expression crestfallen, a bronze light flickered as Zhou Di's former weapon appeared in her grip. She clutched the compliant rod desperately. "Qi Bupong, I'm coming to join you. Don't forget me," she whispered through lungs rapidly filling with blood. Luo Qianli threw the rod into the air. Then, aiming her camera, she focused on the prince as he raced toward the banishing strategy. As he began to tear through the mechas and drones, she muttered through gritted teeth. "Take advice from Luo Qianli. A camera is all you need." She fought to speak the words, each syllable causing her small pink camera to grow more dim and intangible. A fading violet light arose from her concave chest and merged with the fading astrum. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 895, One Final Photograph. Chapter 895, One Final Photograph. Blood trickled from the corners of Luo Qianli's mouth and dripped onto her camera. Suddenly it flashed with an intense pink light that made her stand out against the darkness of space. The Violet Prince, in the midst of his charge, sensed something and spun around. When his eyes fell on Luo Qianli, his pupils contracted. Ka-cha! The unmistakable sound of a camera shutter clicked. Everything froze. The Violet Prince was stuck with a hand raised, ready to launch another attack at her. He fluttered through invisible gravitational waves as a two-dimensional image. Luo Qianli's body was pink from head to toe and somewhat opaque. It made her all the more beautiful and ethereal, like an angel. Strangely, she also looked much younger, perhaps only 15 or so. "Qi Bupong. Qi Bupong, you bastard, you dare jilt me. You just wait, I'll fight for you all the rest of my life." She smiled as she muttered the words, a recollection from years ago. The prince's picturesque image floated over to her and with great difficulty she lifted her arms. Pinching the top of the photo she began to tear. A flood of energy so intense it was frightening poured from the photograph, a sign of the prince's struggle. Luo Qianli's pink-hued body shone brighter. Crack! The dainty camera she carried with her shattered into dust. Shash-harip! She tore off one edge of the picture, containing the prince's arm. She cast the torn section away and it dissolved into ash. She pinched again and began to pull. Her aim was his head. Aergrig! A blood-curdling roar burst forth, followed by a surge of violet light that tried to smother Luo Qianli's pink glow. Her body warped in response and flickered with a rose tint. The violet aura solidified and was blocked from expanding. She refused to let him escape. "My children, this is as much as your mother can offer. Don't give up." Her voice was not pained or sad. Instead, she sounded almost jovial. She sounded relaxed. Indeed, she was off to find her love. She hadn't been happy since Zhou Di's passing. At last she could put down her burden and look for the partner she'd lost. Sigh. Within the banishing strategy, tears flowed freely from Lan Jue, Lan Chang, and Zhou Qianlin's faces. They put their all toward establishing the strategy, but they saw everything that was happening outside. They were forced to watch silently as soldiers from Star Division, the Blood Iron Khans, and the Convert Army gave their lives. They were acutely affected by the deaths of the Keeper, Bookworm, and the Gods of Wine. Every one of them gave their lives to buy them time. They sacrificed themselves for final victory. The banishing strategy fought perpetually against the might of Monarch. But this strategy was designed to contend against the strongest immortals in history, one of the greatest forces of the universe. Even the simplest manifestation of it was a threat to Monarch's life. Unless the strategy failed, Monarch wasn't getting away. The banishing strategy had only been attempted once before, by 4 of the greatest warriors to have ever lived. Among them were legendary celestial masters Yuanshi and Taishang. Lan Jue could feel himself weakening. His protogenia, energy, and life force were being drained by the sword. But he was ready. They were determined to give their lives for the strategy to succeed. However, it was difficult beyond words to watch his friends, his family, his soldiers fall one after the other. The burden it put on him was crushing, and reached its peak when he heard Luo Qianli's parting words. Even Lan Chang, always a rock in the most unstable times, had tears running down his face. But they couldn't help. All they could do was continue to focus all of their strength on the strategy. Light from the 4 swords continued to oscillate around them. They carved out channels of energy as they built the foundation.
Erratic tempests of deadly sword energy whipped all around. When they brought it under control, the strategy would be complete. Upon being captured by the power of the strategy, Monarch was filled with fear. Immediately he sensed the aura of immortality protecting him get stripped away. He was left exposed, and if the universe discovered him he would be subject to the terrible power of universal protogenia. However, as time stretched on he found that universal protogenia was no threat to him under the cover of the strategy. On the contrary, he sensed something altogether different here. The energy that assailed him was completely different from anything he'd experienced before. Its burden was incredible, outstripping even his own domain. The revelation opened his eyes. What in the world was this mysterious power? Its turbid, agitated influence was capable of locking out everything outside and yet offered no physical threat. Monarch and his species were adept at consumption and adaptation. He'd grown to these lofty heights thanks to this skill. Naturally, his first instinct was to try and absorb this power for himself and see if it could be used to his benefit. Starting small, he drew in a portion and tried to assimilate it but hastily cast it back. Although the small dose was weak, he could sense the grade of this energy was towering beyond limit. Taking in even the slightest amount was met with a violent and immediate rejection that threatening to destroy him from inside. What frightening power! If only he could somehow command it, he wondered, to what heights would he climb? Monarch mulled over the problem, searching for some way to consume this inexplicable force. As he did, the tinge of fear that had assailed him before was gone. After exploring his surroundings with his senses, he did not fear for himself, not against these four insignificant humans. He was a god amongst men, and with Zhou Qianlin's demise none among them commanded the power of the infinite. Even this strange power that had him temporarily suspended was causing no damage. Who remained to stand against him? Monarch was a creature of supreme ambition. His target was to supplant the universe itself. He was both curious and fascinated by this new type of energy and thus did not hurry to free himself from it. Instead, he followed its ebb and flow, confident that he could discover its secrets. Secrets that would guide him on the path to domination. As a result, Lan Jue and the others did not sense Monarch struggling. Little by little, they were free to establish their strategy. However, it was more than just the death of Zhou Qianlin that filled their hearts with sadness. Despair was beginning to set in. They could not complete the strategy. This unspoken fear grew within each of the four sword-bearers. They were nearing their limit and yet not even a third of the strategy's foundation was complete. Even if they spent every drop of vitality remaining within them, they could not see a way to give what the strategy demanded. In the end, they would be consumed by the power they sought to command. Monarch would escape unscathed. Half of humanity's mightiest had already fallen and they were failing. After all of this, was it truly the fate of mankind to be destroyed by these monsters? Lan Qing's voice called to the other three. Do not give up, even to the last moment. Give up everything and we will see what can be accomplished. His aura of protection is gone, and even if we only succeed in injuring him, perhaps universe protogenia can do the rest. All right. Lan Jue answered. His eyes, burning with resolve, never left Zhou Qianlin. While Monarch couldn't see through the chaotic flows of energy, to the sword-bearers it was clear as water. It was carried by the swords, but was present at the creation of the universe. Lan Jue's 5 lightnings were a derivative of this primordial power. This pure chaos was a profound and eternal aspect of reality. Of course, Monarch would know nothing of it. Lan Jue took a deep breath and from his core a bright light emerged. An image of the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Star of purple subtlety appeared behind. Hundreds of twinkling star-like lights appeared upon Lan Jue and set his body ablaze. He offered himself as a sacrifice to the banishing blade, urging it to give them more power. Lan Xing, Zhou Qianlin, and the pharmacist did the same. In response, all 4 swords flared and burned like 4 suns. The strategy began to arrange itself faster. Monarch, who had been carefully examining the power, felt it suddenly press heavily upon him. The load it placed on him took his breath away. Impossible. It was the first thought to cross his mind. How could this insignificant creature summon something so exceptional? Golden light radiated from him as he fought to stave off the pressure. The chaos around him rippled but was otherwise unchanged. Something like fear flashed in Monarch's eyes. No, he couldn't hold back any longer. If they were allowed to use even a fraction of this power against him, it would threaten his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 896, The Definitive Moment. Chapter 896, The Definitive Moment. In the space of an instant everything changed, and Monarch discovered that this chaos was far more profound than he'd thought.
Even if he were 10 times stronger, this power would remain incomprehensible to him. The only explanation was that this was part of the fabric of the universe, but how could it appear here? Curiosity no longer superseded the fear that was creeping up within him. With his eyes dual points of golden light, Monarch thrust his arms overhead to protect himself. He raced off to find an exit. He aimed to rely on his immortal level powers to break out of this encirclement. Once he broke free, it would be far easier to clear away these pesky humans. Once they were dealt with, he could carefully begin to examine the intricacies of this chaos. Perhaps he could use it as a weapon in his quest to overcome the universe. He fixated on the idea as he charged, looking for a way to escape. Much to his surprise, however, there was no border in sight. He could travel thousands of kilometers in a blink, but no matter how far or how fast he moved, there seemed to be no exit. He didn't know where to go, or which way to focus his power. Despite his godlike strength, his attacks struck nothing but empty space wherever he directed them. Through his perception, this reality he found himself was as stable as it was infinite, and there appeared to be no breaks for him to exploit. He found himself trapped in a never-ending expanse, a hostile territory with no border he could assault. What to do? The gravity of his situation began to dawn on him. He continued to fly in a direction chosen at random, all the while lashing out with his power. Sigh. After 2 whole minutes, the Violet Prince managed to extricate himself from Zhou Qianlin's dimensional prison. He looked haggard and monstrous, and was missing his left arm. It was the result of Zhou Qianlin's final photograph. Though she did not kill him, she'd managed to injure him greatly. Elsewhere, the Avatar and the 6 remaining paragons were near to the end of their conflict. The 4 who gave their lives had succeeded in wounding the beast terrible, especially the final push from the gods of wine. Their addition continued to drain the monster of its vitality while the living paragons pressed the attack. By now its power was reduced to nirvana levels, and it continued to sustain injuries. The 6 remaining paragons were not having it easy, however. From the very beginning they had attacked this monster with their strongest abilities, never letting up. Exhausted, they were battling against a beast with its back against a proverbial wall, fighting for its life. No one was without considerable injury, but the humans were gaining ground. With the Violet Prince free from Zhou Qianlin's constraints, things turned bad. He chose not to assault the remaining paragons and instead charged right at the site of the banishing strategy. Without Zhou Qianlin's help, none of the intrepid soldiers could survive against this monster. The prince would have already broken through their man-made barrier. Now, although the prince was gravely injured, Zhou Qianlin was no longer there to dissuade him. He crashed into the defenders, killing dozens of soldiers with every wave of his hand as he searched for a way through. Humans watching from home felt their hearts leap into their throats. They knew the definitive moment was near, when it would be determined if humanity would continue or be snuffed out. Prayers were said for the north, the east, and the west. They were spoken for the soldiers and the battle, for the banishing strategy. They didn't even know what the banishing strategy was, only that if it succeeded their species would be saved. Boom! A huge number of mechas and drones went flying in all directions. When the prince crashed into the front line, he sent them soaring with a vicious punch. The soldiers managed to ward him off for only a few moments. However, with the area of the banishing strategy nearby, the prince stopped cold. The strategy was in its middle stages. Already the aura it produced sent a chill down his spine. He hesitated, but the consequences of inaction won out and he continued his charge. The stakes could not be higher. 1. Interestingly, in Chinese this is, without lips the teeth suffer cold. If Monarch perished, the humans could use this terrible power to destroy everything they labored to build. Their immortal realm could be wiped from existence and all their dreams destroyed. More importantly, the Violet Prince was not himself a full immortal. He still needed Monarch's help. He made the prompt decision that, no matter the cost, he had to help Monarch escape. This banishing strategy was the creation of just 4 humans. The one the monster prince chose to deal with first was not Altus Bearer, but Lan Jue. Of all these humans, Lan Jue was the one he was most familiar with. There was no sense of kinship among the aliens, but the prince and princess had worked closely for years. She had been slain by his hand. It was also Lan Jue's deception that helped them abscond with Altus, right from under their nose. He was the reason they were in such a precarious position. For these reasons the prince hated Lan Jue, loathed this arrogant human meat sack. He had to die. In a flash he appeared before Captus Bearer. His face was savage and feral like a wild animal, and he swiped at Lan Jue with his remaining limb. Recognition of the danger flashed in the jewelry master's eyes, but he did nothing. The mechas raced toward them to help, but they were too slow. They had the heart but not the ability. Although Lan Jue was in many ways Captus after their joining, in the midst of the banishing strategy he could not defend himself. All he could do was pour all of himself into his task and hope it was enough. The light of his vitality blazed around him like an inferno. I was so intense it affected the prince. But just as the beast's attack was about to find its target, it was not the fires that stopped him. A figure flashed into view, appearing from nowhere and standing between them. A shield of rippling waves shattered beneath the prince's attack. His fist buried itself in the newcomer's chest. Boom! The blue silhouette was flung away like detritus, smashing into Lan Jue's body but blocked by Capta's power. Ali! Lan Jue screamed. His friend had leapt in to take the blow for him. Crippled and bleeding, he regarded Lan Jue with a forced grin. How about that, eh? Just in time. He smirked at his brother in arms, even as the sound of shattered glass echoed from his chest. It was the sound of his core breaking. No one survived a deadly blow to their core, not a human, not an immortal. A broken core was a death sentence. Lan Jue's tears came again, bitter and profuse. Yet Hua Li regarded him calmly. 5 more figures were quickly converging on their location. They'd finally managed to defeat the Avatar and had come to fend off the prince. Injured from his conflict with Zhou Qianlin, he was once again caught in a struggle he couldn't free himself from. Hua Li struggled to turn himself around, facing Lan Jue. You've already sacrificed so much for us. Now you're giving up your life. Anguish was clear in his voice. Aren't you doing the same? We would give it all so our people can continue. To the last drop of blood. No, Hua Li retorted. I'm not like you. I cherish my life. I'm not giving myself up for all people, or my family. Poseidon Group can find some quiet corner to survive, and I could have gone with them. We would have made it work. But I didn't. I stayed. My sacrifice isn't for humanity. It's for you. Hua Li's smile spread wide across his face, as though he were finally free from some unspoken burden. There's a lot I never dared to tell you, Jue. Hua Li's expression surprised him. Lan Jue's voice was hoarse as he answered. Don't say it, Ali. I don't want to hear it. But Hua Li shook his head. No, I need to say it. This is the only opportunity I'll get. Hera. I killed her. Hua Li spoke the words softly. But to Lan Qing, to Lan Jue, to Zhou Qianlin it was like a blast of thunder. Qianlin swayed and threatened to topple over. It was inconceivable that her sister would have been slain by one of Lan Jue's closest friends. Lan Chang and Lan Jue may have been family, but his relationship with Hua Li was just as close. They were lifelong friends. Brothers. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 897, Hua Li and Mo Xiao. Chapter 897, Hua Li and Mo Xiao. For a moment the smile on Hua Li's face appeared more forced than genuine. He saw Lan Jue's shock and it filled him with an indescribable regret. I'm the one who killed Hera. I didn't know it would hurt you so badly. But, I had to. His smile warped into a pained scowl and he clutched his chest. Were it not for the inherent vitality of his bloodline, the prince's attack would have destroyed him outright. Do you remember when you asked me why I don't like Mo Xiao? You said she was a good woman. You're right, she is. She's always been good to me, but I don't like her in that way. I told you I have someone that I love, someone I've always loved. Just like Xiuxiu, who always loved you but was never loved in return. We're very similar this way. We just have different tastes. Hua Li's eyes were red from the emotion. The one I love has almost superhuman talent, an open mind, and a good heart. They're strong, and always willing to give help where and when it's needed. From the moment we met I knew this was the person I was meant to love. But life had other plans. They loved someone else and I knew I would never have a chance. I could only remain silent, give my blessings, and hope they were happy. But the pain never got better. I saw that wonderful face in my mind every day. I longed to be near whenever I could, as often as possible. But he was always with a woman. He never knew how I felt. One day I couldn't take it anymore. I convinced myself I had to kill her, that it was the only way I'd have a chance. Jealousy poisoned my heart and caused me to make a terrible mistake. Lan Jue couldn't believe what he was hearing. He gaped at Hua Li, stunned beyond words. He'd never suspected, never expected to hear anything like this from his closest friend. Hua Li looked deeply into his eyes, his expression often sorrowful. I'm so sorry, Jue. I want to give my life to pay for the awful thing I did. I hope it can mean I don't owe Hera. I knew our different orientation would mean we'd never be together, but it never stopped my love. I didn't want to leave without you knowing the truth. If there is a next life, I hope I can come back as a woman, as beautiful as Hera or Qianlin, and I hope I meet you first.
Lan Jue shut his eyes tightly and muttered through grit teeth. No. That's not true. The cry came a navy blue mecha that came their way.
A petite figure emerged and tightly wrapped her arms around Hua Li.
It wasn't him. He didn't do it.
Imo Xiao, president of the Poseidon Group, sobbed as she held onto her husband. Hua Li's face changed, growing pale and fatigued.
What are you doing here? Go, quickly. You need to command Poseidon. Imo Xiao looked at him sadly. I knew this would happen.
I knew you were going to make this choice, that's why I didn't want you to go.
You've always felt like his life is more important than yours. But you don't realize I feel the same about you.
She snapped her head around and looked at Lan Jue.
Her lips trembled. It wasn't him. Hua Li didn't kill Hera. He loved you so much, how could he hurt you in any way?
It didn't matter how sad he was, he never wanted anything bad to happen to you. I knew how he felt about you, but I liked him ever since I was young.
That like grew into love, and nothing was going to change it. I'm the one who killed Hera.
As she went on, her voice became more and more hysterical. Hua Li was never going to give me his heart, but I couldn't stand to see him so sad all the time. I had to help him, and so long as Hera was alive, Hua Li would never have his chance. So I killed her, for him. I came up with the plan, arranged everything, and in the end I succeeded.
In doing so I destroyed you, too.
Hua Li never dared to tell you everything, and you continued to sink into depression.
I killed Hera, not Ailey. Ailey never once did anything to hurt you.
Once he found out what I did, he alienated me, but, Ailey, everything I did was for you. I just wanted you to be happy, and I was willing to do anything to make it happen. I never expected you to love me, but to be the mother of your child would be enough.
Yet you wouldn't even give me the opportunity to be with you, to see you every day. Why?
Why would you choose to give your life for this man who never knew your heart?
You idiot.
Hua Li stroked her long dark hair.
Aren't you just as foolish? To say I wasn't involved in Hera's death simply isn't true.
If it weren't for who I am and who I loved, Hera would still be alive.
I never told Zhou, even after I figured out it was you. I didn't do anything to try and make it right. In the deepest parts of my heart, I know I'm just as responsible for what you did to Hera.
I had to try and pay her back.
Imo Xiao, go back.
All of this will be solved when I am gone. We have a child, and you have to take care of him.
Flee now, while Monarch is still captured. Imo Xiao smiled.
You're finally concerned for my well-being.
That makes me happy. But do you really think that if you die I will continue living? No.
Hua Li struggled, knowing what was to come, but with his core shattered there was nothing he could do. Imo Xiao deftly slipped a dagger into her own heart. With a soft grunt she looked up at him, a smile on her face and tears in her eyes. She hugged him tight.
In the end, I'm happy to die in your arms. Ailey.
Hua Li's lips moved but no sound came out. He lifted his head and looked at Lan Jue, his face forlorn and unaccepting. Motes of blue light began to rise from Hua Li and Imo Xiao's body. Eventually they both disappeared into an enormous bubble and floated away into space. Lan Jue was stupefied by all that had happened. His mother and father were gone, now Hua Li had perished. But not before revealing that terrible secret. However, even before the battle, Lan Jue knew who had a hand in Hera's death. He'd been struggling with it since he found out, but told no one. The storage device Xiaoxiao had left him had contained a lot of information. The worst of it detailed Xiaoxiao's collaboration with Imo Xiao. They'd conspired to earn Hera's faith, and orchestrated her murder. It was why Xiaoxiao's last words were an apology. Lan Jue never suspected the people closest to him were responsible for one of the most terrible periods in his life.
Xiaoxiao's reasons were simple: love.
When her suffering and Imo Xiao's met, the two women came up with their plan. However, Xiaoxiao's revelations did not reveal Hua Li's special affections. Now it all made sense why Imo Xiao would do what she did.
After Hera's death, Lan Jue was consumed by anger.
He swore to hunt down the monster that killed her and tear them apart.
But now, how could he let that anger go?
There was no target for this deep-seated loathing. Xiaoxiao was dead.
Hua Li, Imo Xiao, dead.
Xiaoxiao and Hua Li gave their lives to protect him.
What was he to do with this resentment? When he looked at Qianlin, he found no enmity or anger in her face.
Instead, he saw concern.
It was done.
The past was the past, and it had to remain there. The only way left was forward and nothing else was important. Lan Jue focused anew on the task at hand. Determination hardened his face and the light around him burned brighter than ever. He became a pillar of crimson light, the same as Captus. In choosing to give his life for humanity, all past grudges were given up. Right now there was one thing which demanded all of him, and that was completing the strategy so that Monarch might be destroyed and peace could return to the worlds of man. Within the flood of energy the strategy required, all distractions melted from Lan Jue's mind. However, a bone-deep weariness sunk into his soul, like he was being consumed from within. He could feel that his body might give in at any moment and be destroyed, but this was to be his fate. When he died, all of him, body and soul, would be sacrificed on the altar of the strategy so that it would succeed. It had to, so that Monarch could be defeated. Mankind's paragons had lost another, and without Huali the fight was that much more perilous. Luckily Zhou Qianlin had injured the prince gravely and in doing so made managing his attacks easier. Even so, the remaining paragons were being beaten back. It would only be a matter of time before more lives were taken. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 898, Too Little Too Late. Chapter 898, Too Little Too Late? The Violet Prince watched all that transpired while he fought at the edge of the strategy. Unbeknownst to the humans, he was weakening. Zhou Qianlin's powers had not only deprived him of his arm, but had also created fissures within him that were blocking his channels and tearing up his body. This was certainly to the humans' benefit, for if he'd not been so gravely injured, how could they contend against an infinite-level creature such as he? How could someone like Huali have completely blocked his attack? He waited for Monarch to break free of containment, just as fervently as the humans were waiting for the banishing strategy to be complete. He wanted to see his master retake control of this situation and bring these lesser creatures to their knees. This had been a battle of tragedies. More than 10 paragons were reduced now to single digits. This was before considering the very real possibility that Lan Jue and the other 3 sword-bearers would be required to give their lives. If they did, only 5 paragons would make it home. Had they reached their limit? Lan Jue could feel that his body was near to bursting. It felt like his spirit was cracking, like crystal under too much pressure. Similar and equally uncomfortable sensations consumed Lan Jue, Qianlin and the pharmacist as well. Worse, in fact, as they had reached their limit long before. Li Ku appeared behind the pharmacist. He did nothing, he could do nothing. He watched his wife with a tender gaze as she struggled mightily, and she looked back. She continued to fight, to struggle against the demands of the sword. Even without speaking, she could see what was in her husband's heart. Keep fighting, for Junior. Yes, for their child, their beautiful daughter, for all the mothers and daughters on every human world. They had to hold on until the last possible moment and keep this monster from destroying everything. But Oxysis demanded more. Its hunger for energy was fearsome and insatiable. Every moment sucked what little energy remained, pushing them to the edge of ruin. Powerful as the will of humanity was, it did not translate into energy. She wanted victory desperately, more than anything, but if she did not have what was required, she would be destroyed all the same. None of them expected to survive. They just wanted to hold on, long enough that their sacrifice could galvanize the banishing strategy. All the pilots and mechas and drones, all the soldiers and distant warships bore witness to the battle. Prayers and desperate hope filled every heart. Qianlin struggled as well, in some ways worse. Though her cultivation was not inferior to Lan Jue's, her domain was not intended to be used in combat. Her inheritance wasn't some almighty ancient god. In that way she was the weakest of the 4, her spirit never having been tempered. She was the first one in danger of giving in. Jue, I can't hold on. She whispered the sad and desperate thought in her heart. Lan Jue sensed it. Go, Qianlin. Wait for me on the other side. I'll be there soon. It doesn't matter where, we will always be together. A small smile played on Qianlin's face. Yes. So long as he was with her, not even death was something to be frightened of. Tendrils of white light arose around her like threads of silk. They were cracks, coalescing together around her dermic image as it began to break apart. She was one with her image, and once it was destroyed she would die as well, forever gone from this world. Qian was ready, she prepared for this. She quieted her mind, and even Xian Yuan Shishir was silent. They put all their focus into the sword and strategy. They were committed to dedicating all of themselves, no matter the result. Suddenly, Qianlin felt a warmth flow from her limbs toward her center. It started gently at first, but became more intense as she neared her final moments. For some reason it reversed the pain she felt, going so far as to ease the pain in her soul. She opened her eyes and looked toward Lan Jue. It was then that she saw all around her were dots of brilliant white light. They sank into her body. De Mortis' demands were lofty beyond what she could offer, and though these motes of light were weak individually, there were too many to count. They were filled with the unique power of faith, and it served to slow her consumption. This was the power of prayer. Qianlin understood immediately. The prayers of humans everywhere were sustaining her. And yet she was not filled with joy. Instead, her eyes betrayed panic. Perhaps this power would save her, maybe even survive. But what of Lan Jue? The people did not have the same faith in him. If he were to perish, what would she do? Adept. Her eyes desperately searched for Lan Jue's form. When she did, to her surprise, Lan Jue was also surrounded by small specks of light. They were pale blue, and through her perception she could sense that they were empowering him as she was being empowered. She was at a loss? What was it? Could it be? Yes. It, too, was faith. The faith of all the people. When they saw Lan Jue and the others fighting, saw the blood-iron Khans defending them, and heard the impassioned pleas of that Eastern announcer, they were moved. People all throughout the galaxies began to pray. They prayed for the sword-bearers and for all of mankind. All of that faith united around them. Lan Jue, Lan Qing, the pharmacist, Zhou Qianlin. All the soldiers, the paragons, the mechas, and drones. They weren't alone, they fought together on behalf of their species. They represented the determination of their people in seeing tomorrow. They were the instrument of every human's desire to fight. They had the strength and faith of everyone at their back. The first wave of faith had come from Angel. Those hundreds of thousands saw their conviction manifest first. They wanted to see their representatives succeed from the bottom of their heart. They prayed loudly and earnestly for the banishing strategy to emerge. This was the first time since the banishing blades appeared in the world of man that everyone wished to see its strategy conquer the enemy. It seemed almost natural that it began to absorb the power of this faith, and not just around Qianlin but with all four of them. Heavenly weapons were possessed of their own intelligence, and the banishing blades were the greatest heavenly weapons ever created. Of course it yearned to absorb the pure power of faith. More than any other energy, the faith of the masses could help to establish the banishing strategy, and maybe beyond. Seeing their bearers earn the respect of all mankind, the swords were pleased. The esteem of these arrogant weapons soared. With these blessings the strategy stabilized and began to grow again. It was nearing completion. When he saw the light appear around them, the Violet Prince sensed things were spinning out of their control. At first it was insignificant, but with time grew exponentially, feeding the swords and the chaos that they wielded. The first indicating Lan Jue and the others were consuming their own life force had been extinguished. More frightening was the revelation that these four humans were getting stronger. All of a sudden their level of cultivation had surged to several times their original power. In a matter of seconds they were nearly ready to push through to the infinite. Each of them were surrounded by a halo of polychromatic light. It wasn't coming from them, but from the strategy itself. The flows of chaos also saw this mottled hue emerge within it, giving it a strangely beautiful appearance. Monarch, who was captured within it, was speechless and did not even attempt to escape. How could this not cause the Violet Prince to be afraid? If Monarch perished, he would be the last of his people. Caught amidst all of these humans, he certainly would be unable to escape. The Violet Prince made a prompt decision and acted on it without delay. A fiery purple light blazed from his chest, and all of a sudden he was as strong as he ever had been. He knocked the driver before him away with a single punch. Even with the protection of primordial lightning, the driver's bones cracked from the blow. He spat a mouthful of blood from the severe injury. The prince didn't slow. In a flash he appeared once more before Lan Jue and threw a punch at the hateful human's head. No one expected the prince to regain his power so suddenly. Among the 5 remaining paragons, the strongest were only reflections of heaven and earth, hardly a match to a creature who commanded the powers of the infinite. No one could match him for speed either, and by the time they reacted the alien's attack was already reaching its target. Finished. The wine master despaired, all their effort, too little too late. However, just as the prince's fist reached Lan Jue, the halo around him flared. He didn't move and his body became instantly translucent. Thrown off balance by his zealous assault, the Violet Prince toppled through Lan Jue and into the chaotic flows of the banishing strategy. It all happened so suddenly everyone stopped. The clockmaker was first to snap out of it. Loudly she cried. Everyone, pray for them. Pray the banishing strategy will work. Our unity is our strength, that is how we win the day. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 899, Turning the Tables. Chapter 899, Turning the Tables.
She saw that what was coalescing around Lan Jue and the others was the power of faith. Pure and strong, it was easy to absorb and best to strengthen their efforts. Of course, it was only a temporary boost. Once that faith was gone, the power would vanish. Their cultivation would return to the levels they were previously.
The pontiff's citadel relied on this faith to boost their abilities.
Part of the pontiff's failure to grow stronger had laid in the limits of the faithful who followed him. His influence extended only throughout the West, while the faith of Northerners and Easterners was separate and unique. Lan Jue and his fellow sword-bearers, however, were bestowed the faith of all of humanity. It went without saying that this was a tremendous boon. Through the livestream, and the heroism of the Blood Iron Khans and Star Division, people worlds away were inspired by their acts. How could they not have faith in their champions?
Only the purest, most sincere faith could manifest in this way. It was not constrained by either time or space and appeared instantly where it was needed.
The Queen of Heaven Guanyin, Qianlin, was the main focus of that faith. Westerners especially placed their belief in her after what she did for their people. But beyond her, they said their prayers for the banishing strategy itself and the courageous paragons who were willing to sacrifice everything. With their own eyes, spectators watched as paragons were felled one after the other, mostly in giving their own lives so that others can continue the fight or to weaken the enemy. There was a universe of difference between a normal person and a paragon. To the common man, paragons were living legends, hardly believable except for the fact that they were often in the public eye. All of that power still was not enough for many of them, who were slain or gave their lives against an enemy that still threatened their species. This fact put a stark point on the fact that this enemy was powerful beyond belief.
They had to be united. Unity is strength.
This was the key the clockmaker pointed out. All the soldiers of the Armada bowed their heads in prayer, hoping against hope for the banishing strategy to overcome their foes. Those in other worlds who had yet to lend their faith did so at the clockmaker's demand.
Influenced by this universal favor, Lan Jue and the others continued to grow stronger.
They no longer worried about failing to sustain the strategy, even as its bottomless hunger continued to feed unabated. Within the strategy itself, the multicolored light became more intense.
An archaic and mysterious diagram was beginning to appear between the swordbearers.
Li Ko, who stood beside the pharmacist, was shocked to discover that some of the people's faith was directed toward him. His first instinct was to flee, but the gravitational power of the pharmacist's halo held him fast. He could feel the energy of prayer seep into him, nourishing his soul. It was comfortable beyond words, a sensation he hadn't felt since being captured by the monsters. The pharmacist's face went from strained to peaceful. She could see her late husband's spectral body becoming more corporeal before her very eyes. He looked almost whole. The people were not stingy with their prayers. Seeing this spirit beside the Harbinger fairy, helping her, they assumed he was as important to the strategy as she was. They had prayers enough for him as well, and thus did he benefit from this disaster. The first to break through was, of course, Lan Jue. There were no dramatic signs to mark it. All of a sudden he just felt like a veil had been lifted from his eyes. Suddenly there was more to everything.
The universe became a rich and complicated tapestry.
Everything he saw and felt was completely different than it had been before. His consciousness felt boundless and untethered.
The infinite. Was this what it felt like to truly be one with everything?
In contrast to the dangerous instability of his breakthrough to nirvana, now he felt only comfort. With this breakthrough, all the damage he'd done in burning away his vitality was reversed. His spirit was restored, and even his core underwent a qualitative shift. Instead of a solid, crystal-like center, it became gas-like, suspended as a cloud of energy in his chest. Its power flickered to life amidst the many-hued halo that enveloped him. Stranger still, Lan Jue could sense something in the depths of space calling out to him. Whatever it was, it felt as though it were gathering around him. They were fragments of memories. Somehow he knew that they were pieces of the old masters left behind. Shards of what had been the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Star of purple subtlety. A stream of purple light extricated itself from him, the image of the Great Emperor. However, the depth and wisdom in his eyes was more profound than it ever had been. He was towering, stately, and radiated an aura of godliness. This was the true Emperor of the North Star. A piece only, yet still possessed of the great power the immortal once commanded. Lan Jue could see that as the mighty spirit gazed upon the strategy, there remained a lingering fear of the destruction it manufactured. In the time of his reign, the emperor was slightly more than half again as powerful as celestial masters Yuanshi and Taishang.
If the Emperor in his fully glory was present, the strategy may not have been enough to destroy him outright but would certainly have been a threat.
The next one to break through was Zhou Qianlin. In the moment of her breakthrough, a heavenly chorus rang out through space. As the soothing tones reverberated, ripples of white light radiated out around her. It continued to spread until it enfolded Lan Jue, Lan Cheng, and the pharmacist as well. Thus connected, the four bearers felt more intimately joined. Each of them absorbed faith different up to this point, Qianlin enjoying the most benefit. However, with her breakthrough it was now evenly distributed among all of them. A tiara of water drops glittered like crystal against her forehead.
Her dharma also appeared, but like Lan Jue's was different than before.
Her head was covered by a white gossamer veil, and a lotus flower bloomed beneath her feet. In her right hand she held a willow branch, and in the other a jar of pure water. Though just a shadow of the beloved goddess of mercy, her appearance was stunning.
Guanyin, one of the most beloved of the Buddha.
It was nothing short of amazing that Qianlin's dharma would be revealed as this ancient goddess upon breaking through to the infinite.
Her paragon title was more apt than ever.
Lan Cheng and the pharmacist broke through at nearly the same moment. Varakana's image appeared from Lan Cheng in all its glory and split, replete with an aura of benevolence.
Three mighty Buddhas of the past, present and future shone with divine light.
Lan Cheng opened his eyes, and from them emerged an ethereal golden mist to match the aura that encased him. He was surrounded by the soothing hum of chanting. The pharmacist's change was more sensational. Her dharma had always been herself, but that appeared to have changed. In breaking through, her abilities assimilated some inexplicable power, and instead of a dharma she was surrounded a burning garnet hue.
The contrast was striking when set beside Lan Cheng's luminous aura.
Within the borders of that red light was a terrifying scene.
Mountains of corpses and seas of blood stretched far and wide. Ghouls and spirits wandered the hellscape howling in rage. Other figured, visible only barely, wandered aimlessly throughout. So long as hell hath sinners, I will not ascend. 10 words boomed into existence like a voice from the depths. The frightening vision of hell subsided and was replaced by the stern visage of the pharmacist's dharma. Its hands were pressed together before its chest, and the being was clad in the simple garb of a monk. Her dharma was revealed as Yama, king of the underworld. One after the other their breakthroughs were complete. It took only a matter of moments.
The four sword-bearers revealed their legendary lineages, manifest by the power of faith: Middle Heaven, Great Emperor of the North Star of Purple Subtlety, Varakana, Guanyin, King Yama. Each one a figure from the highest echelons of the ancient pantheon. Among them Varakana held the highest status, though the others were considered lesser by small degrees only. As the fragments of these all-powerful beings stood in attendance, the vast powers of the universe gathered to their side. The banishing strategy grew ever more powerful. Lan Jue and the others had arisen to the vaulted heights of the infinite, and yet they were not assailed by the threat of universal protogenia. However, this was not due to the protective aura from Zhou Qianlin. It simply wasn't present, as though it ignored them entirely.
The polychromatic light of the banishing strategy was an energy that was born at the creation of the universe.
Even the immortal chi surrounding monarch dissolved under its all-pervading dominance. This was similarly true of universal protogenia, a derivative of this energy. So long as they remained within the embrace of the strategy, the Lan Jue and the others did not need to fear destruction at the universe's hands. A real blessing in disguise.
None of them expected this strategy that they were ready to give their life for would protect them in this way. Slowly the strategy was nearing completion, their plans finally coming to fruition.
They'd expected to only accomplish the minimum of what the banishing strategy could do, and use that to kill Monarch. Now, with the power of faith, it was growing stronger than they thought they could manage. Whether or not they would succeed was no longer the question, it was to what extent. This was, after all, the greatest weapon under heaven. Upno sensing this critical change, Lan Jue delivered a message to the winemaster.
Tell everyone to fall back to Angel. We're fine from here on out. The banishing strategy will be complete any moment, and Monarch will be slain.
When he heard this, the wine master breathed a sigh of relief.
It was finally going to end.
However, in his eyes there was also sorrow. They had lost so many. Satan, the pontiff, the terminator, the keeper, the bookworm, the pauper. Judi, the photographer, Poseidon, the gods of wine. They had all perished to see this war won. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 900, The Complete Banishing Strategy. Chapter 900, The Complete Banishing Strategy.
Only 9 paragons remained. They were all that was left of humanity's greatest adepts. The winemaster quickly relayed Lan Jue's command.
He also told Kong Hui aboard Tyrannosaurus, which thankfully could still fly. As commander of the armada, it was his responsibility to give the order to fall back. Pass on my directive. Everyone is to fall back to Angel. Bastions take up the rear. Leave a couple reconnaissance vehicles behind. No more need be said. Everyone could see the dancing lights within the strategy. Compared to when they first started, the energy surging from it was inconceivable. Even laymen could tell that they were on the cusp of completion. Victory was imminent. The 5 remaining paragons stayed behind to bear witness while Kong Hui and his soldiers began to retreat. Even though the soldiers were falling back, there was no decrease in the faith afforded to the 4 sword bearers and their strategy. Though, it wasn't just their strategy anymore. Everyone, all throughout the galaxies, had a hand in its completion. Monarch would never have believed that he would be caught by the wiles of man, but such was the case. He struggled and railed against his prison, sure that he could escape if only he found the right place to attack. Before, his attacks felt blocked, like they were caught in a mire of that chaotic energy. Now that sense was gone. All of it was gone. The confusion was gone and reality came back into focus, free from the flows of chaos. This lauded strategy had its limits, he was glad to discover. Monarch was pleased that his golden immortal abilities were able to defeat their ploy. He grinned arrogantly to himself. He glared at his surroundings as they once more became clear, and reached out with his perception. To his north was Altus, to his south, Oxysis, on his west arose Captus, at his east was Demortus. Before him arose a gate, and from it issued a murderous aura and an evil wind. This is... Something flashed behind his eyes. He wasted no time, moving quickly toward Altus. It was the sword he was most familiar with, the one he'd left his mark upon. It would likely be the easiest one to conquer. However, as he moved forward to take the sword, a portal appeared. He slipped through, and was transported back to where he started. He hadn't gained any ground toward Altus. The banishing strategy's suffocating pressure had dissipated once his surroundings became clear again. It led him to believe the danger was past. But he was wise, and understanding was clear in his face. Instead of moving forward to seize the weapons himself, instead he lashed out with a punch in each direction. Faced with Monarch's almighty powers, the sword simply flickered. Monarch's explosions of energies vanished without foundation. He was the most powerful being in a millennia, so he sensed the flows as they reacted to one another. He felt it as the manifestation of his power was shattered and swallowed up like it was nothing. His manufactured human heart sank. Without question, he no longer possessed the power to threaten the trap he'd been caught in. It was in this moment a flash of purple caught his eye. It caught him off guard and he nearly fainted away, but turned fast enough to catch who it was. The Violet Prince was at his side. The prince was ablaze in violet light. Monarch recognized that he was consuming the essence of his core to empower his abilities. Monarch! The prince greeted weakly. The immortal regarded his progeny with an ominous glare. Why are you here? Did I not order you to destroy the strategy? The humans staunchly resisted, the prince explained. Moments before I could break free and attack the sword-bearers, the strategy changed. I was caught. Gazing upon the lesser alien's beaten and crippled body, he knew it to be true. It meant that the humans had obtained some unknown power to aid them. Whatever it was, it had been enough to help them complete the strategy. Even now Monarch found it difficult to believe that his strength was incapable of breaking them free. The humans were no greater than Nirvana level, how could they possibly contend against him? It was well known that the gulf between an adept of Nirvana and a denizen of the infinite was vast. The difference between the infinite and immortality was larger still. The potential of an immortal was vast as the heavens themselves. At his level of cultivation it would require another 10,000 years before he arose to the next degree of domination. If crossing the threshold from one paragon rank to another was a Herculean task, rising in status as an immortal took eons. Monarch's face darkened. Finally he realized that perhaps he'd overestimated himself. At the final moment, when he thought victory was his, human beings proved their strength. There was nothing in the genetic material he stole from mankind that told him what this trap was. How could it? There were so few humans who knew of the existence of the banishing strategy. Monarch, what should we do? The prince asked. Monarch fixed him with a serious gaze. The only thing we can do is try to break free. Perhaps we can overwhelm their ability to hold us here. I don't believe these humans can maintain this trap for long. The amount of energy required to hold me here must be immense, and the moment they begin to falter, that will be our chance. It's a test of endurance, how can they challenge me in such a trial? This trap they've lain has only kept me stationary, it does not cause any harm. The moment these words left his lips, the 4 banishing blades glowed brighter. As more portals appeared all around them, reality became less distinct. The areas around them started to change. All of a sudden the swords seemed leagues away. A deep and booming voice thundered through the interior of the strategy. In all of history you are the first to assume this trap lacks bite. Monarch, you must know what it is you face. Regardless, I shall tell you, it is called the banishing strategy. In the days of immortals it was called the greatest weapon under heaven. Is it not your goal to attain the highest state of immortality? I may as well tell you, even if you succeeded this very moment the strategy would reduce you to dust. Were this not so, would its title be so audacious? What you face terrified the gods of old. You will die. The voice was Lan Jue's. It was cold and callous, full of dark promise. Monarch responded with a dismissive sniff. Very well. I'm eager to see what your so-called super weapon is capable of. Monarch. Are you sure we'll be fine? The prince at his side sounded less than convinced. Scorn dripped from Monarch's voice. This is nothing more than a trick to shake our confidence. Greatest weapon under heaven, they have no means to kill me. His haughty affirmation were cut short when suddenly reality began to tremble. In the distance 8 glimmering portals revealed themselves. Shimmering around them the rainbow of color started to fluctuate. Monarch shook and the prince quailed. The lights went out. When the prince looked at his master he was surprised to see shock on Monarch's face. Before his eyes minuscule cracks appeared upon the immortal's body, spurting golden light. They started on his head, but quickly spread until they crisscrossed every inch of him. With a loud clap, Monarch's body broke apart. A beam of golden light escaped from where its head had been. It tried wildly to flee in any direction it could. However, the flows of sword energy that had vanished suddenly re-emerged from the darkness. The moment the golden light crashed into these lights it froze, and revealed its true nature. It was Monarch, though a miniature copy. The tiny golden homunculus was nimble, but was now frozen with an expression of disbelief writ plain on his face. No! Don't kill me! I'll surrender the immortal realm. I can teach you how to make one of your own. I can. Before he could finish, Lan Jue's voice rumbled from within the tempest. Your pleas are useless. Did you think we would allow you to live, after what you did to our people? With every murder you only thought about consuming more, you never spared a thought for those not of your ilk. Goodbye, Monarch. You should be proud to die by the might of the banishing strategy. As the last syllable hung in the air, an unending torrent of cutting light descended upon him. Monarch's immortal spirit was cut to ribbons and drifted away to nothing in the emptiness of space. The Violet Prince witnessed the whole scene. His face had gone ghastly pale. Monarch, the Ascendant, he who consumed the power of both queen and consort, the master of their immortal realm, was dead. How was this possible? How could they have killed a god? He stood still, frozen in place, shaking ever so slightly. No thought of confrontation entered his mind, for in the face of that terrifying storm he felt insignificant. When it swept through, the Violet Prince was rent asunder until nothing remained. He was beneath even a final word from Lan Jue. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 901, Shards of Primordial Spirits. Chapter 901, Shards of Primordial Spirits. Monarch and the Violet Prince had been destroyed, forever erased from the universe by the power of the banishing strategy. Red light drained out from Lan Jue's eyes. He had been the one to guide their concentrated power. Now that Monarch was destroyed, at last the threat of alien aggression had passed. He revealed no pleasure from their victory, no excitement. There were still problems to address, chief among them, how to restrain the strategy safely. They hadn't been sure they could even succeed in establishing the attack, and thus had given stopping it not even a passing thought. Through the power of faith they were ultimately able to overcome the enemy. The banishing strategy had been enacted and was stable, endowing them with a caliber of strength that far outstripped their wildest imaginings. As the prayers of billions were continuously laid upon them, the swords thirstily drank of their gifts. The banishing blades used it to complete what the sword bearers couldn't do on their own. In a series of flashes Lan Jue and the others appeared, standing at the four corners of the strategy. However, none of them were holding their weapon. Lan Chang looked from one to the other, his expression uncertain. What now? Lan Jue smirked at his brother. How do I know? Wine Master, could I trouble you to report Monarch's death to Kong Wei? All remaining enemies have been destroyed. That should curtail the faith flowing into it.
I'm afraid if we don't do something to weaken it, the strategy will continue to solidify. The wine master interjected, curious.
What's the problem with that?
Well, to start, if it keeps getting stronger, I'm not sure we'll have the means to stop it, he answered. It would remain here forever, and this whole area would be too dangerous to ever go near again.
His old friend nodded. What do you think is needed to get it to stop? Lan Jue pondered out loud.
According to our estimates, we would need to be Deluo-level immortals if we wanted to exert that level of control.
If one of us were, that could be enough.
He sounded unconvinced even as he said it.
Lan Qing wryly added his voice. And it has to be you.
You were the one who led the strategy. The wine master sucked in a surprised breath.
So you're saying that anyone who enters this field will be instantly killed?
If the strategy would bring down a god, he shuddered to think of what it might do to a normal person.
Not necessarily, Lan Jue answered.
If one of us, the sword bearers, guided someone through, then they would be fine. After all, we're part of the strategy ourselves. But if someone were to enter without us, it would probably end as you'd expect.
I don't recommend you try it.
The wine master's brows furrowed in thought. If it's simply a matter of closing of a section of space, that shouldn't be too great of an issue. It's impossible to expect you to reach the highest level of immortality any time within the conceivable future.
Are there any other dangers we need to consider?
Lan Jue explained further. Right now the strategy is still under our control, and there is no immediate problem. However, I think it's fair to expect that the zone will expand once we leave and are no longer maintaining its borders. None of us can know how large it'll spread, but if I had to guess, I'd say it would at least swallow up Europa and everything around it. But before we consider that, it isn't completely unthinkable for us to reach Deluo. As he spoke, he swung his eyes toward Europa floating placidly in the distance. Monarch and the Violet Prince had been vanquished, but the fruits of their evil labors remained.
Basking in a pale golden glow, the newly crafted immortal realm flooded the area with its aura.
Lan Jue and the others, now risen to the infinite, could feel it clearly from where they stood.
Indeed, this was their next problem. What were they to do with the aliens' immortal realm?
We can deal with that later.
Right now there are more pressing matters. Li Ku interrupted them.
His voice bore a somewhat urgent tone.
Lan Jue turned his attention toward the spirit. What is it, brother-in-law?
After absorbing so much faith, Li Ku was almost indistinguishable from any of them. The pharmacist was even holding his hand, and the smile on her face betrayed her happiness. Li Ku, however, was not smiling.
You have to gather the spirit shards. Fragments of what remains of the Paragon's souls.
In a way, what we call paragons can be likened to half-immortals, Taoist magicians of the ancient times.
After spending so long cultivating, their souls become like primordial spirits.
Primordial spirits don't disappear so easily, just like the ancient gods whose essence remains even though they lost to universal protogenia.
Even now, thousands of years later, we can still feel their echoes.
If we hurry and gather these shards now, there's a chance we could bring them back to life.
Lan Jue froze when he heard it.
If this were true and they could return their friends and loved ones to life, today's victory would be absolute.
How do we do that? He asked urgently. Li Ku explained. The four of you have reached the infinite. If you search your feelings, you can sense them. Excellent. With such good news, how could Lan Jue ignore it? Even Lan Chang's steadfast demeanor hid a buzz of excitement.
If Li Ku was right, they could bring Luo Xinni and the others back from the dead.
Lan Jue shut his eyes and reached out with his perception.
He began to search the area for any sign of these spirits. He was calm now, and no longer burdened by the dangers he'd faced before. His sense of his surroundings was different.
Suddenly there was something more, hidden behind a veil. In theory, space was largely empty.
Aside from relatively minuscule pockets of matter, space was defined by how much nothing there was.
However, when someone's consciousness reached a certain level of understanding, they found this to be untrue.
Their perception was more sensitive than even the most advanced instruments, telling them that there was something else. Even up to now, Lan Jue and the others radiated polychromatic light, a residue from the banishing strategy. So almighty was the strategy's influence that universal protogenia still couldn't apply its pressures on them. Safe for the time being, Lan Jue searched his consciousness until he came upon a strange and arresting impression.
However, it was not human.
Far from it, in fact, it was what remained of the three-headed avatar. The pulses of primordial energy were odd and uncomfortable. They seemed desperate to gather together, as though hoping it could reconstitute itself. It made Lan Jue shiver, for he knew that somewhere within the 6 souls that had made up that beast was a whisper of Monarch's consciousness.
Monarch was gone, completely destroyed by the strategy, leaving these spirits on their own.
It was almost pitiful to feel these fragments trying to piece themselves back together, like they had a chance to somehow come back. Now that he saw them, how could Lan Jue give them even a shadow of hope? Lan Jue lifted his right hand and summoned an electric blue light from the ether. When the light fell upon the cluster of spiritual energy, it released a haze of pale purple which blanketed the area, sparkling with points of illumination. It was Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain. As Lan Jue became stronger, both his control over the domain and its menace had increased exponentially. Heavenly lightning began to crackle the moment his domain manifested itself. The blasts of lightning that tore into the cluster of souls was nothing short of harrowing. But before these evil fragments could feel fear, they were burned from existence. Nothing remained. They would never threaten the worlds of man again. Lan Jue had called his domain to prevent these fragments from scattering, but also, more importantly, so that his lightning would not harm the spirit shards he sought to save. With the last vestiges of his enemy destroyed, Lan Jue breathed easier. When he began to search anew, his perception settled on something nearby. A copper-gold halo surrounded appeared. Near it, a fragment nearly as strong as the ones Lan Jue had wiped out lingered. Though weaker, it was more persistent and slowly drew itself closer to the golden light. Lan Jue raced over to where the light shimmered and reached out for it. "Qianlin," he called. She hurriedly came to his side. Lan Jue's boundless starlight domain could destroy nearly any enemy that crossed his path, but it was not built to heal or rescue. What was better for this purpose than the light of the goddess of mercy? The golden light was radiating from Judy's astrum, the compliance rod. The spirit that was so desperately trying to stay with it was what remained of Zhou Qianlin. Only the simplest desires were left to these broken spirits. It was clear what mattered most to Zhou Qianlin was finding the compliance rod, for within it she could be together with Judy. Zhou Qianlin pointed with her right hand. She was also now of the infinite and could sense what Lan Jue saw. With the utmost care she guided Zhou Qianlin to the rod and the spirit of her lost love. When a primordial spirit left one's body, it was assailed by the cruel power of universal protogenia. It was torn apart, and ultimately dissipated into the vastness of space to be lost forever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 902, Preserving Immortal Essence. Chapter 902, Preserving Immortal Essence. Protected by an astrum, the fragment of a soul could persist for much longer than normal. Once Zhou Qianlin's spirit was recovered, Lan Jue continued his search. He quickly found the pauper, keeper, bookworm, and the gods of wine. They were also conveyed into the compliance rod. However, when he looked for Huali, he was surprised and saddened to discover there was no trace that remained of him. Ali. When he returned to the corpses of Huali and Mo Shao, his heart was a tempest of emotion. Zhou Qianlin gripped his hand. She said nothing and only hung her head before the scene. To claim there was no animosity within her would have been a lie, but be it Xiao or Huali, they gave their lives to try and make it right. They died protecting Lan Jue. Could hate survive in the face of such sacrifice? A thought came to Lan Jue. He extricated his hand from Qianlin's and reached forth to search the bodies for any residual parts of Huali's soul. But then a blue light from the distance captured his attention. As it approached, he watched in shock. The one who came looked a lot like Huali, if more mature. He regarded Lan Jue with a calm expression, and was wreathed in pale blue light. He nodded once he was close. "We'll take him. The Poseidon family has its own ways." Huasu answered Lan Jue's unspoken question. There was no indication any of this had affected him emotionally. Lan Jue regarded him with a pained and conflicted expression. "Uncle, Huasu cut him off with a wave of his hand. "Destiny makes fools of us all. I can only hope that you see some way to forgive them. When the light of one's life goes out, it should extinguish their follies." Lan Jue nodded his head. Huali and Mo Shao were dead. Harboring hatred and resentment would serve no one. He didn't bear any ill will toward his fallen brother. Huasu extended it right hand, and from it floated a deep blue crystal. It slowly floated through space, glittering in the dim light until it came to the bodies of his children. It flickered with a blue light that hung over the bodies, and moments later when it vanished, so too did Huali and Mo Shao. Huasu nodded a final time toward Lan Jue, then turned and left. However, he did not go far before stopping. He turned back and fixed Lan Jue with his eyes. "After this fight, it will take a long time for the group to recover. Huali hoped that you could help look after he and Mo Zhao's child. It was his desire that their little one could live on Skyfire Avenue. Is there anything that might make this impossible?" Lan Jue did not immediately reply, so Huasu continued. "You might not expect it from looking at our family, but our heirs are not immediately granted the full rights and powers of the bloodline. They employ the benefits of the family to choose their own path, and ultimately undergo the process of accepting the lineage. So it is destined. Of course none of us wish for this burden, neither I nor Ailey wanted to carry this mantle. I failed. Under cover of this conflict, as Huali was leaving to join the fight, Mo Xiao sent a ship back toward Skyfire Avenue bearing their child. I asked that you seek his aura, and bring our heir to Skyfire Avenue so that he might grow and prosper. When he comes of age, if he so chooses he can return and take up his rightful place as leader of Poseidon Group. If he does not, Huasu stopped, a smile on his face. He didn't finish the thought before a flash of blue light conveyed him far away. Lan Jue heaved a sigh. A piece of Ailey still existed somewhere. Ailey, he thought to himself, I'll do whatever I can to grant your final wish. I'll look after your son. The battle was finally over, and the wine master left to spread the good news across all the human worlds. However, when Lan Jue returned to his fellows, his face was no less serious and burdened. They looked into the distance where the gold-blanketed legacy of the aliens remained. They silently regarded Europa, immortal realm of their enemy. Brother, what are we going to do about this? Lan Jue asked. Lan Qing's deep voice replied. Under the power of faith, the banishing strategy is strong. As its guides, we can direct its power to smother and destroy Europa. We can erase every last trace of these aliens, once and for all. No, Li Ko answered quickly and firmly. Everyone turned their attention to him. He explained. Creating an immortal realm is phenomenally difficult. I wouldn't be surprised to learn it had taken 10,000 years of preparation for the aliens to succeed here. It was based off of what monarch could piece together from the ancient immortal realm of our history, so its existence isn't actually a threat. Now that the aliens are dead, we can take this realm for ourselves. Think about it, all four of you have reached the infinite, and the moment you leave the protection of the strategy, universal protogenia will leech your vitality. The only way you can continue to grow as paragons is if you do so under the protection of an immortal realm. Lan Jue bitterly shook his head. I have absolutely no interest in continuing this journey. It was never my dream to become an immortal, all I ever wanted was a normal life. Besides, so long as we don't deliberately seek cultivation, Qianlin's domain can protect us from universal protogenia. Li Ku paused, then wryly chuckled. You still can't destroy this place, even despite your personal desires. The immortal realm is the only way in which you can bring the others back. You have your selfish motives, and so do I. I want my body back, to live a normal life where I can be with my family. Small as that chance might be, I have to pursue it no matter how remote. Lan Qing blinked in surprise. You're saying we can use their primordial spirits in the immortal realm to bring our friends back? Li Ku answered. Theoretically, yes. An immortal realm is replete with immortal qi that circulates through it as ubiquitous as the wind. Its basis is in faith, and I could sense that Monarch's intention was not to kill the humans once he'd succeeded in his desire to bring about the immortal realm. What he really wanted was for humans to submit and accept him as their god. Then he could feed off of our faith. Right now Europa is sustained by the faith of all those Monarch consumed. However, this had made the realm unstable. Immortal qi will continue to be consumed but not replenished. For you four, it would be different. You're heroes, and if you claim the immortal realm as your own, you can inject it with the faith of the masses. You are the only ones that can stabilize this place and replenish its power. Not only will immortal qi protect you from universal protogenia, it will also nourish and restore the fragments of primordial spirit you've gathered. I dare say that with the help of immortal qi you could bring Jue Di back to life quickly. The others may take more time but are likely to walk the worlds of man once more. Nearby, Chu Cheng extended the golden skeleton he carried, the remnants of the Terminator. Is there a chance His Majesty the Terminator? Li Ke sighed and shook his head. Too much time has passed, his primordial spirit has already dissolved. A paragon spirit can only survive about an hour before it returns to the universe. Chu Cheng's disappointment was visible. He could say that the Terminator had given him new life. Without the Northern leaders' help, Chu Cheng's rise would never have been so quick. With the Terminator gone, the responsibilities of being the North's sole paragon fell to him. Lan Qing pressed the spirit. So what do you suggest we do now, comrade? Li Ke's response came without hesitation. First we should go to Europa and see if anything remains of the three homeworlds. If it does, that poison must be removed. Using the banishing strategy to surround Europa was not wrong, for if we find that there is no saving this immortal realm, it can quickly be destroyed. That responsibility will be left up to the four of you. In addition, if in the future anyone wants to enter the immortal realm, they could only do so with your blessing and guidance. Until one or more of you achieve de luo status as immortals, the banishing strategy will persist. In the meanwhile, you simply need to control it. Lan Cheng looked at Lan Jue, who nodded back. It sounds like the best course of action. Let's go to Europa, and see if we can't solve any problems we come across. With Monarch dead, in principle there should be nothing remaining of the 3 alien planets. However, they couldn't be sure until they went to Europa and searched it themselves. With the backing of the banishing strategy, they would make sure everything was in order. Were it not for the possibility of saving his friends and family from permanent death, Lan Jue would much have preferred destroying this immortal realm. He'd have liked to see it pass into history and erase any possibility of future trouble. The 4 sword bearers didn't rush into the immortal realm. First they guided the banishing strategy's power so that it settled over Europa, and only then began their trek to the gold-wreathed planet. Let's go. Lan Cheng ordered. The 4 of them entered into the newly remolded planet's atmosphere together. Immediately they were embraced by the multifaceted aura of the strategy and the effects it provided. The golden light of Europa caused them no trouble, and they entered without issue. All they felt was their bodies becoming lighter, and suddenly they were in what seemed to be a whole new reality. Space was a vacuum, and while it didn't threaten a paragon's life, it could not be called comfortable. They left the distressing sensation behind as they slipped into Europa's atmosphere. They took their first breaths of European air, filling them with delight. It seemed like just being here was increasing their cultivation by the moment. Li Ku and the other paragons didn't come with them. It was dangerous until Lan Jue and the others discovered otherwise, so they were told to remain behind. Only Lan Jue, Lan Xing, Zhou Qianlin and the pharmacist stepped foot in this immortal plane. They looked at each other, nearly speechless. So this is the immortal realm? Qianlin managed to say. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 903, The Immortal Realm. Chapter 903, The Immortal Realm. Lan Xing's voice betrayed his awe. No wonder they were so dead set on creating it. There's something incredible about this place. The immortal realm was replete with immortal chi that flowed like the clouds. In some areas it was rich, in others thin. Each of them could feel the power nourishing their bodies, and without question they knew that cultivating here would be more fruitful than anywhere else in the universe. Any hint of universal obstruction was absent the moment they entered into this world. Here they no longer needed Qianlin's domain to protect them. They took to this place like a fish to water. Lan Jue bit the tip of his tongue, fighting the bone-deep comfort. We have to see if there's anything left of the planets. This place has to be controlled from somewhere. Let's see if we can find its center. All right. They didn't split up, choosing instead to remain together and sweep the area with their combined perception. They searched for dangers while simultaneously taking in the view. They were surprised to find that while the immortal chi was immensely helpful, their perception was limited here. They could only extend their consciousness a short distance, which made their task more difficult. However, it was not anything more than a nuisance. They had time, and so they cautiously combed the picturesque vistas around Europa. The planet was nothing like it had been before the aliens took control. Everywhere they turned were exotic flora, and flows of immortal chi whispered through valleys and over mountains. It was the definition of a fairyland, heaven stretching out before their eyes. After about 10 hours they came to the peak of a mountain where they discovered a palatial building. Before its grand gates was a board upon which was inscribed 2 words, Heavenly Court. You can't say Monarch didn't do his homework. It seems he had a real appreciation for our ancient culture. Lan Jue said wryly. They'd searched nearly everywhere around Europa and had found nothing until now. Even here there was no trace of any primordial spirit or malicious vitality. Clearly Monarch's death had left this place without a ruler. Immortal chi was thickest here in the Heavenly Court. This had to be the center of this immortal realm, though it was less opulent than one might expect. All they found was a single gemstone that looked markedly like a vital crystal. The energy it produced was released in waves and quickly became immortal chi. This had to be what was powering this immortal realm, the collected vitality reaped by the planets in their rampage across the cosmos. Somehow this crystal was supporting the entire planet, stolen vitality circulating through it like blood. With no aliens left to fear, Lan Jue didn't give a second thought to delving deeper into the secrets of this place. He pulled forth the compliance rod and released the spirits contained within out into the air. As they'd suspected, upon reaching the earliest levels of immortality, Zhu Di had maintained his consciousness even as a spirit within the astrum. Once his spirit was freed, it immediately set about absorbing the immortal chi around it. The other souls did so as well, though more slowly. The pharmacist heaved a sigh. Now that our victory is complete, I'll collect my husband and bring him here. Li Ku was a part of Altus, but as a spirit was not bound to its precise location. With Altus part of the strategy protecting Europa, this was the best place for him to be. He could be here, and their family could be whole. Lan Jue nodded. Spirit should have no problem here. I'm not sure about the other paragons, though. His fears were warranted, for although they could guide their friends here the moment they were left on their own, the dangers of the banishing strategy would turn on them. The Heavenly Court could only control the flows of immortal chi, and not how accessible this world was. For these reasons it was difficult to say whether the paragons could even get close. When they returned to space, the four sword-bearers underwent a series of small experiments. As anticipated, although Li Ku's spirit was not strong, it was sustained by Altus and thus could enter into the immortal realm without issue. However, this was not so for the paragons. They were barred from stepping foot on Europa. They also found that they could enter even after shedding the chaotic chi of the strategy. This meant that only a paragon who had achieved the infinite could enter. The immortal realm was so named for a reason. There were standards for those who could witness its beauty. Lan Jue did not worry about what would become for this place, for his mind was on returning to Skyfire Avenue. That was his home, it was where he planned to live out his days. When his father returned, he would certainly be interested in taking over management of the immortal realm. He would take on the mantle of being the modern Jade Emperor. Lan Chang was supportive of his brother's plan. After discussing it with Li Ku, the pharmacist decided to remain behind with him here. For the time being, Junior would be left under Lan Jue's care. The pharmacist would, of course, visit often until such time as her daughter reached the infinite and was able to join them in the heavens. Well, Qianlin, it's starting to look like I've taken the job of a kindergarten principal. I'm now responsible for Junior and Hua Li's son. Qianlin laughed prettily. You have experience after working at the NEU, don't you? Teaching children should be relaxing by comparison. This is absolutely not the case. Lan Jue wrapped an arm around her slender waist. Teaching them won't be a problem. But how is that going to influence having one of our own? Her face reddened. How many were you thinking? The more the better. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Epilogue. Epilogue. The Immortal Realm. Zhu Di sat upon the throne within the heavenly court, lost in quiet contemplation. Qi Bupong, what are you thinking about? Luo Xianni sat by his side, plucking grapes from a bunch in her hand and lazily popping them into her mouth. Zhu Di cast her an irritated glance. I am Jade Emperor, master of the Immortal Realm. Can we not use my real name? She answered his onerous request with a snort. Well, hello there, Master No One. There's only a handful of us in this place. The Keeper and Bookworm have returned to Skyfire Avenue to continue their research since they weren't at all interested in staying here. Li Ku and the pharmacist, that sweet couple, never come our way. Baiz and Albert are growing grapes, and if they're successful will create a wine without equal in all the universe. Sadly, it loses its taste without the addition of immortal chi. If that wasn't the case, they'd be millionaires in the East. So to put it bluntly, about the only person you can boss around is me, so I don't know who you're trying to impress, Your Majesty. Zhu Di scowled. Those sons of, they pile everything on my shoulders and just run off. I'm tired of this crap. Luo Xianni chortled back at him. Everyone has their own aims, just like us, no? With the pharmacist here, at least there's enough faith flowing through that the realm is stable. What do you need to fret over? Now you behave yourself, you're almost a golden immortal already and you're thinking of leaving? If you think you can go on, then I won't stop you. You'll be the death of me, woman. Luo Xianni just shrugged. I think it'd be pretty absurd if I could irritate a god to death. I'd like to see it happen. Should we give it a try? He denied her the pleasure with a dramatic harumph and proudly shot to his feet. I was thinking that with how slow time passes here, those boys should have visited at least once already. Ah, idle hands are the devil's workshop. Perhaps we should have a child of our own to keep us busy. At leisure you won't be lonely. What do you think? Luo Xianni was suddenly bashful. This is no good, not at our age. Time doesn't pass in the heavens, Zhu Di said with serious countenance. Besides, you said yourself that you're the only one here I can boss around. There's no escape, heh. Planet Skyfire, Skyfire City, Skyfire Avenue. This famous lane didn't permit any vehicles or any robots to cross it, much less mecha. Even the patrolling police must patrol on foot, the most ancient of methods. That's because this is a street for pedestrians, a lane for nobles, hidden away within this high-technology world. Fresh yet uniform stones covered this 20-48-meter-long lane. The buildings on each side of the lane were of completely different types, but every single building had its own unique aspects in history. There was ancient French Gothic-style pointed buildings, the sprawling and majestic jade-carved buildings of ancient China, and were even Roman-style buildings. This street, which seemingly had no high technology present, was set within the most central, most developed area within Skyfire City. Supposedly, here, every single square meter of Earth was worth as much as one of the newest, top-tier Mikhaili P-12 class high-atmosphere hovercar. 3 years had passed since the disaster. Things were back to normal and humanity had prospered, free from alien threat. The dark days were behind them. After the battle was done, Lan Jue, the East super soldier, the youngest admiral in history, backbone of the Eastern Army, peerless light emperor of Middle Heaven and commander of Enluan, announced his retirement. However, he was sure to let everyone know that he would not be leaving the Eastern Alliance. If he was ever needed, he would appear. He also mentioned he would be looking for a spouse. I didn't take long for the news to spread, and soon women all throughout the human worlds, as young as 8 and as old as 80, were expressing their desire to be Mrs. Lan Jue. The lucky girl was never publicly revealed. The ones known as the Middle Heaven Great Emperor of the North Pole Star of Purple Subtlety, Guanyin the Queen of Mercy, and the pharmacist later known as Queen Yama, vanished from the public eye. Legends claim they still used their powers to protect humanity. As many anticipated, Skyfire Avenue became the strongest adept organization in all the alliances. The wine master continued to serve as chairman of the council, though it was only the others' counselors who knew that he cursed the post every day. He was constantly heard to mutter his displeasure about how a certain someone was shirking their responsibilities. In the north, master of the Hades bloodline Chu Qing took up the position vacated by the late Terminator as leader of the Great Conclave. The north remained as the largest alliance, though 2/3 of those planets that had once belonged to the west chose to join the Eastern Alliance. The ones that chose the north were those that were nearest to its borders. Angel and its sister planets, of course, decided to join with the East. Over the 3 years, these 7 planets had recovered well. Only one system of faith prevailed through the whole system, loyal to the goddess of mercy Guanyin. As far as they were concerned, she was the only one responsible for pulling them back from the brink of extinction. The East's total power and influence grew significantly after the conflict. Poseidon Group officially announced that they would be basing their operation out of the Eastern Alliance. Their family would continue operate out of their home planet. The East was more than happy to accept. Poseidon Group retained its title as the richest organization in all of human space, although they kept a low profile after the Human-Alien War. More surprising, after the fighting was done, the group agreed to hand over control of their sole bastion to the Eastern Army. The Eastern Armed Forces still controlled far fewer than the North, and likely would never be able to compete on that front. However, the 2 bastions universally accepted as the strongest in human space were under their command. The North had spent the last 3 years restoring order to the people. Because the East had enjoyed unity through the crisis, it was able to prosper more quickly, ultimately catching up to the North. Right now it was spring. Cool winds blew down the avenue and rattled shuttered shop windows. A young girl, perhaps 10, wandered down the lane clad in a pretty white dress. Her hair was pulled into a simple ponytail, and though young, she was as pretty as the mythical fairies of old. She was destined to be a beautiful woman when she grew up. She wasn't alone. 2 young boys walked with her on either side. The child on her left looked just barely old enough to walk on his own. The one on her right was a little older. They were perhaps 3 and 4, respectively. "Sister Junior, I'm hungry," the boy on the right complained. He looked up at her and pouted. "I know. We're on our way to the gourmet's house to have a meal. Uncle said he was going to cook us something nice today," Junior said, placating the child. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva in anticipation. "Great. I want some chocolate." Junior crinkled her cute little nose and shook her head. "If you eat too much chocolate, you'll rot your teeth. Daddy spoils you, he lets you do whatever you want. When you're with me, you have to do what I say." The young boy was strangely compliant. "Okay, I'll listen to Sister Junior. But see how good I am. You have to promise to marry me." "Absolutely not," Junior replied. "I already have a fiancé. I can't agree to marry you. Annie, you're only 4 years old. Do you even know what it means to get married?" The young boy refused to give in. "Of course I know, it means 2 people stay together forever. Daddy told me once, he said if I like a girl I have to bravely go after her. He said going after what you want is half the battle. The girl I like the most is Sister Junior, and I want to make you my wife. Say you'll marry me, Junior." She snipped back at him. "No, of course not.
We have the same daddy, how can we get married? That's wrong. The child petulantly pursed his lips. An adopted daddy and a real daddy are different. What do you think, I'm still a baby? Your fiancé is daddy's real son. As the young boy spoke, he flashed a jealous glance at the boy on her left, who was also carefully picking his way along the road by their side. The other boy gave a fierce look back. He pressed himself against Junior and flung his arms around Leg. Sister, give me a hug. She did as he asked and wrapped him in an embrace. Don't be scared, Lan Jue. I'll protect you. I won't let anyone bully you. The boy on the right kicked up an even louder fuss. That's not fair, sister, you like him better. Junior stared at him with her dim eyes. What's unfair? He's my fiancé, I'm going to marry him when we get older. Of course I'm going to treat my husband differently. Isn't daddy nicer to you? Let me tell you, Huayun, if you keep teasing Lan Jue, I'm not going to play with you anymore. Me? He whined. He's so small, how can he be your fiancé? Even mommy and daddy say you're too old for him. Junior paid him no mind. Age isn't a problem. You're still a kid, you don't understand. Anyway, you should be glad, when I was your age I wasn't even allowed to leave my house. I spent every day lonely by myself. You get to stay on Skyfire Avenue and everyone treats you so well. What do you have to complain about? There was a flash recall behind her eyes when she said it. She remembered those days clearly, when she was lonely, all by herself. Then that warm voice had appeared. Daddy, for me to be your real daughter I just have to marry your son. Right? Lan Jue happily snuggled against her, perfectly content. He puckered his lips and planted tiny kisses on her cheek. As she held him he began to get drowsy. Huayun looked at Junior and then at Lan Jue. He huffed in irritation. I'm gonna get strong, you'll see. One day I'll steal you away and make you my wife. Ow. Why'd you hit me in the head? Stop daydreaming. Do you want to go eat at Uncle Gourmet's or do you want to marry me? I wanna eat. I'm so hungry, let's hurry. Planet LYR. On a humble street there sat a set of storefronts. On this early morning the doors were pushed open and a man issued forth. He pulled up the metal grating to protect against theft and set up his display. The showcase was stocked with decorations for advertisement. Most of them were carvings made out of olive pits, simple artistic pieces. They weren't exquisite works of art and the store itself was nothing special. On this small and narrow street it hardly inspired a second glance. The tall man settled on a stool by the front door with a smile on his face. His eyes settled on the store across the street. A gentle fragrance wafted over from the shop. Over its door was a board upon which was written Brimstone Baozi Shop. It was evident by the state of the shop that business wasn't booming. The door opened and a silver-haired woman exited with a table she set up outside. She flicked her wrist and cast a cigarette across the street. The large man caught it out of the air and placed it in his mouth. He lit it with a lighter in his right hand. The silver-haired woman produced another cigarette which she kept for herself. But in a blink the stick disappeared. What are you doing? The silver-haired woman complained to the man. He smirked at her. Smoking too much is bad for a woman. She snorted derisively at him, spun on her heels, and disappeared into her shop. She came back out a few minutes later bearing a tray. 6 Baozi, 1. These are delicious steamed buns with fillings. You can get them with all kinds of stuff inside, from corn to red beans. I used to eat them so much my Baozi guy would have a pack ready when I swung by after classes. Or a raid on the plate. They didn't look too appetizing with their yellowed skin. There was also a bowl of congee, 2 eggs, and a small dish of pickles. 2 Xian Kai, salted pickled veggies. I hate it but my wife goes wild for the stuff. All of this is a very traditional Chinese breakfast. With a pleased look in his eye the man placed himself on a stool by the table she set out and dug into the meal. He ate like it was the most delicious thing he'd ever tasted. The silver-haired woman stood by his side with a napkin in her hand. She quietly watched him eat. I hear you have a nickname, everyone's favorite husband. I told everyone you were mine, but no one believed me. What should I do? Pew. Kanji spewed all over the table. Northern Alliance. The Great Conclave. His coal-black suit set off the young man's fiery red hair. Chu Cheng frowned as he mulled over several pieces of business held in his hands. The conclave was a large and influential organization, and there was much that required his direct input. Often he was busy from morning to night. Knock knock. Someone rapped their knuckles against the door. Didn't I say I wasn't holding audiences today? Chu Chang answered impatiently. Mr. Big Shot. I can't come say hello? The door swung open and someone entered.
When he saw her, Chu Chang's sharp glare turned to shock. She wore leather thigh-high boots that covered most of her legs, leaving only a few inches of lily-white flesh visible between their tops and the bottom of her leather short shorts. Her torso was hugged by a tight-fitting vest that left her arms bare and dipped low in the front.
Lena Lee. What are you doing here?
It was none other than the vampire princess who had disturbed his work.
Lena shrugged. No reason. I thought I'd come and find something fun to do.
Take me out to a nightclub or something.
Chu Chang's face fell. Can't you see I'm busy? Does the Dark Citadel succubus know you're here? Lena responded flippantly. Her Majesty the Queen and I get along wonderfully.
What does she care?
I'm not here to stir up trouble.
Besides, she's busy with her imminent breakthrough and doesn't have time to worry about what I'm up to.
Ugh, ever since we established the Citadel on Skyfire it's been a total bore. There's no chaos, you know?
But the Queen insists on it, and she likes to dress up and play shopkeeper with those two friends of hers.
I need to get out and have some fun from time to time. Chu Chang sniffed. I'm busy, I don't have time for you either. Feel free to go stag.
In a few swings of her long legs, Lena was in front of him. She fixed him with her smoldering eyes, full of dark promise.
You really don't have time for me? I was gonna let you do whatever you wanted, but...
Chu Chang squared his shoulder and adopted a righteous air.
What kind of man do you take me for?
He shot to his feet and declared, Of course I have time.
Planet Poseidon. Waves of crystalline blue rippled through the area.
Down in these depths, the Poseidon bloodline was the uncontested master of the world.
Two men stood shoulder to shoulder, watching the lights play through the ripples.
They looked remarkably similar in appearance, most of the differences due to age.
The older man sighed. Are you sure you don't want to go out and have a look? Even if we don't tell anyone you're still alive?
The younger man shook his head.
That's all done, now. I've done all I needed to do. The rest of my days belong to her.
The heart of Poseidon brought me back, but it can't bring back what I've decided to let go. He turned and looked at the beautiful woman, frozen in time within an icy coffin.
Eastern Alliance. National Eastern University.
An antique bicycle trundled along the road toward the university gates. It stopped a dozen or feet back and a man in a meticulously tailored suit hopped off. He pushed the bike the rest of the way. He looked exceedingly normal except for his fine clothes. He was around 30, with black frame glasses perched on the bridge of his nose. 3. This is Tang Jia San Shao. Writers tend to put themselves in their works. As he entered the school and pushed his bike down the lanes, he was occasionally greeted by passing students.
Hello, Professor. Good morning. After a little while he hopped back up on his bike and made his way toward the university's electives building. When he arrived he dismounted and placed the bike thoughtlessly to one side. He didn't enter the offices and instead made his way to one of the lecture halls. He was a little late today, and if he didn't hurry he feared he might be tardy for the start of class. He pushed open the doors to a pitched lecture theater and was met by a full house. Everyone's eyes swung his way. Stand up. Good morning, Professor. For traditional start to every class, depending on how strict the teacher is. Everyone rises and greets the teacher, then are told to sit. In university we did this at the start of every semester, but were usually told by the teacher that it wasn't necessary. Hello everyone, please sit. The young instructor took up his position behind the podium and smiled at everyone. We have an interesting class planned for today. If I recall, last time I told you that I would be handling lunch today. I see we have quite a few students who brought their appetite. I'm not sure to make of your unusually eager participation. A student quipped. What's on the menu, Professor Lei Feng? Lei Feng smirked. Ma la tang, spicy soup. I don't know if anyone here is familiar with the dish. For today's etiquette class we're going to learn what real ma la tang tastes like. That will be our lunch. A fiery woman, clearly not a student, sat in a far corner. She was dressed in smart black business attire and also wore black-rimmed glasses. A strange expression flitted across her face and she muttered, Lei Feng. She said it with a wry grin as she thought back to a time not long ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.